Lin Feng transformed into an assassin to play glory. With a masterful execution of arc light flash and air leap, he broke records with his dazzling maneuvers, using Death Strike as a daring sacrifice to exchange positions with the carry, infuriating Tang Rou to the point of slamming her keyboard. He employed 100 individuals as human vision to showcase his wealth, teaming up with Mo Fan to execute a double assassin strategy against Wenzhou, while Huang Shaotian incessantly exclaimed, "So treacherous," witnessing him withstand attacks with the Resurrection Talisman against fragile opponents. He utilized the Shadow Erosion to overturn the cycle, ultimately becoming the Shadow Commander. Chapter 1. The Network Administrator and the Shadow. The cold metallic sensation brushed against his fingertips as Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Instead of the familiar hospital ceiling, he found himself staring at the slightly worn partition walls of a gaming CF booth. The acrid scent of low-quality smoke mingled with instant noodles, sweat, and the distinct odor of heated plastic, forcefully invading his nostrils. Under the greasy reflection of the keyboard, the logo of Xingxin Network Club glimmered faintly in the lower right corner of the monitor. Memories swirled like muddied waters, fragments rising and falling. He recalled his name, Lin Feng, a brutal car accident, the jarring screech of brakes, and the metallic shriek of twisted metal. Then, darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself here. Fragments of another Lin Feng's memories surged forth, imbued with reluctance, repression, and an almost obsessive fervor for a virtual combat game named Glory. The original inhabitant of this body appeared to be a quiet and unremarkable network administrator at the CF, a player whose skills could only be described as decent, who ultimately succumbed to a fatal collapse from high-intensity gaming in front of this very computer. Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing temples. The influx of information was overwhelming. Had he crossed over? Shared a name? Or was it something else? Just as he attempted to untangle his thoughts, a cold, emotionless synthesized voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Godly Commander System activated. Binding host, Lin Feng. Identity confirmed. Status, Soul Fusion completed. Newbie gift package being distributed. Accompanied by the notification sound, a vast torrent of knowledge not of this world surged into his mind. Glory. An intricately detailed game mechanism, skill statistics, map intricacies, the operational habits of professional players, and even glimpses of the future. He abruptly glanced at the bottom right corner of the screen. December 3rd, 2025. Glory's 10th District, the opening day. His heart raced. This was no illusion. Those fragments of future memories, the information regarding Yixiu, Su Mucheng, and various prestigious teams, were all real. He was not dreaming. He had arrived at this pivotal moment of Glory's 10th District opening with the gift of foresight and the Godly Commander System newbie gift package. Distribution complete. Passive talent. Unrivaled speed, LV. Max. A neural reflex and operational speed surpassing human limits. Permanently activated. Passive talent. Terrifying awareness, LV.1. Dramatically enhanced ability to capture, analyze, and predict battlefield information. Upgradable. Initial funds. 100,000 renminbi. Legally linked to the host's bank card. Newbie equipment. Shadow Dagger. An assassin's novice silver weapon upgradable, with a base attack of 15 and an attack speed of 5. System function unlocked. Wealth conversion basic. The host's real-world wealth can be exchanged for in-game tactical funds at a 1-to-1 ratio, for reasonable tactical expenditures. Equipment wear and tear, information purchases, special items, etc. Lin Feng's gaze was fixated on the 2 dagger icons labeled Shadow. Silver weapons. Even as novice gear, they were far superior to ordinary equipment. Moreover, an assassin. Instinctively, he felt a profound resonance with this profession. High risk, high damage, teetering on the brink of life and death. A single misstep could lead to swift retreat. How similar this was to his current state. Rebirth itself was the ultimate high risk, while his foresight and system represented an explosive potential capable of turning everything upside down. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the mouse and precisely clicked the icon representing shadows and slaughter the assassin. Character name, Ling Yun. Confirm. The loading screen flickered, and a character clad in initial black leather armor, wielding 2 dark daggers, appeared at the entrance of the novice village Greenwood Forest. The character model was not overly refined, yet the sharp aura of stealth in the darkness was unmistakable. Lin Feng flexed his fingers. The keyboard was cool to the touch, yet his fingertips felt electrified. He attempted to command Ling Yun to execute the simplest lateral sidestep. Swish! The figure on the screen glided horizontally like a specter, moving so swiftly it seemed to leave behind an afterimage, instantly appearing 3 meters away without a hint of delay. This is unrivaled speed. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock within. The original inhabitant of this body possessed a certain foundational speed, yet at this moment, he could distinctly feel that his neural reflexes and command execution had reached an astonishing level. The thought had barely formed when his fingers were already pressing the keys. The character responded in perfect synchronization. Pat pat, pat pat pat. His hands began to dance across the keyboard, no longer tentative but fluid and rapid, striking the keys with the intensity of a torrential downpour. The assassin Ling Yun mirrored his movements on screen. Arc light flash. The character transformed into a swift shadow, piercing several meters in an instant, precisely halting behind a scarecrow. Air leap. The assassin gracefully leapt upward, defying gravity with a peculiar secondary thrust, landing steadily atop another scarecrow. Assassination footwork. Ling Yun's figure twisted and turned with high-frequency movements within a confined space, leaving behind erratic afterimages, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. Each minute displacement perfectly evaded the predefined attack range indicators, basic skills, yet under Lin Feng's superhuman speed, they unleashed an astonishing visual spectacle and tactical potential. The whisper of the dagger slicing through the air seemed to echo in his ears. Ha! Lin Feng halted his actions, allowing the character to stand still at the somewhat gloomy entrance of Greenwood Forest. The character remained motionless, yet an invisible sharpness seemed to pierce through the tranquility of the novice village. He had succeeded. He had mastered the first step of wielding this power. Just then, the booth door was gently pushed open with a soft creak. A denser cloud of smoke wafted in. Lin Feng turned his head slightly. At the doorway stood a young man clad in a faded jacket, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes still heavy with sleep, hair tousled. Yet, when his gaze swept across Lin Feng's screen, an almost imperceptible glint of sharpness, as if capable of penetrating one's soul, flickered in his eyes. New here? Playing an assassin? The young man's voice was hoarse from a night without sleep, his tone nonchalant. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That face was too familiar. Yi Xiao, the textbook of glory, the future god of battle, stood before him, clad in the uniform of a network administrator, his gaze carrying a hint of drowsiness, yet seeming to see through everything. Yes, just giving it a try. Lin Feng attempted to keep his voice calm, withdrawing his fingers from the keyboard. He sensed Yi Xiao's gaze linger for a moment on his slightly warm keyboard, still radiating remnants of rapid operation. Decent speed. Yi Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette and casually remarked, his attention returning to the screen where the character named Ling Yun stood, but in the novice village. You don't need to be that fast. His tone remained unperturbed, as if stating an undeniable truth. Lin Feng smiled softly, choosing not to respond. He certainly understood that training in the novice village did not necessitate such movements. However, it was not merely practiced. It was his initial exploration of newfound power, a declaration to this familiar yet strange world that Ling Yun had arrived at. Yi Xiao seemed to have no expectation of a reply from him. With a yawn, he turned to leave, saying, "Enjoy yourself. Call me if you need anything." After taking a few steps, he paused as if recalling something and turned back to add, with a hint of barely perceptible challenge, "By the way, I see your reflexes are quite sharp. Would you care for a match in the arena later?" Lin Feng watched Yi Xiao's silhouette disappear around the corner of the corridor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Sure," he replied softly, his gaze refocusing on the screen where an assassin wielding dual daggers lurked in the shadows. The screen's glow reflected in his eyes, igniting the flames of ambition and excitement within him. In the 10th district of glory, the night was restless. Yet for him, the journey of the assassin Ling Yun was merely beginning. The divine commander? No. At this moment, he was a shadow dancing on the edge of a blade. Wolf would come. The system would be utilized. But now he sought to carve his first mark upon this battlefield known as glory with these two daggers. He opened the shop, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of costumes and effects, finally settling on the enhancement option for the Yuying dagger. With a gentle click of his finger on the mouse, he made his purchase. Ding. Recharge successful. You have purchased the Youguang Liujuan Effect 7-day trial for the weapon Yuying. Cost, 100 renminbi. System notification, tactical funds 100. Current balance, 100,100 RMB. A faint, cool lavender light coiled around the dagger's blade, shimmering subtly in the dim light of the green forest, reminiscent of a serpent lying in wait. Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun, his figure flickering as he silently slipped into the shadows of the forest ahead, a realm symbolizing endless challenges and opportunities. The sound of his keystrokes echoed in the quiet booth, akin to the rhythm of a war drum. Chapter 2. The First Trial of Yuying and the Human Perspective. Yi Xiao's invitation to the arena sparked ripples in Lin Feng's heart, yet at this moment, he needed to familiarize himself with this new body, this newfound power, and validate certain aspects. The green forest, the starting point for novice players, was dark and damp, permeated with the scent of decaying leaves and earth. The howls of goblins echoed from deep within the thicket. Lin Feng controlled Ling Yun, the purple light flowing over the Yuying dagger's blade, enhancing the character's enigmatic silhouette. He did not rush towards the nearest group of monsters. Instead, he closed his eyes. Not truly closing his eyes, but rather immersing his mind completely. The torrent of information about the future of glory surged in, not chaotic but orderly, as the talent of horror awareness LV.1 instinctively organized, categorized, and connected it. The Frost Forest dungeon? No, that was a goal for the next phase. Now, it was the Green Forest, the goblins. It was about pathways. A three-dimensional map of the Green Forest materialized in his consciousness, as clear as an aerial view. He could discern where the monster clusters were dense, where shortcuts lay, and where the terrain could be exploited for positioning or rapid traversal, even a few inconspicuous. Vine-covered narrow passages were clearly marked. These passages would eventually be known as the Green Forest dog holes by players, yet at this moment, they remained unknown to the masses. Horror awareness Lin Feng opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. This was not merely anticipating an opponent, it was the ultimate mastery of battlefield information. Action. His hands accelerated on the keyboard. No longer tentative as in the first chapter, he began to employ his incredible speed for actual combat maneuvers. A flash of light. On the screen, the assassin Ling Yun transformed into a blur of trailing purple light, darting forth, not towards a monster, but rather aiming for a boulder standing half his height. 3 meters ahead, just as his body was about to collide with the rock leaped, defying the laws of physics, the assassin soared half a meter upwards, briefly tapping the top of the boulder with his toes. Using this slight rebound, he executed a nimble turn midair, like a swift swallow, precisely navigating through a narrow dog hole draped with hanging vines above and barely wide enough for one person below, landing in a relatively open patch of forest beyond. The entire process flowed seamlessly from initiation to completion. It took less than 2 seconds, covering over 15 meters. Most crucially, he perfectly evaded the 2 goblin patrols lingering near the entrance without drawing any aggro. More fluid than I anticipated. Lin Feng felt the smooth feedback at his fingertips. The incredible speed brought not only swiftness, but also absolute precision in controlling the character model. That extreme maneuver through the hole required timing down to the millisecond. Any misstep would result in crashing into a wall and revealing his presence. Without hesitation, he activated the assassination technique. The character moved like a specter, weaving through the trees with high-frequency changes in direction, racing and gliding, each movement timed perfectly to slip into the blind spots of goblin vision or gaps in their patrol routes that a few stray goblins, just spotting his shadow, had their throats slashed by the gleaming dagger before they could react. Experience 10. The notification echoed repeatedly, efficiency far surpassing that of ordinary players engaging in group monster hunts. Lin Feng's target was clear, the entrance to the Frost Forest dungeon. Minutes later, the dense thicket thinned, revealing a broad expanse before him. An entrance covered in thin ice appeared, the chill seeping through the screen. Many players had gathered at the entrance, mostly in groups of 3 to 5, noisily forming parties and calling out to one another. The Frost Forest was a level 50 dungeon, nearly impossible for freshly emerged players from the novice village to solo. The silhouette of Ling Yun silently emerged from the shadow of a massive ice tree, blending seamlessly into the background, with only the faint purple glow of the dagger visible. Lin Feng observed the crowd at the entrance, particularly noting the well-equipped teams occupying prime positions, their guild name Huang Shaotian glaringly apparent above them. Indeed, on the first day of the server's launch, the major guilds are already vying for the first kill. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Based on his memories and the deductions of horror awareness, the Jiashur elite team must have already been inside the dungeon, while those at the entrance were peripheral members, responsible for clearing the area and relaying information. They were numerous, occupying a vantage point. Any unfamiliar face attempting to approach the dungeon's entrance would be noticed and potentially obstructed. Stealth. The low-level assassin's stealth duration was short, and its effectiveness poor, making it difficult to avoid detection in such a crowd. Too many people? Wide visibility? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slightly chilling smile. Then let's expand the visibility even further. He exited the game interface, adeptly logging into a large game trading platform. The account associated with the Tycoon Commander System was already prepared. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and a strikingly simple, yet attention-grabbing bounty post was instantly published. Tycoon Commander Bounty. Immediate informants for the Frost Forest periphery. Content. Real-time reporting on all player movements around the Frost Forest dungeon entrance, especially the positions and activity ranges of Huang Shaotian members. Online voice communication required. Compensation. 20 RM person hour. Must complete a full hour of work. Slots. 100 people. First come, first served. Platform guaranteed for instant payment. Requirements. Must have a voice microphone. Character must be near the Frost Forest entrance. Quick response and clear description. The moment the post was published, it was akin to dropping a massive stone into a tranquil lake. The trading platform erupted instantly. What the hell? $20 an hour? 100 people? That's $2,000 an hour? Rich guy? Frost Forest entrance? This job is easy. Just stand and watch the show to earn money. Huang Shaotian? Are we to engage in an intelligence warfare against Huang Shaotian? Exciting. Count me in. Count me in. Boss, choose me. My eyesight is exceptional. Boss, you are truly generous. I implore you to give me a chance. In a mere 30 seconds, the 100 slots were swiftly claimed. Lin Feng's bank account promptly transferred 2,000 yuan as a deposit to the platform's escrow account. Simultaneously, a temporary voice channel comprising 100 members was rapidly established. Lin Feng switched back to the game and donned his headset. Instantly, a cacophony of voices flooded in. Boss, my coordinates are X123, Y78. I can see the entrance to the dungeon. The Jiao Wangchao players are primarily located in the northeast corner. Boss, I am here X98, Y112. There is a squad patrolling the western path. Report, boss. There are 3 Jiao Wangchao players directly ahead, blocking the path. Boss, I see an assassin heading your way. Coordinates X85, Y95. 100 voices clamored to report. As information surged like a tidal wave, Lin Feng's mind functioned like a high-speed processor, his formidable awareness talent instantaneously integrating, filtering, and pinpointing the scattered information, crafting an extraordinarily vivid and expansive real-time dynamic panoramic map in his mind, encompassing the entire entrance area of the Frost Forest. Every Jiao Wangchao player's position, movement direction, and even their focal areas of attention were laid bare beneath this human-stitched heavenly net. The previously impenetrable visual barriers now revealed numerous vulnerabilities to Lin Feng's discerning gaze. Excellent. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the team voice channel, calm and clear, exuding an undeniable sense of control. Continue reporting. Members 1 to 20, keep a close watch on the northeast corner. Report any anomalies immediately with coordinates. Members 21 to 50, monitor the western patrol team. The rest, continue scanning other areas for gaps and movements. Understood, boss. Came the synchronized response from the channel. The power of money was vividly demonstrated at that moment. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto a stealth path, winding and labyrinthine, yet utterly secure, formed by the gaps in the vision of the Jiao Wangchao players. This path utilized rocks, ice columns, and fallen trees as cover, perfectly avoiding all the focal points marked by the human cameras. Then, let us commence. Stealth. The figure of the assassin Ling Yun became instantly translucent, its outline blurred, merging seamlessly with the dimly lit, icy environment. He moved. No longer was it a frantic sprint at maximum speed, rather, he executed a stealthy approach akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Each step landed precisely in the deepest shadows, each movement synchronized with the fleeting moments of the Jiao Wangchao player's gaze shifts. He glided past a moss-covered boulder. Boss, it's safe behind the rock. He crouched under a low ice bridge. No one is watching under the bridge. He capitalized on the instant. A Jiao Wangchao player turned to speak to a companion. Slipping silently through the less than 2-meter gap behind them, he turned. Quickly go. Within his headset, the 100 human vision reports served as his most accurate navigational tool. Each successful passage through a critical point was accompanied by an excited, suppressed roar from a camera in the channel. Made it. Boss is incredible. Lin Feng's execution was the epitome of calm. His unparalleled speed at this moment served the pinnacle of micromanipulation and stealth, each keystroke perfectly calibrated, neither excessive nor lacking in precision. The ethereal purple glow in stealth mode dimmed to an almost imperceptible flicker, akin to the faint twinkle of stars in the night, not only evading detection but becoming an exquisite camouflage within the icy environment. In a mere 2 minutes, the Jiao Wangchao's blockade, which appeared to be a den of danger to other players, was traversed by Ling Yun as if he were strolling through a garden. Without alarming a single Jiao Wangchao player, he was like a true shadow, silently arriving before the chilling portal of the Frost Forest dungeon. Objective achieved. All members, rewards have been dispersed via the platform. Dismissed. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the voice channel, calm and unruffled. Instantly, the channel erupted with cheers and exclamations. Boss is magnificent. Did we just get in? What a god. 2,000 an hour? Worth it. Call me again next time, boss. Those fools from Jiao Wangchao must still be dreaming. Lin Feng exited the channel and silenced the voice. The world became instantly serene as he stood before the dungeon's transport portal, casting one last glance at the still boisterous entrance area, now devoid of threat to him. A commanding figure? No, this is merely the beginning. Financial resources pave the way, consciousness navigates, and speed executes. That is the true path of Lin Feng, the assassin. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the icy portal of the Frost Forest dungeon. The biting chill enveloped him instantly, and the scenery shifted before his eyes. Simultaneously, at the front desk of Xingxin Internet Cafe, Yishio had just completed a transaction with a customer, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his gaze inadvertently sweeping the screen of a nearby computer where a customer had just finished playing. The screen still displayed the game trading platform, with a newly refreshed post title catching the eye with its explosive replies. Godly Commander wanted. Immediate informants for the Frost Forest periphery. 20 RM person-hour. 100 slots filled. Yishio's fingers, holding the cigarette, paused slightly, the smoke swirling as his usually drowsy eyes narrowed, a glint of amusement flashing in their depths. Frost Forest. Informants. 100 people, he murmured softly, the corners of his mouth seemingly curving upward, albeit imperceptibly, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Such a grand gesture for intelligence right at the new server launch. This assassin is quite intriguing that he flicked the ash off his cigarette, redirecting his gaze to the computer screen displaying his Battle Mage alternate account Yi Chu Shui, where the arena room had long been established, yet he had yet to receive an entry request from the assassin named Ling Yun. Looks like the dungeon is more enticing? Yi Xiu chuckled, not urging any further, leisurely maneuvering his character as he began to randomly match with casual players in the arena. Yet, his peripheral vision seemed to continually flicker toward the entrance of the Frost Forest dungeon. The shadow has entered the cold forest. A solo storm destined to shake the 10th district is quietly brewing behind the frost-laden curtain. The first formal clash between Lin Feng and Yi Xiu shall soon unfold upon that snow-covered battlefield. Chapter 3. Textbooks under frost and invitations from the arena deep within the Frost Forest. A chilling mist enveloped the surroundings, and towering ice crystal trees loomed like frozen giants. The system announcement, heralding the breaking of the dungeon record, erupted within Channel 10 like cold water splashed onto hot oil. However, inside the dungeon, an eerie silence prevailed, interrupted only by the sound of shattering ice and the howling cold wind. Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun with the grace of a specter, darting swiftly between the snow-covered rocks and ice pillars. Breaking the record was merely the beginning. The true objective of soloing the Frost Forest's Lord, Ice Lord AC, had just commenced. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal figure, standing 3 meters tall and composed entirely of hard ice, rose with a crash from the center of the frozen lake. The immense ice crystal hammer descended with bone-chilling ferocity. In a flash of arcane light, Ling Yun transformed into a wisp of ethereal purple, executing a perilous sidestep that narrowly avoided the hammer's descent. Ice shards scattered, and the ground trembled from the shockwave, causing Lin Feng's screen to shake violently, yet his hands remained steady as a rock. The deduction of terrifying awareness level 1 proved accurate. Following the initial strike, an ice ring would follow, spreading outward in a fan-shaped area from the impact point. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his mind racing as he aligned his foreknowledge of the Lord's skill mechanics with the unfolding reality. Just as Ling Yun touched down, Ice Lord AC's massive form spun abruptly, and deep blue frost energy rapidly radiated outward from its center, creating the winter ice ring. The area of effect was vast, enveloping all zones surrounding Ling Yun's landing. There was no escape. Now was the moment. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he struck the keyboard with crisp keystrokes. A leap into the air. In the instant before the ice ring enveloped him, Ling Yun soared upward. The frosty energy brushed against the character's feet, stirring a wave of cold air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The leap offered only a single moment of suspension, and the ice ring's duration and range exceeded all expectations. As the character's upward momentum waned, the impending threat of being consumed by the expanding ice ring loomed. Assassination step, reverse thunder. Ling Yun executed an astonishing maneuver mid-air. He eschewed conventional landing or dashing forward, instead defying inertia. Utilizing his downward momentum, he thrust his feet against a nearby ice pillar with force. The sound of ice shattering filled the air as he harnessed that slight yet precise reaction force, propelling himself like a bullet, cutting through the expanding outer edge of the ice ring and landing securely outside its perilous reach. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, akin to a meticulously choreographed dance of death upon the razor's edge. Lin Feng let out a gentle sigh. This reverse thunder technique was a sophisticated application of the assassination step, centered on leveraging the environment for extreme counterdirectional movements, demanding an extraordinary level of precision and timing. Were it not for his unparalleled speed and the flawless synergy with terrifying awareness, that moment could have resulted in a free return to the city. The ensuing battle became a magnificent showcase of Lin Feng's individual prowess. He resembled a precise and ruthless dismantler, manipulating every skill mechanism of the Ice Lord with deft mastery. Ice Javelin. A swift arc of light, cutting in close, as dual daggers traced a chilling trajectory, piercing joints. Frozen Path. A leap followed by reverse thunder, forcing a change of direction on the frozen surface, attacking from behind. Summon Ice Guardians. Completely disregarded. His keen awareness had already pinpointed the Guardian spawn locations, preemptively predicting their movements while blocking their line of sight with the enormous form of the Lord, focusing solely on dealing damage to the main target. The purple glow of the shadow dagger blossomed upon the ice crystal giant, with damage numbers cascading like a waterfall across the screen. Each of Lin Feng's strikes landed precisely at the intervals of the Lord's skills and vulnerabilities, showcasing the explosive power of the assassin. He ceased to pursue the ultimate speed of movement, instead converting his incredible hand speed into exquisite control over the rhythm of attacks, positional accuracy, and skill transitions. Lin Feng perceptively noted that with each successful prediction and extreme maneuver, his cognitive processing of battlefield information sharpened and became more efficient. A vague progress bar seemed to inch forward. Ultimately, when Ice Lord AC let out one last, unwilling roar, its massive icy form shattered spectacularly, turning into a shower of glistening fragments and several shimmering blue-green loot items. Lin Feng finally allowed himself to relax. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ling Yun for achieving the first kill in the Frost Forest dungeon. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ling Yun for setting a new record in the Frost Forest dungeon. New record, 17 minutes, 28 seconds, 45 milliseconds. The second announcement. An even shorter completion time than when the record was broken. Moreover, it was a solo first kill. Channel 10 erupted into chaos. Wow. Solo? Ice Lord? 17 minutes? I struggled for half an hour in a team. Master Ling Yun, please carry me. I want to cling to your coattails. An assassin soloing the Frost. What kind of divine operation is this? Who just said assassins are weak early on? Step forward and take your punishment. Lin Feng paid no heed to the clamor in the channel. He swiftly gathered the loot. A blue-tinged agility-enhancing leather wrist guard, several pieces of cold iron ore, and most importantly, core of the Ice Lord quest item. This was the crucial material for upgrading the Shadow Dagger for the first time. As he exited the dungeon and returned to the light curtain at the entrance of the Frost Forest, a friend request and a private message popped up simultaneously. Friend request, from Jun Mo Shao. Private message, Jun Mo Shao. Impressive operation. Finish the dungeon? Come to the arena. Room number, 7749, password, 1111. Lin Feng glanced at the name, his eyes flickering. Yishio. He had finally arrived. Utilizing the future account that would astonish the League, Jun Mo Shao. Lin Feng did not accept immediately. Instead, he opened the system interface. Ding. Detected that the host has performed a highlight operation as an assassin. Extreme Reverse Thunder, evading the Lord's skill. Terrifying Awareness Experience points 15. Ding. Detected that the host has completed an epic achievement. Soloing Frost Forest. First kill. Terrifying Awareness Experience points 30. The level of terror awareness has surged to 2. Significantly enhancing battlefield information capture and analytical abilities, alongside a marked increase in predictive accuracy. A more lucid perception floods Lin Feng's mind, rendering the surroundings exceedingly clear. He can even vaguely sense the hostile and suspicious gazes of several players from the Jia dynasty, concealed within the crowd near the dungeon entrance. The timing of this terror awareness level 2 could not be better. A smirk graces Lin Feng's lips as he accepts Yishio's friend request and subsequently accesses the shop. The scattered individual, Jun Mo Shao, possesses 120 lower-tier skills, unpredictable, versatile, and formidable. The assassin is fragile, once ensnared by the intricate skill combinations of the scattered individual. Their fate is dire. Lin Feng's gaze fixes on the assassin's acceleration skill, swift movement. This skill dramatically increases both movement and attack speed for a brief period, serving as the cornerstone for the assassin's explosive power and escape. However, swift movement carries a heavy risk should it be activated and the user subsequently fall. The loss would be monumental. Lin Feng's fingers glide over the mouse, opening a nondescript category for consumables titled Special Items. His attention lingers on an item named Basic Resurrection Talisman, one-time use. Basic Resurrection Talisman, one-time use. Revives instantly at the original location upon death, restoring 30 health and mana. The item disappears upon use. Price, 5,000. The life-risking strategy necessitates this safety net. Without hesitation, Lin Feng clicks to purchase it. The sum of 5,000 is instantly deducted. Ding. Purchase successful. Consumable has been placed in the backpack. System notification, tactical funds, 5,000. Current balance, 95100. The currency transforms into tangible security. Lin Feng equips the newly acquired wrist guard, which slightly enhances his attributes. He deftly maneuvers Ling Yun, resolutely inputting the arena room number and password provided by Yishio. The scene shifts. The backdrop of the snowy forest vanishes, replaced by a standard circular arena. In the center of the venue stands a character clad in eclectic gear, wielding a uniquely shaped umbrella weapon, Qianji-san, with the name Jun Mo Shao above. Upon seeing Ling Yun's silhouette appear across the arena, Yishio, controlling Jun Mo Shao, thrusts the Qianji-san into the ground. A languid voice emanates through the headset, tinged with a raspy seriousness. You've arrived? That maneuver in the snowy forest just now was rather unsavory, even more slippery than old way back in the day. Lin Feng remained silent, slowly drawing forth the dual daggers, flickering with an ethereal purple glow. The blade's sharpness dances unpredictably in the arena's light. Yishio's tone, teasing yet incisive, pierces through. However, relying solely on positioning isn't what an assassin's solitary play is about. You seem overly familiar with the dungeon mechanics, little brother. A chill runs down Lin Feng's spine. Yishio's perceptiveness is indeed sharp. He adeptly employs foreknowledge and a profound understanding of dungeon mechanics for efficient strategies, making Lin Feng's familiarity appear excessive in the eyes of such a master. With a stroke of luck, having reviewed the strategies, Lin Feng vaguely responds while dragging the basic resurrection talisman to hotkey 1. The cold, reassuring sensation travels from his fingertips. Oh, strategies? Yishio chuckles from across the arena, as if smoke wafts through the screen. Very well then, let us see how much of that luck can manifest in the arena. Before his words fade, Jun Mo Shao springs into action. No probing, no extravagance. The Qianji Sen instantaneously transforms into a spear form, delivering a swift and precise dragon tooth aimed directly at Ling Yun's face. Fast, accurate, and fierce. Though a minor skill, in Yishio's hands, it exudes a formidable sense of pressure. The atmosphere of the arena ignites instantly. The clash between the shadowy daggers and the Qianji San marks the inaugural encounter between the formidable assassin and the illustrious textbook of glory, scattered individual. Lin Feng's gaze sharpens like an eagle's, his fingers poised above the keyboard and mouse. The swift movement skill and the resurrection talisman are the cards he holds to challenge this pinnacle of glory. Meanwhile, a flicker of long-lost excitement ignites in Yishio's seemingly languid eyes, an interest in encountering a worthy opponent. Chapter 4. The ever-changing scattered individual and the life-risking talisman. The aftermath of the snowy forest solo first kill ripples through the channels. Yet the air within the arena has crystallized into ice. Lin Feng maneuvers Ling Yun, confronting the scattered individual wielding the Qianji San, Jun Mo Shao. Yishio's taunt about how much luck could be harnessed in the arena lingers in his ears. But what Lin Feng perceives is the intangible pressure embodied by the casually angled Qianji San. The scattered individual, with 120 lower-tier skills at their disposal, offers infinite combinations, posing a tremendous challenge to any class, especially fragile assassins. Ready? Yishio's languid voice carries a hint of urgency. At the moment the countdown reaches 0, Jun Mo Shao springs into action. There is no grandiose opening, merely a simple yet astutely timed slide forward. The rhythm and angle of the slide are extraordinarily cunning, instantaneously sealing off Ling Yun's lateral movement space. Simultaneously, the Qianji Sen quietly morphs into spear form mid-slide. Dragon Tooth, the spear tip, glinting with the chill of winter, strikes towards the center of Ling Yun with deadly precision. Quick, steady, and fierce, unlike the ethereal movements witnessed in the snowy forest. Yishio's current maneuvers are marked by a return to the essence of combat. Every motion serves a singular purpose without any superfluous actions. Each displacement aligned with the intended point of attack. Assassination footwork, shift fire. Lin Feng reacts with remarkable speed, Ling Yun's form slipping sideways with uncanny agility. The tip of dragon tooth grazes against his leather armor, the rush of air palpable. However, the terror of the scattered individual lies in the fact that the conclusion of one skill marks the commencement of countless subsequent transformations. Yishio seems to have predicted Lin Feng's evasion direction long before. As dragon tooth misses its mark, the Qianji Sen shifts once more. The umbrella unfurls dramatically, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Falling flower palm. The surging gale, entwined with phantom petals, boasts a broader range than the battle mage's falling flower palm. It perfectly envelopes the point where Ling Yun intends to evade. A prediction? Lin Feng's heart races. Terror awareness level 2 blares its alarm. He has just executed the shift fire, and his body is ensnared in the aftermath of the skill's recoil, rendering him unable to activate another movement skill to endure this sweeping area attack. Empty leap. There are no alternatives. Ling Yun's form elevates from the ground, narrowly evading the low-sweeping gust. However, remaining airborne before a scattered opponent undoubtedly binds one's own hands and feet. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Yishio's lips. The Qianji San in his grasp transformed like a magician's wand, shifting form once more. This time, the ribs of the umbrella converged, and the tip elongated, taking the shape of a spear. Tianji. The spear surged upward, tracing a fierce arc towards Ling Yun, who found himself devoid of leverage in the air. The angle of attack was cunningly devised, precisely timed to strike as Ling Yun's lift reached its limit and his body began to descend. Should this blow land, the ensuing flurry of strikes would be sufficient to pin him in midair. Now is the moment. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He refrained from attempting a hard charge with arc light or a block, given the assassin's weak blocking capabilities. At the pinnacle of his leap, just as Tianji was about to connect, he activated rapid movement. A blinding crimson light enveloped Ling Yun entirely. His speed escalated to an astonishing level. both in movement and attack. In the instant rapid movement was initiated, Ling Yun's body defied gravity, using the momentum to withstand the incoming spear, executing a near-vertical, exceedingly brief upward thrust. This action defied the very laws of physical inertia. He resembled a bird shot skyward by a slingshot, forcing itself upward for a fleeting moment at the apex of its flight. A barely audible note of surprise escaped Yi Xiu's lips through the headset. Clearly, Lin Feng's maneuver, which transcended common understanding and exploited the momentary acceleration of rapid movement to resist gravitational pull, exceeded Yi Xiu's instantaneous predictions. It was this slender margin of error. The Tianji spear, which Yi Xiu had anticipated would strike, narrowly missed the soles of Ling Yun's feet. Meanwhile, Lin Feng successfully seized this fleeting opportunity. As the force of the second upward thrust waned, Ling Yun's form plummeted like a meteor. The speed and rapid movement left only a crimson afterimage in its wake. Twin daggers traced two intersecting arcs of lethal purple light in the air. The assassin's ultimate move, a desperate strike. Target, Jun Mo Shao. How ruthless. Yi Xiu's voice carried a hint of awe and gravity. He anticipated that. When cornered into an absolute disadvantage, the opponent would choose not to prolong their demise, but rather to unleash a life-or-death strike. Moreover, the timing was exquisite, forcing a seemingly impossible close-range opportunity through the use of rapid movement. The Qianji Sen instantaneously morphed into a shield. Yi Xiu attempted to block, but it was too close, and far too swift. The life-or-death strike, augmented by the acceleration of rapid movement, reached its zenith in explosive force and speed. The shield barely opened halfway when the two violet blades penetrated. A massive damage number erupted above Jun Mo Shao's head. The scattered player's health plummeted like a floodgate unleashed, instantly depleted. Simultaneously, the cost of the life-or-death strike activated, and Ling Yun's health dropped to 0 the moment he struck his target. Boom. The two light sounds almost overlapped. The figures of Jun Mo Shao and Ling Yun transformed into white light, vanishing from the center of the arena. Silence reigned. The arena was left with only the faint flicker of the system's settlement effects. Mutual destruction. In the internet CAF booth, Lin Feng stared at the gray-white screen, his heart racing. Victory? No, it was mutual annihilation. Yet, achieving a limit-breaking counterkill against Yi Xiu's scattered player, especially under such overwhelming circumstances, validated the efficacy of his tactical approach. More importantly, he had confirmed the value of the talisman. He quickly pressed the shortcut key 1, Beginner Resurrection Talisman. A gentle golden light illuminated the spot where Ling Yun had fallen, the radiance dissipating as the assassin's form reassembled, restoring his health and mana to 30. Lin Feng sighed in relief as he watched his character regain footing in the arena. The 5,000 yuan spent was utterly worth it. At that moment, Yi Xiu's voice returned through the headset, tinged with lingering surprise, alongside deeper curiosity and amusement. A desperate strike? Quite ruthless and decisive, little brother. He paused, his tone shifting subtly. That rapid movement in midair? Quite the idea. However, Yi Xiu's words took on an evaluative tone. That moment you anticipated my Tianji's landing point. It seemed as if you knew I would employ Tianji to counter your leap. Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. Yi Xiu's insight was terrifying. The formidable awareness truly combined knowledge of Yi Xiu's operational habits with predictive reasoning, which, to Yi Xiu, likely felt akin to foreknowledge. Feeling the pressure, Lin Feng could only offer a vague response, adding, "Besides, I have a talisman." A talisman? Yi Xiu seemed taken aback for a moment. Yes, a resurrection talisman. Lin Feng explained calmly. It negates the death penalty of the life-or-death strike. There was a 3-second silence from the other end of the headset. Then, Yi Xiu let out an ambiguous chuckle, laced with a hint of resignation and admiration. Money allows for such recklessness. He clearly understood. While the assassin's maneuvers were dazzling, the real courage to execute a life-or-death strike in such dire straits was bolstered by that expensive, one-time resurrection item. Money had forcibly carved out a chance for a comeback. Your method. Yi Xiu's voice regained its languid tone, yet Lin Feng could sense a newfound seriousness beneath it. Is it suitable for an assassin's suicide squad? Quite intriguing. However, relying on money for such a gamble does mitigate the risk considerably. High risk, high reward, Lin Feng responded succinctly, maneuvering the resurrected Ling Yun around the arena. High risk? It seems you're nearly erasing the word risk with your wealth. Yi Xiu quipped before shifting the topic. All right, shall we have another round? Let me see what other tricks your cash-fueled suicide squad has in store. By the way, he seemed to recall something suddenly, his tone turning casual. Down at the bar, there's a little girl watching your solo run of the Frost Forest video, her eyes wide with wonder. Seems like a newbie playing a battle mage. Why not try using your suicide squad strategy to enlighten her on the limits of an assassin? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the booth. Though separated by the door, he seemed to sense the unwavering, curious, and fiercely challenging gaze of Tang Rou at the bar below. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips as he spoke into the microphone. Shall we change rooms? This time, I won't use any talismans. He intended to showcase the true essence of an assassin to this future teammate. Yi Xiao chuckled from the opposite side. All right, room number 8890, same password. Let's see how many times you dare to die without talismans. A new battle was about to commence. And Lin Feng understood that this was not merely a friendly sparring match. It was the initial step in rallying the core strength of Xingxin's future. With the sharp edge of an assassin, he aimed to shake the pride of the battle mage. He swiftly opened the shop, his gaze fixed on the familiar icon of the basic resurrection talisman, single use. This time, he would purchase 10. Chapter 5, The 10 Lives Assassin and the Stubborn Falu. Yi Xiao's remark about educating him on the limits of assassins was laced with evident encouragement, striking at the heart of Lin Feng's plan. Recruiting Tang Rou was an indispensable piece in the future puzzle of Xingxin, and nothing could sway this talented battle mage's heart more than a stunning victory. He maneuvered Ling Yun out of the battle room with Yi Xiao, severing the voice chat. His gaze seemed to penetrate the door of the private room, landing on the striking figure of Tang Rou, who was engrossed in watching a video of a solo run in the Frost Forest. Educating her with a daredevil's tactics? Lin Feng murmured to himself, a calculating smile playing on his lips. Then let us present the most hardcore demonstration. He did not immediately enter Yi Xiao's newly opened room, 8890, but instead opened the shop once more. His fingers deftly navigated the special items category, targeting the basic resurrection talisman, single use. He calculated in his mind, 10 rounds. Given Tang Rou's character, a single victory would likely only ignite her fighting spirit further, making her feel it was mere luck. He needed a crushing defeat, one that would impart the profound tactical depth and operational limits of the assassin class beyond her understanding. With a series of undeniable victories, he aimed to leave an indelible mark on her proud battle mage heart. 10 should suffice for thorough education. Without hesitation, Lin Feng entered 10 in the quantity field and clicked to purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Consumable basic resurrection talisman, single use. X10 has been added to the inventory. System prompt. Tactical funds 50,000. Current tactical funds balance, 45,100. The momentous sum of 50,000 instantly evaporated, yielding 10 neatly arranged golden talisman icons in his inventory, emanating a cold yet reliable glow. Lin Feng remained composed as he dragged each of these talismans sequentially onto the shortcut keys. With 10 lives at his disposal, his tactics would be free of worry. Taking a deep breath, he entered room number 8890, password 1111, and confirmed. The screen transitioned to the standard arena once again. The opponent had changed to Han Yinrou. Her simple equipment could not disguise the character's dashing presence. Her battle spear angled sharply, exuding a fierce and stubborn aura. As Lin Feng entered the room, a clear and melodious yet defiant female voice echoed through the public voice channel. Ling Yun, the assassin from the Frost Forest? Tang Rou's voice offered no pleasantries. Cutting straight to the point, Yi Xiao said to let me learn about the limits of assassins. However, I believe that term isn't entirely accurate. It should be more about witnessing your limits. The air crackled with tension. She interpreted the solo run in the Frost Forest and Yi Xiao's words as a provocation. Her fighting spirit ablaze. Lin Feng chose not to respond, but slowly drew his twin daggers, the ethereal purple glow flickering like a serpent revealing its fangs. Let us begin. Tang Rou declared decisively. As the countdown concluded, Han Yinrou sprang into action, with the eagerness of a novice. She thrust her battle spear forward in a standard, dragon tooth, initiation, her speed astonishing as she aimed straight for Ling Yun's midline. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and his terrifying awareness unfolded in an instant. Though Tang Rou's maneuvers were swift and her talent exceptional, her attack intentions were evident and her connections relied on instinct. Dash! A flash of red light. Ling Yun's speed surged dramatically. He did not evade. Instead, he activated the assassination step. Fire shift. The character glided sideways like a specter, the spear tip narrowly missing him. At the moment Tang Rou's attack fell short, and her movements briefly hesitated, he executed a lethal strike. A crimson shadow swept past. The twin daggers pierced her heart. Thud. A white light flashed. Han Yinrou fell to the ground. The first match concluded. Time, 3 seconds. The public voice channel fell silent. Tang Rou was evidently caught off guard. A few seconds later, an incredulous voice broke the quiet. What kind of tactic is that? An assassin's tactic, Lin Feng replied calmly. Care for another round? Of course. Tang Rou's voice brimmed with determination. The second round commenced. Tang Rou moved cautiously, attempting to create distance. Lin Feng called out dash. The red light flared again. He charged forward fearlessly. Tang Rou retreated, preparing to intercept. Lin Feng changed direction, circling around. The assassination step was executed flawlessly. Lethal strike. Han Yin-ro fell once more. Time, 5 seconds. Tang Rou fell silent. In the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, Lin Feng pushed the daredevil tactics to their utmost limit. He opened with a strong charge, feigned attacks to bait her into close range, and absorbed her strikes while executing lethal blows. Tang Rou exerted every ounce of her strength, her operations increasingly rapid, her positioning ever more cautious, under pressure. Her talent grew exponentially. In the sixth round, she even successfully repelled the rushing Ling Yun with falling blossom palm, interrupting his lethal strike. Yet, in the instant Lin Feng landed, a burst of arc light flashed. The ethereal purple brilliance closed the distance. Amidst the recovery from her falling blossom palm, he unleashed a lethal strike. The sixth white light flashed. Tang Rou's voice was filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. Each death felt like a knife carving into her proud heart. In the seventh and eighth rounds, Tang Rou fought with even greater fervor, her combos dazzling. Yet Lin Feng's tactical core remained unchanged. Dash for acceleration, lethal strike, and talisman resurrection. The ninth round concluded. Ling Yun executed the lethal strike for the ninth time, bringing Han Yin-ro down once more. The public channel was left with only Tang Rou's suppressed, rapid breaths, having been defeated in the same manner 9 times consecutively. The mental state was on the verge of collapse. In the final round, Lin Feng's voice remained unperturbed. Tang Rou did not respond, but the figure of Han Yin-ro reappeared, her grip on the spear tightening. The countdown concluded, yet Tang Rou remained motionless. The spear was angled, firmly locking onto Ling Yun. She was waiting, anticipating Lin Feng to initiate his swift movement first. She intended to shatter this damned routine. Lin Feng made his move, but did not employ swift movement. Instead, he manipulated Ling Yun, stepping with the stealthy grace of an assassin, executing high-frequency directional shifts in a limited range. The assassination technique was applied to its utmost, leaving behind fleeting shadows, his position elusive. Tang Rou's concentration peaked, her mouse closely trailing Ling Yun, her fingers poised over the skill keys. At that moment, Lin Feng struck a secret combination key, Void Leap. Ling Yun surged upwards. Up above, Tang Rou's gaze sharpened. Her exceptional talent allowed her to seize this opportunity in an instant. She awaited this moment of suspension from her opponent. A roar echoed in her mind. Energy coalesced. Ascending dragon soars to the sky. A golden dragon phantom erupted from Han Yin-ro's spear, hurtling towards Ling Yun in the air. It was magnificent and overwhelming. She unconsciously infused a hint of Yi Xiu's technique. The dragon's head slightly raised, locking onto all potential landing points. It was accomplished. Tang Rou silently rejoiced within. Just as the golden dragon was about to engulf Ling Yun, the assassination technique, Reverse Thunder, Ling Yun performed an astonishing twist in midair. Utilizing the momentum of his ascent, his body swayed sideways as if broken. The golden dragon's fangs grazed Ling Yun's back. The dragon's breath scorched his cloak. What? Tang Rou was utterly shocked. A second directional change in midair. Her mind trembled. The skill's substantial aftershock. Swift movement. At last, the crimson light illuminated. Ling Yun reversed direction, diving from the skies. The velocity was unparalleled. A desperate strike. Dual daggers, ethereal shadows, across a violet radiance, pierced through the rigid Han Yin-ro after executing ascending dragon soars to the sky. With a soft sound, the 10th white light illuminated. Bang! The sound of a keyboard being forcefully struck echoed clearly from the bar below. The force was so great that even the second floor trembled. The public channel fell silent. Moments later, Tang Rou's voice emerged. Laced with a sense of collapse and gritted indignation, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Is your playstyle considered an assassin or a suicide squad? Lin Feng gazed at the proud figure of the assassin, along with the solitary last talisman icon in his backpack, letting out a gentle breath. He spoke calmly yet incisively into the microphone. An assassin is, by nature, a hunter walking the edge of life and death. To survive and complete the hunt is to be the strongest assassin. He paused, his voice resonating clearly downstairs. Han Yin-ro, your battle mage is formidable. But your approach is too straightforward. Glory does not mandate adherence to the rules of propriety. Would you care to learn some dirty tactics from me? Closing the arena interface. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. The seed had been sown. Downstairs, Yi Xiu, with a cigarette in his mouth, observed Tang Rou, whose chest heaved with anger. Her face flushed, and the skewed keyboard, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. TSK, spending 10 lives for 10 mutual destructions. What an extravagant cost for this lesson. Chapter 6. The initial whisper of shadows and the blade amid the sea of people. In the private room on the second floor of Xingxin Internet Cafe, the air still resonated with the vibrations of the keyboard's assault. Lin Feng closed the arena interface. The smile at the corner of his mouth yet to fade. Downstairs at the bar, Tang Rou's voice, filled with a sense of collapse. Questioning whether she was an assassin or a suicide squad, along with her rapid breathing, still lingered in his ears. He understood that the seed had been planted. It was merely a matter of time before that stubborn heart broke through the ground. However, the clamor of the glory world would never cease. Just as Lin Feng prepared to examine the core of the Ice Lord in his backpack and plan the first upgrade of the Shadow Dagger, a series of dense system notification sounds and private chat messages erupted like thunder in his headphones. Regional announcement: Forest of Green player Ling Yun is wanted by the Jia Dynasty Guild. Coordinates: 342-189. Upon killing him once, a recording can be presented to the Jia Dynasty Guild's warehouse manager to claim a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. Bounty issuer: Chen Yehui. Regional announcement: Forest of Green player Ling Yun is wanted by the Jia Dynasty Guild. The announcement flooded the screen 3 times. The regional channel erupted. Private chat from Jia Dynasty Yi Weiyang. Kid, the records of the Frost Forest are not for you to meddle with. Clean your neck and wait. Private chat from Jia Dynasty Guyin. Hand over the materials from the dungeon if you know what's good for you, or face death. Private chat from Jia Dynasty Chen Yehui. Dare to touch Jiasher's cake? There is no place for you in District 10. Immediately, a terrifying sense of crisis surged, and Lin Feng sharply raised his gaze towards the screen, where the safe zone near the novice village in the Forest of Green was now surrounded by a throng of Jia Dynasty players. At a glance, there were at least 7 or 8 5-member squads, numbering over 40 individuals. All bore the Jia Dynasty prefix, their equipment noticeably superior to that of ordinary players, their positions subtly sealing off all escape routes. Quick actions indeed. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. The first kill and record of the Frost Forest had undoubtedly encroached upon Jiasher's territory in District 10. Chen Yehui, that petty individual, had swiftly mobilized the guild's forces to establish dominance. Ling Yun, come out and face your demise. Hand over the materials. The public screen was instantly inundated with curses and threats from Jia Dynasty players. Within the safe zone, some oblivious players turned their heads, pointing and discussing the assassin cornered at the edge of the safe zone. Some relished the misfortune, others expressed sympathy. But the majority were merely incensed by the Jia Dynasty's tyrannical conduct, unable to voice their anger. 1,000 gold coins for my life. The Jia Dynasty truly possesses vast wealth. Lin Feng observed the encroaching circle of Jia Dynasty players on the screen, a cold smile forming at the corners of his lips. He opened his backpack, his gaze sweeping over the 10 solitary beginner resurrection talismans. To deal with this mob, using talismans would be excessively extravagant. Moreover, this level of encirclement was not worthy of him employing his trump cards. His fingers moved towards the mouse, opening the interface of the Tycoon Commander System. Do you favor numbers? Do you enjoy vision blockage? Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes sharp as blades. Then let them witness what true tactics of mass combat entail. His bank account is intricately linked to the system, with funds flowing silently. A reward task, more massive than the entrance to the Frost Forest, was instantaneously announced on a major gaming transaction platform. Urgent recruitment. Intelligence officer for the battlefield of the Forest of Glen. The task entails real-time surveillance of all player movements within the coordinates of the Forest of Glen, 300,400, 150250, with a focus on highlighting the positions, movements, and skill actions of all members of the Jia Dynasty. Instant voice reporting is required. Compensation: 50 yuan per hour, must complete a full hour. Quota: 1,000 individuals. Act fast. The platform guarantees immediate settlement. Requirements: clear voice, swift response, and characters must be within the designated area. 50 yuan per hour. 1,000 participants. A total price of 50,000 yuan per hour. This figure detonated the trading platform like a nuclear bomb dropped into the deep sea. The servers were nearly overwhelmed. What? 50 yuan an hour? 1,000 people? 50,000 yuan. Has the boss gone mad? Or has the Jia Dynasty provoked some super tycoon? Quick, grab it. I can make a fortune just by idling in the Forest of Glen. The boss is generous. Please notice me. I have keen eyesight and sharp hearing. The descendants of the Jia Dynasty, you are now under the watchful gaze of 1,000 eyes. Within a mere minute, all 1,000 spots were snatched away. The advance payment of 50,000 yuan was instantly transferred. A voice channel for 1,000 participants was swiftly established. Lin Feng donned his headphones and set the channel to listen-only mode. In the next moment, the headphones erupted with a cacophony of information akin to a boiling beehive. Boss, I'm at 335, 185. The main force of the Jia Dynasty is 15 meters directly in front of you. Leading them is Chen Yehui of the Jia Dynasty. 3 knights are positioned at the front. Boss, on the west side, 325, 178. A small path has 2 teams from the Jia Dynasty encircling. They are chanting a group attack spell. Boss, that archer behind you at 348, 192 is aiming at you. It's Jia Dynasty's Gu Yin. Boss, On the roof. At coordinates 340, 190, there are two assassins in stealth. Jia Dynasty's Shadow and Jia Dynasty's No Trace. Boss. To the east, 355, 185, a priest team is buffing. Target, Night Squad. Boss. 1,000 voices, 1,000 pairs of eyes. The area outside the resurrection point of the entire forest of Glin was instantly enveloped by an impenetrable net woven by humanity. Every inch of land, every action, direction, and skill preparation of the Jia Dynasty players was meticulously captured and reported in real time. Lin Feng's brain operated like the most sophisticated supercomputer, with the terrifying awareness ability of level 2 being pushed to its limits. A torrent of fragmented information surged in, seamlessly integrated, filtered, and pinpointed. An extraordinarily clear and vast real-time 3D map, covering every corner of the battlefield, was perfectly constructed in his mind. The seemingly tight encirclement of the Jia Dynasty appeared riddled with vulnerabilities under this god's eye view. Where were the heavily guarded walls? Where were the sparsely populated blind spots? Where were the death zones covered by skills? Where were the fleeting safe gaps? Everything was as clear as day. Opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Outside the encirclement, players from the Jia Dynasty began to impatiently approach the boundaries of the safe zone, with several eager elemental mages already aiming their staffs at Lin Feng, beginning to chant, Flame Impact. Action. Just as the first fiery blast was about to erupt, Lin Feng moved. Stealth. Ling Yun's figure instantly became semi-transparent. However, this time, the stealth was not to evade sight, but rather a prelude to the next maneuver. Arc light flash. A streak of violet luminescence tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. The target was not ahead, but rather diagonally above. The character abruptly ascended, colliding with precision against the wall of a low thatched house adjacent to the safe zone. Did he just crash into a wall? Players both inside and outside the safe zone were momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Just as the arc light flash was about to hit the wall, he performed an air leap. Ling Yun's form curiously soared a second time in midair. At the same time, he cleverly twisted his body with the momentum. Assassination step, reverse thunder. His feet pushed off the rough wall with force. Bang! The thatch fell in a cascade. Ling Yun's silhouette shot forth like a cannonball, leveraging this precise reaction force to carve an almost 90-degree sharp angle midair, swiftly crossing over the low rooftop of the thatched house, landing in the absolute safe zone marked by the 1,000-strong net, where only two fragile mages had just completed their fireball spell and were in their skill cooldown period. He.S. on the roof. He.S. made it. A chorus of shrieks erupted in the headphones. What? Just finished casting, the mages of the Jia Dynasty. Fireball and Great Fireball watched in disbelief as the assassin descended upon them like a divine being from the heavens, their eyes nearly popping out. They hadn't even had time to react. Throat slit. Backstab. Two shadowy daggers sliced through the throats of the two mages with lethal precision and speed. There were no extravagant skill effects, only the most deadly efficiency. Poof. Poof. Two rays of white light ignited almost simultaneously. Instant kill. Damn. He just took out Fireball and Great Fireball. Surround him. Quickly surround him. Players from the Jia Dynasty erupted into chaos. The formation began to waver. Yet, Lin Feng showed no inclination to linger. The moment he eliminated the two, the terrifying awareness, in conjunction with the information relayed by the 1,000 voices, had already plotted his next course. Swift movement. A flash of red light. Ling Yun's speed surged. He did not charge into the crowd, but rather darted like a specter towards the left, where a blind spot had just been marked, leading behind a massive pile of logs. Block him. Charge. Shen Yehui's frantic voice echoed through the team channel of the Jia Dynasty. A knight at the forefront immediately activated, charge. His enormous body crashing like a war chariot toward Ling Yun's path. Boss, be cautious of the charge. Coordinates, 332, 180. The timely alerts rang in the headphones. Lin Feng's gaze was frigid. In the moment before the charge collided, a flash of arc light erupted, and the ethereal purple radiance flickered once more. However, this time, it was a brief displacement at the utmost limit, targeting the apex of the log pile. With a leap, Ling Yun ascended once again as the arc light faded, landing deftly atop the log pile. Meanwhile, the charging knight collided headfirst into the sturdy log, stars dancing before his eyes. From his elevated position, Ling Yun looked down upon the chaotic players of the Jia Dynasty. They glared up in fury, their various ranged skills beginning to lock on. Concentrate fire. Eliminate him. Chen Yehui bellowed. Yet, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold smile. His gaze pierced through the tumultuous crowd, instantly locking onto the figure of Chen Yehui, who was hiding behind several knights and instructing with fervor. The information from the 1,000-person heavenly net converged instantaneously. Chen Yehui's coordinates, 340, 182. flanked by 3 knights in a triangular formation, with a priest to the east casting a healing spell and a swordsman to the west preparing a devastating strike, creating a fleeting moment of obscurity. Just as a priest's healing spell was released, a gap of less than half a meter appeared between the right knight and the priest. That position was precisely behind Qin Yehui. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light shot from Lin Feng's eyes, as several magical arrows and fireballs hurtled toward him. He moved. The arc light flared. The ethereal purple stream plummeted from the log pile like a falling star, targeting that ephemeral gap. Protect the leader. The knights roared, raising their shields. But Lin Feng's trajectory was exquisitely calculated. The point of impact of the arc light nestled perfectly at the junction where the knight's shields could not fully cover, coinciding with the priest's moment of vulnerability after casting. Qin Yehui looked up in terror, only to see a purple afterimage enveloped in red light, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through space, breaching all defenses and appearing less than a meter before him. The pair of daggers, glimmering with an icy purple hue, seemed to embody the gaze of death itself. No, Qin Yehui, it barely had time to utter a half-hearted scream. The lethal strike. The twin daggers, infused with Lin Feng's unwavering resolve and icy killing intent, struck like 2 intersecting thunderbolts, driving mercilessly into Qin Yehui's chest. A tremendous damage figure erupted above Qin Yehui's head, far exceeding previous numbers. His health bar burst like a popped balloon, instantaneously depleted. Qin Yehui's character let out a shrill wail before dissipating into white light. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in Lin Feng's ear. Ding. You have slain player Qin Yehui. As he was the bounty initiator, you have received an additional reward of 500 gold coins. System notification. Due to your use of the lethal strike, character Ling Yun's health has reached 0. With a resounding crash, Ling Yun's figure also transformed into white light upon hitting the target. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. The players of the Jia dynasty were left dumbfounded. They stared vacantly at the spot where their leader had vanished and the location of the fallen assassin, their minds blank. How could they, surrounded by 4 to 5 dozen people, have allowed the enemy to penetrate their core and eliminate the commander right before their eyes? And all while executing an ultimate skill that resulted in mutual destruction. Players in the safety zone observing this spectacle collectively gasped in disbelief. This assassin was ruthless. So formidable. Alone, he faced overwhelming odds, boldly launching a death charge aimed at the enemy's brain, achieving success in a single blow, resulting in mutual annihilation. The shock of this scene far surpassed a 10-match winning streak in the arena. The guild leader was eliminated? A Jia dynasty player muttered. What about that assassin? Did he die too? What was that last skill? Why was the damage so high? It seemed like a lethal strike. A madman. P.S. a lunatic. Just as the players of the Jia dynasty were engulfed in chaos and panic, and onlookers buzzed in discussion, a gentle light flickered at the resurrection point of the green forest. Having utilized the system's resurrection, free, but weakened, Ling Yun reappeared unscathed in the safety zone. Lin Feng maneuvered his character, disregarding the myriad gazes of astonishment, reverence, and fear directed at him. He opened his bag, noting the 9 still glimmering basic resurrection charms, as well as the additional 500 gold coins earned from slaying Qin Yehui, a cold smile gracing his lips. He did not cast a glance at the dazed players of the Jia dynasty, as if the earlier heart-stopping decapitation was merely a trivial affair. He controlled Ling Yun, unhurriedly walking toward the equipment enhancement at the novice village. It was time to upgrade the ethereal shadow. Meanwhile, at the bar counter on the first floor of the Xingxin Internet CAF, Tang Rose stood beside Yi Xiao, her face still pale. Yet her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the screen displaying the battle footage recorded from the perspective of an onlooker, a breathtaking scene of Ling Yun, aided by a 1,000-person intelligence network, launching a death charge amidst the sea of Jia dynasty players, ultimately executing a lethal strike that annihilated Qin Yehui. She watched as the purple figure, akin to a specter, navigated through the storm of attacks and precisely penetrated the core. Witnessing the resolute and icy gleam of the twin daggers as they pierced the target and saw the assassins safely resurrect after their mutual demise, Tang Rou bit her lip, her chest rising and falling slightly, the previous emotions of anger, confusion, and frustration replaced by an unprecedented shock and complexity. She instinctively clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. What, exactly? Tang Rou's voice trembled slightly, barely detectable to herself. Yi Xiao, smoking a cigarette, observed the final frame of Ling Yun, unharmed at the resurrection point, and then glanced at the deeply shaken Tang Rou beside him. Amidst the swirling smoke, a glimmer of understanding and depth passed through his usually weary eyes. He leisurely maneuvered his character, Jun Mo Xiao, sending a private message to the newly respawned Lin Feng. Ling Yun Jun Mo Xiao. At the entrance of the Frost Forest, shall we chat? Regarding the recent scientific popularization event and the HNB core you possess for upgrading your dagger, Yishio flicked the ash from his cigarette and, seemingly to himself, yet pointedly at Tang Rou, who was still lost in thought, mused, Daredevil Squad? Assassin? What do you think now? He paused, glancing at the screen where Lin Feng had responded with a favorable comment, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us proceed and observe our Shadow Commander and his dagger that is poised for an upgrade. Chapter 7. The Ice Valley Ruins and the Emergence of Shadow Erosion at the Entrance of the Frost Forest. The biting cold wind swirled up fine ice crystals from the ground. Yet, the atmosphere at this moment was even more stagnant than the ice itself. Ling Yun stepped out from the teleportation light, forming a triangular formation with Jun Mo Xiao, Yishio, and Han Yen Rou, Tang Rou, who had been waiting there. Tang Rou's gaze was as tangible as it was intense, fixated on the assassin controlled by Lin Feng. Her complex expression bore the weight of frustration from the recent 10-kill streak and the shock of witnessing Chun Yehui's beheading amidst the encirclement of the Jia dynasty. There lingered a hint of yearning, one she herself had not yet recognized, for the exquisite dance of the blade. Have you arrived? Yishio's voice, lazily emanating through Jun Mo Xiao, held a tone of inquiry. Lin Feng could sense a note of curiosity woven into his words. That performance of snatching the general's head from amidst the throng was quite commendable. What was it like having 1,000 pairs of eyes upon you? He had evidently gleaned the inside scoop regarding Lin Feng's bounty on 1,000 pieces of intelligence through certain channels, perhaps from a bribe player with a human perspective? Efficient indeed. Lin Feng replied calmly, guiding Ling Yun to stand before the two, his gaze sweeping over Yishio before finally settling on Tang Rou. What have you considered? Tang Rou bit her lip, hesitating before turning her attention to Yishio. Yishio exhaled a ring of smoke, though the game lacked such an effect. Lin Feng felt certain he was smoking in reality, before leisurely stating, Little Tang, having observed your performance in the Frost Forest and that recent instructional match, it seems your eyes were nearly popping out. However, mere observation is insufficient. Glory must be forged through battle. He pivoted his focus toward Lin Feng. You claim to possess the core of the Ice Lord for upgrading your dagger? Merely having the core is not enough. One must venture to a specific location. What location? Lin Feng inquired. The terrifying awareness of the future rapidly scoured his memories, leading him to ponder if the place suitable for the upgrade of the Shadow Dagger lay in the depths of the Frost Forest. Deep within the Frost Forest lies a concealed entrance to a hidden map known as the Ice Valley Ruins. Yishio indeed uttered the name Lin Feng had contemplated, revealing that it housed a unique mineral called YUHN iron, an exceptional material for upgrading low-tier silver weapons for assassins. However, Yishio hesitated, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. It has just been discovered by the Jia dynasty, and they are likely guarding the entrance to farm materials right now. You've just eliminated Chun Yehui. Going there now would be a blatant challenge, an unabashed dare. In an instant, Lin Feng comprehended Yishio's intentions. This old fox sought to witness his upper limits and strength, particularly the power of the dagger post-upgrade. Concurrently, he wished to provide Tang Rou with another practical lesson in assassination, allowing this battle mage, who had pent-up frustration, to stretch her limbs. The Jia dynasty? A cold smile played upon Lin Feng's lips. Perfect. The upgrade of the shadow requires a sacrifice. He turned to Tang Rou. What about you? Do you dare to stroll through the Jia dynasty's backyard? In that moment, the complex emotions in Tang Rou's eyes ignited into a fervor for battle. The prior frustration and shock transformed into an intense, burning desire. She needed to prove herself, to demonstrate the worth of a battle mage, and to witness firsthand the role of this daredevil assassin in genuine team cooperation, or perhaps, in wreaking havoc. Why not? Tang Rou's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. Lead the way. The entrance to the Ice Valley Ruins was hidden behind a massive ice waterfall, its location exceedingly discreet. Indeed, from a distance, they spotted players of the Jia dynasty patrolling the vicinity of the entrance. Only a couple of small squads, about 10 in total, evidently serving as guards to prevent intruders. However, following the recent upheaval, the alert level here had clearly escalated. How shall we proceed? Tang Rou, controlling Han Yen Rou, tightened her grip on the battle spear. Eager for action, she was accustomed to direct assaults. Yishio remained silent, directing his gaze toward Lin Feng. The implication was unmistakable. This is your domain. You shall command. A smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. Shadow Commander? Allow me to demonstrate the art of shadow raid guided by monetary prowess. He swiftly opened the system interface, his fingers dancing across the screen. A targeted bounty task was instantly issued. Emergency recruitment. Precise monitoring of the Ice Valley Ruins entrance. Content. Real-time monitoring of all Jia dynasty players' positions and patrol routes near the Ice Valley Ruins entrance. Coordinates, including shifts. Precision to the second required. Reward, 100 per person per hour. Quota, 50 people. Requirements. Keen eyesight and accurate descriptions. Limited to 5 minutes. 100 per hour. 50 individuals. 5,000 allocated solely for monitoring 10 guards at an entrance. The task filled up in an instant. 50 high-precision human radar players promptly positioned themselves. An exclusive voice channel was established, set to listen-only mode. Clear, concise, and highly precise information flooded into Lin Feng's ears. Boss. 3 individuals directly ahead at the entrance. A knight from the Jia dynasty, an elemental mage from the Jia dynasty, and a priest from the Jia dynasty. The knight is positioned at the front, with the mage and priest behind, forming a triangular formation. Their patrol route is fixed, circling the entrance's ice column clockwise, completing a circuit in approximately 45 seconds. Boss. A lurking assassin from the Jia dynasty, Dark Feng, is concealed behind an ice spike, peeking every 30 seconds for 3 seconds. Boss. An archer from the Jia dynasty, Eagle Eye, is stationed on the right ice cliff, covering 90 degrees of visibility at the entrance. Currently preparing an Eagle Eye spell on cooldown, with the next peak expected in 10 seconds. Boss. Inside the entrance. There are 2 individuals rotating for rest, a swordsman from the Jia dynasty, Breaking Wind, and a brawler from the Jia dynasty, Iron Fist. Expected to rotate in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Boss. The patrol team is nearing the completion of their circuit, arriving at the northwest corner of the ice column in 3 seconds. This position offers the worst visibility. A torrent of precise information surged into Lin Feng's mind. And under the integration of Terrifying Awareness 2, a real-time dynamic defense map and an action timetable accurate to the second materialized in an instant. Every guard's position, action, and shift was laid bare. Prepare. The voice of Lin Feng resonated within the trio's voice channel, calm and commanding. Yishio, the 3 ahead. Your task is to suppress the priest. Do not allow him to heal. Tang Rou, as the left-wing assassin, make your move swiftly and eliminate him in an instant. The moment we switch positions at the entrance of the ice cave is our opportunity. Understood, Yishio replied lazily. As the Kun Mo Shao in his hands began its silent transformation. Leave it to me. Tang Rou's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Her fingers poised over the shortcut key for arc flash. Meanwhile, Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun, quietly activating stealth, melding into the shadows near the ice waterfall. A countdown echoed silently within their minds, synchronized with the precise reports from the human radar in their headsets. The patrol team has reached the northwest corner. Visibility is poor. The assassin and Ye's countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. Probe. Action. Lin Feng commanded in a low voice. Arc flash. The silhouette of Han Yen Rou transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting forth with blinding speed towards the recently exposed Nya of the Jia dynasty on the left flank. The swiftness of her assault left the target no time to react. The war spear, fueled by Tang Rou's pent-up fury, struck true with a dragon tooth, aimed at the throat. A burst of white light erupted. Enemy attack. The eagle-eyed archer of the Jia dynasty on the right cliff cried out in alarm, hastily knocking an arrow. Yet, at the very moment his bowstring was drawn taut, the cooldown for the eagle eye ended, and he was still probing. A voice in the headset alerted him. A shadowy figure, cloaked in a deep violet hue, emerged like a specter from the shadows. It was Ling Yun, stealthily closing in. His angle of approach was perfectly aligned with the eagle eye's blind spot while he was scanning the entrance. With a swift motion, the dagger's cold gleam sliced cleanly across the archer's throat. Another flash of white light. Just ahead, the knight prepared to raise his shield. The mage began chanting for an ice wall, and the priest readied a healing spell. The information streamed in through the headset. Dream on. Yishio chuckled lightly as Kun Mo Shao transitioned into gun form. Bang, bang, bang. 3 anti-tank shots struck with precision against the Jia dynasty's ironclad shield. The immense force not only interrupted the knight's shield-raising action, but also sent the Jia dynasty's frost mage, who was about to conjure the ice wall, and the holy light wielder, who had just lifted his staff, staggering backward. Their chants were completely disrupted. The countdown for the position swap began. 5, 4, 3. Echoed in the headset. Tang Rou, charge the entrance with me. Lin Feng's voice resonated. Ling Yun and Han Yen Rou surged forward like twin bolts of lightning. Seizing the moment when the 3 adversaries were momentarily disoriented by Yishio's firepower, they darted towards the entrance of the ruins. Stop them. The swordsman Pafong and the martial artist Tycoon of the Jia dynasty, who had just emerged from the ice cave, were alarmed and rushed to intercept. Seeking death. A flash of cold light gleamed in Tang Rou's eyes as her war spear twirled, executing a precise, heaven strike, to deflect the martial artist's fist wind. Lin Feng's target, however, was the swordsman Pafong. Arc flash. Ling Yun closed the distance in an instant. Pafong, quick to react, raised his sword to block. Yet, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. His fingers traced a delicate path across the keyboard. Assassination maneuver, fire turn. Ling Yun's figure executed a deceptive sidestep mid-charge, perfectly evading the sword's edge. Aerial leap. He propelled himself upward, soaring over Pa Feng's head. Assassination maneuver, reverse thunder. With a powerful push against the ice wall behind Pa Feng, he rebounded with force. Bang! Ling Yun utilized the momentum to carve a sharp trajectory through the air, effortlessly bypassing the final obstruction at the cave entrance, diving into the deep passage of the Ice Valley ruins, closely followed by Tang Rou's Han Yin-ro. Yi Xiu's Kun Mo Shao also swiftly transitioned, performing a sliding tackle right behind. Damn it! Let them in. The frustrated shouts of the Jia Dynasty players echoed outside. However, the entrance was narrow, and with Yi Xiu's final few shots suppressing them, they had no time to pursue. Inside the Ice Valley ruins, the light was dim, illuminated only by the faint blue glow of ice crystals and unknown ores. Towering ice crystal pillars stood like a forest, exuding an icy chill. Beautiful. Yi Xiu's voice carried unmasked admiration. The recent sequence of teamwork, from Tang Rou's precise elimination to Lin Feng's use of accurate intelligence and extreme skill that breached the final defense, was seamless. A textbook example of a surprise attack. Especially notable was Lin Feng's aerial breakthrough utilizing the environment, ice walls, and his maneuvering techniques, fire turn, aerial leap, reverse thunder, showcasing the assassin's agility and cunning to perfection. Tang Rou gazed at the halted figure of Ling Yun ahead, her astonishment deepening. This time, she was not just a bystander. She felt firsthand the exhilarating rush of executing personal skill to its utmost, tearing through enemy defenses with the precision of a scalpel, all under the support of accurate intelligence. This was entirely different from her habitual frontal assaults, yet the effectiveness sent her heart racing. Deep within the ruins lay the frigid veins of the Yuhan iron ore, guarded by a cadre of elite ice crystal sentinels. Yi Xiu pointed towards the depths of the ice crystal forest, remarking, "Those creatures are tough, with attacks that inflict slow. Quite bothersome. Shall we stick to the old plan?" Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He opened his backpack and retrieved the quest item, Core of the Frost Lord. The azure crystal, emanating a chilling aura, now pulsed slightly, seemingly resonating with some force deep within the ruins. Leveling up requires both the core and sufficient Yuhan iron ore. Clearing the sentinels is imperative. Lin Feng turned to Tang Rou and Yi Xiu, declaring, "I will take the lead. You two provide support. Be wary of the sentinels, frost breath. It inflicts area slow." "Absolutely." Tang Rou was already eager to stretch her limbs. The trio swiftly navigated through the dimly lit ice crystal pillars. Soon, a vein glowing with a deep blue hue appeared before them, surrounded by 7 or 8 grotesquely shaped ice crystal sentinels, seemingly carved from crystal. Combat erupted instantaneously. Lin Feng's Ling Yun moved like a true shadow, weaving between the colossal ice crystal pillars. He refrained from launching a desperate strike, instead perfectly merging the terrifying awareness of his surroundings with unmatched speed, focusing on the most precise strikes at weak points. The hardened bodies of the ice crystal sentinels emitted a jarring screech under the onslaught of his shadow daggers. Yet Lin Feng consistently found the joints, energy cores, and other vulnerabilities, each strike whittling away substantial portions of their health. As the arc of light danced away from the claws of the guard strikes, it gracefully leapt to evade the sweeping, icy crystal tail whips. The assassination footwork maneuvered deftly within the narrow confines, akin to a ballet upon a razor's edge, leaving Tang Rou both dazzled and enraptured. Tang Rou's Han Yin-ro assumed the primary role of frontline engagement and explosive output. Her battle mage unleashed a torrent of energy as her spear whirled, driving back or hurling away the guards attempting to surround Ling Yun. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao resembled a versatile tool, with the 1,000 machine umbrella shifting forms with fluidity, at times providing long-range artillery support, at others executing swift thrusts in spear form, and occasionally shielding against the guards' distantized spikes, maintaining a firm grip on the rhythm of the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, all the icy crystal guards had been reduced to a scatter of crystalline shards. Lin Feng approached the center of the mine, pressing the core of the Ice Lord against the largest piece of cold iron ore. The system notification chimed. Ding. Condition met. Do you wish to consume the material Ice Lord's Core X1, Cold Iron X20 to upgrade the weapon shadow? Yes. In an instant, a deep blue radiance enveloped the shadow dagger and the ore. A tremendous force emanated from the dagger, as the surrounding cold iron ore transformed into pure streams of blue energy, surging into the dagger. The dagger's shape began to subtly morph, its blade elongating and its curve becoming more fluid. Within the original purple luminescence, a hint of profound azure seeped in, radiating a chilling brilliance in the dim environment. As the glow receded, a brand new dagger appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Shadow's Cold Fong, silver weapon, attack, 35 attack speed, 8 special effect, shadow erosion, passive when a critical hit strikes the target. There is a 30 chance to inflict the shadow erosion state, lasting for 3 seconds. While in this shadow erosion state, all healing effects received by the target are reduced by 50. Frost Edge. Passive attacks inflict a small amount of ice attribute damage and have a low chance to cause a brief slow effect. Lin Feng gazed at the newly added special effect in the dagger's attributes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A 50 reduction in healing effects. This was an absolute weapon against priests and classes with healing abilities, though the probability was only 30 and the duration a mere 3 seconds. The strategic value of this effect far surpassed the enhancement of basic attributes. The silver weapon rewarded by the godly commander system was indeed extraordinary. Finished upgrading? Yishio leaned in with keen interest, observing the dagger in Lin Feng's hand. Its attributes are impressive, and what's this new blue light special effect? Lin Feng nodded. Revealing no secrets, the critical hit may reduce the target's healing effects. Wow. Yishio inhaled sharply. Even he immediately comprehended the terrifying value of this effect in high-tier matches. What a fine item. Truly a remarkable treasure. If this were to appear in a professional competition. His words trailed off, yet his gaze had turned exceedingly serious. This dagger had transcended the realm of ordinary silver weapons. Tang Rou also curiously regarded the dagger radiating a dangerous blue-purple light. Although her understanding of special effects was not as profound as Yishio's, she could sense that this weapon had transformed entirely. Just then, a fierce warning from terror awareness too suddenly surged. Lin Feng abruptly raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the gaps in the ice crystal columns towards the entrance of the ruins. Someone is coming. Many people. The elite team of the Jia dynasty. Lin Feng's voice was laden with gravity. Yishio and Tang Rou's expressions also shifted. Clearly, the guards at the entrance had been eliminated, and the commotion in the mining area had finally attracted the main forces of the Jia dynasty. From the sound of footsteps, their numbers were at least several times that of the previous guards at the entrance. What should we do? Tang Rou tightened her grip on the spear, her fighting spirit unwavering, yet aware of the dire situation. Lin Feng observed the brand new Shadow's Cold Fong in his hand, feeling the intertwining power of ice and sharpness, and glanced at the 9 remaining basic resurrection charms in his bag, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, confident, arc perfect. His voice was not loud, but resonated with unwavering resolve. Let us use them to test the blade. He turned to Yishio and Tang Rou, his eyes shimmering with a glint of mastery. Yishio, take Tang Rou to the left wing of the mine's icy crystal maze. Utilize the terrain for guerrilla tactics. Draw the main force and create chaos. And you? Yishio inquired. Lin Feng's figure gradually became translucent as he activated stealth. The azure-purple glow swirled upon the dagger, resembling the flicker of a serpent's tongue. Me? His voice, laced with a chilling intent, emerged through the stealth. I will give them an unforgettable welcome ceremony. As soon as his words fell, Ling Yun's figure melded into the shadows, vanishing silently into the depths of the dim ice crystal column forest, leaving behind a lingering chill of sharp brilliance. Yishio watched the direction Lin Feng had disappeared, then glanced at the eager Tang Rou beside him, chuckling wryly. All right, we have to serve as bait for our shadow commander again. Come on, let us show the Jia dynasty what textbook guerrilla warfare looks like. Deep within the Ice Valley ruins, the air was thick with cold. A hunt, supported by the intelligence of the godly commander, with silver weapons gleaming and a textbook strategist at the helm, was about to unfold its bloody curtain in the fury of the Jia dynasty's elite team. The Shadow Erosion's fangs were poised to taste blood for the first time. Chapter 8. The Dawn of Shadow Erosion and Textbook Guerrilla Tactics deep within the Ice Valley ruins. The natural maze formed by the ice crystal columns resembled a frozen spider's web, the biting cold piercing to the bone, and the light dim. The hurried and heavy footsteps of the Jia dynasty's elite team drew near, akin to a pack of beasts advancing across the icy plains, shattering the silence of the ruins. Leading them was the furious Chun Yehui, who had just lost a significant figure at the resurrection point. Search thoroughly. Those 3 bastards must be hiding inside. Find them. Especially that Ling Yun. I want to shove his broken dagger down his throat. Chun Yehui's voice roared through the team channel, brimming with uncontrollable rage. Over 40 well-equipped players from the Jia dynasty spread out in 5-man teams like a comb, flooding into the entrance of the ice crystal maze. Just as Chun Yehui and his trusted squad stepped into the maze entrance, a faint sound of air vibrating, almost drowned out by the footsteps, resonated. A poison crossbow bolt, akin to a sinister serpent, silently shot forth from a uniquely devious angle, emerging from the shadow between 2 colossal ice crystal pillars. Its target was the priest, Xingyu Jishou of the Jia dynasty, who was bestowing the holy light protection shield upon Chun Yehui. Alert! The knight within the team reacted swiftly, instinctively raising his shield to block. However, the bolt's true aim was not Chun Yehui at all. At the very moment the knight lifted his shield, The bolt inexplicably arced slightly, grazing the edge of the shield with uncanny precision, striking the priest's wrist, where he held his staff. A mere 108 damage appeared, a seemingly insignificant number. Yet the true peril lay not in the damage itself, but in shadow erosion. A profound, almost light-devouring azure glow instantaneously spread from the priest's wounded wrist. A strange icon, reminiscent of encroaching shadows, appeared on the priest's status bar. What foul state was this? The priest, Xingyu Jishou, gazed in horror as his casting of greater healing was abruptly interrupted. The system notification read, "Skill casting failed. Target is under shadow erosion status. Healing effect reduced by 50. Shadow erosion? Healing reduced?" Chen Yehui's pupils constricted sharply. He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, shouting, "It's Ling Yun, his dagger. Beware of the breaking stealth." The warning was still caught in his throat when, as the bolt struck and the priest fell under the influence of the status effect, a shadowy figure enveloped in azure and violet hues erupted from the shadows of another ice crystal pillar beside the priest. Stealth lifted. Yue Hanya drew both daggers. The target was none other than the knight, Badong Shan of the Jia dynasty, who had exposed a vulnerable flank while raising his shield. Breaking stealth. Backstab. The daggers pierced with lethal precision through the knight's armor at the relatively weak connection of his ribs. Under the substantial bonus of the breaking stealth and the formidable attack power of the daggers, the knight's health bar was ripped open with a gaping wound. More terrifyingly, shadow erosion triggered anew. The azure hue of encroachment erupted upon the knight once more. The healing reduction icon above the knight's head refreshed instantly. Focus fire on him. Chen Yehui's eyes widened with fury. His staff pointed toward Ling Yun, unleashing a flame impact instantaneously. However, Lin Feng, having executed the double backstab, showed no hesitation in battle. With unmatched speed, he activated the assassination step, fire transfer. Ling Yun's figure glided sideways, as if swept by a fierce wind, narrowly evading the ground-level eruption of flames. Arc-light flash. The ethereal violet glow darted forth, not retreating from the battlefield, but aiming directly at another priest, Shao Jiyu of the Jia dynasty, who was preparing to heal the knight. Protect the priest. Someone shouted in alarm. Yet Lin Feng's speed was too swift. The arc-light flash landed precisely within the gap of the trajectories of two berserk swordsmen attempting to intercept. Before the berserk swordsmen's massive swords could descend, Ling Yun's figure slipped past their weapons. Throat slash. The dagger's cold light expertly grazed Shao Jiyu's throat. Although it did not trigger an instant kill, it dealt considerable damage and imposed a brief silence effect. More importantly, shadow erosion triggered yet again. A third healing reduction icon illuminated above the priest's head. Among Chen Yehui's party, two healers were afflicted by shadow erosion, their healing halved, while one was silenced and unable to heal. Well done. Yishio, observing the battlefield from atop a distant ice crystal pillar, couldn't help but murmur in praise. Lin Feng's series of maneuvers, from drawing attention with the crossbow bolt to accurately striking a critical target, the knight's exposed flank leading to shadow erosion, and finally exploiting his speed to sever another healer, silencing through shadow erosion, had instantaneously paralyzed the healing chain of this small team. Timing, targeting, execution, and effect utilization, flawlessly executed. It was a textbook example of an assassin's ambush. The knight, bereft of healing, could not withstand the onslaught. Retreat. Protect the guild leader. Chaos erupted in the team channel. The knight afflicted by shadow erosion found his health precariously low. With two priests, one's healing halved and the other silenced, unable to provide any support, Chen Yehui trembled with rage, helplessly watching as his core knight was forced to dissolve into white light under the assault of several melee fighters. The berserk swordsman, disoriented by Lin Feng. He himself was compelled to retreat in a disordered manner, shielded by his teammates. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having executed this thunderous strike, once again activated stealth, blending into the shadows of the ice crystals, leaving behind a scene of devastation and three defeated soldiers marked by the dark blue erosion icons. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Chen Yehui cursed vehemently from his safe position. Guild leader. Trouble. Over there. Suddenly, another captain's terrified voice echoed through the team channel. The battle mage and that umbrella-wielding monster. They're in the ice crystal maze. They're elusive. We've been cut off. In another area deep within the ice crystal maze, Tang Rou maneuvered Han Yenro, her heart racing, following Yi Xiu's instructions. She had lured three pursuing Jia dynasty players into a dead end through a narrow ice crevice. Then, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao descended from the ice pillar above like a specter, his thousand-machine umbrella instantly transforming into spear form, executing a round dance staff that sent the three enemies crashing against the ice wall like skewered candied hawthorns. Seizing the moment, Tang Rou followed up with angry dragon-piercing heart, securing an instant kill. Clean. Crisp. The coordination was seamless. Did you see that? Yi Xiu's languid voice resonated in the voice channel, tinged with a hint of pedagogical intent. Utilizing the terrain to segment, creating situations of multiple against fewer. The assassin disrupts the core, paralyzing key nodes, healing, while we take down the isolated fragments. This is called, guerrilla warfare? Tang Rou gazed at the vanishing white light of the 3 Jia dynasty players on the ground, reflecting on the chaos Lin Feng had created moments ago. And an unprecedented clarity surged within her. This was entirely different from her usual approach of relying on individual skill to confront challenges head-on. This was strategy. This was awareness. This was the art of maximizing personal power within a specific environment. Continue. Tang Rou's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, her battle spirit soaring. Where's the next target? To the right front, circling around, a lone elemental mage was casting a spell, his teammates distracted by the commotion from Ling Yun's direction. Yi Xiu's commands were precise and clear. Understood. Han Yanrou's figure plunged back into the shadows of the maze. At this moment, the entire ice crystal pillar labyrinth had transformed into a nightmare for the Jia dynasty elite team. Although they were numerous, they were utterly fragmented by the complex terrain. Lin Feng was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. Every emergence was accompanied by the brilliance of shadow erosion and the crippling or death of a key character, severely disturbing their formation and morale. Yi Xiu and Tang Rou acted as precise hunters, utilizing terrain to isolate, ambush, and systematically dismantle the chaotic small teams, silently devouring them one by one. Report, guild leader. The 3rd team is missing. The 5th team has been ambushed. It's that battle mage and the lone player. Requesting support. Healing. Where's the healing? The priest was taken out by that assassin. The shadow erosion state isn't recovering health. Damn it. That assassin has gone stealth again. Where's he? Where's he? The frantic cries for help and curses echoed in the Jia dynasty team channel. Chen Yehui's face turned ashen as he watched the names in the team list dimming and the total number plummeting. A chill rushed from his feet to the crown of his head. He realized that the 40 elite players he had brought were being systematically consumed by the opposing trio, who were at a distinct numerical disadvantage, employing exquisite tactics and terrifying individual prowess. The assassin named Ling Yun, along with his eerie dagger, loomed like the sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Retreat. Everyone, withdraw from the maze. Gather at the entrance. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, Chen Yehui issued the humiliating order to retreat. However, just as the remnants of the Jia dynasty team struggled to escape the maze, the figures of Lin Feng, Yi Xiu, and Tang Rou appeared outside the maze exit, as if they had coordinated their arrival, standing on the relatively open ice field. Ling Yun stood at the forefront, the Yinging Hanya, dagger pulsating with a cold, eerie light, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Jun Mo Zhao's Qianji umbrella was pointed casually at the ground, his demeanor relaxed, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Han Yanrou's spear radiated with fighting spirit, sharp and imposing. Not a single drop of blood had been shed from the 3. Is this how you're leaving? Yi Xiu's voice carried a hint of regret. I haven't harvested enough of the cold iron yet. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the pallid, shaken faces of the Jia dynasty members, ultimately landing on Chen Yehui. His voice calm, yet resonant across the ice field. Materials, I have taken. Lives, I have claimed. Unconvinced, he slightly raised the dagger in his hand, inviting Chen Yehui to come forth again. Chen Yehui trembled in rage, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a word. He gazed at the trio's eerily calm faces, particularly the assassin wielding the ghostly blue dagger. An unprecedented sense of fear and humiliation washed over him. At that moment, a private message suddenly popped up in Chen Yehui's view. Jiashir's Tao Xian, useless. You can't even handle 3 lone players. Get back here. This isn't over. Upon seeing his superior's command, Chen Yehui felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet was also engulfed by a deeper chill. He shot a venomous glare at Lin Feng and his companions, especially the assassin, gritting his teeth and shouting in the team channel. Retreat. The remaining 20 or so players of the Jia dynasty fled like stray dogs, scurrying into the teleportation entrance of the ruins, vanishing from sight. On the ice field, only Lin Feng, Yi Xiu, and Tang Rou remained, along with the remnants of their battle. Yi Xiu turned to Lin Feng, his gaze resting on the shimmering dagger. His tone complex. Shadow erosion. What a shadow erosion. This dagger will likely become a nightmare for all healing classes. Lin Feng did not respond, merely opening his backpack to observe the ample supply of cold iron ore lying within, sufficient to upgrade the Yinging Hanya to the next stage. Along with the system's newly popped notification. Ding. Assassin exclusive task. Path of silver weapon growth. 1 completed. Task reward. Terrifying awareness experience 20. Yinging Hanya growth 15. Unlock next stage upgrade task. System notification. Detected that the host successfully utilized the silver weapon effect, shadow erosion. in actual combat for the first time and achieved a critical tactical outcome. Terrifying Awareness Experience additionally 10. The experience bar for Terrifying Awareness Level 2 surged forward significantly, bringing him closer to Level 3. Let us go? Lin Feng sheathed the dagger. The materials were sufficient. It was time to proceed with the next upgrade. He strode toward the ruins exit, with Yi Xiao following suit. Tang Rou lingered behind, observing Lin Feng's retreating figure, then glancing down at her own hands. The exhilarating and tactically brilliant battle had begun to subtly shift some deeply entrenched beliefs within her. For the first time, she clearly felt that glory was not merely about blood and battle, but a contest of wisdom, awareness, and cunning. Wait, Tang Rou suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng and Yi Xiao halted and turned back to look at her, taking a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision. She gazed intently at Lin Feng. Does what you said about learning some cunning still stand? The cold wind of the Ice Valley ruins swept past, rustling the garments of the three. Lin Feng observed the newfound spark of intense curiosity in Tang Rou's eyes, which had transformed from mere stubbornness, and a genuine smile slowly graced his lips. Of course, he nodded, beginning with how to utilize a battle mage to evoke the essence of an assassin. Chapter 9. The Holographic Evasion Chamber and the Quick Course for the Assassin. Outside the Ice Valley ruins, the cold wind still lingered with the remnants of the Jia Dynasty elite team's hasty retreat. Lin Feng's words about learning some cunning had stirred ripples in Tang Rou's heart that had yet to settle. However, the world of glory never pauses for personal sentiments. In a private room on the second floor of the Xingxin Internet CAF, a temporary technical discussion center had formed. Lin Feng, Yi Xiao, and Tang Rou sat together. The screen displaying the material list required for the second stage upgrade of Inghanya, Inghua Stone and Shadow Spider Silk, both rare drops from the level 30 dungeon. The Grave of the Dead. The dungeon record of the burial ground is currently being contested by the Jia Dynasty and the Batu faction, each eager to secure the first kill or break the record for materials, making it a formidable challenge. Yi Xiao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips in reality, absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, particularly after the Jia Dynasty suffered a significant defeat in the Ice Valley. They would undoubtedly be eager to reclaim their honor in the burial ground. Engaging head-on is certainly an option, but it would come at a steep cost. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, clearly alluding to the financial backing required for a manpower-driven intelligence strategy. Although highly effective, the hourly expenditure of tens of thousands is not a sustainable solution. Tang Rou frowned slightly. She had just ignited her interest in tactical matters, yet was now confronted with a resource bottleneck. What should we do? Wait until they have farmed enough, and then seize the opportunity? Seizing the moment? That would be too passive. Lin Feng shook his head. The terrifying awareness of the second combination of future information rapidly processed the mechanics of the burial ground dungeon, the prevailing strategies, and the possible defensive intelligence of Jia Shi and Batu, cascading through his mind like a waterfall. The terrain of the burial ground is intricate, with the core challenge lying in the synergy of the swarms of minor monsters, demanding exceptional instantaneous reactions and evasive maneuvers from the team. Particularly, the second monster, Bone Weaver, with its Bone Prison Thrust, and the final, Necromancer Orc, with Shadow Nova, possess vast ranges and high damage potential, capable of annihilating a team with a single hit. He paused and looked at Yi Xiao. I recall you mentioning that the professional team training camp possesses specialized equipment for evasion and reaction speed training? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up as he understood Lin Feng's train of thought. Are you referring to the holographic evasion training chamber? That device can indeed simulate various trajectories, traps, and skills, pushing the operator's neural response and operational precision to the limit. However, he shrugged, acknowledging its exorbitant cost and that it is strictly regulated by the League, typically accessible only to top-tier clubs. Our small internet CAF is not deterred by such expenses. Lin Feng calmly interrupted him, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing the purchase of a pack of cigarettes, provided it is obtainable. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, observing Lin Feng's demeanor that suggested any issue could be resolved with sufficient funds, and he chuckled helplessly. Theoretically, as long as it can be proven to be a professional training device aimed at enhancing the capabilities of esports athletes and not used for illicit purposes. The League allows private capital to procure it, albeit with a cumbersome approval process. Yet a mischievous glimmer appeared in his eyes. If a wealthy investor were willing to sponsor a promising grassroots team to nurture talent for the League, that rationale would be perfectly valid. Lin Feng immediately understood. He accessed the Wealthy Commander System interface, bringing up the funding account and wealth conversion, basic, function. How much is needed? Lin Feng inquired succinctly. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, estimating. The most basic single-player training chamber, if the simulation precision is adequate, would cost around 500,000? Should we start with 2 units? Or perhaps 3? 3 units. Lin Feng decisively confirmed. He manipulated the virtual interface, and in reality, A substantial sum was swiftly deducted from his bank account. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The host authorizes the system to process the procurement of holographic evasion training chambers. System notification, Tactical Fund 1, 500,000, estimated, including equipment fees, transportation fees, and special approval expedited processing fees. Current tactical fund balance, 43,600, 100. 150,000 evaporated in an instant. Lin Feng did not even blink. Yishio looked at Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, and even he could not help but inwardly curse. What a big spender. Yet simultaneously, an indescribable excitement surged within him. With this equipment, how much could Tang Rou's fundamental reaction speed and operational ceiling improve? To what extent could his own micromanipulation as a free agent be refined? And what about this monstrous assassin before him? The equipment would arrive within a week, directly delivered to the Xing Exine warehouse. Lin Feng confirmed, during this week. What shall we do? He glanced at Tang Rou, clearly indicating that your preparatory training must not cease until the equipment arrives. Yishio chuckled. Accessing the competitive arena interface. The training chamber is hardware. Consciousness is software. Evading the minor monsters' attacks and predicting their skills in the burial ground cannot rely solely on hardware. Practical experience and targeted guidance are essential. He created a room and shared the room number and password with Lin Feng and Tang Rou. Come on, Xiaotang. Let us give you a sneak peek of what it means to dodge the bone prison thrust and shadow nova in a hellish premonition. In the ensuing days, the second-floor compartment of the Xing Exine Internet CAF transformed into Tang Rou's rigorous training camp. During the day, Yishio personally took the reins. Using his free agent account Jun Mo Xiao to flawlessly replicate the key signature movements and skill ranges of the burial ground in the competitive arena map. Mercilessly bombarding Tang Rou. 45 degrees to the left front. The Bone Weaver raises its hand. Bone Prison Thrust. Triple hit. Transition fire technique to aerial leap. Watch your feet. The Necromancer Orc is raising its hand. Shadow Nova. 8-meter radius. Arc light flash at the maximum distance. Diagonal retreat. Minor monsters respawning. Fan-shaped firestorm. Reverse thunderstep. Wall rebound. Don't get greedy. Yishio's commands were akin to those of the most exacting instructor, precisely anticipating the timing and coverage of each skill's release. Tang Rou controlled Han Yen Rou, her mind intensely focused, utilizing the Battle Mage's displacement skills, Dragon Tooth, Heaven Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Flying Dragon Soaring Sky, for extreme displacement, and Ordinary Sliding to the fullest, desperately evading the various death zones simulated by Yishio. Her reaction speed rapidly improved under extreme pressure, and her understanding of skill casting and positioning deepened significantly. Lin Feng observed from the sidelines, occasionally pointing out areas where Tang Rou's execution lacked the finesse of an assassin. In that moment of opportunity, if it were me, I would utilize the shockwave from your Falling Flower Palm to create a secondary displacement, conserving skills. Charging head-on against Bone Prison Thrust carries too much risk. Instead, use the obstacles on the side for line-of-sight blockage and flank for a safer output. The eruption point of Shadow Nova is not at the center. It is at the edge, where it spreads fastest. Predict the edge impact point in advance, using arc light to cut through more efficiently than bracing against the shockwave. Tang Rou gritted her teeth, sweat soaking her hair, falling repeatedly only to resurrect time and again, stubbornly absorbing the dirty tricks imparted by the two top-tier experts. From her initial clumsiness and awkwardness, she gradually learned to evade most of Yishio's simulated skills, her progress visibly marked. That afternoon, following the conclusion of their training, Tang Rou slumped in her chair, panting, while Yishio and Lin Feng engaged in a discussion regarding the training plan after the arrival of the holographic pods. Suddenly, the door to their private room swung open with a loud bang, and a disheveled head of messy yellow hair appeared. It was Bao Rongxing, who had just awakened and was brimming with enthusiasm. Boss, Brother Yi, Sister Tang, what are you all up to? Bring me along. Bao rushed in, his eyes scanning the screen displaying the replay of Tang Rou's recently concluded battle. Just in time to witness Han Yinro executing a splendid evasive maneuver to dodge the simulated explosion of the Dark Shadow Star. Wow, Sister Tang, that move is so cool. It's like flying. Teach me, teach me. Yishio and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Bao, this is advanced evasion training that requires exceptional reflexes and awareness. Yishio attempted to explain gently. Reflexes? Awareness? I'm Bao Rongxing, and I lack neither. Bao pounded his chest confidently. It's just dodging skills. Watch me learn it in no time. Tang Rou, massaging her sore wrists, observed Bao's exuberant demeanor and, perhaps recalling something. A sly smile crept onto her lips. She turned to Lin Feng, suggesting, how about we let Brother Bao experience the assassin crash course? Lin Feng immediately grasped Tang Rou's intention, She wanted Bao to personally undergo the shock education of the daredevil tactics, perhaps to settle the score for the previous 10 consecutive kills he had suffered. He glanced at Bao's eager face and nodded. All right, Bao, let's head to the arena. Room number. Got it. Bao swiftly logged into his rogue account, Baozi Rukinv, excitedly entering the room number. As the countdown ended, Baozi Rukinv charged in, shouting, "Watch my rogue's 3 moves. Overlord's Fist." Lin Feng remained expressionless. Swift Strike. 1. The red light enveloped Ling Yun, advancing boldly against Bao's punches with a sliding step. Desperate Strike. Uft. Baozi Rukinv's health bar instantaneously emptied, and he collapsed. Time. 2 seconds. Bao. What the heck? Why am I gone? Let's go again. Bao refused to accept defeat. In the second round, Bao had learned to be cautious, trying to create distance by throwing bricks. Lin Feng responded, Swift Strike. 2. The arc of light closed in. Desperate Strike. 2. Bao was once more defeated. Time. 3 seconds. In the third and fourth rounds, Baozi Rukinv attempted various tactics, hiding behind pillars, initiating stealth. The low-level rogue's stealth was ineffective, even trying to use trash talk to disrupt Lin Feng. Yet, against Lin Feng's straightforward, brutal Swift Strike and Desperate Strike, all his efforts proved futile. Each time, he felt like a mobile punching bag, precisely and efficiently eliminated. Bang! The 9th time, white light flashed as Baozi Rukinv fell once more in the center of the arena. Staring blankly at the screen, for the first time, his usually vibrant face bore an expression of existential doubt. He slowly turned his head to Lin Feng, who remained calm and even had time to sip water. Then glanced at Tang Rou, who was stifling laughter, and Yi Xiu, whose expression conveyed a knowing amusement. Brother Lin. Bao's voice trembled with a sense of grievance as he pointed to his fallen character on the screen, posing a soul-searching question. Is this how assassins play? Clearly. This is a human-shaped self-destruct truck. In the private room, Yi Xiu's unrestrained laughter erupted, accompanied by Tang Rou's finally suppressed giggle. Even Lin Feng, witnessing Bao's despondent expression, couldn't help but let a slight smile escape. Assassins are, after all, hunters straddling the edge of life and death. Lin Feng set down his cup and reiterated the words he had shared with Tang Rou earlier. His tone laced with a hint of mischievous teasing. To survive and complete the hunt is what defines the strongest assassin. Bao, do you believe it now? Bao slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant as he muttered, I believe it, Brother Lin. From now on, you are my true brother. This assassin stuff is terrifying. Just as this joyous atmosphere of teaching enveloped them, at least for Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng's private chat channel suddenly flickered with a message from a stranger. Lanchi Pavilion Chun Yi Lao, Brother Ling Yun. Are you interested in collaborating on a big ticket in the Buried Bones instance? Objective. Break the record, secure the first kill. The reward is negotiable. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. Lanchi Pavilion? The Blue Rain Club's guild under Yuan Zhou? They had their eyes on the Buried Bones instance too, and they were proactively seeking collaboration? He glanced at Bao, who was still grappling with existential doubts, then looked at Yi Xiu and Tang Rou. Yi Xiu evidently noticed the message as well, a glint of understanding and mischief in his eyes. It seemed someone from Lanchi Pavilion was growing impatient. Yi Xiu exhaled a ring of smoke. Reflecting on the allure of the title Godly Assassin, Lin Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard as he replied, Ling Yun, what is the specific plan? Chapter 10. The Olive Branch from Lanchi Pavilion and the Strategy Board of Shadow Brother. The soul-searching question of Bao as a human-shaped self-destruct truck lingered in the private room. Imbued with a sense of grievance and profound cognitive dissonance, Tang Rou and Yi Xiu struggled to contain their amusement, while Lin Feng maintained an air of serene composure. At that moment, the flickering private chat message captured the attention of all three like a stone cast into still waters. Lanchi Pavilion Chun Yi Lao, Brother Ling Yun. Are you interested in collaborating on a big ticket in the Buried Bones instance? Objective. Break the record, secure the first kill. The reward is negotiable. Lanchi Pavilion? One of the 4 major guilds? The subordinate guild of the Blue Rain team under Yuan Zhou? To approach them for collaboration? The target was the Buried Bones instance. Currently a hot topic for the first kill and record, Yi Xiu exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes gleaming with playful intrigue amid the swirling smoke. TSK. Chun Yi Lao from Lanchi Pavilion? This old fox has quite the nose for opportunity. It seems your grand gesture of claiming the general's head amid a sea of troops at Ice Valley ruins, along with the bounty for intelligence, has made quite a few people restless. Lin Feng scrutinized the message, his mind racing with strategic awareness. Lanchi Pavilion's unsolicited quest for collaboration likely stemmed from several factors. Firstly, their keen interest in his eerily precise dungeon strategy skills, derived from knowledge of the future. Secondly, their apprehension regarding his silver dagger with the shadow erosion effect, which could incapacitate healers during critical battles in the Buried Bones instance. And thirdly, their desire to leverage his godly assassin prowess to suppress the current momentum of the Jia dynasty and Batu, who held the record for the instance. Collaboration? Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he typed a reply on the keyboard. Ling Yun. Can we discuss it? Time. Location? Specific plans? Lan Shi Guchun Yi Lao. Certainly. Half an hour later, at the second floor of the Kongji City Tavern, in the elegant room called Ting Yuxian. We can discuss the detailed plans in person. The Tavern of Lan Shigo? Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow, noting that Chun Yi Lao was quite adept at avoiding unnecessary complications. What do you think? Shall we meet this esteemed steward of the Lan Yu Guild? Lin Feng nodded. The difficulty of the Graveyard of Bones dungeon was high, and the competition for resources was fierce. Having a local force like Lan Shigu as an ally would indeed alleviate many troubles, particularly in terms of intelligence and external cleanup. He glanced at Bao Zi, who was still contemplating life, and Tang Rou, who seemed thoughtful. Shall we go together? The Graveyard of Bones requires a team. Absolutely. Bao Zi instantly sprang to life, excitement radiating from him. The Graveyard of Bones. Just the name suggests it is a splendid place. Don't worry, boss. Bao Zi, will ensure we bury the bones securely. Tang Rou sighed. That is not what Graveyard of Bones means. Half an hour later, in the elegant room of Ting Yuxian on the second floor of the Kongji City Tavern, the room was tastefully decorated, filled with a faint fragrance of incense. The president of Lan Shigu, Chun Yi Lao, a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and keen eyes, was already waiting. Behind him stood three core members: Elementalist, Lan Shigu Qianyi; Swordsman, Lan Shigu Fei Yun Lu; and Healing Priest, Lan Shigu Sheng Xian. The trio was well-equipped, their expressions exuding the unique pride of elite guild members, their gazes scrutinizing the four newcomers, particularly focusing on the leading assassin, Ling Yun. Brother Ling Yun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chun Yi Lao warmly rose to greet him, his gaze sweeping over Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao and Tang Rou's Han Yin Rou. When it lingered briefly on Bao Zi, a flicker of subtle confusion crossed his face. Who is this yellow-haired rogue? Before returning to Lin Feng. And these are my teammates, Lin Feng replied succinctly, offering no further introductions. Jun Mo Xiao and Han Yin Rou were not unknown figures in District 10, and Chun Yi Lao was evidently aware of this. The three members behind him exchanged glances, their expressions growing more serious. As for Bao Zi, he was momentarily disregarded. Delighted to meet you. Chun Yi Lao maintained his smile, inviting everyone to take a seat and getting straight to the point. Brother Ling Yun, let's not beat around the bush. The Graveyard of Bones dungeon is currently a battleground between the Jia dynasty and Ba Tu, both fiercely competing, with records being broken and first kills still undecided. We at Lan Shigu wish to stake our claim, but lack a decisive core point. And you? He directed a penetrating gaze at Lin Feng. Have demonstrated your exceptional skills, with your solo first kill in the Frost Forest and your impressive victory over the Jia dynasty elite team in the Ice Valley ruins. Your remarkable intelligence-gathering abilities, along with... He paused, deliberately glancing at the Yuing Hanya dagger at Lin Feng's waist. That dagger which nearly broke the Jia dynasty's priest team. You are precisely the blade we need at Lan Shigu. Qianyi, Fei Yun Lu, and Sheng Xian exchanged doubtful glances. While Ling Yun's achievements were indeed formidable, the role of an assassin in large-scale dungeons is typically to disrupt and eliminate key targets. To consider him as the central commander was a novel proposition for them. Lin Feng listened calmly. Collaboration is possible. Our goal: to achieve the first kill and break the record. Command will be under my authority. Material distribution will be based on contribution. But I will have priority on Ing Yu Shi and Ing Zhu Si, requesting 2 of each. Command under you? Swordsman Fei Yun Lu could not help but frown, his tone revealing discontent. Brother Ling Yun, our elite team at Lan Shigu has considerable experience and research on the Graveyard of Bones. For an assassin to lead the dungeon command. His unspoken words were clear. How can an assassin understand team leadership and the overall strategy? Command can be negotiated. Chun Yi Lao quickly intervened, casting a stern glare at Fei Yun Lu. Brother Ling Yun's prowess is extraordinary, and he naturally possesses unique insights. However, could we first hear your strategic arrangements? It would provide everyone with a clearer understanding. He aimed to gauge Lin Feng's capabilities, curious whether this exceptional assassin truly understood dungeon dynamics. Ignoring Fei Yun Lu's skepticism, Lin Feng activated the tactical map drawing feature of the Godly Commander System, a basic function. No additional cost required. A virtual, faint blue light screen projected onto the table, visible only to his team members and Chun Yi Lao, showcasing a detailed map of the Graveyard of Bones dungeon. Wow. Chun Yi Lao and the elites behind him were taken aback. Such a real-time, high-precision tactical map drawing tool was typically exclusive to top-tier clubs. This Ling Yun's background must be extraordinary. Lin Feng swiftly traced points on the screen, segmenting the map and marking it with clear indicators. The Graveyard of Bones has 3 core challenges. 1. Area 1, Skeleton Corridor. Teams with elite monsters. Their numbers are overwhelming. An improper handling could lead to aggro spilling into Area 2. 2. This skeleton weaver, with the skill Bone Prison Stab, has a wide range and high damage, accompanied by immobilization, necessitating extreme evasion. 3. The final boss, Necromancer Aok, with the skill Shadow Nova, deals substantial area damage and inflicts shadow vulnerability, capable of wiping the party. His tone was steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. My plan. 1. Lan Shigu will be responsible for clearing Area 1 and maintaining perimeter vigilance, eliminating any potential disruptions from Jia Dynasty and Ba Tuesday. I require absolute efficiency in clearing to ensure uninterrupted combat. 2. The core tactical strategy. I, Ling Yun, will serve as the main attacker and breakthrough point. Yi Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao, will handle crowd control and support. Tang Rou, Han Yen Rou, will focus on burst damage and key breakthroughs. Bao Zi Ru Qin, will create chaos and draw secondary fire. Bao Zi Boss. This is my specialty. 3. Regarding the Skeleton Weaver, the focus should be on evading Bone Prison Stab. I will utilize the terrain and stealth to predict the skill release point in advance, employing the Shadow Erosion effect to suppress the summoned elite guards. Shadow Erosion will reduce the healing effectiveness of the guards, facilitating swift eliminations. Lan Shigu Priest, Sheng Xian. Your task is not to heal everyone, but to concentrate on ensuring the safety of Yi Xiao and Tang Rou's health, especially when Tang Rou needs to endure some damage during breakthroughs. As for the others, evade as best as you can. Those who cannot will bear the consequences. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Fei Yun Lu and the others. Sheng Xian's expression shifted, feeling the weight of the pressure. Regarding Necromancer Aoku, the core strategy is to counter Shadow Nova. My plan is to execute a precise long-distance kill. A precise long-distance kill? The elemental mage Qian Yi could not contain his astonishment, for Aoku's Shadow Nova is a channeling spell, taking 3 seconds to cast, with a radius of 15 meters centered around himself. To maintain a precise distance implies an extremely brief output window, and one could be on the move at any moment. If the distance is miscalculated, it could result in a total wipe. 3 seconds is sufficient. Lin Feng's voice was devoid of any tremor. I will activate Desperate Strike when the channeling reaches 15 seconds. The determination for Desperate Strike is instantaneous, as long as it strikes before the spell concludes. The damage will be dealt. Moreover, the effect of Shadow Erosion will significantly diminish any potential self-recovery ability if designed after the release of Shadow Nova, ensuring maximum subsequent damage. Desperate Strike. Even the seasoned Chun Yi was taken aback. Brother Ling Yun, that is a skill that results in mutual destruction. I have resurrection items. Lin Feng interrupted him. His tone is flat, as if discussing the purchase of a bottle of water. I will bear the death penalty. Your task is to unleash maximum burst damage at the moment my Desperate Strike lands, when my health is critically low, and during my weakened state post-resurrection. To eliminate him before he can recover from the stun, Yi Xiao will control the battlefield with the Qianji umbrella, interrupting any potential follow-up skills or summons. Tang Rou serves as the core of our burst damage. Lan Shigu unleash everything. The room fell into a profound silence. The elites of Lan Shigu, including Chun Yi, were rendered speechless by Lin Feng's audacious, reckless yet logically sound strategy. Utilizing an assassin as the primary offensive core, using Desperate Strike to time the spell's channeling for a kill, relying on resurrection items to withstand the death penalty, this strategy was utterly unprecedented. It completely overturned their understanding of dungeon tactics. This is too far-fetched. Fei Yun Lu opened his mouth to retort, but found that every aspect of the plan had been laid bare, especially the fact that Lin Feng himself bore the greatest risk, death. Furthermore, he seemed to have a genuine solution for the death penalty, and that Shadow Erosion dagger was being utilized in such a pivotal strategic manner. Shadow Brother. Incredible. Only Bao Zi, with a face full of admiration, slammed the table. Desperate Strike? So cool. Don't worry, boss, when you fall, I promise to avenge you by making them pay dearly. Tang Rou facepalmed again. Bao Zi, your choice of words. Yi Xiao, with a cigarette in his mouth, though the game didn't allow it, the habit remained, gazed at the tactical points Lin Feng had outlined on the screen, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Precise long-distance Desperate Strike, leveraging the spell's channeling mechanism to exploit timing. Shadow Erosion, to suppress recovery. Resurrection items as a fallback. How cunning, how bold, and remarkably effective. Chairman Chun, what do you think? Chun Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. He looked into Lin Feng's calm, yet confident eyes, glanced at the meticulously detailed tactical map and analysis, and ultimately made up his mind. Let us do this. Chun Yi slammed the table. We will execute Brother Ling Yun's strategy. The elites of Lan Shigu, from this moment forth, will coordinate with Brother Ling Yun's actions. Command authority belongs to you. Fei Yun Lu, Qian Yi, Sheng Xian. Everyone, stay alert. If anyone falters, they will face a month of cleaning the guild's toilets. Though Fei Yun Lu and the others still harbored doubts, they could only suppress their thoughts upon the chairman's decree, replying in unison. Their gazes towards Lin Feng now tinged with solemnity. Time. Lin Feng queried. Intelligence indicates that the main forces of Jiao Wang, Chao, and Batu are online, likely preparing to launch an assault for the first kill tonight. Chun Yi intoned gravely, we will act in an hour. First, clear the outskirts. Then strike straight for the heart. Agreed. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, emphasizing one point: execution. My strategy allows for not a shred of hesitation or deviation. If one cannot comply, it is still not too late to withdraw. Lan Shigu, we shall speak with our actions. Chun Yi declared resolutely. Fei Yun Lu and the others nodded firmly. Shadow brother. I, Bao Zi, will strike with pinpoint accuracy. Bao Zi thumped his chest in assurance. Tang Rou gripped her spear tightly, her eyes ablaze with battle intent. Finally, we are about to step onto the true battlefield. Employing such a deviously effective yet powerful strategy, Lin Feng deactivated the tactical map screen, casting his gaze towards the virtual sky of the city of Weiji, as if piercing through space to glimpse the eerie entrance of the burial ground. Thus, 1 hour hence, we shall rendezvous at the entrance of the burial ground. His voice was as chilling as tempered ice, imbued with a sharpness that severed all obstacles, with the goal: first kill, record materials, and to let the people of Jiao Wang Chao and Ba Tu truly savor the essence of shadow erosion. In the private room, an invisible air of lethal intent spread throughout. The olive branch of Lan Shigu had transformed into a sharp arrow aimed at the pinnacle of the burial ground. And commanding this arrow was the Shadow Commander wielding Ghostly Frost Fawn. Chapter 11. The Symphony of Sacrifice beneath the Shadow Nova deep within the burial ground. Before the Throne of Bones, the air was as viscous as congealed plasma, saturated with the heavy aura of death intermingling with the swirling shadow energy of Necromancer. Suffocatingly oppressive. Aoku's withered fingers clutched a staff embedded with skulls, his parched lips soundlessly moving, as the pitch-black magic enveloping him surged like boiling ink. Frantically converging towards the skull atop the staff, a shadow vortex, profound enough to devour light, was rapidly forming within the skull's mouth, emanating a disquieting wave of destruction. Shadow Nova is channeling. 25 seconds. Prepare. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the team's voice channel, piercing through the oppressive atmosphere like an ice spear, precise and unyielding. There was not a hint of tremor, only absolute control. In the team list, nearly all members' health was precariously low. Yishio's Jun Mo Shao, utilizing the Qianji Umbrella's shield form, had withstood the residual impact of Aoku's previous Shadow Ring, leaving him with only 28 health. Tang Rou's Han Yen Rou, in a desperate attempt to interrupt a crucial summoning ritual of Aoku, had endured a corrosive touch, plummeting her health to a perilous 19, with a lingering bleed effect. The elites of Lan Shigu were even more beleaguered. Fei Yun Lu's swordsman was left with but a sliver of health, and Shang Xian the priest was nearly out of mana, gritting his teeth as he cast the last holy shield on Qian Yi's elemental mage. The only state that remained relatively intact was that of the chaotic Bao Zi, who was being pursued by several skeletal warriors summoned by Aoku, jumping about while shouting, "Stop chasing me, you bony frames. The meat isn't tasty." This was the battlefield under Lin Feng's tactical command, an extreme squeeze. At the tremendous cost of health and state, they secured precious output space, successfully pushing Aoku's health down to the final berserk kill line of 10. However, the cost was that the team was like a candle flickering in the wind, unable to withstand even a single Shadow Nova baptism. The shadow erosion effect had 5 seconds left. It could not be interrupted. Chun Yilao's voice was filled with urgency and a hint of despair. He desperately commanded the remaining healers to shield the main target. But it was like a drop in the bucket. Yishio, prepare to control the field. Lin Feng's voice disregarded Chun Yilao, with a clear target in mind. Control is in place. The Qianji umbrella in Jun Mo Zhao's hand instantly transformed into claw form, chains rattling as the target locked onto Aoku. Tangro, burst potion. Follow my command. Lin Feng's gaze was fixated on the casting progress bar. Understood. Han Yen Rou did not hesitate to down the last precious, advanced strength potion. Her war spear ignited with a fierce aura like blazing flames. Lan Shigu, all, stand down. Follow orders and focus fire. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable authority. Although Fei Yun Lu and others were puzzled, upon seeing the stern gaze of their leader Chun Yilao, they could only grit their teeth and halt their attacks. Staring intently. Casting time, 20 seconds. The scale of the shadow vortex expanded, its pull causing the surrounding bones to tremble. Bao Zi, Lin Feng suddenly called out. Here, boss. Bao Zi clumsily rolled to evade a skeletal warrior's slash. To the left front, at coordinates 12788, behind the pile of bones, the arc light flashed past. Immediately, Lin Feng's words were as swift as lightning. Huh, charge into the bones. Baozi was taken aback, but his near-blind trust in Lin Feng's command compelled him to comply. The arc light flashed. Baozi's form transformed into a streak of yellow light, fiercely crashing into the seemingly innocuous pile of bones designated by Lin Feng. Boom. The pile of bones shattered, revealing an elite skeletal mage gathering a bone spear. It staggered, its incantation abruptly interrupted. Damn, there's a sneaky caster hiding in there. Baozi yelped, immediately engaging the skeletal mage in combat, successfully drawing its attention, as well as nearby skeletal warriors. This minor episode was insignificant in the tense battle, yet it caused Chun Yi Lao, Fei Yun Lu, and others to narrow their eyes in shock. How did Lin Feng know a spellcaster was hiding there? This awareness was akin to having X-ray vision. Casting time, 15 seconds. Aoku raised his staff, the shadow vortex at its peak. The aura of destruction dimming the light in the entire skeletal throne area. Now is the moment. In Lin Feng's eyes, a cold gleam flashed. His fingers traced a trajectory on the keyboard that seemed to tear through the air. Dash. 1. A blinding red light enveloped Ling Yun entirely. Movement speed and attack speed surged to their limits. The arc light flashed. Ling Yun's figure became a burning purple lightning bolt. Not retreating but charging headfirst into the suffocating pressure of destruction, hurtling towards Aoku, who was in the midst of casting. Target, the extreme edge of the Shadow Nova, explosion range, 7 meters in front of Aoku. Is he insane? Fei Yun Lu exclaimed in shock. 7 meters. That was the theoretical maximum distance. Any slight deviation would mean certain death. Yi Xiu's eyes remained locked on Ling Yun's trajectory, his fingers gripping the mouse, turning pale with tension. Tang Ro's breath nearly halted, her war spear tightly gripped, her aura reaching its pinnacle. The hearts of everyone in Lan Shigu rose to their throats. Aoku seemed to sense the provocation from this insignificant ant, his hollow eye sockets turning towards the charging Ling Yun, the vortex atop his staff wavering slightly, as if ready to detonate prematurely. Control. Lin Feng roared. Lock. Yi Xiu almost synchronized his operation the moment Lin Feng spoke. Jun Imo Zhao's claw chain struck like a serpent, precisely wrapping around Aoku's arm that raised the staff. Grab. Although it could not interrupt the casting, this last-ditch grab caused Aoku's arm to experience an extremely brief, less than 0.1 second stiffness. It was this fractional difference that thwarted Aoku's intention to trigger Shadow Nova prematurely. Casting time, 1:49 seconds. Ling Yun's form surged to the limit distance. Without the slightest pause, a life-risking strike. The dual daggers, Ing Hanya, embodied all of Lin Feng's resolve, all his calculations, all his madness, transforming into two intersecting, burning red-purple beams of death, piercing fiercely into the chest of the necromancer Aoku. The target was the core where its shadow energy converged. Puff! An unprecedented, colossal, blood-red damage number erupted above Aoku's head like a volcano. 17,892. Critical hit. Vital strike. Breaking stealth bonus. Life-risking strike maximum damage. Aoku's massive form, composed of bones and shadows, suddenly stiffened. The raised staff trembled violently. The already maximally expanded shadow vortex at the staff's tip imploded like a burst balloon. The destructive energy spiraling out of control within Aoku's body. Shadow erosion. Activated. A deep azure light of erosion exploded from the wound where Aoku was pierced by the dual daggers, enveloping it entirely. The effect icon indicating a 50 reduction in healing flashed frantically above its head. Roar. Aoku let out a cry filled with pain, anger, and the shrill wail of uncontrolled energy. Its health bar plummeted from 10 to a mere 15, like an avalanche collapsing, and due to the energy backlash, it fell into a brief state of energy control failure. Focus fire. Lin Feng's roar echoed the moment the life-risking strike landed. This was his final command before his health reached 0. Kill. Tang Ro's battle intent, accumulated to its peak, erupted completely. Fulong Xiangtian, the golden specter of the colossal dragon, infused with all her fury and resentment, roared as it collided with the rigid form of Aoku, directly targeting the wound pierced by Lin Feng's dagger. In that fleeting moment of completion, Yi Xiu's Jun Imo Zhao transitioned into the gun form of the Qianji San, unleashing the Barrett sniper. The massive bullet, accompanied by a piercing shriek, accurately struck the same wound. Die. At this moment, the collective might of Fei Yun Lu, Qian Yi, and Shang Xian, along with all members of the Lan Shigu, unleashed every output skill, every potion, every pent-up frustration and shock upon Aoku. The brilliance of the skills enveloped the rampaging body in an instant. Boom. As Ling Yun's body transformed into white light due to the cost of a sacrificial strike, Aoku The necromancer finally succumbed to the overwhelming tide of focused fire, collapsing completely. Countless bones and shadowy energies erupted like a volcanic explosion, scattering in all directions. A resplendent golden beam shot into the sky, instantly piercing the somber heavens of the burying ground. World announcement. Congratulations to players Ling Yun, Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yan Ro, Baozi Ru Qin, Lan Shi Gu Chun Yi Lao, Lan Shi Gu Qian Yi, Lan Shi Gu Fei Yun Lu, and Lan Shi Gu Sheng Xin for achieving the first kill of the burying ground, level 30, dungeon. Completion time, 1 hour, 18 minutes, 47 seconds. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ling Yun for setting a new record for the burying ground. New record, 1 hour, 18 minutes, 47 seconds. The two golden world announcements detonated like nuclear bombs, instantly igniting the entire 10th district of glory. The channel erupted in chaos. Players from the Jia dynasty and Batu were left speechless. Before the throne of bones, the aftershocks of the explosion had not yet dissipated. The elites of Lan Shigu gazed at Ling Yun, who had vanished in a flash of white light, and then at the dazzling materials scattered on the ground, along with the announcements signifying the first kill and the record, standing frozen in astonishment. Did they really just achieve this? In the final 001 seconds of Shadow Nova, did they truly execute a sacrificial strike at the extreme distance for the fatal blow? Did they also trigger the shadow erosion suppression recovery? Did they command Baozi to reveal the hidden spellcaster? Was this really something a human could accomplish? Incredible. Boss, you are amazing. You died with purpose. Baozi was the first to react, shouting toward the spot where Ling Yun had disappeared, albeit with his usual eccentric phrasing. Tang Rou observed her suddenly soaring experience bar and the system notification for the first kill achievement, then glanced at the dagger lying quietly on the ground. Emanating a ghostly blue-purple glow, her chest heaving violently, her eyes filled with shock, excitement, and a complex array of emotions toward the vanished figure. Yixiao, controlling Jun Mo Xiao, approached the spot where Ling Yun had disappeared and picked up the fallen, ghostly cold Feng, dropped upon death, but can be retrieved by teammates. He gazed at the shimmering light flowing over the dagger, then looked up at the soaring golden beam, his typically weary eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance amidst the swirling smoke. In reality, to utilize the skill mechanism to counteract the shadow erosion effect and interrupt the recovery chain with an extreme distance sacrificial strike. Even the unexpected factor of Baozi could be precisely utilized. Yixiao murmured softly, each word imbued with profound inquiry. This awareness transcended mere strength. He paused, watching as Ling Yun, who had just resurrected at the dungeon entrance, materialized with only 30 health and mana, still bearing the weakened state. He spoke deliberately. Ling Yun, your understanding of Aok, especially the precise casting time and energy convergence point of its Shadow Nova, is akin to having seen its source code. Furthermore, the recent command for Baozi to reveal the hidden spellcaster, it goes beyond mere game understanding and awareness. Yixiao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, penetrating through the screen as if to pierce into Lin Feng's very soul. Do you know something we do not? Before the throne of bones, the raucous celebration of the first kill had yet to begin, yet the atmosphere suddenly solidified. Amidst the scattered materials and the golden glow of the announcement, Yixiao's penetrating question struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. All eyes instantly focused on the recently resurrected assassin, holding the ghostly cold Feng with an unnaturally calm demeanor. The secrets of the divine assassin appeared to be meticulously unraveled by this illustrious textbook of glory. Chapter 12. Confessions in the Warehouse and the choices of a textbook. The commotion before the throne of bones seemed muted, as if the sound had been turned off. The golden first kill announcement beam had yet to completely fade, and the glimmering materials scattered across the ground resembled a silent galaxy, reflecting the still air. Yixiao's incisive question hung before Lin Feng like a poisoned icicle. The elites of Lan Shigu, Chun Yi Lao, Qian Yi, Fei Yun Lu, Sheng Xian, and even Baozi, who was still entangled with the remaining small monsters, held their breath instinctively, their gazes fixed on the recently resurrected assassin, who was low on health and mana. Grasping the ghostly dagger, Lin Feng, controlling Ling Yun, stood still. The weakened state caused a slight delay in the character's movements. Yet the tranquility emanating from those virtual eyes rendered Yixiao's question even sharper. He understood that this moment was inevitable. From the mastery of mechanisms during solo runs in the Frost Forest to the precise application of shadow erosion in the Ice Valley ruins, and finally to commanding Baozi to reveal the hidden spellcaster in the burying ground, culminating in that astonishing sacrificial strike against Aok. These feats exceeded the current limits of player understanding, eluding ordinary individuals and even the elites of Lan Shigu, but could never be concealed from the textbook of glory. Source code? Lin Feng's voice emerged through the team voice channel, calm and devoid of any ripple, even tinged with self-deprecation. Brother Yi is joking. He paused, controlling Ling Yun to bend down leisurely and pick up the fallen Shadow Moon Stone and Shadow Spider Silk, his movement steady as if retrieving items from his own backyard. However, as Lin Feng stored the materials in his backpack and straightened up, his gaze, penetrating through the virtual character's eyes, seemed to pierce through the screen. Locking onto Yishio's. You are right. I indeed know a little more than the average person about this dungeon and many events that are about to unfold in this game. He did not directly answer yes or no, but the phrase "know more than the average person" along with events about to unfold echoed like thunder in Yishio's mind. This was no longer something that could be explained by mere game understanding. Yishio's fingers, which held a cigarette, paused slightly in the real world. His gaze sharp as an eagle amidst the swirling smoke. He refrained from probing for details, merely casting a deep glance at Ling Yun, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Oh, Yishio uttered a simple syllable, imbued with profound curiosity, yet chose not to elaborate further. He understood that this was not the appropriate setting for an in-depth discussion, with members of Lan Shiga nearby, their voices mingling in the crowd. The reward for the first kill shall be distributed. Yishio suddenly raised his voice, shattering the heavy atmosphere and reverting to his languid tone, as though the earlier sharp inquiry had never transpired. President of the Spring Conference, the materials are as agreed. Ling Yun shall take 2 portions of Inues Stone and Inying Spider Silk first, while the remainder will be divided according to contribution. The records have been updated. All is well. Let us disperse. The elders, including Chun Yi Lao, were still reeling from Lin Feng's ambiguous yet information-laden statement when they were jolted back to reality by Yishio's words. Oh, yes. Distribute the materials. Distribute the materials. Chun Yi Lao nodded hastily, casting a glance at Lin Feng that was increasingly complex, tinged with a hint of awe. To orchestrate such unfathomable tactics and elicit such a serious inquiry from Yishio, Ling Yun must harbor secrets of monumental significance. He dared not delve deeper, eager instead to finalize the collaboration and claim his share of the bountiful reward. Ling Yun, brother, may our cooperation be fruitful. Should you require anything in the future, Lan Shigu is always at your service. Chun Yi Lao hurriedly conveyed, then began distributing the spoils with the other elites, each harboring their own thoughts. They tactfully avoided the earlier topic, yet each was left with profound questions lingering in their minds. Tang Rou quietly gathered her share of materials and experience, her eyes occasionally glancing towards Lin Feng. She too had heard that statement, her shock rivaling that of Lan Shigu's members. Did he possess greater insights into the events to unfold? What could this possibly signify? Baozi, blissfully ignorant, cheerfully collected his gear. Boss is amazing. Following the boss means there's food to eat. Yigu is also incredible. Soon, the materials were allocated. The members of Lan Shigu departed the burial grounds, laden with questions and substantial rewards from the first kill. Only Lin Feng, Yishio, Tang Rou, and Baozi remained in the dungeon. The atmosphere grew subtly tense once more. Let us return to the city. Yishio broke the silence first, guiding Jun Mo Xiao towards the teleportation point. They had enough materials. It was time to upgrade the dagger. Shall we find a quiet place to talk? Lin Feng, aware of the inevitable, nodded in agreement. Sure. Baozi clamored to witness the boss upgrade the dagger, with Tang Rou silently trailing behind. The 4 of them teleported back to Kongji City. Upon returning to the Xing Xian Internet CAF, Yishio did not log into the game as usual. Instead, he removed his headphones and addressed Lin Feng and Tang Rou. Xiao Tang, Baozi, you both go into the game and tally your gains. Familiarize yourselves with the new equipment. Ling Yun and I need to discuss some internal matters of the team. His tone was calm, yet the phrase internal matters carried an undeniable weight. Tang Rou observed Yishio and then glanced at Lin Feng, wisely refraining from further questions, merely nodding in affirmation. All right, she took Baozi, who was still eager to see the excitement, and left the booth. Once the booth door closed, isolating them from the external clamor, only Yishio and Lin Feng remained, along with 2 computers flickering with game interfaces. The dim light of reality illuminated the flickering cigarette, but between Yishio's fingers. Yishio did not speak immediately. Instead, he quietly smoked, his gaze fixed on the character of Ling Yun on the screen, seemingly contemplating how to commence the conversation. Lin Feng also removed his headphones, and the booth was filled solely with the hum of computer fans and Yishio's gentle exhalations. He understood that the time for candor had arrived. Before this perceptive god of glory, any pretense would be futile. Speak, Yishio finally uttered, his voice deep and steady, devoid of emotion. What is your awareness of the dungeon mechanics, skills, and even certain future trajectories? He paused, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Lin Feng. Do not speak to me of strategies and talents. The command to have Baozi collide with the hidden spellcaster in the Ice Valley ruins, and the extreme sacrifice strike in the burial grounds against Kaok, these do not stem from strategies, but from foresight. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. He met Yishio's seemingly all-seeing eyes, choosing not to continue with vague terms. He needed Yishio's trust, especially in the upcoming professional league. You are correct. Yigu, Lin Feng's voice remained calm, imbued with a sense of resolved acceptance. I indeed know some future events. Yishio's grip on the cigarette tightened abruptly. Ashes cascading down. Lin Feng continued, his pace measured, yet each word resonated with clarity and strength. I know that the internal management of Jiashi will become chaotic, ultimately driving you away. I know the trials and tribulations Sun Xiang will face upon taking over Yijiqiu. I am aware of the reinforcement direction and tactical core for Ba2's new season. I know the key weaknesses in Wang Jiexi's magician strategy. I understand the critical points in the combination of swords and curses between Yu Wenzhou and Huang Shaotian of Lanyu. I also know that Zhou Zikai from Luan Hui will rise to prominence in the next season, becoming the true gun king, along with the operational principles of his signature skill, Barrett Sniper Trajectory. With each name and event he recounted, the waves of astonishment surged increasingly in Yishio's eyes. These were the most confidential secrets of the Glory League. Some were unfolding, like the internal conflicts within Jiashi, while others were mere whispers within the professional circle, such as Zhou Zikai's ascent, and some even involved the ultimate techniques of top players, like Wang Jiexi's weaknesses, Yu and Huang's critical points, and Zhou Zikai's trajectory principles. Such knowledge could not be attained through mere analysis or observation. I also know. Lin Feng's voice took on a nuanced complexity, Su Muqiu. When those 3 syllables escaped Lin Feng's lips, Yishio felt as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his head, his expression shifting from inquiry and astonishment to an overwhelming surge of uncontainable emotion. That name was the deepest secret and pain within his heart. You know Su Muqiu? Yishio's voice trembled noticeably for the first time, his grip on the cigarette almost crushing it. What do you know? I know he was once the most radiant genius of glory, the original creator of the 1,000-machine umbrella, and your equal partner. Lin Feng's voice softened, imbued with a sense of reverence and regret. I understood that had it not been for that unfortunate incident, the current landscape of glory would be entirely different. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire private room, and the hum of the computer fan now seemed jarringly loud. Yishio lowered his head, obscuring his expression, as the cigarette between his fingers accumulated a long ash, trembling slightly. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Lin Feng to believe Yishio would remain silent, he finally heard Yishio's voice, low and almost inaudible. So, you come from the future? Or perhaps you possess memories of the future? Lin Feng nodded. Even though Yishio could not see his affirmation, that is a fair interpretation. I am aware of many events yet to unfold, or those known only to a select few, regarding the past and present. This is the source of my consciousness and the foundation for my actions. He refrained from mentioning the system, a deeper secret. Yishio exhaled a long, slow plume of smoke, the curling tendrils obscuring his current expression. He raised his head, and the tumultuous waves in his eyes settled, replaced by a profound, ineffable complexity. There was astonishment, realization, reminiscence of past pains, and perhaps even a flicker of excitement akin to that of a worthy adversary. Yishio suddenly chuckled softly, a sound tinged with both relief and a touch of resignation. I knew it. This consciousness is far too potent to be human. He extinguished the cigarette, leaning back in his chair, his gaze sharpening and penetrating as he fixed it on Lin Feng. So, future commander, what is your purpose in sharing this with me? Is it merely to elucidate your extraordinary consciousness? Or do you seek to exchange this future intelligence for my trust and collaboration? Lin Feng met Yishio's gaze without flinching. Both. Brother Yi, I share this with you because I trust you. I believe in Xingxin. I need your strength and your understanding. The road ahead will be arduous. Jiashi, Ba2, Wei Chao, Lanyu, and Luan Hui are formidable mountains to scale. But if we join forces, leveraging this prophetic advantage, coupled with your tactics and my resources, he deliberately obscured the financial and system aspects. We may yet surmount these peaks and ascend to the pinnacle of glory. He paused, his tone resolute. What I seek is not merely the records of the 10th district or the first kill. I desire the national championship. The national championship that belongs to Xingxin. And you, Brother Yi, are an indispensable core of Xingxin. Yishio listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table, creating a delicate cadence. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and nuanced. A time-traveling individual who knows the future. And an assassin wielding extraordinary resources. Though Yishio was unaware of the system, he had already grasped the depth of Lin Feng's financial and intelligence capabilities. Combined with the honor textbook, this combination was simply madness. After a long pause, Yishio's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. He lifted his head, a signature. Slightly languid yet playful smile returning to his face, though deep within his gaze burned a long-forgotten, fervent flame reminiscent of his early days in glory. The national championship. Yi Xiao mused, savoring the phrase, his smile widening. Sounds quite intriguing. He did not explicitly agree or disagree, yet his words conveyed his stance. He rose, approached Lin Feng, and patted his shoulder. In reality, his tone casual yet imbued with undeniable authority. In the next match, you will be the commander, and I shall take on the role of an assassin. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the Yuying Hanya, suffused with an ethereal blue-purple glow, a spark of eager anticipation flickering in his eyes. Let me experience what it feels like to wield such an extraordinary dagger as a godly assassin, and I shall see how far your vision as a future commander can lead us. Lin Feng observed the familiar yet foreign glint of the battle god reigniting in Yi Xiao's eyes, and the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. He knew he had made the right gamble. He extended his hand, sealing their pact with a firm shake in the air. A promise made. In the shadows of the Xingxin warehouse, a transcendent alliance was forged. The honor textbook and the godly commander from the future aimed for nothing less than to overturn the entire landscape of the alliance. At that moment, the Yuying Hanya, now enhanced by Ing Yu Shi and Ing Zhu Si, exuded a cold radiance, silently anticipating the forthcoming tempest of conflict. Chapter 13. Yi Xiao's dagger debut and the bounty clearing in the shadows of the Xingxin Internet CAF warehouse. The air still seemed to linger with the resonance of secrets unveiled and the weight of their solemn pact. Yi Xiao's promise, in the next match, you will be the commander, and I shall take on the role of an assassin, rippled through Lin Feng's mind like a stone cast into a lake. He gazed at the screen displaying the recently empowered Yuying Hanya, now radiating an even more intense blue-purple glow, subtly emanating a chilling aura, and then glanced at Yi Xiao's character, Jun Mo Shao, a solitary figure. An absurd yet exhilarating feeling welled within him. Brother Yi, are you certain? Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun, initiating a trade of the upgraded Yuying Hanya to Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Shao. The operational logic of an assassin and a solitary player was worlds apart. Yi Xiao accepted the dagger, his virtual character's fingers gliding over its cold and perilous blade, his eyes sparkling with a long-lost, childlike excitement akin to discovering a new toy. Worlds apart, he chuckled, his voice laced with languid confidence. The essence of operation is merely reaction, anticipation, and the coordination of fingers. A solitary player can master 120 skills. Can a mere handful of assassin skills truly confound me? As he spoke, he swiftly accessed the skills settings interface, dragging the core skills of the assassin, Arc Light Flash, Void Leap, Assassination Steps, Life Sacrifice, and the newly acquired Swift Step, to the most accessible shortcut keys. His movements were fluid and rapid, devoid of any awkwardness, as though he had rehearsed them countless times. Moreover, Yi Xiao added, glancing toward the warehouse in trance, from the game perspective, those few flies outside are perfect for practice. Spring Conference President, have you eavesdropped long enough? Come on in. The heavy wooden door of the warehouse creaked open, and the president of Lanchi Pavilion, Chen Yilao, entered alongside Qinya, Faiyunliu, and Shengxin, characters from the game. A hint of embarrassment and an unmistakable curiosity adorned Chen Yilao's face as he addressed Yi Shun and Ling Yun. Apologies for the interruption. There was quite a commotion at the dungeon entrance. Members of the Jia dynasty have gathered outside, seemingly intent on reclaiming their honor. And it appears our people from Lanchi Pavilion have also caught their attention. He glanced at the dagger in Yi Xiao's hand, which emanated a perilous aura. What do you have there? Oh, I've picked up a few skills from Ling Yun. Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, twirling the Yuying Hanya in a graceful flourish. His movements exuding a fierce momentum akin to that of a free-spirited warrior, perfectly timed with the presence of an available target outside. Chen Yilao and the others observed the incongruity of Yi Xiao's character, who, despite adopting a rogue stance, wielded a dagger, creating an almost surreal dissonance. However, recalling that he was the epitome of glory's teachings, they pondered whether it truly was beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, to take a newly acquired silver weapon and use it as a target outside? Such audacity was remarkable. How many have gathered from the Jia dynasty? Lin Feng's voice interjected, cutting through the reverie. He had swiftly shifted into the role of commander, his tone measured. Preliminary observations suggest at least 7 or 8 squads, totaling over 40 individuals, led by Chun Yehui himself, and the chief knight, Jiao Wang Chao Shan Beng Di Lai, is also present. Faiyunliu responded gravely. Moreover, members from the Ba-Tu faction are lurking in the periphery, watching intently. They seem eager to take advantage of the situation. Over 40 individuals, and with top-tier knights leading them, coupled with the vigilant Ba-Tu, the pressure is far greater than that of the Ice Valley ruins. The expressions of Chen Yilao and the others shifted dramatically. While Lanchi Pavilion had elite squads nearby, their numbers were not favorable, and a direct confrontation would incur significant losses. Over 40 individuals, Lin Feng reiterated, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, akin to playing a silent war symphony. The ominous awareness combined with the freshly acquired intel on the Jia dynasty's raid team composition and core personnel's operational habits whirred rapidly in his mind. Yi go. Lin Feng suddenly turned to Yi Xiao. The open terrain outside is suitable for concentrated fire and frontal advancement. The Jia dynasty is evidently intent on overwhelming us with numbers and their nightly formations. How do you wish to showcase your assassin debut? Yi Xiao, controlling Jun Mo Shao, now wielding the Yuying Hanya, considered the dagger, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. As an assassin, one must play cunningly. A head-on clash? That's the work of a warrior. My plan. He paused, glancing at Lin Feng. Commander, could you provide a little initial funding? In an instant, Lin Feng comprehended Yi Xiao's intent. A similar smile crept onto his lips. How much? Not much, Yi Xiao gestured, 200 eyes. To clear the blind spots and create a bit of chaos. As for the compensation, the usual rate, 50 per hour. Agreed. Without further ado, Lin Feng opened the system interface, maneuvering with practiced ease. Ding. Host has issued a bounty. Battlefield informant for the outskirts of the Kongji City warehouse area. 200 slots. 50 per hour. Real-time reporting of all hostile players, Jia Dynasty and Batu, locations, orientations, and skill actions. Special emphasis on the nightly formation and ranged fire points. System notification, tactical funds 10,000, prepayment for 1 hour. Current tactical funds balance, 43, 590, 100. 10,000 was instantly deducted. 200 human radars were promptly in position. A dedicated voice channel was established. President Chun, Lin Feng turned to Chun Yilao, his tone exuding an undeniable command. All ranged fire from Lanchi Pavilion. Follow my instructions. Focus fire to suppress the backline mages and healers of the Jia dynasty, particularly those casting area spells and healing. Disrupt their rhythm. Nightly advancement? Let them push. If they reach our predetermined position, it will be their grave. Chun Yilao's spirits lifted. Understood. Ranged fire. Prepare to concentrate fire. Fayunliu Qinya. Take 2 elite squads and block the narrow alley entrance on the left side of the warehouse area. If Batu seeks to profit from the chaos, let them first taste the bitterness of urban warfare. Delay them. Lin Feng continued his deployment. Yes. Fayunliu and Qinya acknowledged their orders. Shengxin, your healing is to be reserved solely for Yi Xiao. No one else, including myself, must be attended to. Lin Feng stated decisively. The Shengxin priest hesitated momentarily before nodding emphatically. Understood. Yi Shun is in my care. Tang Ro, Baozi. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the team channel. Here. Tang Ro responded immediately, gripping her cold smoke spear tightly. Boss, give the orders. Baozi was eager, ready for action. You too. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Come with me, and put on a show for the knights of the Jia dynasty. Let's catch them in a trap. Leave it to me. Baozi exclaimed excitedly. Yi go. Lin Feng finally turned his gaze to Yi Xiao, his tone earnest. The stage is set for you. Those 40-plus targets outside, along with that chief knight, Shanbeng Di Lai, are all yours. Let us witness how the textbook assassin operates. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, in reality, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of a combat god intertwined with the chilling essence of an assassin. He maneuvered his character, gradually activating stealth. The silhouette of Jun Mo Shao, or rather, the assassin Jun Mo Shao at this moment, began to blur within the shadows of the warehouse, with only the Yuying Hanya, emitting a faint yet lethal azure glow. Watch closely. Yi Xiao's voice resonated through the voice channel. Imbued with an unprecedented chill and anticipation that belonged to a hunter, this is how an assassin plays. The warehouse door swung open with a thunderous crash. Han Yinro Baozi and Lin Feng, controlling Ling Yun, surged forth in a triangular formation, instantly drawing the fire of all Jia dynasty players outside. They're out. Focus fire. Chen Yehui screamed from the rear. A deluge of magic missiles, arrows, and fireballs cascaded down like a torrential storm. Arc light. Lin Feng commanded coolly. Ling Yun and Han Yinro's figures transformed into streaks of light, darting left and right. Baozi, it's your turn. Understood. Watch my 18 consecutive brick strikes. As the Baozi launched its assault, it unleashed a barrage of bricks upon the advancing knights, causing a cacophony of metallic clangs as they struck several helmets with remarkable precision. Damn it! Take down that blondie. The knights were thrown into disarray, their formation momentarily faltering. In the instant that their attention was diverted, a ghostly figure, shimmering with an eerie blue hue, emerged silently from the shadows behind the priests and mages of the Jia dynasty, who were in the midst of casting holy light prayer and flame enhancement. Yi Xiao, stealth disengaged. Shadow cold fangs flickered with ethereal light. A lethal strike. The dagger glided like a frigid blue line across the throat of a priest casting great healing spell, effortlessly severing it. A critical hit. Instant kill. Simultaneously, The effect of shadow erosion was triggered, engulfing another mage near the fallen priest. Damn! An assassin! Behind us! The mage shrieked in terror, interrupting their incantation. Protect the backline. Chen Yehui was paralyzed with fear, but Yi Xiu's movements were swifter. With a successful strike, he did not linger. Utilizing the stealthy technique, Reverse Thunder, his form glided through the gaps between the blades of two warriors as if he were a boneless fish, twisting and slipping past their defenses. Aerial Leap. He soared above the fiery eruption at his feet. Arc light flashed. The ethereal blue glow surged forth, targeting the mage, Jia Dynasty Flame of Destruction. Now engulfed in fear from the shadow erosion. A backstab. The dagger plunged mercilessly into the mage's back. Another instant kill. The mage's magical shield crumbled like parchment under the influence of shadow erosion. The second one. Yi Xiu's calm voice resonated in the voice channel, akin to the grim summons of the Reaper. In the headset, the voices of 200 human radar operators surged in unison. Boss. Coordinates, 235,178. Elementalist, Frozen Throne, is casting Blizzard. Facing northwest. Boss. Coordinates, 240,182. Priest, Holy Light Guardian, is preparing a shield for Earthquake. Skill casting in 15 seconds. Boss. Earthquake coordinates, 220170. Raising shields. There's a gap on the right. Boss. The Banta team is entangled in the narrow alley with Fai Yun Liu. They can't come through for now. An overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, and under the integration of terror awareness too, the battlefield dynamics became crystal clear. Yi Xiu navigated as if he possessed X-ray vision, each movement skillfully aligning with the blind spots or intervals of spells, every action targeting the most vulnerable foes. Ling Yun. Focus fire on coordinates, 235178. Interrupt the blizzard. Tangro. Arc light flash into coordinates, 240,182. Dragon's Tooth to disrupt the priest's spellcasting. Sacred Heart. Shield Tangro. Baozi. Keep hurling bricks. Target that berserker on the right of Earthquake. Distract him. Lin Feng's commands resonated like precise artillery fire, echoing across both the team and bounty information channels. The entire battlefield was enveloped by the web of information he wove and the command chain he established. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the ranged firepower of Blue Creek Pavilion struck with pinpoint accuracy, instantly interrupting the backline mage's spellcasting. Tang Ro's frosty smoke, akin to crimson lightning, surged forward under the protection of Sacred Heart's shield, landing a precise Dragon's Tooth strike on the wrist of Priest, Holy Light Guardian, disrupting his shield spell. The bricks hurled by the Baozi seemed to have a mind of their own, targeting the irritable berserkers within the knights, inciting a chorus of furious roars and further chaos within their ranks. Amidst this turmoil, Yi Xiu moved with the grace of a deadly dancer. He commanded the assassin, flawlessly integrating the myriad techniques of a free agent into the fluidity of the assassin's movements. Each landing of arc light was executed with utmost precision. Each aerial leap timed impeccably, and his stealthy approach through the crowd was as nonchalant as a leisurely stroll. With every flicker of the ethereal blue light, another fragile member of the Jia dynasty's backline fell, accompanied by the explosive effects of shadow erosion. In a mere 3 minutes, Yi Xiu single-handedly turned the Jia dynasty's backline into chaos. 4 priests and 3 mages succumbed beneath shadow cold fangs. The entire healing chain and range support system teetered on the brink of collapse. The knights, deprived of rear support, charged forward against the relentless firepower of Blue Creek Pavilion, their health rapidly depleting. Earthquake. Cover my retreat. Fall back. Chen Yehui, witnessing the crimson health bars and fading names on the team list, finally broke down. He roared at the chief knight, Jia Dynasty Earthquake. Earthquake, the chief knight of the Jia Dynasty, was similarly filled with frustration and dread. Though he possessed top-tier defensive and taunting capabilities, he could not lay a finger on the elusive assassin. The opponent slipped past his defenses with uncanny precision, penetrating straight into the heart of the backline. Upon hearing Chen Yehui's retreat order, Earthquake felt as if a pardon had been granted. He immediately raised his shield, activating, unmoving as a mountain, in a bid to cover the president's withdrawal. Planning to escape? Lin Feng's voice was icy ego. Earthquake, it's all on you. With shadow erosion active, he is a living target, perfectly aligned with my intentions. Yi Xiu replied with a hint of excitement. He controlled the assassin, vanishing into the shadows like a venomous serpent, silently approaching the back of Earthquake, who was raising his shield to cover Chen Yehui's retreat. President, be careful. The deputy knight of Earthquake sensed something amiss and attempted to raise his shield to block. But Yi Xiu's actions were swifter. Arc light flashed. The ethereal blue glow sliced in from the side. Stealthy technique. Fire turn. His body slid sideways in an uncanny manner, evading the deputy knight's shield. A breaking strike. A backstab. shadow cold fangs, thrust with icy resolve into the vulnerable gap between Earthquake's heavy armor at the junction of his back and shoulder. A massive damage number appeared. Simultaneously, shadow erosion was triggered. The deep blue light swiftly engulfed Earthquake's massive form. The icon indicating a 50 healing reduction flashed frantically above his head. Focus fire on Earthquake. The roar of Lin Feng echoed through the team channel. Concentrate fire. Spring, Lao shouted with fervor. All ranged attacks from Lan Shigu, including Tang Ro's Han Yen Ro and even Baozi's brick, were unleashed upon the crumbling body of the mountain. Enveloped in shadows, its defenses shattered. This chief knight of the Jia dynasty, like a colossal statue nailed to a cross, emitted a defiant roar amidst the storm of concentrated fire, his health bar instantly depleted. Vanishing into a flash of white light. The mountain has fallen. The players of the Jia dynasty were utterly devastated. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Chen Yehui, terrified, dashed towards the resurrection point without a backward glance. The defeat was as catastrophic as an avalanche. The Jia dynasty players, bereft of their main and rear forces, became like headless flies, disintegrating under the pursuit of Lan Shigu and Lin Feng's precise commands, leaving behind a trail of equipment and corpses as they fled in disarray. On the battlefield surrounding the warehouse area, only the Xing Xian team, the elite of Lan Shigu, and the remnants of chaos remained. The sounds of the 200 human radars gradually subsided. Yishio, controlling the assassin, stood where the mountain had collapsed, the ethereal blue and purple glow of his Yuing Hanya slowly receding. He gazed down at the dagger, then glanced at the fleeing players of the Jia dynasty in the distance, releasing a long sigh of relief. His eyes glimmering with an unprecedented cold satisfaction that belonged to a top-tier assassin. It felt rather delightful. Yishio's voice carried a hint of reminiscence, a smile gracing his lips, for the shadow's effect of this dagger was indeed quite unfair. Lin Feng paid no heed to Yishio's jest. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on a figure clad in a cloak, quietly standing at the street corner opposite the warehouse area. Though concealed, the graceful silhouette and unique stance, empowered by terror awareness too, were instantly recognized by Lin Feng. Mu Yuqing Feng. Su Mucheng. When had she arrived? How much had she witnessed? Just then, Tang Ro's voice, tinged with frustration and regret, resonated through the team voice channel. Lin Feng. How did I hit a wall again while trying to mimic that arc flash jump around the ice pillar? Yishio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Feng smiled as well. However, Chen Yehui's voice, filled with venomous rage, echoed through the regional channel, permeating the entire warehouse area of Kongji City. Chen Yehui, Ling Yun. Yichio, you better wait for me. Jia sure will not let you off. Especially you. Yichio, stealing account cards, defecting from the guild, colluding with outsiders. Prepare for the League's retribution. I will ensure your disgrace. This rage-filled roar instantaneously diluted the joy of victory. Yishio's smile faded, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng squinted, a surge of murderous intent welling up. In the shadows of the warehouse area, Su Mucheng, Mu Yuqing Feng, who had just witnessed the entire ordeal, gently pulled down her hood, revealing a delicate face marred by complex emotions. She looked at the ethereal blue dagger in Yishio's Junimo Shao hand, then at Lin Feng, Ling Yun, and finally her gaze fell upon Chen Yehui's malicious threat in the regional channel, her brows slightly furrowed. A new storm seemed to be just beginning. Lin Feng understood that Chen Yehui's hysterical howls would formally unveil the rupture between Yishio and Jia Shi, attracting the attention of the League officials. Their path as shadow commanders was destined to face even more tumultuous waves. Chapter 14. The League's investigation letter and Su Mucheng's hint. Chen Yehui's venomous roar pierced the brief tranquility of victory in the warehouse area of Kongji City like a poisoned icicle. The accusation of Yichio, stealing account cards, defecting from the guild, colluding with outsiders, ignited a tremendous uproar in the 10th District Channel and among the entire Glory player community like cold water splashing into boiling oil. Yichio, the textbook of Glory. The battle god. He has retired? His account card was stolen? Defected from Jia Shi? Colluded with outsiders? Each word struck like a bombshell. The channel erupted in chaos. Doubt, shock, anger, excitement. Various voices intertwined and rolled. Players of the Jia dynasty seemed to have found their rallying point, frantically flooding the screen, portraying Yishio as an ungrateful traitor, stealing club property and colluding with enemies. Under Chen Yehui's deliberate guidance, public opinion rapidly turned against Yishio, spiraling in a direction extremely unfavorable to him. Outside the warehouse area, the elites of Lan Shigu exchanged glances, Spring Lao's expression shifting slightly. Involving the internal strife of Jia Shi Club and the reputation of the League's top experts was beyond their capacity to intervene. He hurriedly clasped his hands towards Lin Feng and Yishio, Junimo Shao brother Ling Yun. Brother, Junimo Shao, There are matters on our side. We'll take our leave. Until next time. With that, he swiftly retreated with his subordinates, as if fleeing a plague, fearing being caught in the impending storm. On the noisy battlefield, only the 4 members of the Xing Xian team remained: Lin Feng, Ling Yun, Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, Tang Rou, Han Yen Rou, Baozi Ru Qin, and the cloaked figure in the distance, still lingering, Mu Yucheng Feng. Baozi and Tang Rou stared at Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, in astonishment. Baozi scratched his yellow hair. Brother Yi? They called you Yi Xiu? The battle god Yi Xiu? Is that true? Did you steal something? Tang Rou, biting her lip, looked at the still upright figure holding the ethereal blue dagger, assassin, with a complex gaze. Although she had only recently ventured into glory, the name battle god Yi Xiu resonated far and wide. She could not reconcile the image of this often languid, smoking, somewhat mischievous network administrator with the legendary battle god who once commanded the battlefield, nor could she believe the malicious accusations. Yi Xiu disregarded the uproar in the channel and did not immediately respond to Baozi and Tang Rou. He controlled Jun Mo Xiao, slowly turning around, his calm gaze fixed on the cloaked figure at the street corner, as if locking eyes with them through the screen. Lin Feng's heart sank. Shen Yehui's move came faster and more viciously than he had anticipated, directly employing a public opinion attack and league regulations. He sought to thoroughly pin down Yi Xiu on an official level. He opened the system panel, terror awareness too swiftly analyzing the developments and possible countermeasures. At that moment, a system notification chimed simultaneously in the game interfaces of Lin Feng and Yi Xiu, exuding a chilling and authoritative presence. League official notice. Esteemed player Jun Mo Xiao, Ling Yun. In accordance with the materials submitted by the Jiashi Club, the League Discipline Committee will initiate a preliminary investigation regarding the suspected professional player Yi Xiu, for allegedly stealing the club's account card, participating in the 10th District's pioneering activities in violation of regulations, maliciously harming the club's interests, and potential involvement of player Ling Yun in related misconduct. Please report to the Virtual Glory League headquarters, coordinates designated reception room, number 07, within 24 hours for inquiry. Absence without cause or refusal to cooperate with the investigation may result in severe penalties such as account suspension and credit freeze. This is an official notification. A letter bearing the golden seal of the Virtual Glory League hovered in their system notification bar, radiating a heavy pressure. The League officials. Direct involvement. The investigation notice. Such swift action. Yi Xiu's voice came through the voice chat, still laced with a languid tone, but Lin Feng could detect a subtle chill beneath that demeanor. Shen Yehui evidently had prepared well, with comprehensive evidence and rapid execution, aiming to catch them off guard. Boss, Brother Yi, are they going to arrest you? Baozi exclaimed anxiously. What should we do now, Lin Feng? Tang Rou's voice revealed her concern. The pressure from the league officials was not something ordinary players or guilds could withstand. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jun Mo Xiao, controlled by Yi Xiu, subtly beckoning towards the cloaked figure at the street corner, Mu Yucheng Feng. That figure hesitated momentarily, then slowly approached, step by step. The hood of the cloak was pulled low, obscuring most of the face, but as it drew near, the familiar silhouette and aura instantly confirmed for Lin Feng that it was Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng, Mu Yucheng Feng, stepped forward, not removing her hood, but her gaze, piercing through the virtual character's eyes, deeply regarded Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, with concern, worry, and a hint of a complex emotion that Lin Feng could not fully decipher. She did not speak, public channel, but initiated a private trade request with Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao. Yi Xiu silently accepted the trade. In the trade window, there were no items, only a message placed in the trade notes by Su Mucheng. Private message Mu Yucheng Feng. Be cautious of Tao Xian. Shen Yehui is merely a pawn. He may possess evidence regarding the account card. Protect yourself. Also, your new friend is quite formidable. Yi Xiu gazed at the brief, yet information-rich message, his fingers lightly grazing the mouse. He canceled the trade, subtly nodding at Mu Yucheng Feng. Su Mucheng, Mu Yucheng Feng, did not say more, casting a deep glance at Lin Feng, Ling Yun, her eyes revealing curiosity, scrutiny, and perhaps a hint of entrustment. Then she turned, activated her acceleration skill, and her figure swiftly vanished at the end of the bustling streets of Kongji City. Who is she? Tang Rou could not help but inquire. The silent tacit understanding between that female gunner, though her profession was concealed. Her unique aura was unmistakable, and Yi Xiu piqued her curiosity. An old friend, Yi Xiu replied succinctly, providing no further explanation, before turning his attention to Lin Feng. What are your thoughts on the League's investigation notice, Commander Lin? Lin Feng understood that the moment had arrived to test his mettle as a brilliant commander. The League's inquiry could not be resolved through sheer numbers or bounties. It required genuine wisdom, resources, and the art of navigating within the framework of rules. Let us go, Lin Feng declared resolutely, not only to attend but to do so with great flair. His eyes sparkled with calm, yet sharp determination as his fingers swiftly maneuvered through the system interface. Baozi, Tang Rou, Lin Feng issued commands. You will log off immediately. Head to the front desk of Xing Xin to find Boss Chenghua, and inform her to use the Internet CAF's emergency funds to contact the best virtual imaging studio at once. Rent the highest specification virtual projection conference chamber. Send me the address. The equipment must be in place and fully tested within an hour. Huh? Imaging studio? Virtual projection conference chamber? Baozi appeared bewildered. All right. Though Tang Rou was confused, she chose to trust Lin Feng's judgment and immediately pulled Baozi offline. Brother Yi, Lin Feng turned to Yi Xiao. Please hand me your Jun Mo Shao account card. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, asked no further questions, and directly exited the game. Handing over the remarkable account card that embodied the scattered Jun Mo Shao to Lin Feng, in reality. Lin Feng received the card, its surface pleasantly warm to the touch. He promptly inserted the card into his computer's card reader while simultaneously accessing the brilliant Commander System interface, selecting the special service category within the wealth conversion, beginner, function. Beep. The host authorizes the system to conduct a deep data scan of the account card Jun Mo Shao and generate a risk avoidance plan. System notification, tactical funds 500. 000. Scanning account card Jun Mo Shao completed. No illegal tampering, backdoor programs, or malicious tracking codes detected. The account card registration information has undergone the highest level of anonymization, temporary, effectively evading conventional tracing and real name association analysis. Beep. Generating virtual image disguise and identity obfuscation plan for League investigation. Service fee 1,000,000. Includes top-tier virtual projection image customization, untraceable, voice print encryption disguise, real-time dynamic. Investigation response logic tree assistance, intelligent prompts, internal League investigation procedures, and key personnel information database. Latest, system notification, tactical funds 1,000,000. Current tactical funds balance, 42,090. 100. Part of the funds recovered from the first kill and material gains in the burial ground. 150,000 evaporated in an instant. Lin Feng did not even blink. This money bought a top-tier protection and response plan against the League investigation. Done. Lin Feng removed the account card and returned it to Yi Xiao. The card remained pristine, free from concerns of technological framing. Additionally, in 1 hour, we will attend the investigation using the virtual projection conference chamber. Both our appearance and voice will be meticulously disguised, ensuring the League cannot uncover our true identities. The system also provides information regarding the investigative process and key personnel, allowing us to prepare our response strategy in advance. Yi Xiao took the account card and observed Lin Feng's fluid and extravagant crisis management with awe. Even someone as experienced as he was taken aback. This was beyond mere affluence. It was a display of unimaginable wealth. Furthermore, the methods employed were exceedingly professional, striking at the heart of the matter. 1.5 million merely to address an inquiry? Yi Xiao couldn't help but scoff, yet his eyes were filled with admiration for Boss Lin's generosity. It's trivial. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. If a problem can be solved with money, it isn't a problem at all. The real trouble lies with the evidence that Tao Xian might possess. He recalled Su Muqing's warning. Yi Xiao's gaze turned icy at the mention of Tao Xian. What evidence could he possibly have? Merely some misinterpreted operational records or forged internal documents. If it came to underhanded tactics, Yi Xiao did not finish his thought, but Lin Feng understood his implication. As a prestigious club in the alliance, Jiashi wielded immense power in manipulating public opinion and exploiting regulations. First, we must address the immediate investigation, Lin Feng asserted, and gain the upper hand in discourse. As for Tao Xian, if he dares to make a move, we shall show him what it means to wield financial power. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Yi Gu, your Doshan account card, Yi Xiao, is currently in Sun Xiang's hands, isn't it? Yi Xiao nodded in affirmation. Yes, the new ace of Jiashi. Excellent, Lin Feng said with a slight, menacing smile. Once this matter is settled, we may need to pay a visit to this new Doshan and deliver an extravagant gift to Tao Xian. At that moment, Tang Rou and Baozi rushed back into the private room, breathless. Lin Feng, it's done. Sister Chenghua has contacted the Phantom Time Studio. Their top-tier virtual projection conference chamber is on its way. It will arrive at the Xingxin warehouse in half an hour. Tang Rou exclaimed hastily. Boss, that thing is incredibly expensive. Sister Chenghua's hand was shaking when she swiped the card. Baozi added. Well done. Lin Feng nodded, turning to Yi Xiao. Yi Gu, prepare yourself. In 1 hour, we shall meet the Alliance's envoy. He retrieved the internal investigation process and key personnel database provided by the system. Projecting it onto the table, Investigation Leader, Zhang Xinjia, head of the Alliance Disciplinary Committee's Investigation Section 3, a tactical master from Batu Club, known for his meticulousness, orderliness, and adherence to rules. Accompanying recorder, Li Yiba, an official invited commentator for the Alliance and former professional player, known for his sharp insights. Jiashi representatives, Tao Xian, owner of Jiashi Club, Cui Li, manager of Jiashi, Chen Yehui, head of the 10th District Jia Wang Dynasty Guild. Upon seeing Zhang Xinjia's name, both Yi Xiu and Lin Feng's expressions hardened simultaneously. The tactical brain of Batu. He is personally overseeing this investigation? The stakes are extraordinarily high. It seems the Alliance's concern for the Yi Xiu incident exceeds expectations. This is not merely a battle for reputation. It could very well escalate into a confrontation with the tactical master of Batu. Yi Xiu slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. In reality, the languor in his eyes giving way to a serious and sharp demeanor reminiscent of a textbook on glory. It appears this inquiry will not be an easy affair. Just right, Lin Feng said as he turned off the information database, his gaze fixed on the floating transport vehicle emblazoned with the Phantom Time logo. Making its way to the Xingxin warehouse, a cold, battle-ready smile crept onto his lips. Let us see whether the Alliance's rules are more formidable or if our financial prowess prevails. In the shadows of the Xingxin warehouse, an imperceptible tension loomed. A grand contest, staged with wealth and armored in virtuality, was about to unfold against the backdrop of Alliance regulations and tactical mastery, set to commence in the highest caliber virtual conference chamber. The potential evidence in Tao Xian's possession hung like the sword of Damocles over their heads, infusing this confrontation with perilous uncertainty. Chapter 15. The priceless voiceprint war and the chip beneath the coffee cup. The lighting within the virtual conference chamber simulated the solemn, white tones of the Alliance headquarters, casting each individual's virtual projection in sharp relief. Tao Xian's assertion, akin to cold water splashed onto hot oil, instantly plunged the atmosphere, previously tempered by Yi Xiu's composed demeanor, into an icy abyss. Zhang Xinjia's virtual likeness, impeccably meticulous, reflected a cold light from his glasses as he slowly raised his hand, halting the smug expressions poised to erupt from Cui Li and Chen Yehui. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed firmly on Tao Xian's projection. Mr. Tao Xian, please present your evidence, ensuring its source is legitimate and unaltered. Of course. Tao Xian replied with confidence, rapidly maneuvering his fingers on the screen before him. A request to transmit an encrypted audio file appeared on the shared screen at the center of the meeting. Director Zhang, everyone, Tao Xian's voice exuded control. This is a segment of an encrypted call recording that we accidentally recovered during a routine data backup of Yi Xiu's personal communication device after he left the club. It clearly documents his collusion with his brother Ling Yun on how to leverage the new account card to accumulate resources in the 10th district, gradually undermining Jia Wang Dynasty, ultimately scheming for the core assets of Jiashi. This is irrefutable evidence. Undermining Jia Wang Dynasty? Scheming for Jiashi's core assets? The weight of these accusations was 100-fold more serious than the previous charge of account card theft, directly escalating to commercial fraud and malicious competition. If substantiated, Yi Xiu and Lin Feng would face not merely alliance penalties, but potential judicial intervention. Cui Li and Chen Yehui displayed sinister grins, as though they could already envision Yi Xiu's downfall and imprisonment. However, Yi Xiu's virtual likeness remained tranquil, while Lin Feng keenly observed the almost imperceptible tap of Yi Xiu's fingers against the table, a predetermined signal indicating that the situation was precarious. Zhang Xinjia did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Li Yiba, responsible for technical support. Li Yiba, his virtual image exuding the scrutiny of a professional commentator, promptly grasped the situation and accepted the file transfer request on the shared screen, stating solemnly, "The file has been received. I will need to access the Alliance's highest security level data analysis platform for preliminary authenticity verification and content extraction. During this process, no one is permitted to access the original documents, including you, Mr. Tao Xian." His actions were both professional and swift, directly severing Mr. Tao's secondary access to the documents. The encrypted audio files began uploading to the Alliance's server. Every second of waiting felt unbearably long. The only sounds in the conference room were the faint hum of the server and the suppressed breaths of the attendees. Lin Feng observed the progress bar of the encrypted file on the screen, his mind racing under the influence of a terrifying awareness. Mr. Tao Xian must have meticulously prepared to present such irrefutable evidence at this moment. Forgery? The likelihood is indeed high. Yet, given Mr. Tao's cunning, any fabricated recording would undoubtedly appear extremely authentic, making it exceedingly difficult to discern flaws in a short time frame with conventional methods. Unconventional strategies must be employed. A pathway must be forged with financial might. His fingers danced like lightning over the concealed system interface. Ding! Post-emergency authorization. Engaging top-tier crisis management, judicial-level voiceprint authentication, and deep forgery detection services. Objective: anonymously obtain a copy of the recording submitted by Tao Xian and commission the world's leading independent voiceprint authentication organization, Noah's Ark Laboratory. 4. Expedited. Within 1 hour. Judicial-level voiceprint comparison, environmental sound analysis, and deep forgery trace detection. Simultaneously. Engaging blockchain timestamp tracing service to verify the authenticity of the document's metadata and modification records. System notification. Service initiated. Estimated cost. 2,000,000. Successfully intercepted file copy through anonymous nodes. Encrypted transmission channel established to Noah's Ark Laboratory. Blockchain tracing service activated. System notification. Tactical funds 2,000,000. Current tactical funds balance 40,090, 100. Previous equipment and services have consumed a portion, 2 million, just for the authentication of a single recording. Lin Feng did not even furrow his brow. What he required was a piece of equally authoritative evidence, if not more compelling, before the official results from the alliance emerged. Time is of the essence. Director Zhang, Mr. Tao Xian gazed at the progress bar, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For fairness, and to prevent certain individuals from destroying evidence before the results were announced, I propose temporarily freezing the account permissions of players Jun Mo Xiao and Ling Yun, restricting their access to the game. This is also to uphold the integrity of the Alliance's investigation. Striking at the root, Mr. Tao Xian aimed not only to pin them down, but to completely dismantle their accumulated advantages in District 10. Tao Xian, you go too far. Chun Guo's virtual projection trembled with rage, unable to contain her outburst. Tang Rou and Bao Zi also wore faces of fury. Mr. Tao Xian, the investigation procedures have their regulations. There is insufficient basis for restricting account permissions before the final conclusion is reached. Zhang Xinjia spoke with a steady voice infused with undeniable authority, urging patience until the preliminary analysis results were available. Tao Xian shrugged, lapsing into silence, exuding an air of confidence. Time ticked away. The analysis progress bar on the Alliance's server climbed slowly. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. Just as the analysis progress on the Alliance server reached 65, Zhang Xinjia and Li Yibao were intently focused on the data stream displayed on the screen when a crisp system notification chimed. A notification appeared simultaneously before Lin Feng and Yi Xiao, the virtual representation of Jun Mo Xiao, visible only to them. An email marked with the golden balance emblem of Noah's Ark Laboratory appeared in their private inboxes. The subject line boldly stated, Judicial-level voiceprint authentication and deep forgery analysis report, expedited. So soon, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The efficiency of Noah's Ark was astonishing. He immediately opened the report summary. Report summary, document number, 2333, analysis subject, encrypted audio segment, duration, 47 seconds, voiceprint comparison result. The voiceprint features attributed to Yi Xiao, matched with the Alliance's official archive of Yi Xiao, the operator of Yi Xiao, voiceprint database at a compatibility rate below 75, threshold 85, indicating significant discrepancies. The voiceprint spectrum exhibited signs of abnormal modulation, suspected to be post-production synthesis or heavily altered voice processing. The voiceprint features attributed to Ling Yun, no official database comparison, yet the voiceprint demonstrated unnatural wave dynamics, exhibiting characteristics typical of generated voiceprints. Mark points. Abnormal high-frequency resonance peaks in District 7. Environmental sound analysis. The recording environment was overly clean, lacking the requisite background noise harmonics typical of real environments. A faint, specific model of audio editing software's unique digital noise pattern was detected in the background, marked 123 feature code. Deep forgery detection, multiple high confidence, 987, traces of voice synthesis and stitching were detected, mark points. Timeline 012015028032. The stitching points were crudely handled, displaying recognizable spectral discontinuities. Blockchain timestamp tracing. Evidence of tampering was found in the file's metadata, creation time, modification time. The original creation time was overwritten, and the last modification time did not correspond with the submission time, revealing a 1 hour and 32 minutes gap, suspected to be the editing period. Preliminary conclusion. High confidence. This audio file exhibits a high suspicion of forgery, composed of synthesized voice stitching, and does not represent a genuine dialogue recording. It is recommended that the original device be submitted for judicial evidence collection to confirm further. Forgery, synthesis, stitching, and tampering. Every technical term in the report struck like a hammer against Mr. Tao Xian's ironclad evidence. Lin Feng felt a surge of relief. The 2 million spent was well worth it. This expedited report from a leading independent laboratory possessed sufficient authority and technical detail to establish a formidable counternarrative before the Alliance's official preliminary analysis results emerged. He promptly sent an anonymous summary of the report, omitting the laboratory name and specific technical details, retaining only key conclusions and marked points, to the shared screen in the center of the conference room via the system interface. Director Zhang, Teacher Li, everyone. Lin Feng, the virtual representation of Ling Yun, broke the silence with a calm voice before the Alliance's official results are released. We have also received preliminary analytical feedback from an anonymous technical expert. Though the origin remains unknown, the several points of suspicion mentioned may warrant consideration. A segment of text instantaneously refreshed on the screen, revealing the very essence of the report. Although unsigned, the professional terminology and lucid conclusions astonished everyone present. The smile on Tao Xian's face froze instantly. Chui Li and Chun Yehui's expressions shifted dramatically. A voice print match below 75? Generated features? Audio editing software noise? Signs of splicing? Metadata tampering? Li Yiba seized upon the pivotal points in the report, for as a former professional player and seasoned commentator, he possessed no ignorance of technology. He promptly called forth the data stream currently under analysis by the League for comparison. Behind Zhang Xinjia's lenses, his sharp gaze swiftly scanned the anonymous report before shifting to the analysis program still running on the League's server, ultimately settling on Tao Xian's face, which had turned somewhat unsightly. Though he remained silent, the tightness of his lips and the slight furrowing of his brows indicated a subtle shift in his stance. This was undoubtedly slander. The opposing party was attempting to sow confusion. Realizing this, Tao Xian immediately retorted loudly, Director Zhang, Teacher Li, they are guilty and anxious. This so-called anonymous report lacks a clear source and holds no authority. What we, Jia Shi, submitted is the original evidence. Mr. Tao Xian, please remain calm. Zhang Xinjia's voice remained steady, yet bore an undeniable air of authority. The League's technical analysis is not yet complete. Any conclusions at this stage would be premature. We will regard this anonymous analysis report as a reference, but the final conclusions will be based on the League's official analysis. He paused, casting his gaze over the assembly. Given the current complex situation and significant discrepancies in evidence from both parties, I declare this inquiry temporarily halted. The League will conduct a more in-depth forensic analysis of the original audio files submitted by Jia Shi, along with the relevant equipment and the account cards of players Jun Mo Xiao and Ling Yun, until the final investigative report is issued. Both parties' account permissions will remain unchanged, and no in-game operations that may affect the investigation results are permitted. Temporarily halted. Status quo maintained. This was already the most favorable outcome for Lin Feng and his team. At the very least, they had preserved their account card rights. Director Zhang, Tao Xian exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. Mr. Tao Xian, this is procedure. Zhang Xinjia interrupted him, his tone brooking no argument. We request Jia Shi's cooperation in the subsequent investigation by providing the original recording devices and complete operation logs. The meeting is adjourned. The lights in the virtual conference chamber dimmed gradually as the projections of the attendees began to blur and fade. Before Tao Xian's virtual projection vanished, his venomous gaze, akin to that of a viper, fixed intently on Lin Feng and Yi Xiu, ultimately dispersing into points of light. Zhang Xinjia's projection was the last to disappear. Before vanishing, his gaze seemed to linger with profound significance on Lin Feng, Ling Yun's virtual avatar, for a fleeting moment, before dissolving into data streams. Only Lin Feng and Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao's virtual avatar, remained in the conference chamber. Yi Xiu exhaled deeply, his virtual avatar mimicking the motion. His voice laced with fatigue and cold ire. Tao Xian truly possesses cunning. A cornered rat will leap from the wall. Lin Feng's tone was equally frigid. The flaws in this fabricated recording are numerous. I simply didn't anticipate our counterattack would come so swiftly. 200,000 in counterattack value. Yi Xiu chuckled lightly, a hint of resignation in his tone. However, the real struggle is just beginning. Tao Xian will not relent, and the League's in-depth investigation will not be easy. I am aware, Lin Feng nodded. The account card and original equipment are crucial. Since Tao Xian dared to forge the recording, he likely tampered with the equipment as well. We must seize the initiative. The two exited the virtual conference chamber, their consciousness returning to reality. In the private room, Chun Gua, Tang Rou, and Bao Zi gathered anxiously around them. What is the outcome? What happened? That scoundrel didn't succeed, did he? Chun Gua asked urgently. For now we are safe. Yi Xiu replied, removing his helmet and rubbing his brow. The investigation is halted, and we have retained our account. However, Tao Xian has made severe accusations, and there are still hard battles ahead. Accusations? The recording is fake? Tang Rou inquired keenly. Yes, it's fabricated, Lin Feng explained succinctly. and we have exposed it with our technical means. Yet, Tao Xian will not give up easily. Damn it, Tao Dog, I'll go smash his wretched club. Baozi rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge out, only to be firmly restrained by Chen Guo. Don't create more trouble. Chen Guo glared at him, then turned anxiously toward Lin Feng and Yi Xiao. So what do we do now? The League will still investigate? An investigation is certainly forthcoming, Yi Xiao affirmed, lighting a cigarette. In reality, the key is how they will investigate. We cannot relinquish the initiative completely to them. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. His gaze fell upon a nondescript disposable coffee cup on the table, the one Chen Guo had poured for them before the meeting. The coffee had grown cold. Yet at the bottom of the cup seemed to adhere a minuscule silver metal piece, no larger than a grain of rice. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Under the influence of his heightened awareness, this minute anomaly was instantly detected. This was not an ordinary stain. He nonchalantly reached for the coffee cup, using the pretense of examining the bottom to discreetly peel off the metal piece with the tip of his finger, clasping it in his palm. The sensation was cool, carrying a faint electronic component feel. Micro data chip. Lin Feng's heart raced. Who placed it there? When was it inserted? Could it have been Su Muching? She had been here earlier. He immediately stood and addressed the others. I'm heading to the restroom. Then he swiftly exited the private room, finding an unoccupied corner to quickly insert the chip into the concealed interface of his multifunctional wristwatch, a system exchange tool. Beep. A soft glow flickered. The miniature screen of the wristwatch instantaneously refreshed with several lines of concise information. Source. Content. Tao Xian's forged recording original device serial number 72289. The device underwent physical disassembly by the technical department head Wang Jie, Tao Xian's confidant, yesterday afternoon, with signs of solder removal on the internal storage. Account card permission tampering record backup, encrypted, attached. Caution. The serial number of the device used to forge Tao Xian's recording. Evidence of physical disassembly and tampering. There was even a record of account card permission tampering. Su Muching. This information was utterly vital. It was like a timely gift. Not only did she hint at the device being tampered with, but she also provided a crucial chain of evidence. Lin Feng swiftly backed up the information from the chip into the system's encrypted space before destroying the physical chip. A warm surge of gratitude towards Su Muching welled up within him. The risks she had taken were immeasurable. Upon returning to the private room, Lin Feng turned to Yi Xiao, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp brilliance akin to the Yuing Hanya. Brother Yi, I have obtained the device serial number and tampering records. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with intensity. Lin Feng's voice, imbued with unwavering resolve, declared, if Tao Xian wishes to engage in underhanded tactics, we shall accompany him to the bitter end. However, before that, he glanced at the computer screen, where the Yuing Hanya, which had recently absorbed precious materials from the burial ground and now shimmered with an even deeper azure hue, emanating a chilling aura, was displayed. He slowly articulated, it is time to give the dagger one final upgrade. Then, Lin Feng's gaze drifted toward the neon-lit city outside, as if piercing through space to behold the towering building of the Jiashi Club. We should pay a visit to that new dual god, Sun Xiang, who wields the one-leaf autumn. And while we are at it, let us send Tao Xian a little gift in return. Yi Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, brimming with combat fervor. In the shadows of the Xing Xian warehouse, the gears of revenge began to turn quietly. Meanwhile, the upgraded ultimate form of Jimmy, known as the Fangs of Shadow Erosion, was ready to be stained with the first drop of true enemy blood. Chapter 16. The unsheathing of Jimmy and the assassin's manual. Deep within the Xing Xian warehouse, the makeshift, $1 million holographic evasion training pod loomed like a silent behemoth. Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun, his figure darting through the simulated complex terrain at high speed, deftly dodging and weaving. Countless laser-simulated bone prison spikes and shadow novas of energy spheres assailed him from cunning angles, yet he narrowly evaded them with mere fractions of a second to spare. The combination of his unrivaled hand speed and the terrifying awareness of level 2 allowed the assassin's agility and cunning to reach their zenith. On the console before him lay 2 daggers, recently completed in their ultimate form, Jimmy. They no longer bore the ghostly azure hue of Yuing Hanya, instead radiating a profound matte black, as if capable of absorbing all light. The curve of their blades was fluid and lethal, occasionally catching a glimpse of an imperceptible dark purple sheen, reminiscent of stars being extinguished in the depths of the cosmos, emanating a disquieting sense of silent annihilation. The final evasion training completed, Lin Feng gradually halted his maneuvers, gazing at the screen displaying a perfect record of rating and 0 hits, exhaling softly. The experience bar for terrifying awareness level 2, after countless life and death narrow escapes, had finally reached its pinnacle. Ding! Terrifying awareness level upgraded to 3. Battlefield information capture and analysis capabilities have reached the current stage's limit. Prediction accuracy significantly enhanced. Deeper battlefield simulations and tactical chain constructions are now possible. A newfound clarity and depth of perception flooded his mind, as if the world before him had been cleansed of dust, revealing every detail with exquisite precision. The interconnectedness of information and predictive capabilities attaining unprecedented heights. He picked up the dual daggers, Jimmy, from the console. The cold touch transmitted through the neural connection helmet brought forth a profound sense of kinship. Jimmy, ultimate form of the silver weapon, attack, 85 attack speed, 15 special effect, shadow erosion, ultimate passive when a stealth attack hits the target. The target will inevitably enter the shadow erosion state for 5 seconds. During the shadow erosion state, all healing effects on the target are rendered completely ineffective, healing forbidden. Additionally, the target suffers shadow erosion damage based on the user's attack power every second. Jimmy Edge, passive attacks ignore 20 physical defense of the target and have a high probability of causing armor-breaking effects, further reducing defense. Shadow affinity, passive in shadow environments. Movement speed, stealth effects, and damage from stealth attacks are increased by an additional 10. Lin Feng felt the terrifying power contained within Jimmy, especially the effect that rendered healing impossible, which was truly a nightmare for all healing professions and targets with restorative capabilities. Coupled with the high burst potential of the stealth attack, this would be a true decapitation weapon. Is the upgrade complete? Yishio's voice came from behind. Having just finished another training pod simulation, using a casual account to familiarize himself with the new skill combinations. What are the attributes? Lin Feng shared Jimmy's attributes with Yishio. Yishio's pupils suddenly constricted upon a mere glance. Healing forbidden for 5 seconds, and it includes erosion damage. Even he, with his vast experience, was thoroughly taken aback by the ultimate effect of this dagger. This item is nothing short of a strategic weapon. In professional competitions, a 5-second healing prohibition could determine the fate of a team battle. Thus, Lin Feng sheathed Jimmy, his gaze icy as he looked at Yishio. It is time to test the blade. The target is Sun Xiang, One Leaf Autumn, at the Jiashi Club's training room, designated for the 10th District's exploration. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the vibrant cityscape at night. The training room was brightly lit, suffused with an atmosphere of youth, fervor, and ambition. Sun Xiang skillfully controlled One Leaf Autumn, dominating the arena, his dazzling spears sweeping opponents to the ground. He reveled in the adoring gazes of his teammates and manager Cui Li, filled with pride. Brother Xiang is amazing. This Dragon Rising is a textbook example. Who else in the 10th District can rival Brother Xiang? That Ling Yun is merely relying on Yikov and a bit of cleverness. Exactly. Once Brother Xiang familiarizes himself with the new version, the professional league will be a piece of cake. With a proud smile gracing his lips, Sun Xiang prepared to accept the next challenge. At that moment, his private chat channel unexpectedly lit up. An extremely eye-catching, provocatively charged message appeared. Ling Yun, Jiashi's ace? One Leaf Autumn? Do you dare to engage in a battle of assassin battle mages? Room number, 5200, password, 1314. Not coming. Then consider Jiashi unchallenged. Damn. Sun Xiang's face flushed with anger upon seeing the message. Ling Yun, the one who had been gaining traction in the 10th District and had repeatedly embarrassed the Jia dynasty, dared to provoke him. Not only that, but he also pointedly referenced the assassin battle mage, clearly mocking him for taking up that profession and account. Arrogance. Sun Xiang slammed his fist down on the table, causing the keyboard to jump. Without hesitation, he retorted, Yi Chiu, seeking death. Just wait. Manager, help me start a live broadcast. Highest privileges. Let everyone witness how I crush this arrogant ant. Sun Xiang shouted at Cui Li. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Cui Li's eyes. This was an excellent opportunity to suppress Ling Yun's arrogance and establish Sun Xiang's authority. He immediately arranged, quick, technical department. Open the official certified live stream. Title, Battle God, Yi Chiu, District 10 Rampant Ling Yun. Push to all platforms. The power of Jiashi Club erupted instantaneously. In just a few minutes, a live stream adorned with the official Jiashi certification and an eye-catching title surged to the top of all glory-related platforms trending lists. Countless players flocked to it, and the barrage of comments exploded. What? Sun Xiang Ling Yun, the legendary assassin Yi Chiu, an official Jiashi live stream? That's bold. Assassin against battle mage? Seeking death, are we? The match has begun. Let's bet on how long Ling Yun can last. In the arena, the figures of Ling Yun and Yi Chiu faced each other from a distance. One wielded an ancient spear, exuding overwhelming fighting spirit. The other held a matte black dagger, silent as an abyss. The atmosphere was tense. Yishio, Tang Rou, Baozi, and Shenghua, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, all squeezed into Lin Feng's private room, anxiously staring at the screen. Yishio, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, had a sharp gaze like that of an eagle amidst the swirling smoke. Lin Feng noted, Sun Xiang's style is typically aggressive and bold, favoring powerful skills to overwhelm his opponents. He is likely to start with Yi Qiu, using Hao Long Pejun as the opening move, followed by Tianji, predicting the arc light flash path to seal the left retreat, while simultaneously charging the spear for Nu Long Chuan Xin to seal the right side. Lin Feng's voice resonated calmly, directly continuing Yi Xiu's analysis with even greater precision. Yi Xiu was taken aback and turned to Lin Feng. He observed Lin Feng with his eyes slightly closed, fingers poised above the keyboard and mouse, seemingly in a state of intense concentration. Terrifying Awareness 3 was rapidly simulating all possible maneuvers of Sun Xiang. Indeed, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Xiu's eyes, and he nodded. But be cautious. He might change tactics at the last moment, integrating the Long Tai Tu technique to alter the landing point of Hao Long Pejun. The countdown ended. Roar. Sun Xiang, as predicted by Lin Feng, commanded Yi Qiu with a dragon's roar, the spear enveloped in raging fighting spirit, launching Hao Long Pejun like an out-of-control locomotive charging straight at Ling Yun in the middle lane. The momentum was overwhelming. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He did not choose the conventional arc light, flash sidestep, assassination step, Zhuanhua. Ling Yun's figure eerily slid sideways half a step, perfectly allowing the furious spear tip of Hao Long Pejun to graze past his clothing. The motion was minimal yet exquisite. Air leap. His body soared upward. Simultaneously, Sun Xiang's Tianji indeed ascended as anticipated, sweeping just beneath the position where Ling Yun had stood moments ago. A miss. Assassination step, an Ile. With a powerful push against the lateral air wall, arena boundary, his body traced a sharp angular line defying physical laws in midair, not only evading Sun Xiang's predicted left side spear shadow, but also ghosting around to Yi Qiu's rear flank. What? Sun Xiang was taken aback. The opponent's mid-air second directional shift was completely beyond his expectations. He forcefully interrupted the charge of Nu Long Chuan Xin, attempting to turn and block. But Lin Feng was faster. Stealth. In the instant Ling Yun landed, he became as translucent as a drop of ink in water, vanishing from Sun Xiang's sight. The shadow affinity effect activated, the stealth far surpassing that of ordinary assassins. Stealth? Sun Xiang sneered, mere tricks. He immediately unleashed Doge Yi, enhancing his perception range. Simultaneously, he swept his spear, attempting to force the opponent out with an area skill. However, under the influence of Terrifying Awareness 3, the stealth was not so easily unraveled. Ling Yun moved like a true shadow, skirting the edge of Sun Xiang's perception from Doge Yi. Utilizing several shadowy areas in the arena, such as behind light pillars and corners of energy effects, to perfectly evade Sun Xiang's detection. Where is he? Sun Xiang began to feel agitated. The opponent's elusiveness exceeded his imagination. To the left front, coordinates, 7895, at the edge of the light pillar's shadow. Arc light flash prepared to strike. Yi Xiu's voice resonated in the private room, filled with precise predictions. Just as Yi Xiu's words fell, a faint shadow, shimmering with deep purple light, burst forth from the shadow of the light pillar like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky. Stealth. A devastating strike. Jimi. The twin daggers, imbued with the silent intent to obliterate, fiercely stabbed toward Yi Qiu's rear heart. I've been waiting for you. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Xiang's eyes. He was already prepared. Yi Qiu suddenly turned, the spear whistling through the air as it struck down with ba sui toward the incoming assassin. He had calculated the landing point of the opponent's devastating strike. A head-on collision. The fragile assassin must perish. It's over. In the private room, Chun Gui gasped. Tang Rou clenched her fists. Baozi's eyes widened. Yet, Lin Feng exhibited no signs of panic, only absolute calm. Swift movement. A burst of red light. Ling Yun's speed surged. He did not choose to block or evade ba sui. At the moment the devastating strike was about to land, and ba sui was also closing in, he executed a move that left everyone astounded. Assassination step, Zhuanhua micro-adjustment. Ling Yun's figure, propelled by swift movement, forcibly shifted the landing point of the devastating strike forward by half a step. Simultaneously, his body leaned drastically to the side. Puchi. The blade of Jimi plunged deep into Yi Qiu's rear shoulder blade. Not a vital point, yet the damage was still considerable. At the same time, Ing Shi triggered. A deep, life-absorbing shadowy light enveloped Yi Qiu entirely. A blood-red Jin Liao icon, resembling chains, flashed frantically above Sun Xiang's head. Simultaneously, a number indicating erosion damage appeared every second. Boom. Sun Xiang's ba sui simultaneously struck Ling Yun. The immense force instantly sent Ling Yun flying, his health bar plummeting like a burst dam, directly hitting the bottom. White light flashed. Both perish. Wait. Sun Xiang is afflicted by Jin Liao. The live stream and the private room erupted in chaos. Remarkable. The Yingshi effect has been applied. Yishio suddenly slapped his thigh, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. He instantly comprehended Lin Feng's strategy, utilizing a critical strike to trigger the effect of Yingshi, forbidden healing. Accepting damage in a mutual demise. In Lin Feng's final moment, he pressed the shortcut key for the basic resurrection talisman, one-time use. A soft golden light illuminated the spot where Ling Yun had fallen, and as the radiance dissipated, the figure of the assassin Ling Yun reformed. His health and mana restored to a state of 30. Though weakened, he still lived. On the other hand, Sun Xiang's Yi Qiu, although not dead, had lost nearly a third of its health due to the critical strike, and more alarmingly, he was afflicted by the terrifying, forbidden healing status. For 5 seconds, any healing would be ineffective, and his health continued to dwindle. What a ridiculous state. Sun Xiang glared at the glaring, forbidden healing icon in his status bar and felt his composure shatter. He attempted to drink a health potion, but it bore no fruit. He called out for an external priest to heal him, though the rules forbade this. Desperation drove him to do so, yet it remained futile. An opportunity. Yishio whispered from the spectator box. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, devoid of hesitation. Arclight flashed. The recently revived Ling Yun, with his meager 30 health, transformed into a dark purple streak, charging once more towards the disoriented and terrified Sun Xiang. Seeking death, Sun Xiang, both shocked and enraged, wielded his spear, attempting to push back with Dragon Tooth and Heavenly Strike. Yet, in this moment, his mind was in chaos. His execution faltered. Meanwhile, under the influence of the terrifying Awareness 3 and Shadow Affinity, Lin Feng danced upon the edge of a blade. He redirected his fire. Aerial leap, reverse thunder. The combination of assassination footwork was executed with breathtaking finesse. Amidst Sun Xiang's frenzied assaults, Lin Feng weaved through like a specter. Each dagger strike landed precisely upon Sun Xiang's body, which had been weakened by Annihilation Edge. The damage was not substantial, but accumulated. It became considerable. More importantly, the corrosive damage of Yingshi continued to stack. 5 seconds. 4 top-tier experts. This duration could determine life or death. Sun Xiang's health plummeted under the combined effects of the forbidden healing and persistent attacks, akin to an avalanche. He sought to eliminate Ling Yun with falling dragon flying sky. But Lin Feng anticipated his movement, executing a limit-defying aerial leap followed by the reverse thunder footwork, narrowly evading the dragon's head. At the moment, Yingshi dissipated. Sun Xiang's health bar dwindled to a mere thread. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's health had also dropped to a precarious 15 during the relentless skirmish. It was over. Cold glints flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He seized the opportunity created by Sun Xiang's post-miss recovery from falling dragon flying sky. Arclight flashed. The dark purple streak closed in. Annihilation backstab. The dual daggers of annihilation, brimming with a long simmering silent murderous intent, plunged deeply into Yi Qiu's unguarded back like the fangs of death. A tremendous critical damage number exploded. Sun Xiang's last vestige of health instantly evaporated. Boom. The massive form of Yi Qiu crashed to the ground, the spear of the dual god flying from his grasp, striking the ground with a piercing metallic screech. The entire live broadcast room fell into a stunned silence, with millions of viewers rendered speechless. In the Jiashi training room, all team members were left dumbfounded, while Cui Li's face turned ashen. In the Xing Xian box, Chen Guo, Tang Rou, Bao Zi, and even Yishio held their breath. On the screen, only the figure of the assassin, holding a matte black dagger and standing defiantly despite his bloodied state, remained, accompanied by an automatically generated line from the system that now resonated like thunder. Assassin textbook? Lin Feng gazed at the fallen Sun Xiang, controlling Ling Yun to slowly bend down and retrieve a rare item that belonged to Sun Xiang from the ground. Dragon's reverse scale, of considerable value. He then calmly typed a line in the public channel. Ling Yun, on behalf of Senior Yiqiu, I extend my greetings to Boss Tao Xian. I hope he enjoys this token of appreciation. Having completed these actions, he disregarded the explosive barrage of comments flooding the live chat and the eerie stillness in the Jiashi training room, directly exiting the arena. In the box, silence reigned, broken only by the hum of computer fans. After a long moment, Yishio slowly exhaled a smoke ring, gazing at the image of Lin Feng exiting the game, then glanced at the dagger exuding an aura of silent destruction, his voice tinged with complex emotions and sincere admiration. Textbook indeed. Lin Feng, this dagger, and its master are truly deserving of the title. He paused, a long-lost fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Reminiscent of his debut on the competition stage, it seems I, as the textbook, must also step up my game, lest I be overwhelmed by the tide of the new generation. So, Commander Yingshi, how shall we tackle the hard battles ahead? Lin Feng exited the game and removed his headset, calmly gazing out at the night sky. He understood that defeating Sun Xiang was merely the beginning. Tao Xian's revenge. The league's investigation and the true storms of the upcoming professional league challenges had only just begun. Yet, with annihilation in hand, the system at his back, and the guidance of Yi Xiao, alongside the growing talents of Tang Rou and Bao Zi, his heart brimmed not with fear, but with fervent battle intent. Very simply, Lin Feng's voice carried a sharpness that cleaved through all obstacles. Akin to the moment, annihilation was unsheathed, slicing through every hindrance with the blade of Ing Shi. With victory, he would shatter all doubts. The goal, national champion. Chapter 17, The Radiance of Ing Shi. The first battle of the challenge with microtransactions. The cheers from the Xing Xi and Internet CAF still echoed in his ears. The shocking image of Sun Xiang's fall and the title of assassin textbook continued to stir up immense waves within the Glory community. However, the eye of the storm in the professional circle had long shifted from the clamor of District 10 to the grander stage of the Glory Professional Alliance Challenge. In the dedicated venue for the Glory Professional Alliance Challenge, the vast circular seating was packed to capacity, the sound swelling like a tide. The spotlight is focused on the central stage, where a massive holographic projection screen vividly displays the information of the competing teams: Xingxin Zhandue, Ling Yun, Assassin, Captain Junmoxio, Swordsman, Hanyanru, Battle Mage, Baozi Rukin, Rogue, Yikunhui, Formation Ghost, Xiao Yifan, a promising rookie scouted and recruited by Lin Feng in advance, and Wujizandui, Wuchen, Gunslinger, Captain Hian, Elementalist, Feng Rue, Thief. With the experience of a seasoned veteran, Bai Shu, Priest, Chen Yao, Knight. Dear audience, welcome to the first round of the Glory Professional League Challenge, the focal battle of the division. The commentator's voice is filled with enthusiasm as the newly emerged dark horse, Xingxin Zhandue, faces off against the established powerhouse, Wujizandui, under the leadership of Captain Ling Yun. Xingxin Zhandue is renowned in District 10 for its astonishing financial capabilities and extraordinary tactics. Meanwhile, Wujizandui boasts the presence of former all-star player Feng Rue, whose experience and seamless coordination are formidable. This will be a fierce clash between the old and new forces. In the players' seats, Lin Feng, Ling Yun, calmly dons his noise-canceling headphones, isolating himself from the deafening clamor of the outside world. He feels the cold touch of Jimmy in his hand, infused with the power of destruction. His terrifying awareness, akin to a sophisticated radar, scans the information of the opposing players. The core of Wujizandui is Wuchen's artillery support and Feng Rue's cunning harassment, while Bai Shu serves as the healing backbone. Yi Xiao, Lin Feng's voice resonates in the team channel, clear and composed. For the opening team battle, your sole mission is to keep a close watch on Feng Rue. His cunning playstyle poses a significant threat to our fragile members. Do not allow him to approach the backline. Use the versatility of the swordsman to draw him to the edge of the battlefield. Understood. I'm familiar with the art of evasion. Yi Xiao, Junmoxio, responds with a hint of lightheartedness. Tang Rou, Lin Feng continues, handle Hian's Elementalist. He tends to cast a large-scale suppression at the start. Use your burst damage to interrupt him and push him out of a safe distance. Baozi, Xiao Yifan. You two are responsible for protecting Tang Rou's flank against any possible charges from their knight. Leave it to me. Tang Rou's eyes blaze with determination. Rest assured, boss. It's on me. Baozi thumps his chest. Yes, Captain. Xiao Yifan, Yikunhui, responds steadily, carrying a mix of nerves and resolve as he steps onto the grand stage. As for Wuchen's artillery and Bai Shu's priest, Lin Feng's gaze locks onto the two heavily guarded figures at the rear of the opposing formation. A cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Leave it to me. The countdown concludes. The map loads. Castle ruins. Xingxin. Charge. In the audience, Chun Guo leads the cheering section of Xingxin, along with fans who have come from District 10. In a thunderous roar, the team battle erupts in an instant. Wujizandui's strategy is clear. Wuchen, the gunslinger, seizes the high ground in the ruins at the first opportunity, setting up heavy artillery. He wields his elemental staff, and the fiery element begins to coalesce into Tianlei Dihua. Bai Shu's priestly staff glimmers with holy light, ready to provide support. Knight Chun Yao stands at the forefront, shield raised. Feng Rue's thief figure flickers and vanishes into the shadows of the ruins. Open fire. Wuchen bellows. The heavy artillery roars. A barrage of fire rains down upon the advancing front line of Xingxin. Scatter. Lin Feng commands. Tang Rou's Hanyanru swiftly arcs away. Baozi and Xiao Yifan also evade. Yi Xiao's Junmoxio switches to gun form, unleashing several anti-tank rounds that accurately strike Chen Yao's shield, the explosive shockwave hindering the knight's advance. He ends Tianlei Dihua is about to take shape. A terrifying firestorm is poised to engulf the battlefield. Now is the moment. Tang Rou. Lin Feng gives a precise order. Angry Dragon pierces the heart. Tang Rou does not hesitate, transforming Hanyanru into a streak of crimson light, her spear thrusting toward Hian. The immense impact instantly interrupts the elementalist's casting. The firestorm dissipates before it can fully form. Well done, the commentator exclaims. Be cautious. Feng Rui has vanished. Xiao Yifan, Yikun Hui, spreads his ghost formation, attempting to capture the thief's trace. Ignore him. Yi Xiu's voice rings out. Zhun Moxio's figure slips like a specter into the shadows of the ruins. The thousand machines' umbrella shifts into claw form, chains rattling ominously. Feng Rui, come over here for a chat? Damn. Yi Xiu. Feng Rui, thief, exclaims in astonishment over the regional channel, clearly startled by Yi Xiu's precise interception. The two engage in a silent chase and entanglement amidst the broken walls of the ruins, Yi Xiu's swordsman clinging to the thief like a leech, dragging this cunning master away from the main battlefield. On the front lines, Wu Zhandui's advance is temporarily halted by Tang Rou's explosive attacks and Yi Xiu's long-range harassment. However, Wu Chen's artillery suppression remains fierce, Bai Shu's healing chain is stable and efficient, and Knight Chen Yao pushes forward relentlessly. Xingxin's formation is being compressed. Where's Ling Yun? The captain of Xingxin is nowhere to be seen. The sharp-eyed commentator suddenly realizes. He has gone stealth. The assassin has gone invisible. The director immediately switches perspectives. But the complex terrain of the ruins and the interplay of shadows, coupled with Jimmy's shadow affinity, renders Ling Yun's stealth far superior to that of an ordinary assassin. The camera sweeps across several times, capturing only a faint shadow that almost blends into the environment. Protect the priest. Protect Wu Chen. Wu Chen screams in the team channel. A strong sense of unease rising within him. Lin Feng maneuvers Ling Yun like a true specter of the night, weaving through the thunderous artillery and the radiant effects of skills. His terrifying awareness, in conjunction with the holographic map and real-time battlefield information, charts a perfect path for stealth. He bypasses Knight Chen Yao's frontal defense, evades the ice wall hastily cast by Elementalist Tian, slipping like a slippery eel through the gaps in Wu Zhandui's defenses. Target locked. Priest Bai Shu. Priest, be cautious. 3 o'clock, shadows. Tian finally detects a faint energy fluctuation, hissing a warning. Bai Shu, taken aback, immediately casts Holy Shield upon himself while preparing to unleash Divine Fire to repel the approaching target. Too slow. Lin Feng silently muses. Just as Bai Shu is about to unleash Divine Fire, he dashes forward. A flash of red light. Ling Yun accelerates to his utmost limit. Arc light flashes. The dark purple shimmer, akin to instantaneous teleportation, rapidly closed the distance. The target was not the priest, but rather the elementalist Tian, who stood just a step away, brandishing his staff in an attempt to lock onto him. What? Tian was utterly unprepared for the fact that he was the intended target. Stealthy movement, redirecting fire. Ling Yun's figure glided eerily to the side before Tian, the dagger feinting. Instinctively, Tian turned his staff to block. However, Lin Feng's aim was never directed at him. Capitalizing on the opening created by Tian's turning motion, the true lethal strike erupted. Stealth disengaged. A devastating blow. Jimmy, the twin daggers, imbued with a silent yet destructive intent, pierced through the exposed flank of the priest Bai Shu, who had just turned. A massive damage number erupted above Bai Shu's head, accompanied by a blinding critical hit notification. More terrifyingly, Ying Shi was triggered. A deep, seemingly life-devouring shadowy light enveloped the priest Bai Shu entirely. A blood-red icon resembling a strangling chain, Jin Tiao, flickered violently above his head. 5 seconds of healing prohibition, accompanied by persistent shadow erosion. Seconds to the priest. Healing prohibition? The commentator screamed in disbelief. The audience erupted in chaos. Bai Shu's health plummeted like a dam burst. In a panic, he attempted to heal himself, but all his healing skills were rendered ineffective. The holy light shield crumbled under the Jimmy's armor-piercing effect as if it were made of paper. The continuous damage from the erosion effect plunged him into despair. Focus fire on the priest. Lin Feng's roar reverberated through the team channel. Kill. Tang Rou's Han, Yen Rou surged like a crimson dragon, instantly breaking free from the knight's entanglement, her spear thrusting directly at the healing prohibited priest. Ghost formation, blocking the escape route. Xiao Yifan's, ECU and Hui, ghost formation accurately descended, sealing off Bai Shu's retreat. Haha, take a brick from me. Baozi Ruqin's brick soared toward the priest's face with a whoosh. Wu Chun repositioned his heavy artillery in an attempt to provide support, but was disrupted by Yi Xiu's, Jun Mo Xiao, timely switched to spear form with a dragon tooth, disturbing his aim. Boom. Uft. Bang. Amidst the fury of focused fire, the core priest of Wuji, Bai Shu, failed to cast even a single effective healing spell. Within 5 seconds of desperate healing prohibition, his health bar was instantaneously depleted. He transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. The priest has fallen. The healing core of Wuji has collapsed. The commentator was hoarse. With the loss of their priest, the formation of Wuji disintegrated in an instant. The knight Chen Yao struggled alone. The elementalist Hian was ensnared by Tang Rou, in a dire predicament. The gunner Wu Chun lost his protection. Exposed to Xing Xian's firepower, Feng Rue, the rogue, attempted to assist but was firmly entangled by Yi Xiao. Feng Rue, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us talk tactics a bit more. Damn, Yi Xiao, you rascal. How shameless. Feng Rue furiously spammed the public screen. The outcome was already decided. The ensuing battle became a one-sided performance by Xing Xian. Tang Rou's Han Yen Rou was like a tiger among sheep, tearing apart the unsupported elementalist Hian. Baozi Ruqin and Xiao Yifan cooperated to ensnare the knight Chen Yao. Lin Feng's Ling Yun once again entered stealth, teaming up with Yi Xiao to effortlessly take down the isolated gunner Wu Chun. Finally, only Feng Rue, the rogue, panting and still spamming on the public screen, Yi Xiao, come out for a one-on-one. Bullying an old man is no skill. If you have the guts, don't run. Remained, surrounded by the 5 members of Xing Xian. Watching the 5 fierce characters looming on the screen, Feng Rue typed, Hai Wuyang, you win. I surrender. Exclamation point. A colossal victory banner illuminated Xing Xian's screen. Score, 5 o'clock. A complete triumph. We won. Xing Xian emerged victorious. Chen Guo jumped up excitedly in the audience. Tang Rou, Baozi, and Xiao Yifan removed their headsets. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. Yi Xiao languidly exhaled, in reality, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng gazed at the victory banner on the screen, then lowered his gaze to the jimmy in his hand, its muted yet lethal blade glinting. The brilliance of Ingshi, having blossomed for the first time on the professional stage, declared its terror by eliminating the core priest with an astonishing healing prohibition. However, just as the Xing Xian members prepared to rise in acknowledgement, the voice of special guest commentator Li Yibo, a former professional player, now an official commentator for the league, resonated with a hint of gravity. Congratulations to Xing Xian for their first victory, particularly to team captain Ling Yun. The special effect of his silver weapon dagger, Ingshi, is truly a strategic weapon born for team battles. However, he shifted his tone, questioning whether such a powerful healing prohibition effect might impact the balance of the competition. I personally recommend that the league's technical committee should seriously evaluate the rationality of such effects, considering whether limitations should be imposed in subsequent regulations to ensure all teams can compete in a fair environment. Li Yibo's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening the joy of victory. The live camera swept over Lin Feng's, Ling Yun, composed face, then panned to the Wuji team members in the audience, especially Feng Rue. Their expressions contemplative, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. In the VIP room, Yi Xiao reined in his smile, turning to Lin Feng. Trouble is coming. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. The brilliance of Ingshi was too dazzling. It had indeed attracted scrutiny of the rules. This would be a challenge more arduous than any opponent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's private chat channel flickered with an unexpected message. Blue Rain's Huang Shaotian. Oh my god. Old Lin, your dagger is too monstrous. 5 seconds of healing prohibition, and it deals damage. How can priests survive? I see that Li Yibo fellow is about to stir up trouble. Do you want this sword saint to help you retort? I guarantee he won't be able to live normally. By the way, your team's battle mage girl is quite impressive. Let us set a time for a one-on-one in the next match. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Shaotian's barrage of messages, then at Li Yibo's serious expression at the commentary desk, a cold smile slowly curving his lips. The brilliance of Ingshi would not dim due to regulations. It would only become more lethal. Chapter 18. The Shadow Dance Under the Rules and Li Xiao's screen dominance. The suggestion made by Li Yibo from the commentary booth, advocating for the league to assess the reasonableness of the Ingshi effect, was akin to a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, stirring ripples throughout the realm of glory. The elation from Xingxin's triumphant debut was shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, leading to a division in public opinion. Supporters argued that Ingshi embodied the strategic value befitting a top-tier silver weapon, a testament to Ling Yun's technical prowess and investment. Detractors expressed concerns that this inevitably prohibitive healing effect could disrupt the balance, posing a catastrophic blow to healing professions. The forum erupted into heated debates, yet the Xingxin team, at the eye of the storm, remained remarkably composed. Inside the Xingxin Internet CAF training room, the low hum of the holographic evasion training pod served as the sole background sound. Lin Feng maneuvered Ling Yun, his figure weaving through the intricately simulated battlefield environment, while the muted brilliance of Jimmy occasionally sliced through the light and shadow, leaving fleeting traces of dark purple. The terrifying consciousness of 3 functioned like a sophisticated processor, absorbing every word from the league's urgently issued supplementary rules document, titled Interim Regulations on Limiting Infinite Purchases of Battlefield Props and Assessment of Certain Silver Weapon Effects. The restrictions on prop purchases and the evaluation of silver weapon effects reverberated through Lin Feng's voice, calm and unperturbed, as Tao Xin's movements were swifter than anticipated. By applying pressure through league regulations, they aimed to cut off the source of funding. As expected, in the adjacent training pod, Yishio's voice, laced with a hint of nonchalance, echoed as he simulated signature skills from various professions using a casual account. Yingshi was too conspicuous. Li Ba was merely a mouthpiece. The real trump card lay in the prop restrictions, severing your tactical chain of monetary capability. So, Commander Lin, how do we play under the new rules? Lin Feng paused his training, his gaze settling on the core clauses of the regulations displayed on the virtual screen. Within the competition arena, any form of external funds for purchasing battlefield enhancement items, such as resurrection charms, special potions, one-time scrolls, etc., is strictly prohibited. All supplies and tactical consumables must be based on items and skills carried by the character itself. The League's technical committee will establish a special team for long-term observation and evaluation of silver weapon effects with disruptive strategic implications, such as Yingshi, reserving the right for subsequent adjustments. The most significant impact of the prop restrictions was on the resurrection flow of the life or death strike. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. Without the safety net of charms, the risks associated with the life or death strike surged dramatically, rendering it unusable as a standard tactic. Doesn't that mean? Tang Rou's voice floated from another training pod, tinged with concern. She had just concluded a rigorous evasion training session. The core strategy must change. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone resolute, yet suggesting that it was not entirely unfeasible. Yingshi is still in the evaluation period. As long as we do not misuse it, the League will not intervene for the time being. He smirked coldly at the mention of the prop restrictions, asserting that if the path for purchasing props was blocked, they would forge their own. He accessed the Huang Commander System interface, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the virtual screen. Ding. Host authorizes the system to invest in the development of strategic-level training equipment. Project name, Glory Holographic Stealth Perception Enhancement System. Prototype, objective, to utilize holographic projection and neural feedback technology to deeply simulate the Glory battlefield environment, enhancing the player's stealth perception, environmental utilization, and tactical prediction capabilities. Investment amount, 30,000,000. Collaborating party, Cutting-Edge Neural Sensor Laboratory, Deep Blue Matrix. System notification, Tactical Funds 30,000,000. Current Tactical Funds balance, 10,090,100. Previous responses to investigations, upgrading silver weapons, and bounties incurred significant expenses. 30 million evaporated in an instant. Lin Feng did not even blink. 30 million investment in developing training equipment? Yishio's voice came through, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Boss Lin, isn't the cost of forging your own path a bit excessive? Not at all, Lin Feng responded calmly. Once the equipment is in place, the entire team's stealth and tactical prediction capabilities will exceed 30. Props? Those are external factors. True monetary capability lies in enhancing one's own limits. He paused, adding, moreover, the new equipment will help us optimize the use of Yingshi, preventing the League from finding a reason to impose prohibitions. Yishio fell silent. He had to concede that while Lin Feng's approach was indeed bold, it struck at the heart of the matter. Utilizing top-tier training equipment to compensate for the shortcomings posed by prop restrictions, perhaps even surpassing them. This paradigm shift required time for the development of new equipment. However, the second round of the challenge against He Wu's team was scheduled for tomorrow. Yishio reminded him, while He Wu's strength pales in comparison to Wu Ji, they possess the advantage of selecting the map in their home arena. They will likely choose the Dark Marsh to leverage the complex terrain for guerrilla tactics. Yingshi can still be utilized for now, but without the safety net of props, your assassin strategy. Therefore, we need a new blade. Lin Feng's gaze turned to the corner of the training room. There, a taciturn youth with hawk-like, sharp eyes, Mo Fan, was intently controlling his ninja character. Hui Renbu Wan, diligently practicing stealth, smoke release, and precise shuriken throwing in the solo training arena. Mo Fan, Lin Feng's voice resonated in the team channel. Mo Fan acknowledged without lifting his head, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Hui Renbu Wan's figure flickering in and out of the smoke. Dark Marsh, your home ground. Lin Feng stated. Tomorrow, you will take the lead, and I will provide support. Mo Fan's movements momentarily stilled. He finally raised his head, looking through the glass of the training pod towards Lin Feng with a hint of surprise and eagerness. Yishio instantly grasped Lin Feng's intention and chuckled. A dual assassin strategy? Using Hui Renbu Wan's overt distraction to draw fire while your Ling Yun stealthily flanks? Leaving Yingshi for critical targets? Brilliant. Those fellows from He Wu probably never anticipated we would play this way. The next day, at the Glory Challenge Arena, Xingxin vs. He Wu. Map, Dark Marsh. Just as Yishio had predicted, He Wu's team indeed chose this map, characterized by poor visibility, suffocating mists, and intricate terrain, as their home ground. Dear viewers, this is Xingxin's first match following the alteration of the rules. Will they maintain their underdog status? Can Captain Ling Yun's fearsome ensure dagger shine under the new regulations? Let us await the outcome. The commentator's voice brimmed with anticipation. The match begins. In the dimly lit marsh, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility exceedingly low, while the treacherous, muddy ground was riddled with lurking venomous traps. The He-Wu battle team, consisting of 5 members, advanced in a tight formation, exercising utmost caution, with the priest being meticulously shielded at the center. Their strategy was clear: to exploit the terrain and wear down their opponents, compelling Xing Xian to err. However, the formation of Xing Xian was unexpectedly unconventional. What? Xing Xian had split? The assassins Ling Yun and Hui Renbuwan acted independently? Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yenro, and Ecun Hui clustered together? The commentators gasped in astonishment. On the map, Mo Fan's Hui Renbushi appeared as a specter within the marsh, utilizing the ninja's unique skill, Ing Yu, and stealth techniques to flit around the He-Wu team with uncanny agility. Shuriken and explosive shuriken were launched from unexpected angles towards He-Wu's backline. Though the damage was minimal, it significantly disrupted He-Wu's formation and rhythm. It was Hui Renbuwan, the renowned scavenger from District 10. He was causing havoc. Focus fire on him. Do not let him escape. He-Wu's captain, the martial artist Lin Yun, bellowed. Instantly, He-Wu's attention was ensnared by the elusive Hui Renbuwan, slippery as an eel. Elemental mages and gunners redirected their firepower in an attempt to pin down this bothersome assassin. Just as He-Wu's formation faltered and a gap appeared in their ranks due to the pursuit of Hui Renbuwan, Lin Feng, controlling Ling Yun, had already utilized the abundant rotten wood, mud pits, and thick fog of the marsh for cover, skillfully maneuvering to the flank of the He-Wu team under the precise guidance of Terror Awareness 3. The effect of Silence's shadow affinity in the dim environment was exceptional, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the surroundings while in stealth. Target locked. He-Wu's core. The priest Tian Shiji. Priest, be cautious. 3 o'clock direction. Energy fluctuation. He-Wu's elemental mage sensed the danger, but it was too late. Swiftly, a crimson light flashed. Ling Yun's speed surged. Arc light. Dark purple streaks tore through the fog, closing the distance in an instant. The assassination technique. Reverse thunder. His body twisted in the mud, leveraging a half-submerged boulder to carve an uncanny zigzag, perfectly evading the martial artist Lin Yun, who shielded the priest. A devastating strike. Silence's dual daggers, embodying the essence of annihilation, pierced deeply into the back of the priest Tian Shiji. A resounding pop. Enormous damage numbers alongside glaring critical hit notifications erupted. Simultaneously, shadow erosion activated. A profound, dark light swiftly engulfed the priest. The blood-red ban heal icon flashed frantically. 5 seconds of healing prohibition. Continuous erosion. The priest was downed instantly. Another shadow erosion. The commentator's voice shifted in pitch. The entire He-Wu team felt their hearts drop. The healing core was down. Furthermore, it was under a healing prohibition. Focus fire on the priest. Do not let him escape. Lin Feng's icy voice echoed through the team channel. Prepared in advance, Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, transitioned his Qianji sand to gun form, green machine gun. Suppressing He-Wu's attempts at rescue, Tang Rou, Han Yenro, surged forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, instantly breaking free from entanglement. Her spear thrusting directly at the incapacitated priest. Xiao Yifan, Ecun Hui, executed his ghost formation with precision, sealing off the priest's retreat. He-Wu's priest fell amidst despair. The entire process flowed seamlessly, from Hui Renbuwan drawing fire, to Ling Yun's flanking assassination, culminating in concentrated fire. All within 10 seconds. With the priest lost, He-Wu's resistance crumbled swiftly. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense, as Xing Xian swept through their opponents with overwhelming force, achieving a resounding 5 o'clock victory. Victory. Another 5 o'clock. Xing Xian. Xing Xian. In the audience, Chen Guo led the cheering throng of friends and fans from District 10 in an ecstatic uproar. However, the joy of triumph was short-lived, as the public channel was soon inundated with a torrent of yellow text bubbles. Public blue rain night rain voice. Damn it. Old Lin. Ling Yun. Shadow brother. Get out here. Send this sword saint out. You are too sinister. Too cunning. Too inhumane. Using that scavenger kid Mo Fan as bait to draw fire. Meanwhile, you stealthily circled around to assassinate the priest. And you used shadow erosion. 5 seconds of healing prohibition. How is the priest supposed to survive? Huh. Does the priest have no dignity? Does Xing Xian have no shame left? If you have the ability, fight this sword saint head on. Are assassins this devious? Are they this devious? Are they this devious? Huang Shaotian's text bubbles poured into the public channel like a flood, filling the screen in an instant. The speed was so rapid that even the system experienced a slight lag. His words brimmed with fury, accusations, and profound sympathy for the effects of shadow erosion, primarily directed towards the priest profession. Laughter erupted in the audience. Huang Shaotian's flood of text instantly alleviated the tension brought on by the new rules. Lin Feng observed the screen filled with accusations and the flood of complaints, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He was disinterested in engaging and prepared to log out. At that moment, a private message from Night Rain voice suddenly popped up. Private message from Blue Ray Night Rain voice. Hey, Shadow Brother. Stop playing dead. Seriously, how did you know the He Wu martial artist would miss with that route? And it seems you already knew where the priest was waiting to be stabbed? Isn't your awareness a bit excessive? More precise than our captain? In Huang Shaotian's text bubble, a rare hint of genuine curiosity and inquiry emerged. As a top opportunist, his grasp of battlefield timing was legendary, but Lin Feng's precise flanking assassination, executed to the millisecond, even left him feeling a chill. Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in his heart. Huang Shaotian, though seemingly loquacious, possessed a terrifyingly sharp intuition. Before he could respond, another private message emerged. This one from Yi Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao. Private message from Jun Mo Xiao. If Old Wei had your awareness back in the day, he could have wiped out the priest profession in competitive matches. However, Lin Feng, don't you know He Wu's players' positioning habits? Especially that priest's choice of safe spots in the dim marsh, a tad too well? It's almost as if you've watched their training footage. Yi Xiao's words were more direct and lethal than Huang Shaotian's. He pinpointed the extraordinary foresight exhibited by Terror Awareness 3. Lin Feng observed the simultaneous inquiries from Yi Xiao and Huang Shaotian, fully aware that although the sharpness of Yingshi was temporarily restrained by the rules, the terrifying awareness leading to precise predictions was increasingly raising the vigilance and skepticism of top-tier players. The day when the core secret would be entirely unveiled seemed to draw ever closer. He closed the private chat window and commanded Ling Yun to exit the game. The path ahead would undoubtedly become more perilous. The constraints of the rules, the targeting from opponents, and the doubts from teammates were all thorns obstructing the road to victory. Yet, gazing at the dim yet lethal dagger named Jimmy, there was no flicker of uncertainty in Lin Feng's eyes. Cunning? He murmured softly, as if responding to Huang Shaotian's barrage, or perhaps articulating his own creed. The assassin's blade indeed lurked within the shadows. Shadow Brother. Baozi approached with a look of admiration. That maneuver you executed from behind was so cool. Teach me, please. I want to be a shadow too. Lin Feng regarded Baozi's eager expression, then glanced at the contemplative Yi Xiao and Tang Rou nearby, as well as the silent, yet focused Mo Fan and Xiao Yifan within the training room. Want to learn? Lin Feng's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. Very well. We shall begin with how to dance in the shadows under the constraints of the rules. He rose, casting his gaze out the window. The journey of the challenge had only just commenced, and the blade of the Shadow Commander would not falter due to any hindrance. Rules? Doubts? They were merely embellishments along the path to the throne. Chapter 19. Core vulnerabilities in the shadows of eavesdropping. Huang Shaotian's insistent accusations and Yi Xiao's direct inquiries were akin to two invisible daggers, hovering before Lin Feng. The clamorous public channel and the cheers from the audience seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving only the low hum of the computer fan and his steady heartbeat within the training pod. The extraordinary precognitive sensation brought by Terrifying Awareness 3 had ultimately triggered the alertness of the most elite players. Yi Xiao, as the epitome of glory, possessed astonishing insight. Huang Shaotian, though talkative, had instincts as sharp as a beast. Their skepticism posed an unavoidable challenge for Lin Feng. Shadow dance under the rules. Yi Xiao's voice came through the team channel, tinged with amusement, yet layered with profound inquiry. Lin Commander, your steps seem to carry an air of precognition. He continued. He Wu, that priest, at the habitual safety point in the dark swamp. Even our own captain might not always predict accurately. Yet you navigated through as though it were your own home. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He commanded Ling Yun to exit the game, removed his helmet, and calmly scanned the training room. Tang Rou, Baozi, Xiao Yifan, and Mo Fan all looked at him, their expressions reflecting excitement over victory, but also a hint of curiosity about the precision of their captain's maneuver from behind. Experience, observation, and a touch of luck, Lin Feng replied calmly, offering what seemed a reasonable explanation. He Wu's playstyle leans towards conservatism. Priests tend to favor positions with a relatively open view and cover in complex terrains. There are only a few locations in the dark swamp that fit this criterion, and considering our team's initial grouping strategy, it was not difficult to predict. This explanation was logically sound, yet Yi Xiao was evidently not entirely convinced. He held a cigarette. In reality, the smoke swirling around his sharp gaze. Experience and observation can precisely time actions to the millisecond, to change direction and intercept at the moment a martial artist misses. Lin Feng, your experience is rather frightening. Exactly. Huang Shaotian's private chat bubble continued to flood the screen. Shadow brother, don't fool us. I, the Sword Saint, have traversed glory for so many years. What kind of awareness have I not seen? This is clearly akin to having opened the heavenly eye. Confess honestly. Have you secretly installed a map hack? Or are you actually the illegitimate child of the glory mainframe? Lin Feng ignored Huang Shaotian's barrage. Turning to Yi Xiao, Brother Yi, some matters are complex to explain. You only need to know that my goals align with those of Xing, Xin. As for the process, he paused, his tone imbued with unyielding determination. I will prove it with victory. Yi Xiao gazed deeply at Lin Feng, refraining from further inquiry, merely extinguishing his cigarette. All right, I await your demonstration. However, Lin Feng, this ability to foresee is a double-edged sword. If wielded wisely, it is unstoppable. If misused, or if someone seizes upon it, the consequences could be dire. A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart. Yi Xiao's words pinpointed the most critical hidden danger. The informational advantage bestowed by Terrifying Awareness 3, once interpreted by the League or opponents as cheating or exploitation of unknown loopholes, would result in catastrophic repercussions. At that moment, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice resonated directly within Lin Feng's mind, overriding all other thoughts. Ding. Critical plot node detected. Emergency mission issued. The fatal vulnerability of Jia Shi. Mission objective. Within 24 hours, utilize the resources of the Divine Commander System to uncover and master the core commercial or competitive vulnerabilities currently extant within Jia Shi Club, capable of shaking its foundation, e.g., player contract traps, illegal transfer operations, core account ownership disputes, financial fraud, etc. The vulnerability level must reach level sufficient to instigate League intervention and collapse club credibility. Mission rewards. Upgrade Terrifying Awareness to level 4. Unlock Battlefield Simulation, Sandtable function. Tactical Funds 50,000,000. Random Level Tactical Module 1. Failure Penalty. System functionality frozen for 30 days. Terrifying Awareness level permanently locked. An emergency mission. The fatal vulnerability of Jia Shi. Level. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. The system issuing such a task at this critical juncture was no mere coincidence. Coupled with the suspicions of Yi Xiao and Huang Shaotian, as well as Tao Xian's earlier frenzied counterattack, the directive of this mission was exceedingly pronounced. The system appeared to be guiding him to take the initiative, to seize Jia Shi's vital weakness, and deliver a decisive blow. At the same time, it was enticing him with generous rewards to delve deeper into and exploit that future information. Terrifying Awareness 4. Battlefield Simulation Sandtable. 50 million in funds. Level Tactical Module. Each reward was sufficient to effect a qualitative leap in Xing, Xian strength. Yet, the penalties for failure were equally severe. System freezing and awareness locking equated to rendering his greatest reliance useless. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Yi Xiao keenly sensed the sudden shift in Lin Feng's aura. Nothing. Lin Feng swiftly quelled the tumultuous waves within his heart, regaining his composure as he contemplated tactical intricacies. Brother Yi, the debriefing meeting for tomorrow will be postponed to the afternoon. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Without waiting for Yi Xiao's response, Lin Feng promptly rose and briskly made his way to the relatively secluded corner of the storeroom at the back door of the Internet CF. He required an environment of absolute tranquility to address this unexpected urgent task. The storeroom corner was cluttered with miscellaneous items, shrouded in dim light. Leaning against the cold metal shelves, Lin Feng swiftly activated the Shenhao Commander System interface. The Terrifying Awareness 3 function was fully operational. Rapidly sifting through the fragmented information about the impending collapse of Jia Shi, searching for potential fatal flaws. Could it be a trap within the player contracts? The exploitation of players was a tradition, yet Tao Xian was cunning. Contractual traps might not constitute a serious issue. What about illicit transfer operations? The process by which Sun Xiang assumed control of Yi Qiu seemed contentious. What of the core account ownership? The ownership rights of Yi Qiu? Financial fraud? Jia Shi's financial reports from recent years? Fragments of information surged like a torrent, and under the meticulous scrutiny of Terrifying Awareness 3, a blurry outline gradually became clearer. A glint of insight flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as his fingers danced across the system's operational interface with lightning speed. Ding. Host authorization granted. Initiating top-tier commercial intelligence and legal loophole excavation service. Target, Jia Shi Electronic Sports Club. Focus, core player contracts. Legal documents concerning Yi Qiu account ownership, financial statements, and significant transaction records from the past 3 years. Service level, top tier, no expense spared, highest authority, anonymous operation. Estimated cost, 15,000,000. System notification, tactical funds 15,000,000. Current tactical funds balance, 4,909,900 overdrawn. 15 million was instantly deducted. The system funds plunged into the negative. Lin Feng's brow did not even twitch. He understood well that the cost of such high-level commercial intelligence excavation, particularly against a prestigious entity like Jia Shi, would inevitably be exorbitant. However, the potential for a critical loophole and the substantial rewards made it worthwhile. Countless intangible data streams began to traverse the network, employing the highest level of anonymous nodes and hacking techniques within system regulations, akin to the most precise probes, piercing into the heart of Jia Shi's core database and legal document repository. Time ticked away. The storeroom corner remained silent, save for Lin Feng's steady breathing and the faint glow of data streams refreshing on the system interface. Terrifying Awareness 3 was highly concentrated, monitoring the excavation progress while continuously simulating various possibilities. Approximately half an hour later, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Intelligence excavation completed. Core loophole of level discovered. Loophole details. Dispute over Yi Zhiqiu account ownership. Core, a significant legal flaw exists in the original player contract signed between Jiashi Club and Yiqiu concerning the ownership rights of the core account. Yi Zhiqiu. The contract only stipulates that the usage rights belong to the club, but does not clearly define the ownership rights, especially regarding the ultimate ownership of virtual assets such as characters, equipment, and achievements after the player's retirement. According to the current virtual property protection law and relevant precedents from the Supreme Court, in cases of ambiguous contractual agreements, such core virtual assets, which embody the player's considerable efforts and possess strong personal attachments, have ownership rights that are highly contentious and tend to revert to the original operator. Jiashi Club's unilateral declaration of ownership over the account post-Yiqiu's retirement, transferring it for Sun Xiang's use, poses significant legal risks. Associated evidence, original contract scans, encrypted. Relevant legal texts and case compilations, minutes from internal meetings regarding account ownership disputes, partially encrypted. Loophole level sufficient to trigger league intervention investigations, collapse the club's reputation, and question the legitimacy of Sun Xiang's usage of Yi Zhiqiu, potentially leading to legal actions resulting in account freezing. Intelligence documents have been encrypted and transmitted to the host's designated storage space. He found it. The dispute over the ownership of Yi Zhiqiu, the contractual loophole. Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. This loophole would indeed be exposed in the future, causing a tremendous uproar and directly accelerating Jia Shi's downfall. He never anticipated that the system would unearth the most critical evidence chain for him. This was akin to delivering a nuclear bomb to Taoxian. With this, coupled with the tampering evidence from the recording device provided by Su Muching, Taoxian's ironclad proof would become a mere farce. It could even turn the tables, dragging Jia Shi into the abyss. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he prepared to scrutinize the file details and formulate his next steps. At that moment, however, his heightened perception from Terrifying Awareness 3 detected an exceedingly faint sound, almost indistinguishable from the ambient noise, emanating from the ventilation duct above the storeroom corner. An electronic component's operation. It was not a fan. It was a listening device. Lin Feng's senses heightened instantly. He remained composed, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the grating of the ventilation duct. In the dim light, a minuscule device, disguised as dust and no larger than a grain of rice, flickered with an imperceptible red light. Someone had installed a listening device here, and it was likely done shortly after he entered. Who was it? Taoxian's people? Or the League's investigation team? Cold sweat instantly soaked Lin Feng's back. Although his earlier communication with the system had been silent, the directive to excavate intelligence was unmistakably conveyed. If the listening device captured any keywords, he immediately initiated a system scan. Ding. Unauthorized listening device detected. Model. Signal transmission detected. Signal receiver located at Jia Shi Club building. Top floor office. Taoxian. Taoxian. It was indeed him. He had actually installed a listening device within Xing Xin. When was this done? How did he manage it? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Feng, yet his facial expression remained serene. He could not afford to alert the snake. He feigned a stretch of his neck, casually walking to the other side of the shelf, picking up a bottle of water and unscrewing it to create noise that would mask his movements. Simultaneously, his fingers moved swiftly across the system interface. Ding. Initiating area signal jamming and counter-surveillance service. Range, current storeroom corner. Mode, directional interference, only jamming the target listening device's signal without raising external suspicion. The air in the shadowy corner of the Xingxin warehouse seemed to solidify as the muted ambience enveloped the surroundings. The concealed listening device within the ventilation duct lay silent, akin to the frigid carcass of a serpent, silently revealing Tao Xian's relentless treachery. Leaning against the cold metallic shelving, Lin Feng's fingertips glided across the virtual display of the system, illuminating a document marked with a critical core vulnerability regarding the ownership dispute of the Yi Zhiqiu account, radiating a ghostly glow reminiscent of the imminent unsheathing of the jimmy. The weapon for retaliation had been firmly grasped in his hands. Yet the lurking eyes in the shadows made Lin Feng acutely aware that Tao Xian would not remain passive. The press conference, which ostensibly served as a stage for Jia Shi to redeem its reputation, had transformed into the ideal burial ground for his adversary in Lin Feng's eyes. Yi go. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the team channel, calm and unwavering, yet imbued with resolute authority. Tomorrow, we shall attend the Jia Shi press conference. In the training pod, Yi Xiu appeared momentarily taken aback. Attend? Walk into a trap? Tao Xian is likely seeking an opportunity to besmirch us. No, Lin Feng replied, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. We are going to present him with a grand gift, a gesture he cannot possibly refuse. He swiftly briefed Yi Xiu on the matter of the warehouse listening device and the core information about the critical vulnerability unearthed by the system, omitting the system details. Ownership dispute of the account? Contract loophole? Yi Xiu's voice was laced with incredulity, soon giving way to an uncontainable fury. Does Tao Xian dare? He not only dares, but he has been doing so all along. Lin Feng's tone turned icy. The press conference is the perfect stage. Under his own spotlight, he shall incinerate himself. Are you certain? Yi Xiu's voice grew somber. The risk was immense. Should they fail, they would not only be unable to topple Tao Xian, but would also solidify the accusations against their club, leading to inevitable repercussions from the league. The chain of evidence is intact. Lin Feng opened the document, sending the encrypted original contract scans, highlighting the key clauses and legal precedents to Yi Xiu. Alongside the tampered evidence provided by Su Muqing, Tao Xian's ironclad proof would be rendered as worthless as scrap paper. Now, they merely required a detonator. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiu grasped Lin Feng's intention. You wish to unveil this contract before all the media at the conference? No, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a more intense coldness. It is imperative that he presents it himself. He swiftly maneuvered through the system interface. Ding. Host authorization granted. Initiating top-tier public sentiment guidance and information deployment service. Target, Jia Shi press conference venue. Deployment content. Anonymous tip-off regarding the Yi Zhiqiu account ownership dispute. Deployment method. Directed interference during the media questioning session to steer pivotal inquiries. Cost, 500,000. System notification. Tactical funds 500,000. Current tactical fund balance, 509,900. Continued overdraft. In an instant, 500,000 evaporated. Lin Feng remained unfazed. He needed to ensure that someone at the press conference would accurately pose that lethal question. Furthermore, he cast a glance at the concealed listening device in the warehouse corner, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Since Tao Xian relished eavesdropping, he would be treated to something truly noteworthy. Ding. Initiating audio fabrication and directed transmission service. Target. Fabricate a segment of an encrypted conversation between Yi Xiu and Lin Feng, conspiring to expose Jia Shi's dark underbelly at the press conference. Content. Angrily accusing Tao Xian of tampering with recordings, usurping the account, hinting at possessing evidence of contract loopholes. Transmission target. Jia Shi Club's executive office. Tao Xian's eavesdropping receiver. Cost, 200,000. System notification. Tactical funds 200,000. Current tactical fund balance, 709,900. Overdraft intensifies. A meticulously crafted, emotionally charged conspiratorial audio segment was silently transmitted back to the upper echelons of the Jia Shi building through the concealed listening device's signal channel. What Tao Xian would hear would be the frantic desperation of Lin Feng and Yi Xiu, the unveiling of their ultimate plan. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Feng closed the system interface and took a deep breath. The stage was set. All that remained was to await the curtains to rise. In the opulent conference hall of the Jia Shi Club building, the massive crystal chandelier illuminated the venue as brightly as day. A multitude of reporters filled the seats, their cameras flashing in a cacophony of light. On the podium, Tao Xian stood impeccably dressed, his expression solemn, flanked by Cui Li and Chun Yehui, both wearing grave visages. Sun Xiang sat a little farther away, his complexion still pale, his gaze dark and brooding, evidently yet to emerge from the shadows of his defeat at Lin Feng's hands. Dear media friends, Tao Xian's voice resonated throughout the venue, imbued with a profound sense of guilt. The purpose of today's press conference is to provide a responsible explanation regarding the recent controversies surrounding the Jia Shi Club, particularly concerning former captain Yi Xiu, also known as Yi Xiu, and the player Ling Yun from Zone 10. He sorrowfully recounted how Yi Xiao betrayed the club's nurturing, engaged in account theft, and colluded with outsiders to undermine Jia Shi's interests, while presenting some technical analysis reports, forged, insinuating that Yi Xiao and Ling Yun may have employed unscrupulous methods. Cui Li and Chun Yehui stood by, embellishing the narrative, portraying Xing Xin as a malignant entity that disrupts league regulations through despicable means. The Jiashi Club expressed profound sorrow over the actions of Yi Xiao and Ling Yun and has formally submitted detailed reports to the league's disciplinary committee. Tao Xian's voice suddenly rose in righteous indignation, asserting our belief that the league will render a fair judgment. Simultaneously, we urge all players who cherish glory to resist such acts that compromise the integrity of the game and harm the interests of the club. Jia Shi will resolutely defend the purity and fairness of glory. The journalists in attendance murmured amongst themselves, with many cameras directed at Tao Xian, capturing his impassioned performance. At that moment, the door to the conference hall swung open. Lin Feng, Ling Yun, and Yi Xiao, the virtual projection of Jun Mo Shao, appeared at the entrance, instantly capturing the attention of all cameras. It was Ling Yun and Jun Mo Shao. How did they arrive? A spectacle was about to unfold. The flashbulbs engulfed the two figures. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tao Xian's eyes, quickly transforming into a cold fury and a barely perceptible sense of triumph. He had heard that clandestine audio and anticipated their disruption. This was a perfect opportunity to decisively bring them down in front of the media. Yi Xiao, Ling Yun. Tao Xian abruptly rose, pointing at them with a voice tinged with indignation, declaring this to be a press conference for Jia Shi to clarify the facts, not a venue for their antics. Security, please escort them out. Several security personnel swiftly approached. Why the haste to expel us, Mr. Tao? Lin Feng's voice resonated calmly through the microphone, instantly quelling the unrest. We merely heard that Jia Shi intended to clarify the facts and came to discern the disparity between the truths you present and the reality we hold. His gaze swept across the assembled journalists before settling on Tao Xian's face, laced with a hint of icy mockery, especially concerning the ownership of the Yi Xiao account. Mr. Tao was quite passionate earlier. Why is he now avoiding this crucial issue? A seasoned journalist from the esports home, guided by the system, immediately seized the moment to pose a critical question. Mr. Tao, as we understand, Yi Xiao is a core account that player Yi Xiao has operated for many years, embodying his immense dedication. How did the Jiashi Club handle the ownership of this account after player Yi Xiao's retirement? Is there a clear legal basis for this? This question struck like a precise surgical blade, piercing the heart of the issue Tao Xian sought to evade. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Tao Xian. His complexion shifted slightly, but quickly regained composure. Yi Xiao is a core asset of the Jiashi Club, and its ownership and usage rights naturally belong to the club. This is industry practice and is explicitly stated in the contract signed by Yi Xiao. We have entrusted it to the more promising and loyal player Sun Xiang, which is both reasonable and lawful. Is that so? Lin Feng's voice was as chilling as ice. Mr. Tao, are you certain that the contract explicitly states the account's ownership belongs to the club? He stepped forward, disregarding the security guards blocking his path, who were momentarily intimidated by his presence and hesitated. His gaze was sharp as a blade. As far as I know, the original contract signed by Senior Yi Xiao only vaguely mentioned the usage rights belonging to the club, but did not address the ultimate ownership of the characters, equipment, achievements, and other virtual assets after the player's retirement. You are speaking nonsense. Tao Xian retorted sharply, yet a flicker of barely concealed panic flashed in his eyes. The contract is black and white. How dare you slander it? Whether it is slander or not, we will find out. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and operated his personal terminal. With a hum, the holographic projector in the center of the hall instantly activated. A massive, crystal-clear light screen was projected into the air. It prominently displayed a scanned copy of the original player contract, bearing the signatures of the Jiashi Club and Yi Xiao. Lin Feng's fingers glided across the virtual screen, highlighting a critical clause in vivid red. Party B, Yi Xiao, enjoys the operational usage rights of the account Yi Xiao during the contract term. The club holds the management rights of the account and the usage rights for commercial development. Not a word was mentioned regarding ownership. Next, the screen switched to display relevant articles from the virtual property protection law and summaries of Supreme Court rulings. Virtual property embodies a significant investment of time, energy, and intellect by the user, possessing a strong personal attachment. In cases where contractual terms are ambiguous, the ultimate ownership rights of the actual creator are generally favored for protection. Finally, the screen froze on several lines of encrypted meeting minutes, derived from clues provided by Su Mu Chung. Mr. Tao instructed, handle the account ownership clause ambiguously to avoid entanglements post-retirement. Supervisor Wang, understood. I have revised it as per your request. The evidence was irrefutable. layer upon layer of proof. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. All journalists stared, dumbfounded, at the undeniable chain of evidence displayed on the screen. Tao Xian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. His body swayed, and he had to grip the podium to avoid collapsing. His finger, trembling violently as it pointed at the screen, quivered on his lips. But he could not utter a single word. He never imagined that the other party possessed such critical, lethal original contracts and legal grounds. This was 100 times more fatal than the fabricated recordings. Chui Li turned ashen, and Chun Yehui was so frightened that he slumped in his seat. Sun Xiang abruptly rose to his feet, gazing at the luminous screen displaying the contentious ownership of Yi Zhiqiu. His eyes then darted to the pallid face of Tao Xian, filled with shock, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Could it be that the proud Doshin account he cherished might not belong to Jia Shi? What then was his worth? No, this could not be true. It had to be a fabrication. Yes, Tao Xian finally snapped back from the immense shock, shrieking hysterically in a last-ditch effort. Security. Shut off the projection. Arrest them. They are slandering us. Yet, his disheveled demeanor and feeble justifications appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of irrefutable evidence. The journalists' cameras fervently focused on the distraught Tao Xian and the glaring screen. Fabrication. Lin Feng's voice resonated like a final judgment, cold and unwavering. The contract bore the official seal of Jia Shi and the handwritten signature of Yi Qiu, the authenticity of which could be easily verified. Legal statutes and precedents existed for the League to ascertain the truth. As his gaze swept across the room, it ultimately landed on the ashen-faced Chui Li. Surely, there were others within Jia Shi who could attest to the contract's validity. He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd, before addressing Tao Xian with deliberate clarity. Boss Tao, you incessantly claim that Yi Qiu pilfered the account card, jeopardizing the club's interests. May I inquire, what does it signify when you exploit contractual loopholes in an attempt to seize virtual assets amassed through the efforts of others, even resorting to forgery and defamation? What is it that Jia Shi is defending? The purity of glory, or merely your own selfish desires and sordid tactics? The thunderous impact of Lin Feng's words struck Tao Xian like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of Jia Shi's facade. The venue erupted into chaos. Journalists, akin to sharks sensing blood, bombarded the crumbling Tao Xian with questions. Mr. Tao, please clarify the contractual loophole. Does Jia Shi potentially defraud players and sponsors? Is Sun Xiang's usage of Yi Zhiqiu legitimate? How will the League respond? The flashes of cameras captured the desolation of Tao Xian, the pallor of Chui Li, the limp form of Chun Yehui, and Sun Xiang's mix of fury and bewilderment, all crystallizing into the prelude of Jia Shi's collapse. Yi Qiu stood beside Lin Feng, quietly observing the nuclear explosion orchestrated solely by him. He exhaled a smoke ring, his virtual image enveloped in swirling smoke. And within his perpetually drowsy eyes, a newfound sharpness gleamed as he regarded Lin Feng's composed profile. Su Mucheng, Mu Chung Feng, sat in a corner of the Jia Shi player's bench, watching from afar the assassin wielding the nuclear bomb, cornering Tao Xian into desperation. A slight smile of relief and satisfaction graced her lips as she whispered softly to herself, "Indeed, you have succeeded." Lin Feng disregarded the turmoil surrounding him and the venomous glare of Tao Xian. He accessed the system interface, where the notification of task completion appeared clearly. Ding. Urgent task. Jia Shi's fatal loophole completed. Task reward. Horror awareness level increased to 4, unlocking battlefield simulation sandbox function. Tactical funds. 50,000,000. Acquired random level tactical module. Shadow coordination network. System notification. Tactical funds balance updated. 44, 290, 100. After overdraft deduction, horror awareness surged within him, constructing an intangible battlefield simulation sandbox capable of emulating intricate battlefield changes in his mind. He gazed at the suspended contract marked with loopholes on the screen, then observed the journalists below feverishly documenting and broadcasting the scene. The tempest was merely beginning, and the Shadow Erosion Commander, now imbued with newfound power, was prepared to confront the impending, tumultuous waves. The collapse of Jia Shi would serve as the first stepping stone for Xing Xin to ascend to the throne. Chapter 21. Sandbox Simulation and the Fangs of Reincarnation. The chaotic scenes at the Jia Shi press conference swept through the entire Glory community like a virus. Contract loopholes, disputes over account ownership, forged evidence, and Tao Xian's breakdown. Each phrase carried explosive energy, thrusting the once magnificent Jia Shi into the abyss of public opinion. The League's official response was remarkably swift, announcing the establishment of a special investigation team that afternoon, personally led by League Chairman Feng Xianjun, who would enter Jia Shi Club, freeze the usage rights of Yi Zhiqiu, and subject Tao Xian, Chui Li, and others to isolation and scrutiny. The glory community was shaken. In stark contrast, the training room of Xing Xian Internet Cafe remained eerily quiet. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair with closed eyes, his consciousness delving into an entirely new realm. The battlefield simulation sandbox unlocked at Horror Awareness Level 4. This was a hyper-realistic virtual space existing within his mental world. No longer was he confronted with cold screens and maps. Instead, a three-dimensional battlefield model, which he could freely zoom, rotate, and annotate, unfolded before him. Ruined castles, dark marshes, and even maps that the next opponent, Ling Yun team, might choose could be constructed in an instant. More daunting still, the sandbox could simulate terrain and obstacles, and based on input data, enemy character information, skills, operational habits, tactical styles, predict possible trajectories and tactical intentions of opponents. At this moment, the simulated map in the sandbox was precisely the Wind Erosion Canyon, the terrain Ling Yun team excelled in. Lin Feng input the operational data of Ling Yun's core player. Elemental Mage Feng Cheng Yin, acquired through system intelligence purchases and analysis of past match recordings, into the sandbox. Instantly, a blue light representing Feng Cheng Yin maneuvered through the canyon's complex terrain, casting skills, dodging, and coordinating with teammates, with their action patterns, skill release habits, and reactions under varying pressures, all simulated in the sandbox as high-probability events. Although it could not predict with 100% accuracy, the tactical foresight offered was far superior to the intuition and experience of Level 3. This was the power of Level 4, Lin Feng marveled. With this sandbox, he could deconstruct the core tactics of his opponents before the match and even simulate multiple counter-strategies. Coupled with the silence of Shadow Erosion and the soon-to-be unlocked Shadow Coordination Network, Xing Xian's tactical framework was poised for a qualitative leap. Ding dong. The system notification chimed. Ding. Random level tactical module, Shadow Coordination Network, activated successfully. Module effect. Establish a mental link network based on the host's terror awareness, current coverage, radius of 100 meters. The host can expend mental energy to instantaneously share specific battlefield information, such as precise target coordinates, skills, threat alerts, with designated teammates, who must voluntarily accept the link. Achieving near-zero latency in tactical coordination. Under the link status, teammates' understanding and execution efficiency of the host's commands will be significantly enhanced. Warning: excessive use will lead to an overload of the host's mental capacity. Detailed mental energy consumption parameters are attached to the module description. The mental link network. Zero latency information sharing. Enhanced execution efficiency. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This is simply a divine artifact for team competitions, especially invaluable for precision tactics such as assassination, concentrated fire, and fire switching. Coupled with his battlefield simulation, the execution capability of Xingxin's team will reach a level that instills despair in their opponents. Lin Feng. Yi Xiu's voice interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. He was standing beside Lin Feng, observing the sudden awakening of his eyes, as if he could see through everything. His brow slightly furrowed. You seemed a bit strange just now. I'm simulating tactics, Lin Feng briefly explained, diverting the topic. How is Jiashi doing? Chaotic. Yi Xiu lit a cigarette, his gaze complex amidst the swirling smoke. Chairman Feng is personally overseeing things. Tao Xian and Chui Li have been taken away for questioning, and the club's operations are basically paralyzed. Sun Xiang is reportedly locked in the training room, staring blankly at the login screen of Yi Zhiqiu. He paused and looked at Lin Feng. Your contract projection was ruthless. It struck right at their weak point. It was a trap he set for himself. Lin Feng replied flatly. That may be true. Yi Xiu exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lin Feng. However, that original contract and the precise legal clauses and precedents, Lin Feng, these things cannot be uncovered through mere observation in half an hour. Especially that meeting record which even Su Muqing only obtained part of the encryption. Yi Xiu's words once again struck at the core. The Terror Awareness 3 could still be explained as a talent, but to unearth such deeply buried contractual loopholes in Jiashi that even the internal higher-ups might not fully understand, surpassed the realm of awareness and seemed almost prophetic. Lin Feng met Yi Xiu's probing gaze, fully aware that as his exhibited powers increasingly defied logic, Yi Xiu's suspicions would only deepen. The system was his greatest secret, and also his most significant vulnerability. I have my channels. Lin Feng offered a vague answer, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. Brother Yi, my goal has never changed. As for the process, as long as the outcome is victory and Xingxin reaches the pinnacle, does anything else truly matter? Yi Xiu gazed deeply at Lin Feng, and after a long while, slowly spoke. Lin Feng, the secrets you harbor are grander than I had imagined. However, you are right, the outcome is paramount. He extinguished the cigarette, the flames of the battle god reigniting in his eyes. Jiashi has fallen, but glory still remains. Our journey is far from over. In the next round against Yu Yun, they will not be easy to deal with. Feng Chung Yin. Lin Feng's lips curved into a cold arc. His consciousness instantly connecting to the battlefield simulation sand table, rapidly constructing the terrain of Feng Shixiagu and the operational model of Feng Chung Yin. Leave it to me. It's just the right time to test out my new toy. At that moment, Lin Feng's private chat channel began to flicker wildly. A message from an unexpected source. Rui Hui Yi Chang Chuan Yun. Captain Ling Yun, congratulations on Xingxin's victorious debut, and even more so for toppling Jia Shi. The message was concise, imbued with a unique, silent sharpness. Rui Hui Yi Chang Chuan Yun. The Rui Hui Club extends a sincere invitation to you and Senior Yi Qiu, if convenient, for a meeting tomorrow at noon at the City Cloud Inn Club. There are important matters to discuss. Zhou Zikai, Rui Hui. Zhou Zikai personally invited us. Lin Feng and Yi Qiu exchanged astonished glances. Rui Hui, last season's runner-up, boasting the newly crowned sharpshooter Zhou Zikai, was the favorite for this season's championship. Why did they choose this sensitive moment to reach out to them? Zhou Zikai rarely spoke, let alone initiated private chats. Yi Qiu stroked his chin, recalling that the manager of Rui Hui was Jiang Buitao, a sharp-witted individual with remarkable means. If they are seeking us out, it is likely not for anything benign. Let's find out, Lin Feng replied, his gaze profound. In the chaos following Jia Shi's collapse, Rui Hui's fangs seemed to have quietly bared themselves. This could be an opportunity, or perhaps a new trap. At the top-level private room of the City Cloud Inn Club, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a splendid river view, while the room's ambience was elegant and intimate. Jiang Buitao, the manager of Rui Hui, greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome, welcome, Captain Ling Yun, Master Yi Qiu. I have long admired your names. Please, take a seat. Zhou Zikai, Yi Chang Chuan Yun, quietly sat beside them, nodding to Lin Feng and Yi Qiu as a form of greeting. Dressed in simple casual attire, he exuded a calm aura, yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk, seemingly able to pierce through one's heart. Beside him sat a capable young woman wearing glasses, a data analyst from Rui Hui. After the pleasantries, Jiang Buitao promptly got to the point, his smile unwavering but his gaze revealing a shrewd business acumen. Gentlemen, the situation with Jia Shi is indeed lamentable. However, out with the old, in with the new. The dynamics of glory are due for a change. He paused, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng. Captain Ling Yun, let us speak plainly. Our Rui Hui is exceedingly interested in your dagger, Jimmy, and the extraordinary tactical command abilities you have demonstrated. Here it comes. Lin Feng smirked coldly in his heart. They were indeed after the Ying Shi and his capabilities. What does Manager Jiang mean? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Cooperation. Jiang Buitao leaned slightly forward, his tone laced with temptation. Rui Hui possesses the finest roster of players, robust financial backing, and the most comprehensive youth training system. The only thing lacking is a strategic weapon that can decisively alter the course of battle, and a shadow commander capable of directing the entire situation. He gestured toward Zhou Zikai. Little Zhou's strength is evident to both of you. If combined with your Ying Shi dagger and tactical wisdom, Rui Hui will soar to new heights, sweeping through the league with ease. The championship will be within our grasp. As for the terms, Jiang Buitao's smile widened. The transfer fee, signing bonus, and annual salary will surely satisfy you. If the esteemed Yi Qiu were to emerge from his seclusion, the opportunity with Lin Hui would await him with open arms. Even the blade known as Jimmy could receive Lin Hui's resources for an upgrade to a true divine artifact, surpassing even silver weaponry. Such blatant poaching. Moreover, the price offered is astonishing. Lin Hui's ambitions are glaringly evident. They seek to seize Lin Feng, the greatest variable and threat, while Jia Shi crumbles and Xingxin remains on shaky ground, integrating him directly into their ranks. Yi Qiu, smoking a cigarette, regarded Jiang Buitao with an enigmatic smile. Remaining silent, Lin Feng lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze calmly sweeping across Jiang Buitao's calculating face before finally resting on the perpetually silent Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai met his gaze, his expression tranquil, as if Jiang Buitao's words bore no relevance to him. Manager Jiang's proposition is indeed tempting. Lin Feng set down his teacup, his voice devoid of any ripples. However, with a sudden shift in tone, his eyes sharpened like a blade, piercing Jiang Buitao. What Lin Hui desires is not merely a controllable weapon, but a comrade to fight alongside. Jiang Buitao's smile faltered slightly. Lin Feng continued, the blade of Ying Shi will heed only my will. My strategies serve solely the victory of Xingxin. The stage of Lin Hui is grand. Yet he gradually rose, his tone resolute and unquestionable. The throne of Xingxin, we shall claim ourselves. As for the championship, Lin Feng's gaze flicked towards Zhou Zikai, carrying a hint of challenge. Let the arena reveal the truth, Captain Zhou. With that, Lin Feng gestured to Yi Qiu and turned towards the exit. Yi Qiu extinguished his cigarette and shrugged at Jiang Buitao, following suit. Captain Ling Yun, esteemed Yichio, please stay. We can still negotiate. Zhang Buotao hurriedly rose to retain them. Yet, Lin Feng's steps never faltered. Zhou Zikai observed Lin Feng's departing figure, and for the first time, the usually silent one slightly curled the corners of his mouth, as if a fleeting, battle-ready smile had graced his lips. Upon exiting the establishment, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Refused? Yi Xiao inquired, his tone inscrutable. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Luan Hui's temple is too small to accommodate us. Such boldness. Yi Xiao chuckled. Yet I find it appealing. Next, it shall be Yu Yun's turn to face a headache. Is your new toy prepared? Lin Feng gazed skyward, his consciousness delving once more into the battlefield simulation sandbox, rapidly constructing the terrain of Fengshe Gorge and the data model of Feng Chung Yanyu. Simultaneously, the Shadow Coordination Network, mental link interface silently activated, awaiting the connection of teammates. Ready at any moment. Lin Feng's voice resonated with icy confidence, marking Yu Yun as the first sacrifice under the Shadow Coordination Network. The olive branch from Luan Hui was ruthlessly severed, yet Lin Feng understood this was merely the beginning. The power vacuum left by Jiashi's collapse attracted countless watchful eyes, all fixated on Xing Xian, on the Jimmy, in his grasp and the terrifying capabilities it afforded. His response would be to establish an unparalleled sovereignty for Xing Xian upon the ruins through a series of indisputable victories. Fengshe Gorge shall serve as the battleground where the new tactical system first reveals its sharpness. Chapter 22. The web of coordination and the shadow of Ba Tu. The winds of Fengshe Gorge carried a coarse grit, brushing against the battle armor of virtual characters. The second round of challenges between Xing Xian and Yu Yun unfolded within this terrain, complex and expansive, yet filled with wind-eroded rock pillars that obscured visibility. Ladies and gentlemen, after toppling Jiashi, the Xing Xian team is on a roll. Can the Yu Yun team, following Wu He, halt the advance of this dark horse? Will the core player, Feng Chung Yanyu, the elemental mage, be able to breach Xing Xian's defenses? The commentary brimmed with anticipation. The match commenced. The Yu Yun team, having learned from He Wu's experience, refrained from recklessly clustering together. Instead, they centralized around Feng Chung Yanyu, positioning the elemental mage on a commanding high ground amid the gorge, while the gunner and brawler provided flanking support, and the priest and knight safeguarded their rear. A standard artillery push formation aimed to leverage Feng Chung Yanyu's formidable firepower to suppress Xing Xian's movements, seeking opportunities for focused fire. Yi Xiao, ensnare their gunner and brawler. Do not allow them to disrupt our rear. Lin Feng, Ling Yun, commanded calmly through the team channel. Simultaneously, his consciousness immersed in the battlefield simulation sandbox. The three-dimensional model of Fengshe Gorge materialized instantaneously, with a blue light representing Feng Chung Yanyu accumulating a tempestuous elemental energy on the high ground. The skill reading progress, potential coverage area, and response patterns to ambushes were all simulated as high-probability events within the sandbox. Understood. Yi Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao, responded, shifting the Qi-Ji umbrella into spear form. Darting like a specter from the flank, engaging with Yu Yun's gunner and brawler in a fierce confrontation, his versatile skills overwhelming them. Tang Rou, Xiao Yifan, suppressed the opposing knight and fragment their formation. Lin Feng continued issuing orders. Yes, Tang Rou, Han Yan Rou, charged fiercely at the opposing knight, her spear ablaze. Understood. Xiao Yifan, Yun Hui, quietly unfolded the ghost formation, cutting off the knight's escape route. The frontline battleground became instantly entangled. Yu Yun's knight was firmly ensnared by Tang Rou and Xiao Yifan, while Yi Xiao contained the flanking firepower. Yet Feng Chung Yanyu's elemental mage continued to unleash relentless firepower from the high ground. Blizzard, Inferno Storm, alternated, pressing Xing Xian's formation to the brink of collapse. The priest in the rear stabilized healing, rendering Yu Yun's formation seemingly unshakable. What is Captain Ling Yun waiting for? The firepower from Feng Chung Yanyu is overwhelming. If Xing Xian continues like this, they will be consumed. The commentator urged anxiously. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. In the simulation, Feng Chung Yanyu had just completed casting an Inferno Storm, entering a brief cooldown, and his attention appeared momentarily captivated by the fierce skirmish between Yi Xiao and the gunner below. A fleeting, almost imperceptible opening. Now is the moment. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, activating his terrifying awareness to the fullest, his mental energy weaving through the Shadow Coordination Network to connect with Mo Fan, Hui Renbu Wan. Mental link established. Target, Hui Renbu Wan. Information transmission. The precise coordinates of Feng Chung Yanyu are 17,892. Current skills. Blazing Storm is on cooldown, and Blizzard has 15 seconds remaining. Threat warning. The gunman on the left exhibits intentions of support. Evasion is necessary. Command. Smoke Shield, arc flash cut in. Explosive shuriken to disrupt the reading. The flow of information surged into Mo Fan's mind like a tangible force. No longer vague directives, but a battlefield hologram with precision coordinates, seconds, and sources of threats. Mo Fan's pupils constricted sharply. This perception, seemingly connected directly to the commander's mind, allowed him to instantly grasp Lin Feng's intentions and the battlefield situation. No verbal communication was necessary. Up. Lin Feng's mental command resonated like thunder. Understood. Mo Fan let out a low shout in reality. His fingers erupted with astonishing speed on the keyboard. Smoke shield. The relentless figure of Ren Wu was instantly enveloped by thick smoke, vanishing into the shadows of the wind-eroded rock columns. Arc flash. Utilizing the cover of smoke and rock formations, a unique swift light akin to that of a ninja precisely bypassed the defensive range of the knights on the high ground, directly penetrating the flank where Feng Cheng Yanyu resided. The route perfectly evaded the potential trajectories of the gunmen as predicted in the tactical simulation. Explosive shuriken. 3 flaming shurikens shot forth like venomous serpents, targeting not Feng Cheng Yanyu himself, but the array node where ice elements were coalescing beneath him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions interrupted the reading of Blizzard. The ice elements spiraled into chaos. What? The operator of Feng Cheng Yanyu was taken aback. How could the opposing ninja be so precisely timed to exploit the vacuum period between his skills? He even predicted the landing of Blizzard. Protect Feng Cheng. The priest of Yu Yun immediately began chanting great healing. The knights attempted to provide support. However, Lin Feng's killing move was only just beginning. Mo Fan's disruption served merely as bait to draw fire. At the moment when the attention of all Yu Yun members was captured by Ren Wu's relentless harassment, Lin Feng controlled Ling Yun, who had already stealthily maneuvered to the visual blind spot right behind Feng Cheng Yanyu. Following the guidance of Shadow Affinity and the optimal path from the tactical simulation, now is the moment. Tang Rou, Xiao Yi Fan, focus fire on the priest. Interrupt the healing. Lin Feng's mental command struck like lightning, instantly linking Tang Rou and Xiao Yi Fan through the collaborative network. In an instant, Tang Rou and Xiao Yi Fan received the precise coordinates of the priest and the progress of great healing in their minds. The two exhibited no hesitation. Angry Dragon pierces heart. Han Yan Rou resolutely charged forward, her spear thrusting forward with unstoppable momentum, aimed directly at the priest. Ghost formation, dark formation. A precisely executed ghost formation enveloped the priest in darkness, depriving him of speed and vision. The priest's great healing was immediately interrupted. He found himself in peril. At this moment, Feng Cheng Yanyu was frantically attempting to deal with Ren Wu's harassment, completely unaware that in the shadows behind him, a pair of icy eyes had locked onto him. Swiftly, arc flash, Ling Yun's figure burst forth like a black lightning tearing through the shadows, erupting from behind Feng Cheng Yanyu. A striking blow. The dual daggers of silence, imbued with a chilling silence and murderous intent, plunged mercilessly into the unsuspecting back of the elemental mage. Splat. Enormous critical damage numbers illuminated the screen. Simultaneously, shadow erosion triggered. The deep, dark light instantly engulfed Feng Cheng Yanyu. The blood-red healing block icon flashed furiously. 5 seconds of healing prohibition. Continuous erosion. Instant Feng Cheng. Shadow erosion. The commentator's voice reached a fever pitch. Damn. The entire Yu Yun team collapsed in an instant. Their core damage dealer had fallen. They were also afflicted with healing restrictions. The priest was ensnared. The ensuing battle was without suspense. The Yu Yun team, having lost their core output, rapidly succumbed under the relentless fire of Xing Xian. 5 o'clock. Xing Xian swept the match once again. Victory. Another 5 o'clock. Xing Xian. Xing Xian. The cheers from the audience were deafening. However, on the player bench of Xing Xian, Lin Feng slightly swayed, his complexion somewhat pale. The simultaneous maintenance of the tactical simulation and the mental link network, especially the high-precision information transmission to Mo Fan, had drained his mental energy far beyond expectations. The warning from the Shadow Collaboration Network was not unfounded. Lin Feng, are you alright? Yi Xiu keenly sensed Lin Feng's unusual state. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Lin Feng waved his hand, quickly adjusting his breath. The feeling of overexerting mental energy was akin to needles stabbing at his brain. This victory not only showcased the terrifying power of the Shadow Collaboration Network in conjunction with the tactical simulation, but also exposed its immense consumption. Lin Feng understood that this tactical system required a more robust mental capacity for support or a more cautious approach to its usage. After the match, reactions from all sides were intense. Huang Shaotian's private chat bubble bombarded the screen. Blu-ray night rain sound annoyance. Wow, wow, wow. Brother Shadow, that wave of coordination just now. You and that ninja kid are like conjoined twins, right? How could he be so precise in interrupting Feng Chang Yanyu from behind? And the timing of Tang Rou and the little ghost sword's focus fire was impeccable. Have you secretly developed a brainwave synchronizer? Come clean. Is it? The Wei Chao team, Wang Jieshi, Wang Bu Lu Xing, observed the terrifyingly precise synchrony in the match footage, frowning deeply, issuing commands in the internal channel. Wang Jieshi, data analysis team. Focus on analyzing the synchronized actions of the Xing Xian team from 3 minutes 17 seconds to 3 minutes 25 seconds. Precision down to the millisecond. Additionally, gather all external information regarding Ling Yun's mental state. He had keenly noticed Lin Feng's unusual behavior at the last moment. Meanwhile, in the tactical analysis room of the Batu Club, Zhang Xian Jia, Shibu Zhuan, replayed the 8 seconds during which Xing Xian annihilated Feng Chang Yanyu repeatedly. His gaze was sharp as a scalpel, meticulously observing Ling Yun's path of stealth, the timing of Ren Wu's fire drawing, and the near-instantaneous turn of fire by Tang Rou and Xiao Yifan. The precise transmission of instructions at the level of coordinates, disregarding the cacophony of the battlefield, illustrated a flawless synergy. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the screen. This phenomenon transcended tactical acumen. It resembled a shared battlefield perception system. He called up a slightly pale close-up of Lin Feng from the press conference, then observed the members of the Xingxin team during their concentrated collaborative fire, their eyes seemingly receiving some signal. A mental link? Zhang Xinjia murmured to himself, a concept typically found in science fiction. Yet at this moment became his only reasonable explanation based on facts. Although it was astonishing, eliminating all impossibilities left only the truth, no matter how incredible. He picked up the internal communicator, his tone grave. Captain Han, Chairman Feng. I have an urgent report regarding Xingxin's team leader, Ling Yun. His tactical command capabilities may involve a form of mental synergy that surpasses our current understanding and technological means. While this method has resulted in terrifying team execution capabilities, it inherently poses significant risks, placing an enormous mental burden on the user with an unknown origin and uncontrollable risks. I recommend that the League's higher-ups pay close attention and intervene to investigate if necessary, assessing its compliance and potential risks. Zhang Xinjia's report was akin to a deep-water bomb, creating unprecedented waves within the highest echelons of the Glory League. The tactical master of the Batu Club, with his meticulousness and insight, was the first to touch upon the core secret of Lin Feng's power, a double-edged sword named Terror Consciousness and Shadow Synergy Network, teetering on the edge of regulations. Lin Feng was unaware of Zhang Xinjia's report, yet he could sense that as the edge of the shadow erosion became evident and the collaborative network began to manifest, the gazes from all directions grew sharper and more perilous. The dust from the collapse of Jiashur had yet to settle, and a new storm was quietly gathering beneath the shadow of Batu's day. The overexertion of his mental strength brought waves of sharp pain. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, staring at the emblem on the screen, his gaze growing ever colder and more resolute. Hidden dangers? He murmured, as if responding to the invisible pressure. The path to the throne was indeed strewn with thorns. The shadow synergy had merely begun. Chapter 23. Mental refinement and the footsteps of the investigation team after the heavy door of the Batu Club's tactical analysis room closed. Zhang Xinjia's rigorously worded and chilling report sent ripples of unprecedented turmoil through the upper echelons of the Glory League. In the headquarters, within the chairman's office, Feng Xianjun scrutinized the phrases in Zhang Xinjia's report. Mental synergy, surpassing existing technological means, substantial hidden dangers, an unknown origin, uncontrollable risks, his expression grave enough to draw water. Seated before him were several core executives of the League and heads of the technical committee, the atmosphere oppressive like the eerie stillness before a storm. How credible is Zhang Xinjia's judgment? Feng Xianjuan's voice bore a barely perceptible rasp. He had just dealt with the fallout from Jiashur's collapse and was emotionally drained, only to be confronted with an even greater storm. The professionalism and rigor of Vice Captain Zhang were widely acknowledged within the League. The chief expert of the technical committee adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with shock and confusion. The analysis of the match footage he provided, particularly the precise collaborative movements of the Xingxin team during those few seconds, was astonishingly accurate. After excluding all known technological and tactical possibilities, the extraordinary link on a mental level emerged as the only hypothesis that continuously explained the phenomenon. Yet this entirely surpassed current scientific understanding. Scientific understanding? Another executive's voice trembled. This sounded more like a science fiction novel, or some forbidden human experiment. Regardless of what it was, the potential risks were incalculable. Feng Xianjun slammed the table, his eyes flashing with determination. If Zhang Xinjia's conjecture were true, the ability possessed by Ling Yun not only compromised competitive fairness, but could also inflict unknown harm on the user and even other competitors. The League could not afford to remain passive. He took a deep breath and issued orders. Immediately establish a high-level special investigation team. Codename, Zhulong. I will lead it directly, with Zhang Xinjie serving as the chief tactical advisor, and the technical committee will allocate the top experts to participate. The investigation target, Xingxin's team leader, Ling Yun. The core of the investigation, the essence of his tactical command capabilities and potential risks. The investigation method, to be conducted in secrecy. Until conclusive evidence is obtained, do not alert the target. Key directions, monitoring Ling Yun's physical and mental condition. Technical analysis of his tactical command transmission methods, and comparison of physiological data of Xingxin team members post-match. Notify all medical centers at the competition venues to closely monitor Ling Yun and the Xingxin team members for any abnormal physiological indicators, particularly brainwave activity. All data must be encrypted and reported. The Zhulong investigation team was established. The colossal machinery of the League began to operate in secret with utmost efficiency in response to a potentially unknown threat. An invisible net quietly descended upon Xingxin. Upon Lin Feng. In the Xingxin Internet CAF training room, Lin Feng sat pale against the chair's back, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His temples felt as if pierced by countless needles, with each breath pulling at the deep-seated pain in his brain. During the battle in Fengshe Gorge, the intense operation of the battlefield simulation sand table and shadow synergy network, particularly the high-precision information transmission to Mo Fan, had drained his mental strength far beyond expectations. The sensation of being hollowed out and torn apart was 100 times more agonizing than fighting 10 consecutive battles. Lin Feng, how are you? Yi Xiu's voice carried a rare urgency. He forcibly interrupted his training, observing Lin Feng's pained expression, his brow furrowed in concern. Chen Guo, Tang Rou, and Bao Zi gathered around, their faces filled with worry. I'm fine, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words, attempting to sit up, but dizziness overwhelmed him. Fine. Chen Guo exclaimed, her face as pale as paper, anxiously stamping her foot. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. Lin Feng waved his hand in refusal. Fully aware that the hospital could not resolve his issues. What he needed was to recover his mental strength or to possess a more robust mental capacity. Is this the cost of synergy? Yi Xiu's voice dropped low, his keen gaze seemingly penetrating Lin Feng's consciousness. Zhang Xinjie's report indicates that the League has secretly established an investigation team, codenamed Zhulong, targeting you. Lin Feng's heart jolted. The League's response was even swifter than he anticipated. Zhang Xinjie truly lived up to his reputation. He gritted his teeth against the throbbing headache and turned to Yi Xiu. How do you know? I have my channels, Yi Xiu replied, his tone heavy with gravity. Lin Feng, the alliance is serious this time. They suspect the origins of your abilities are dubious and pose a significant risk. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation or prove the safety of these abilities, the consequences could be dire. The pressure bore down on Lin Feng's nerves like a tangible weight. With the Alliance's Zhulong investigation team lurking outside, the agony of mental exhaustion within, and Yi Xiu's escalating suspicion, he felt as though he were precariously walking a tightrope over an abyss. At that moment, the chilling sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind like a lifeline. Ding! Severe depletion of host's mental energy and heightened external threat level detected. Emergency mission released. Mental refinement. Mission objective. Within 72 hours, utilize the resources of the Tycoon Commander System to complete a abyss-level mental refinement. Increasing the mental energy limit to a level capable of stably supporting 4 sand table simulations and the regular operation of the Shadow Collaborative Network. Mission rewards. Permanent increase of mental strength by 100. Acquire passive skill, mental barrier. Significantly reduces mental attacks and load effects. Tactical funds of 30,000,000. Failure penalty. Permanent damage to mental energy, irreversible. Collapse of core system functions. Abyss-level mental refinement. Permanent enhancement of mental energy. Mental barrier. The rewards were irresistibly alluring, but the penalties for failure were devastating. Lin Feng did not hesitate for a moment. He had no choice. Only by growing stronger could he confront the imminent crisis. Yi Gu, cover me. Lin Feng's voice resonated with unyielding resolve. I need to meditate deeply to recover. No one is to disturb me. I will provide the tactical arrangements for Xiaohua later. Without waiting for Yi Xiu's response, Lin Feng immediately rose. His steps somewhat unsteady, yet resolutely making his way to the innermost, best soundproofed backup storage room of the Internet CAF. He required an environment of absolute silence and security to undertake this perilous refinement. The door to the storage room shut behind him, sealing off all external disturbances. Leaning against the cold iron door, Lin Feng slid down to the ground and promptly accessed the system interface. Ding. Host authorized. Initiating Abyss-level mental refinement program. Refinement mode. Virtual reality consciousness abyss. Maximum pain simulation. Death risk 0.7. Auxiliary resources, top-tier neural repair fluid, virtual, mental energy guidance, highest authority. Estimated cost, 25,000,000. System prompt, tactical funds 25,000,000. Current tactical funds balance, 19,290, 100. Remaining after previous deductions, 25 million was instantly deducted. Lin Feng did not bat an eyelash. Money could be earned again. Life and spirit were irreplaceable. Buzz. The helmet connected, and the neural link activated. The scenery before his eyes twisted and shattered in an instant. The next moment, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in an absolute darkness and void. No light, no sound, no gravity, only an endless, suffocating silence. Is this the consciousness abyss? Before he could adjust, an indescribable, soul-rending agony erupted from the depths of his brain. It was as if millions of burning steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. It felt like an invisible giant hand was brutally squeezing his entire head. Lin Feng emitted a suppressed groan of extreme pain in reality, his body convulsing violently. Veins throbbed on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. In the virtual reality, the pain was amplified 100-fold. Countless chaotic, distorted, and malevolent fragments of information surged into his consciousness like a torrent. There were Tao Su's vengeful curses at the collapse of Jiashi, Sun Xiang's unwilling roar at his defeat, the cold, scrutinizing gaze of the Alliance investigation team, Yishio's piercing, inquisitive eyes, and even the destructive aura of the dagger, Jimmy, rebounding against him. These negative emotions and torrents of information, under the guidance's control, transformed into the sharpest blades, repeatedly cutting and washing over his mental core. Each impact brought excruciating pain, as if it aimed to obliterate his consciousness entirely. He had to persist. Lin Feng clung to the remaining flicker of rationality in the boundless agony, his mind as fragile as a candle in the wind. He desperately held onto a sliver of clarity at the core of his consciousness, as the guide acted like the most stringent mentor, urging him to convert pain into fuel for refining his mental energy, forcibly expanding the boundaries of his mental capacity. Time lost all meaning in the abyss. Every second felt like a century. In reality, Lin Feng's body was curled up on the cold ground of the storage room, shaking violently, his face as pale as paper, his lips bitten until they bled. Outside the storage room, Yishio leaned against the door, silently smoking. He could vaguely hear the muffled sounds of suppressed suffering and the thud of a body hitting the ground within. Each sound tightened his furrowed brow further. "Old Yi, what is Lin Feng doing in there?" Chun Guo's voice quavered with concern. "The captain won't be in any trouble, right?" Tang Ro's fists clenched, her knuckles turning white. "Boss, open the door. Boss." Baozi anxiously pounded on the door. Yishio exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze laden with complexity amidst the swirling mist. There was worry, confusion, and an irritation akin to being kept in the dark. The secrets surrounding Lin Feng resembled a colossal black hole, devouring everyone's trust while bringing forth unpredictable dangers. He recalled the encrypted disk that Su Muching had privately handed to him after the collapse of Jiashi, containing fragments of Su Muchio's unfinished research notes. Some of the vague concepts regarding neural connections, consciousness mapping, and virtual reality load appeared particularly glaring in Lin Feng's peculiar state. "Su Muchio, was your research truly?" Yishio murmured softly, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Just then, an encrypted communicator in Yishio's pocket vibrated. A message from an undisclosed source within the Alliance's secret channel appeared. Unknown source. Zhu Long has moved. Target, city. Priority, highest. Recommendation, prepare early. Yishio's expression sharpened. The Alliance's investigation team had already arrived in the city, and the priority was the highest. Time is running out for Lin Feng and Xing Xin. Inside the warehouse, Lin Feng struggles and refines himself amidst the utmost agony of the abyss of consciousness. Outside, the footsteps of the Alliance's Zhu Long investigation team draw near. Meanwhile, in Yishio's hand, the encrypted notes regarding Su Muchio's research seem to point toward a disquieting truth. At the eye of the storm, the small vessel of Xing Xin, which has only just begun to emerge, faces the dual strangulation from the abyss and the rules. The success or failure of his mental refinement will determine whether Lin Feng is reborn from the ashes or sinks into oblivion. Chapter 24. The Resonance of Mental Barriers and the Detector's Hum. The end of the abyss of consciousness is a realm of deathly silence, yet also a starting point for rebirth. As the final wave of soul-rending agony recedes like a tide, Lin Feng feels as if he is struggling to surface from the depths of a 10,000-meter ocean. Following this extreme suffering is an indescribable lightness and clarity. As if he has broken free from heavy shackles, he abruptly opens his eyes. Before him are still the cold metallic walls and dim lighting of the spare warehouse. His sweat-soaked clothes cling to his body, bringing a chilling sensation and his body remains weak, as if all strength has been drained. Yet deep within his mind, the piercing pain and heavy tearing sensation have vanished without a trace. In their place is an unprecedented clarity and power. His consciousness seems to expand into a broader dimension, with the speed and depth of his thoughts far surpassing the past. A flicker of intent conjures the battlefield simulation sandbox, the terrain of Fengshe Gorge and the data models of the Yu Yun team manifesting clearly, the simulation process flowing smoothly with minimal consumption of mental energy. Attempting to connect to the Shadow Collaboration Network, the establishment of a mental link is stable and swift, as if with just a thought. The states of teammates within the coverage area are instantly clear, the information transmission channel wide and robust. Ding. Abyss-level mental refinement completed. Mental strength permanently increased by 100. Acquired passive skill, mental barrier. Effect significantly reduces the impact of mental attacks, such as fear, confusion, charm, etc. Greatly enhances tolerance to mental burdens, such as prolonged sandbox simulations, high-intensity collaboration networks. Passively shields against low-intensity mental probing. Mission reward. Tactical funds 30,000,000. Current tactical funds balance 49, 290, 100. After deducting refinement costs, success. A qualitative change in mental power. The mental barrier takes shape. Lin Feng feels the presence of that invisible, resilient barrier in his mind, a surge of joy and newfound confidence swelling within him. With the mental barrier in place, the routine operation of the Shadow Collaboration Network is no longer a burden, allowing for prolonged and in-depth simulations. The Alliance is prying? As long as it is not the highest intensity targeted mental scan, the mental barrier is sufficient to passively shield against it. He struggles to rise, but his body feels weak and limp. Though the refinement was successful, the exhaustion of his body is palpable. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resound on the iron door of the warehouse, accompanied by Chun Gui's anxious voice. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you all right? Open the door quickly. The Alliance is here. The Alliance. Lin Feng's heart tightens. The mental barrier instinctively fluctuates slightly, filtering out much of the anxious emotions emanating from outside, allowing him to maintain absolute calmness. The Zhulong investigation team is indeed swift. He takes a deep breath, forcing his weak body to lean against the wall and stand up with difficulty, walking to the door and unlocking it. Outside, Chungwa, Tang Rou Baozi, Xiao Yi Fan, and Mo Fan crowd at the doorway, their faces etched with worry and tension. Yishio stands at the forefront, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Smoke curling around him, his gaze sharp as an eagle, subtly scrutinizing Lin Feng's pale, yet extraordinarily clear eyes. Yu Yishio begins to speak. I'm fine. Lin Feng interrupts him, his voice still somewhat hoarse but infused with an undeniable calmness. Where are the members of the Alliance? In the training room. Chen Guo responds urgently. Several people have come. The leader looks intimidating. They say it's a routine check on the player's conditions. Routine check? Lin Feng scoffs inwardly. How could the Zhulong investigation team, led by Zhang Xianjia, be merely conducting a routine check? Let us go. Without further ado, Lin Feng strides forward, his steps still somewhat unsteady but remarkably resolute, moving toward the training room under the concerned gazes of his companions. In the Xing Xian training room, the atmosphere is as tense as ice. Several staff members, clad in Alliance uniforms and bearing serious expressions, are scattered throughout, subtly blocking the entrances. At the center of the training room stand two individuals. One is an expert from the Alliance's technical committee, fiddling with a portable device connected to complex wiring, which glows with a ghostly blue light. Several wires with sensing patches extending from it. The other, however, causes Lin Feng's pupils to constrict. It is Shibu Zhuan, the vice captain of Batu, operating the device. And Zhang Xianjia, the head of the third section of the Alliance's discipline committee. He remains impeccably dressed in his uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze behind the lenses calm and undisturbed, scanning Lin Feng with a precision akin to the most sophisticated instrument, devoid of any emotion. His eyes seem capable of piercing through flesh, gazing deep into the soul. Captain Ling Yun. Hello. Zhang Xianjia's voice is steady and formulaic. I am Zhang Xianjia, head of the third section of the Alliance's discipline committee. This is Dr. Li from the technical committee. According to the Alliance's recently promulgated regulations on the health protection of professional players and supplementary provisions on competitive fairness, we are conducting routine physiological assessments of all players in the Xing Xian team to ensure their health status meets competition standards and to eliminate any potential external factors that may affect competitive fairness. Regulations? Provisions? Lin Feng scoffs inwardly. This is clearly the first probe of the Zhulong investigation team, cloaked in a guise of legality. A routine check? Does it truly require Section Chief Zhang to personally lead the team? Yishio's languid voice breaks through as he steps beside Lin Feng. intentionally or unintentionally blocking the path between Lin Feng and Zhang Xianjia. We, Xing Xian, are but a small establishment, quite flattered by such attention. It is my duty. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Feng, particularly as Captain Ling Yun served as the core of the team. Given the recent intensity of the matches, heightened attention was imperative. Please cooperate with Dr. Li for a basic EEG and mental stress index assessment, he stated. His words meticulously crafted to disguise the sensitive investigation of mental synchronization as a routine health check for the players. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could distinctly sense the scrutiny and pressure concealed beneath Zhang Xinjia's calm demeanor, akin to an invisible probe attempting to penetrate the mental barrier he had just established. Of course, I will cooperate, Lin Feng replied with a tranquil expression, even taking the initiative to approach the instrument emanating a ghostly blue glow. We are immensely grateful for the League's concern for player health. He sat down on the chair in front of the device, allowing Dr. Li to affix the cool, gel-coated sensors to his temples and forehead. The machine emitted a low hum, and the blue light began to pulse rhythmically. The training room fell into an oppressive silence. All eyes riveted on Lin Feng and the apparatus. Chunghua clenched her fists anxiously. Tang Rou's gaze was sharp. Baozi appeared bewildered, yet sensed an unusual atmosphere, while Qiao Yifan and Mo Fan held their breath. Yi Xiao, with a cigarette in mouth, bore an inscrutable expression behind the smoke. Zhang Xinjia stood to the side. Resembling the most patient of hunters, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light from the instrument screen, capturing every subtle change in Lin Feng's facial expressions. The device continued its operation, and the screen displayed a rapidly scrolling waveform representing Lin Feng's brain activity. Dr. Li focused intently on the screen, deftly manipulating the control panel to extract various analytical parameters. Seconds ticked by, yet Dr. Li's brow furrowed slightly. He repeatedly switched analysis modes, glancing back at the screen where the EEG waveform and mental stress index remained nearly textbook perfect, revealing an expression of confusion. Captain Ling Yun's brainwave activity appears extraordinarily stable, he remarked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The wave-to-wave ratio falls within the typical range for elite athletes, and the mental stress index is significantly below the alert threshold. One might even say the state is excessively favorable? Excessively favorable? Zhang Xinjia's voice remained steady, but the sharpness in his gaze intensified. Specific data, please. Dr. Li retrieved the data panel. The basic brainwave frequency was stable, exhibiting no abnormal discharges. The mental stress index registered at 12, with the normal healthy range being 30 to 70, and below 20 indicating extremely low stress. The neural response threshold was normal, with no signs of excessive excitation or inhibition. Physiologically, Captain Ling Yun was in an excellent state of mental relaxation and focus, entirely conforming to, and even surpassing, the competitive health standards of professional players. A wave of suppressed astonishment rippled through the training room. Chunghua and the others exhaled in relief, yet their confusion deepened. Lin Feng had appeared to suffer so intensely just moments ago in the warehouse. Yi Xiao exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze growing even more profound. Zhang Xinjia remained silent for a few seconds, scrutinizing the unrealistically perfect physiological data on the screen, then shifted his attention back to Lin Feng, whose complexion was still pale, but whose eyes were now calm and profound like an ancient well. While the instrument's results were impeccable, they only deepened Zhang Xinjia's suspicions. How could someone who had just endured a high-intensity match and emitted sounds of anguish in the warehouse present an extremely low-stress, flawless state just minutes later? This itself was the greatest anomaly. Thank you for your cooperation, Captain Ling Yun. Zhang Xinjia finally spoke, his tone betraying no emotion. We will archive the data. The League will continue to monitor the health of all players. Farewell. He gestured for Dr. Li to stow away the equipment. The League staff swiftly departed, alleviating the tense atmosphere in the training room. Take care. No need to see us off. Yi Xiao waved languidly. As Zhang Xinjia reached the door, his step hesitated momentarily, not turning back, yet his voice resonated clearly. Captain Ling Yun, being in a good state is indeed a positive thing. However, sometimes, an overly perfect condition may lead one to overlook the undercurrents lurking beneath. I hope that Xin Hui's upcoming matches go smoothly. His words, laden with profound implications, served as a chilling warning. Lin Feng observed Zhang Xinjia's retreating figure, acutely aware of the robust presence of his mental barrier. He understood that he had narrowly passed the first hurdle. The mental barrier passively concealed the instrument's deep probing into his true mental state, presenting a flawless FAAD. Yet, such a ruse could not deceive a tactical maestro like Zhang Xinjia, whose remarkable insight would not rest easily. The initial probe from Zhu Long had returned empty-handed, but it would undoubtedly persist. Zhang Xinjia had set his sights on him, and the League's investigation would only deepen and become more covert. Lin Feng. Yi Xiao's voice interrupted his thoughts as he approached, his gaze laden with complexity. The recent instrument readings and Zhang Xinjia's words lingered heavily in the air. Lin Feng lifted his head to meet Yishio's eyes, recognizing that his suspicions had deepened. The mental barrier could obscure the instrument's readings, but it could not shield against the most direct observations from those nearby. Brother Yi, Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet remained unusually sincere. There are matters I cannot elucidate clearly at this moment. However, I assure you, my abilities are solely at the service of Xinhui's victory. I will not employ them to harm my teammates or tarnish our glory. Yishio regarded Lin Feng's clear and resolute gaze for a prolonged moment before slowly exhaling a smoke ring and patting Lin Feng's shoulder. All right, I believe you. However, he shifted his tone, now laced with gravity. I know Zhang Xinjia well. Once he sets his mind on something, he will not rest until he gets to the bottom of it. The trouble with the League has only just begun. At that moment, Lin Feng's private chat channel erupted with notifications from a familiar source. Lan Yu Yu Sheng Fan. Oh my gosh. Brother Shadow, are you alright? I just heard that the League sent that stubborn Zhang Xinjia to investigate you all. And he brought the brainwave detection device. What is going on? What do they want? Are they jealous of your prowess? Should I, the Sword Saint, go to the League headquarters to give them a piece of my mind? I guarantee I'll make that old man Feng Xianjun unable to take care of himself. By the way, what were the test results? They didn't catch you on anything, did they? Reply. Observing Huang Shaotian's frenzied concern and gossip, Lin Feng felt the tension in his nerves begin to ease somewhat. He rubbed his still slightly swollen temples, feeling the solid protection provided by the mental barrier. It's fine. Lin Feng replied succinctly with just 2 words. He glanced at his teammates in the training room, who were still looking at him with concern, and then at the overcast sky outside. The mental barrier had taken shape, yet the storm had not abated. Zhang Xinjia's warning, the League's scrutiny, Yishio's doubts, and the formidable adversary they were about to face loomed like a sword suspended above. Who would they face in the next round? Lin Feng's voice regained its former tranquility, laced with a hint of cold sharpness. Zhaohua, Yishio responded, indicating their choice of the steel furnace for the home ground. Steel furnace? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Deep within his consciousness, the battlefield simulation sandbox, silently activated, swiftly constructing the intricate and searing map of the steel factory. Excellent. Lin Feng's voice carried a chilling strength forged through refinement. They would use Zhaohua to test the shadowy brilliance beneath the mental barrier. Chapter 25. Shadows of the Furnace and Warnings in the Venue of the City Glory Challenge. A colossal holographic projection displayed molten iron flowing through the channels, while massive mechanical arms roared as they moved, steam enveloping the map, Steel Furnace. The Zhaohua team had chosen this map, intending to exploit the complex high-temperature environment and mechanical traps to exhaust and divide their opponents. However, at that moment, the venue was shrouded in silence. In the stands, the fans of Xingxin gaped in disbelief, while Zhaohua's supporters appeared ashen. The voice from the commentary booth trembled with incredulity. It's over. The team match has concluded. Let us congratulate the Xingxin team. Once again, they have swept the Zhaohua team with a score of 5 o'clock. My goodness. This team match lasted only 4 minutes and 37 seconds. A new record for the shortest time in a team match during the challenge. On the screen, the 5 members of Xingxin stood proudly on the searing platform at the core of the furnace, with 5 still visible corpses of Zhaohua as characters beneath them. The entire process was breathtakingly swift. The director quickly replayed the critical moments. At the outset, the Zhaohua team intended to use the complex terrain of the furnace for guerrilla tactics. Yet Lin Feng, Ling Yun, issued commands as precise as a scalpel. Yishio, left slag pool, suppress the gunner. Tang Rou, right conveyor belt, entrap the fighter. Baozi and Xiao Yifan, push through the mid lane to attract fire. Mo Fan, follow me. The instructions were concise, but the execution was alarmingly efficient. Under the Shadow Coordination Network, the understanding and execution of the commands by Yishio, Tang Rou, and others were nearly instantaneous. Yishio's freelance character clung to Zhaohua's gunner like a leech. Tang Rou's battle mage engaged the fighter in rapid exchanges on the searing conveyor belt. Baozi and Xiao Yifan's seemingly reckless advance perfectly drew the attention of Zhaohua's core elemental mage and priest. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Mo Fan, Huiran Bujuan, moved like 2 phantoms merging with the shadows of the furnace. The effects of silence and shadow affinity were remarkable amidst the high-temperature steam and mechanical shadows. Lin Feng's consciousness within the battlefield simulation sandbox whirred into action, calculating the gaps in steam eruptions, the trajectory of the mechanical arms, and the positional vulnerabilities that arose as Zhaohua's members were restrained by their teammates. Mental link established. Target, Huiran Bujuan. Information transfer, priest's precise coordinates, 20588. Current skill, Holy Shield cooling. Threat warning, risk of eruption in the right slag pool, evasion path marked. Instruction, smoke bomb cover, shuriken feint, create displacement for the priest. The flow of information surged into Mo Fan's mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed the smoke bomb, and the shuriken flew precisely towards the priest's side, compelling him to instinctively move towards the edge of the seemingly safe, yet deadly observation platform preset by Lin Feng. In that fleeting moment of the priest's displacement, swift movement, arc of light flashed. Ling Yun's figure materialized like a black demon emerging from the boiling molten iron, appearing instantly behind the priest. A devastating strike. They silence. Dual daggers plunged in with a shattering quietude. Shadow erosion triggered. Healing disabled for 5 seconds. The priest was down. Another shadow erosion. The commentators gasped. As the priest fell, Lin Feng's mental command linked to Tang Rou like a flash of lightning. Focus fire on the elemental mage. Coordinates 192102. Currently casting Firestorm. Interrupt. Path. Right side of the conveyor belt. Jump pad. The information was shared in an instant. Precise to the coordinates and skill casting time. Tang Rou, Hanyan Rou, visualized the optimal advance path in her mind. Without hesitation, she executed a flash step and leapt onto the jump pad, propelling herself forward like a cannonball. The spear, engulfed in fiery red, pierced through the elemental mage's chest just as Firestorm was about to take form. Interrupt. Launch. Having lost both the priest and their core damage dealer, Xiaohua crumbled in an instant. The remaining gunner and fighter were effortlessly harvested by Yixiao, Baozi, and Xiao Yifan. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, their coordination shockingly precise. From the priest's demise to the team's annihilation, it took less than 20 seconds. This was not merely a match. It was a massacre. Another commentator murmured. Xingxin's team coordination is akin to a finely tuned killing machine. Ling Yun's command is terrifying. The match-ending alert echoed through the venue. The members of Xingxin removed their helmets. Tang Rou's eyes burned with excitement. Baozi waved his fists, and Xiao Yifan and Mo Fan wore expressions of exhilaration mixed with shock. Yixiao, cigarette in mouth, in reality, gazed at the formidable team data on the screen, casting a complex look towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but upon closer inspection, a hint of fatigue could be discerned from the depths of his eyes, even with the mental barrier significantly alleviating the load. Concurrently maintaining the simulation and directing 4 individuals in high-precision coordination still demanded immense mental stamina. However, compared to the overexertion during the wind-eroded canyon, it was a marked improvement. Well done. Chen Guo rushed over, excitedly patting each person on the shoulder. Captain, that last play was incredible. Baozi gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. Indeed. Mo Fan rarely chimed in, looking at Lin Feng with a hint of reverence. The sensation of seemingly being directly connected to the commander's mind, discerning the battlefield, left even him, accustomed to solitary operations, feeling awed. Yixiao approached Lin Feng, quietly inquiring, "How do you feel? The burden? Manageable." Lin Feng, succinct and precise, rubbed his temples, feeling significantly better than the last time. "That's good." Yixiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng's slightly pale face before shifting to the impeccable team data on the screen, his doubts entwining in his mind like creeping vines. Could such extraordinary synergy truly be attributed to mere talent? Upon returning to the Xingxin Internet Cafe, the elation of victory still lingered when Lin Feng was bombarded by Huang Shaotian's habitual barrage of messages. Lan Yu Yu Sheng Fan. What the hell? Shadow Brother. For minutes and 37 seconds. Were you clearing small monsters in a dungeon? Are those guys from Xiaohua made of paper? Your coordination with Mo Fan to poke the priest, and Tang Rou interrupting the elemental mage. Your timing was as precise as if you had synchronized a timer. Come clean. Did you really develop a brainwave tactical helmet? The Alliance just finished investigating you, and you pull off something this big. Aren't you afraid of Zhang Xinjia's cunning counterattack? Lin Feng, disinterested in Huang Shaotian's incessant messages, promptly closed the private chat. He needed rest, and more crucially, contemplation. The battle against Xiaohua had showcased the immense power of the Shadow Synergy Network, coupled with the sand table simulation. But it had also laid bare their strategy before the eyes of the Alliance and all formidable teams. Zhang Xinjia would undoubtedly not rest easy, and other teams would certainly begin to devise countermeasures. He stepped into his private cubicle, intending to engage in a meditative recovery of his mental faculties. However, just as he closed the door and prepared to connect to the system for assistance, a sudden notification chimed. An unfamiliar email, devoid of any identifying markers and sourced from layers of encryption, abruptly appeared in his private inbox. The title bore a cold single letter. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Such a level of encryption and anonymity could not possibly originate from an ordinary player or club. He immediately opened the email. The content was exceedingly brief, consisting of merely a few lines. Ling Yun, or Lin Feng, the brilliance of Shadow's Edge is dazzling, and the intricacies of Shadow Synergy are remarkable. But do you believe that with merely a dagger and an obscure system, you can control everything? The key left by Su Mucho is not meant to be used this way. You are playing with fire, a fire whose consequences you cannot bear. Cease your dangerous experiments. Surrender the core data of the key. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let the Zhu Long investigation see some more intriguing things. Perhaps that sand table in your mental realm that should not exist? Boom. The contents of the email struck Lin Feng's mind like a thunderclap. He felt an icy chill envelop him, as if plunged into an abyss. The sender knew his name. They were aware of Jimmy, System, and even Battlefield Simulation Sand Table. Moreover, they mentioned the key left by Su Mucho. Su Mucho, Yi Xiu's deceased close friend? The legendary genius? Was his research connected to Lin Feng's system? What was this key? What did they mean by core data? How could they know so much? Even more terrifying was the fact that the sender was aware of the existence of the Zhu Long investigation group and used it as a threat. If Zhu Long truly obtained irrefutable evidence regarding the sand table, the consequences would be dire. Cold sweat instantly soaked Lin Feng's shirt. The ease of his recent victory over Zhao Hua vanished entirely. An unprecedented chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt as though he stood naked in the darkness, watched by countless icy eyes, while remaining utterly oblivious to his adversaries. Who was this? The remnants of Jiashi? The upper echelons of the alliance? Or perhaps some force lurking deeper, coveting Su Mucho's research achievements? Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. His terrifying awareness level 4 and mental barriers operated at full capacity, suppressing the tumultuous waves within him. He immediately activated the system's highest level counter-tracking and firewall. Alert. Detection of ultra-high-intensity encryption and counter-tracking protocols. The source of the email cannot be traced. Content has been automatically backed up to the highest encryption space. Warning, the sender possesses extremely high-level technical authority, posing a severe threat to the host. It is advised to initiate the highest level of alert. Even the system could not trace it. The origins of this were beyond imagination. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the final threat in the email. His fingers trembling slightly from the force of his grip. Surrender core data? Absolutely impossible. That was the source of his power, the hope for Xingxin's ascendance. But if he did not comply, the Zhu Long investigation at that moment, a knock echoed on the door of the cubicle. Lin Feng. It was Yi Xiu's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible gravity. Did you receive something? Lin Feng's heart jolted. How did Yi Xiu know? He inhaled deeply, forcing down the turbulent waves of anxiety within him, and replied in the calmest tone possible. Nothing, just spam. There was a brief silence outside the door before Yi Xiu slowly spoke again. Lin Feng. I was just sorting through some old things and found some fragments of research notes about Su Mucho that Mu Cheng had previously given me. Yi Xiu's voice carried an unprecedented weight and inquisitiveness. There are some elements regarding neural connections, consciousness mapping, and the limits of virtual reality load that are vague and incomplete. However, I can't shake the feeling that they relate to your current state. Lin Feng. His voice pierced through the door with sharp clarity. You must tell me honestly, does your ability have any connection with the unfinished research of Su Mucho? Inside the cubicle, Lin Feng leaned against the cold wall, staring at the screen displaying the ominous death threat email while listening to Yi Xiu's probing inquiry from outside. He was caught between a mysterious lethal threat, Yi Xiu's relentless questioning of the truth, and the watchful eye of the Alliance's Zhu Long. Beneath the brilliance of Shadow's edge, the ground beneath the Shadow Commander was already a bottomless abyss. Chapter 26. Fragments of the key and the price of reincarnation. The cold door of the cubicle seemed to separate two worlds. Outside stood Yi Xiu, with heavy and incisive questions, directly targeting Su Mucho's unfinished research and Lin Feng's extraordinary powers. Inside, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, pupils constricted, fixated on the screen displaying the mysterious death threat email, drenched in cold sweat. The key left by Su Mucho? Core data? The sand table of the mental realm? The Zhulong investigation team not only perceives his greatest secrets, but also seems to comprehend the essence of Su Mucho's research, even wielding the power of the Alliance as a weapon. With a formidable threat looming ahead, and Yi Xiu's relentless inquiries pressing for the truth, external pressures from the Alliance Zhulong descend upon Lin Feng like three invisible mountains, nearly suffocating him. Lin Feng. Yi Xiu's voice resounded outside the door, imbued with an undeniable insistence. Answer me. This is crucial. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the frigid air piercing his lungs. His mental barrier instinctively trembled, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions and thoughts swirling in his mind. The terrifying consciousness of four-world into action, analyzing the dire circumstances before him. Confessing about the system? Absolutely out of the question. That would only incite greater chaos and uncontrollable risks, potentially implicating both Yi Xiu and the entire Xingxin. Denying it outright? With Yi Xiu's keen insight and obsession with Su Mucho, he would see through any deception, only deepening the rift. Thus, only one path remained, a half-truth. casting out the bait of a key to divert Yi Xiu's attention while buying time. Brother Yi, Lin Feng's voice penetrated the door, deliberately subdued and tinged with confusion. You mentioned Senior Su Mucho, and I am at a loss for words. He paused, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. My abilities are indeed not innate. They are related to something. Something? Yi Xiu's breath seemed to hitch outside. An object I stumbled upon, an ancient core component resembling some sort of neural interfacing device. Lin Feng's voice conveyed uncertainty and bewilderment, describing it half-truthfully. It is quite damaged, inscribed with symbols and circuits I cannot decipher. I attempted to study and repair it. And then it activated. My perception and analytical abilities began to transform. He cleverly avoided mentioning the modern concept of a system, instead portraying it as an ancient neural interfacing core, aligning with the potential realm of Su Mucho's research, neural interfacing, while shrouding it in mystery, making it hard to verify. The neural interfacing core? Yi Xiu's voice brimmed with astonishment and urgency. What kind of symbols? What sort of circuits? Where is that object now? The symbols are intricate, resembling a lost circuit diagram, almost like script I cannot understand. Lin Feng continued weaving his narrative. As for the object, after an unexpected high-intensity test, it seems to have overloaded and broken into a pile of useless fragments. He intentionally revealed the damage to deter Yi Xiu from immediately demanding the physical item. I could only grasp a few vague sensations and some pathways activated after it. Pathways? Yi Xiu pressed further. Yes. Lin Feng's voice carried an uncertain exploratory tone. It forcibly opened new channels in my mind, allowing me to process information more swiftly, perceive the battlefield, and even vaguely sense the state and intentions of my teammates. However, this sensation is highly unstable and immensely taxing, and I have no understanding of its underlying principles. Did Senior Su Mucho's research notes mention anything similar? And what about the key? Lin Feng skillfully redirected the topic back to Yi Xiu, simultaneously framing his abilities as a passive utilization of the residual pathways left by the device's activation, rather than an active control of a system. This elucidated the origin of his power, linked to Su Mucho's field, its instability and consumption, due to the device's damage, and the collaborative network, the vague perception of teammates' intentions, while also presenting the keyword key to prompt Yi Xiu to ponder Su Mucho's research. Outside the door, Yi Xiu fell silent. Lin Feng's description resonated with the vague concepts of neural interfacing, consciousness mapping, and load limits he had gleaned from Su Mucho's fragmented notes through Su Muching. Especially the term key, which appeared several times at the edges of Su Mucho's hasty notes, accompanied by enigmatic symbols, previously thought to be mere ciphers or project names. Could it be that the ancient core Lin Feng acquired is a fragment of the key mentioned in Su Mucho's notes? A remnant of the unfinished research? Its accidental activation bestowing Lin Feng with this extraordinary capability, yet also bringing immense burdens and risks due to its damage and uncontrollability? This explanation, while still shrouded in mystery, was far more plausible than Lin Feng being an extraterrestrial or having conducted forbidden experiments. It also clarified Lin Feng's previous agonizing state and the perfect illusion detected by Zhang Xinjia, which was an unstable manifestation of the device's damaged residual pathways. Yi Xiu's doubts had not entirely dissipated, yet the anger and unease that had obscured his judgment were supplanted by a heavy, complex emotion intermingling nostalgia for an old friend and concern for the person before him. If Lin Feng's power truly stemmed from Mucho's legacy, what fate awaited him? Mucho's notes are fragmented. Yi Xiu's voice had grown considerably more somber, tinged with fatigue and reminiscence. The key might refer to the core that he envisioned for unlocking a higher level of neural interfacing, but what exactly it is remains unknown. His research was far ahead of its time and perilous. He paused, adopting an unusually serious tone. Lin Feng, if what you say is true, and your abilities stem from that damaged core, you must cease its excessive use. Mucho's notes repeatedly warned of the limits of overload. That object is unstable and could destroy you. Zhang Xinjia's suspicions are not unfounded. If the Alliance were to discover, I know. Lin Feng's voice bore a hint of bitterness and resolve. But I cannot stop, Brother Yi. Jia Shi has fallen, yet the challenge has just begun. The Alliance still has teams like Luan Hui, Batuz, and Lan Yu, all eyeing us. Xingxin must ascend. I need this power. I will control it. Find a balance before it completely consumes me, and I will lead Xingxin to victory. Lin Feng's confession and determination resonated with a tragic note, striking a chord deep within Yi Xiu's heart. He recalled the discontent that had gripped Su Mucho as he collapsed before the research table, the tenacity with which he bore the weight of Jia Shi and Su Muching's legacy. The Lin Feng before him seemed to merge with the memory of that relentless figure, who disregarded all else. Madman. Yi Xiu muttered a low curse, yet the reproach in his tone had nearly dissipated, replaced by a complex sense of shared helplessness. I will find a way to help you investigate Mucho's notes regarding the key and load control. But before that, take it easy. In the next match against Qin Kai, If you dare to exert yourself as recklessly as you did against Zhao Hua, I will have Lao Wei wake you up with a brick. The footsteps outside gradually faded away. Lin Feng leaned against the door, releasing a long breath. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had temporarily evaded suspicion. By using the half-truth of Su Muqiu's key fragments, he diverted Yi Xiu's most immediate doubts, aligning himself with the stance of protecting Muqiu's legacy. However, the crisis was far from over. He cast another glance at the emails on the screen. His gaze as cold as steel. This hidden enemy not only understood the system, but was also aware of Su Muqiu's key, even managing to leverage the Alliance's investigative team. The threat of exposing the identity that must be swiftly uncovered loomed large. Just then, his private chat channel flickered again. Still from Luan Hui Yichang Chuanyun. Luan Hui Yichang Chuanyun. Captain Ling Yun, is it convenient to talk? About the key and load. Zhou Zikai. Boom. Lin Feng's heart raced. Zhou Zikai. He knows about the key. And the load. Luan Hui Club. Zhang Buotao's previous poaching attempt. Zhou Zikai's silence. Could it be that Luan Hui was also connected to Su Muqiu's research? Or were they indeed involved? Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm. Zhou Zikai's wording was subtle, not the kind of condescending threat, but rather a tentative invitation. He quickly replied, Ling Yun, what does Captain Zhou wish to discuss? Luan Hui Yichang Chuanyun, Yun Duan Club. The usual place. Now, alone. Zhang Buotao is not here. Rest assured, Zhang Buotao is not here. A private meeting with Zhou Zikai? And the emphasis on reassurance? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Zhou Zikai's behavior was entirely illogical. Just how much did he know? What was his objective? Looking at the key and load. These two keywords made Lin Feng's gaze flicker. This could be a perilous trap. Yet it might also be a crucial opportunity to unravel the identity and gain further insights into the key. Alone, Lin Feng whispered to himself. He glanced at the system interface. Mental barrier was operating steadily, and his shadow coordination network was in a state of silence. Although his mental strength had not fully recovered, self-preservation should be assured. He swiftly replied, Ling Yun, all right. See you in half an hour. Closing the private chat, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Yi Xiu's suspicions were temporarily assuaged, yet a greater enigma and a deeper whirlpool lay ahead. The Gun King of Luan Hui sought a private meeting, mentioning the key and load. This matter was more profound and murky than he had anticipated. He adjusted his clothing, suppressing all emotions, his gaze once more turning cold and sharp. Regardless of whether the path ahead was a trap or an opportunity, he must venture forth. For Xing Xin, and to untangle the fatal mystery entwined with the key. Pushing open the partition door, Lin Feng disregarded the concerned glances from his teammates in the training room and walked straight out. Where to? Yi Xiu's voice called from behind. Meeting a friend. Lin Feng continued walking, his voice calm. I will be back soon. Yi Xiu watched Lin Feng's figure disappear at the entrance of the internet CAF. His brow furrowed. He took out the encrypted disk, reopening Su Muqiu's fragmented research notes, his gaze lingering on the scrawled writings and ambiguous symbols regarding the key, load, and critical points. What exactly did you leave behind, Muqiu? Yi Xiu murmured softly, smoke swirling around him, his eyes filled with an unprecedented worry. At this moment, on the other side of the city, in the top-level private room of Yun Duan Club, Zhou Zikai sat quietly by the window, gazing at the bustling night scene below. He was toying with an ancient-looking, neither metallic nor wooden, dark red token-like object, its surface intricately etched with complex patterns. At the center of the token, a depression resembling a keyhole glimmered softly in the light. His eyes remained calm, yet deep within, a rare glimmer of inquisitiveness surged forth, as if he were seeking confirmation of something. Key resonance. He softly uttered 2 words, his voice as light as a sigh. Chapter 27. The Resonance of Fragments and Fangs. In the top-level private room of Yun Duan Club, separated from the city's clamor, Zhou Zikai remained seated by the window. However, when Lin Feng pushed the door open, the ancient, intricately patterned dark red, token-like object had vanished from his hand. The room contained only Zhou Zikai, silent enough to hear the faint sounds of traffic outside. He gestured toward the seat across from him without speaking, merely observing Lin Feng with his calm, yet penetrating gaze, as if silently scrutinizing and confirming something. Lin Feng sat down opposite him without any pleasantries, his gaze fixed on Zhou Zikai. Captain Zhou, let us cut to the chase. What do you know about the key and load? Zhou Zikai remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts or perhaps sensing something. He slowly spoke, his voice still concise, yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Fragments. Your resonance. Fragments? Resonance. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Zhou Zikai not only knew about the key, but also referred to it as fragments. Moreover, he mentioned resonance. Could it be that the token he had just held was related? Luan Hui also has. Zhou Zikai continued, his speech slow, but each word clear and forceful. Incomplete. Research. Many years. Load. Danger. Loss of control. Cost. Luan Hui also possesses key fragments. and has researched them for many years. They are aware of the dangers and costs of loss of control. In an instant, Lin Feng understood. The Luanhui Club, or rather, the forces behind Luanhui, likely also possessed part of Su Muqiu's research legacy. Jiang Buotao's previous poaching attempt, on the surface, focused on Ing Shi and his commanding abilities. But the deeper intention was probably to incorporate him, the pivotal figure who activated the fragments, along with the paths he mastered, into Luan Hui's research framework. Therefore, Jiang Buotao's invitation. Lin Feng's voice turned cold. Jiang seeks control. Zhou Zikai directly laid bare the truth without a hint of concealment. Power, danger, must be controlled. He paused, his gaze sharpening, as if penetrating Lin Feng's facade to peer into the core of his mental world. Load. Very heavy. Sand table. Network. Unstable. Sand table. Network. Zhou Zikai audaciously identified the battlefield simulation sand table and the shadow coordination network. This is no mere speculation. He must have sensed something significant. Is it the resonance of that token? Lin Feng's back instantly tensed, his mental barrier reflexively operating at full capacity, erecting the most formidable defenses within his mind. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Zikai, saying, Captain Zhou, you know too much. This poses a danger, both to you and to me. Zhou Zikai acknowledged this calmly, his eyes devoid of hostility, instead reflecting a peculiar, almost kin-like gravity. More perilous, he added, causing Lin Feng's pupils to constrict in shock. Zhou Zikai is aware too. The organization is ancient and formidable. Zhou Zikai's voice dropped lower, laced with a barely perceptible caution. They covet the key. For a long time. To eliminate threats. To control everything. He turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, his eyes issuing an unprecedented warning. You activated the shard. You have been exposed. They are watching you. The email is merely the beginning. Zhou Zikai's words cut through the veil of mystery like a chilling blade. An ancient and powerful organization covets Su Muqiu's legacy, viewing all individuals who have activated shards as either threats or tools. And Lin Feng, by activating the system, the shard, has already been laid bare in their sight. Reincarnation and Lin Feng posed the most critical question. Hostile, Zhou Zikai replied with unwavering certainty. Protection, shards, research, resistance. He pointed to his own head. The cost of the reincarnation shard stabilizer is emotion. Emotion? A tumultuous wave surged within Lin Feng's heart. The shards controlled by reincarnation have been fashioned into stabilizers? The price is the user's emotions? This elucidated Zhou Zikai's extraordinary calmness and taciturn nature. It was not merely his character, but rather the cost of wielding power. Your shard. Core. Zhou Zikai's gaze seemed to penetrate Lin Feng's skull, searching for that non-existent core. Potential. Greater. Burden. Heavier. Loss of control. More terrifying. He paused. Exceptionally rare for him to articulate a lengthy sentence. They want your core data. They will not relent. The alliance of Zhu Long may have been infiltrated. The prospect of the alliance of Zhu Long being compromised was undoubtedly the worst news imaginable, implying that the investigative team itself could become pawns. Why are you telling me this? Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm as he regarded Zhou Zikai. There was no reason for him to assist, after all. Reincarnation and Xingxin are rivals on the battlefield. The key should not be monopolized. Zhou Zikai's response was unexpectedly straightforward, imbued with an almost pure ideology. Power requires balance. Resistance demands kin. Kin? Lin Feng gazed into Zhou Zikai's calm, yet seemingly fiery eyes, for the first time perceiving a commitment to the very essence of the key's power. Transcending club loyalties. He was seeking allies for resistance, even if those allies could become adversaries in the future. Intelligence, Zhou Zikai concluded, offering a nondescript micro-encryption disk. Clues within the city. Be cautious. Next meeting. Battlefield. With that, Zhou Zikai ceased his speech, rising to depart the booth, leaving Lin Feng alone with the small disk and the tumultuous waves swirling in his mind. The implications of the shard, reincarnation, stabilizer, emotional cost, organizational infiltration, and Zhu Long were overwhelming, causing Lin Feng's head to throb painfully. Yet, he could not afford to ponder. He immediately inserted the disk into his portable terminal, activating the system's highest-level firewall and decryption program. Detected ultra-high strength dynamic encryption protocol. Analyzing. Warning. Encryption protocol triggers self-destruct sequence. Forceful cracking will result in data obliteration. System alert. Consumes tactical funds of 1,000,000. Initiating logical trap evasion program. Expenditure of 1,000,000. Balance. 48, 290, 100. In an instant, 1 million vanished. The system interface displayed data streams, frantically scrolling. Moments later, the self-destruct program was successfully circumvented, revealing the two remaining pieces of information on the disk. One coordinate. The old district of the city, with latitude and longitude pinpointing an abandoned industrial park. A blurry surveillance screenshot. The image depicted a figure clad in a gray trench coat and duckbill cap, entering a building marked as Warehouse No. 7 deep within the industrial park. Beneath the screenshot, a line of small text read, "Suspected peripheral contact point. High danger. Do not approach. Coordinates. Suspected stronghold." Lin Feng's heart raced. Zhou Zikai's intelligence was worth its weight in gold. This could be the only lead to uncover the tale. He immediately activated the system map, locking onto the coordinate location, while simultaneously retrieving all publicly and privately available information on the Old District Industrial Park through system intelligence purchase. The battlefield simulation sand table swiftly constructed a three-dimensional model of the industrial park, integrating satellite imagery and street views, clearly presenting the location, structure, and surrounding environment of Warehouse No. 7. Sand table simulation, infiltration path planning, threat assessment, extremely high, unknown surveillance and defense systems present. Recommendation, remote reconnaissance. The sand table issued a chilling warning. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Direct infiltration? The risks were too great. He needed a set of eyes. He promptly accessed the Tycoon Commander System. Authorization granted. Purchase and deploy Phantom B micro-reconnaissance drones, optical camouflage, thermal imaging, signal interference shielding. Quantity, 3 units. Deployment target, Warehouse No. 7, Old District Industrial Park. Mission, covert infiltration, real-time transmission of surveillance footage and environmental data. Cost, 5,000,000. System alert, tactical funds 5,000,000. Current tactical funds balance, 43,290,100. Another substantial expenditure, 5 million evaporated in an instant. 3 micro-drones equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance technology. Under the system's remote control, moved like true phantoms, silently flying toward the Old District Industrial Park. Lin Feng immersed his consciousness into the sand table, synchronizing with the reconnaissance footage from the drones. The abandoned industrial park lay in eerie silence. The doors of Warehouse No. 7 rusted and tightly shut. The drones activated their optical camouflage and signal shielding, slipping through a gap in the ventilation system atop the warehouse like invisible dust. The internal visuals revealed the warehouse was cluttered with abandoned machinery and containers, the lighting dim. In the realm of thermal imaging, several distinct humanoid heat sources emerge within the frame. They are dispersed throughout the warehouse, seemingly on high alert. In the innermost recess of the warehouse, beside a fortified container, a figure clad in a gray trench coat and sporting a flat cap, matching the screenshot, stands with their back to the camera, appearing to operate a device that flickers with an eerie glow. The target has been located. Lin Feng, with utmost concentration, maneuvers the drone to zoom in, striving to discern the instrument and the actions of the figure in gray. The tactical simulation updates the warehouse's internal structure, marking the positions of guards and potential escape routes. Just as the drone's lens is about to capture the screen of the device, a piercing sound erupts from the scene. It is an intangible, excruciating noise that seems capable of piercing the very soul, instantly engulfing the entire simulation space. Lin Feng is struck as if by a heavy blow, letting out a muffled groan, his vision fading to black. His mind feels as if it is being brutally pierced by countless searing steel needles. The mental barrier oscillates violently, emitting a mournful cry of overwhelming strain. The noise not only affects physical sound waves, but also harbors a terrifying mental assault. Warning: high-intensity mental interference pulse detected. Source: target device. Phantom B signal locked. Experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. Connection will be terminated shortly. Mental barrier under impact. Load rapidly increasing. Mental strength plummets by 20. This is bad. Our presence has been detected. The opposition possesses countermeasures against mental detection. Lin Feng, enduring the agonizing pain and dizziness in his mind, immediately issues a command. Emergency command. Phantom B self-destruct. Erase all data traces. The $5 million drone is instantly reduced to scrap metal. The buzzing ceases abruptly. The warehouse imagery in the simulation transforms into a blizzard of static and subsequently vanishes. Lin Feng slumps into his chair, his complexion pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his temples throbbing. The recent shock has drained a significant amount of his mental energy. Although the drone has been destroyed, it was not without gain. He has caught a glimpse of the device's outline, which is far from an ordinary electronic apparatus. Its structure is rife with characteristics of biological neural interfaces, vaguely reminiscent of the style researched by Su Muchio. Furthermore, the opposition possesses the means to directly assault mental detection. This is undoubtedly a core stronghold. More alarmingly, it seems that before the drone's self-destruction, they managed, through some method, to reverse lock onto the general direction of the detection source. Lin Feng's mind races with alarm bells. He promptly activates the system. Ding. Initiating area signal jamming and physical location disguise service. Range: Xingxin Internet Cafe and surrounding 500 meters. Mode: Maximum intensity interference, simulating multi-source signals, confusing positioning. Cost, 2,000,000. System notification, Tactical Funds 2,000,000. Current Tactical Fund balance, 41,290, 100. Another financial blow, the intangible interference field swiftly envelopes the Xingxin Internet Cafe. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng's heightened awareness detects several extremely faint, malicious mental scanning waves, akin to invisible tendrils sweeping across the area of the Internet Cafe. However, under the immense interference, these scans collide with an impenetrable barrier, returning empty-handed, ultimately dissipating with a lingering sense of reluctance. That was close. Lin Feng leans back against his chair, breathing heavily, feeling the weakness from the exhaustion of his mental energy intertwining with the residual pain from the recent mental shock. He gazes at the rapidly diminishing balance of tactical funds on the system interface, his expression as cold as iron. The fangs of the opposition are sharper and more lethal than he had anticipated. A single exploratory reconnaissance has cost him a $5 million drone, drained a considerable amount of mental energy, and incurred a $2 million expense for emergency disguise. Meanwhile, the opposition has only revealed an outer stronghold and the silhouette of a figure in gray. Zhou Zikai and Lin Feng whisper these two names, their eyes igniting with a cold flame and unprecedented gravity. The war against the opposition, shrouded in shadows, has officially commenced. The price he has paid thus far weighs heavily upon him. He glances at the now empty, encrypted disk location. The intelligence provided by Zhou Zikai has led to this revelation, but it has also come at a significant cost. This silent gun king, what role does he play in this maelstrom surrounding the key? An ally? Or a more cunning player? Lin Feng does not know. All he is aware of is that he has no avenue for retreat. He must hasten his path to strength, acquiring more knowledge about the key and the organization to survive this lethal game and guide Xingxin to the throne. He closes his eyes, channeling all his energy to recover what has been lost. The mental barrier, akin to a wounded beast, silently licks its wounds deep within his consciousness, growing more resilient. The storm has arrived. The Shadow Commander can only be met with the edge of a blade. Chapter 28. The mental storm on the arena and the final ultimatum. The jamming field of Xingxin Internet Cafe acts as an invisible shield, temporarily obstructing the malicious mental probing. However, Lin Feng understands that this is merely a stopgap measure. Zhou Zikai's warning, the counterattack from the industrial park, and the terrifying mental interference pulse all indicate that the opposition's fangs are far sharper than one might expect. He must accelerate his ascent to strength, laying a more solid foundation for Xingxin before the Zhu Long investigation team and the organization secure concrete evidence or launch a fatal strike. In the third round of the challenge match, facing the light team, Lin Feng refrains from risking the high-intensity shadow coordination network, relying instead on the battlefield simulation sandtable and conventional command, collaborating with Yixiu, Tang Rou, and others' individual prowess, sweeping their opponents with a resounding 5 o'clock. The victory comes easily, yet Lin Feng's sense of urgency remains undiminished. The light team is too weak to test the limits of his mental barrier or to intimidate those lurking with predatory gazes. The true test awaits in the fourth round against last season's top 8 team, Micro. The Micro team, led by Captain Wang Jieshi, Wang Buliuxing, features a magician whose tactics are unpredictable, while their core healer, Fang Shun, Fang Feng, ranks among the league's elite. Their teamwork is meticulous, and their tactical acumen is exceedingly high. The map selected for their home ground, the Void Corridor, a vast and intricate ancient maze filled with spatial traps and visual distortions. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated focal battle. The Dark Horse Xingxin challenges the prestigious Micro, the Void Corridor, the magician's home turf, Captain Ling Yun's shadow erosion synergy. Can it tear through the iron wall of Weichao? The commentary is filled with fervor. The match begins. Within the Void Corridor, light and shadow twist, pathways intertwine, and traps lie in silence. Under the leadership of Wang Jieshi, the Weichao team advances steadily through the labyrinth like a finely tuned machine. Wang Buliuxing glides through the misaligned spatial nodes like a phantom, poised to deliver a fatal strike from any angle. The healer, Fang Feng, is meticulously shielded by the knight and the magic scholar, leaving little room for error. Lin Feng, Ling Yun, immerses himself in the battlefield simulation sandbox. The intricate model of the Void Corridor is instantaneously constructed, and the data streams of the Weichao members flow together like a babbling brook. However, while simulating Wang Jieshi's trajectory, the sandbox reveals an unprecedented delay and blurriness. The magician's playstyle is imbued with unpredictable whimsy, making it challenging for the data model to capture its essence fully. The consumption of simulation resources surges dramatically. Yixiu, at 3 o'clock, spatial node fluctuations. Wang Jieshi may launch a surprise attack. Lin Feng's voice resonates in the team channel, tinged with an imperceptible gravity. He can only rely on the sandbox to capture the fluctuations of spatial energy to predict Wang Jieshi's general direction. Understood. Yishio Jun Mo Shao swiftly transitions the Qinji umbrella to shield form, positioning it accurately before the fluctuating node. Boom. Wang Buliexing's extinction star indeed pierces through the void, crashing forcefully against the shield. Tang Rou, suppress the opposing magic scholar. Do not let him disrupt the backline. Xiao Yifan, seal off the left wing with a ghost formation. Baozi and Mo Fan, harass the knight, create chaos. The commands remain precise, yet under the complex environment of the void corridor and the oppressive tactics of Wang Jieshi. Xingxin's advance becomes exceedingly arduous. Wei Cao's defense stands like a fortress, with Fangfeng's healing being impervious. The match becomes a stalemate, with both sides' health slowly dwindling. This cannot continue. Lin Feng's gaze turns icy. The deadlock must be broken. The target is Fangfeng. Yet Wei Cao's protection of the priest is nothing short of impeccable. The knight remains steadfast, while the magic scholar uses lava flasks and acid rain clouds to block paths, and Wang Jieshi looms like a sword suspended above, ready to provide support at any moment. Opportunity slips away. In the simulation, an exceedingly brief window of opportunity appears. Wang Jieshi slightly advances to intercept Yishio's feint. The magic scholar is briefly immobilized after releasing the acid rain cloud. The knight is forced to move half a step due to the harassment from Baozi and Mo Fan. Fangfeng's healing skill has just completed casting, entering the public phase. Now is the time. Although the sandbox's simulation of Wang Jieshi is unclear, this window is crystal clear. A cold light flickers in Lin Feng's eyes. His mental energy surges like a flood, instantly linking Tang Rou, Xiao Yifan, and Mo Fan through the Shadow Synergy Network. Mental link established. Target, Han Yinro. Information transmission. Precise coordinates of Fangfeng, 87154. Predicted movement trajectory of the knight, leftward by 0.5 grid. Breakthrough path. Shadow of the stone pillar ahead. Command, Angry Dragon pierces heart. Target, the gap exposed by the knight's leftward move. A torrent of information floods into Tang Rou's mind. Target, Yun Hui. Information transmission. Magic Scholar's acid rain cloud dissipation time, after 8 seconds. Ghost formation drop point, 85152. Sealing formation. Timing, after Han Yinro charges for 3 seconds. Information surges into Xiao Yifan's consciousness. Target, Hui Renbu Wan. Information transmission. Wang Jieshi's path back to support after intercepting Yishio. High probability. Smoke bomb release coordinates. 90150. Interference. Delay of 0.5 seconds. Information rushes into Mo Fan's mind. The intense flow of information is transmitted instantly. Lin Feng feels as if his brain has been struck by a heavy hammer. Mental barrier trembles violently. Maintaining the simulation of the void corridor and the blurred model of Wang Jieshi consumes immense energy, and now, simultaneously linking 3 individuals for high precision. Timely tactical coordination pushes the load to a critical point. A sharp pain pulses at his temples. Execute. Lin Feng grits his teeth against the dizziness. Roaring within the mental link. Kill. Tang Rou, Han Yinro, ignites with battle intent. The angry dragon pierces heart ferociously unleashed. The crimson dragon follows the shadow path marked by Lin Feng, precisely threading through the narrow gap exposed by the knight's leftward movement, charging straight towards Fangfeng. Xiao Yifan, Yun Hui, begins chanting the ghost formation almost in sync with Tang Rou's charge. The light circle of the ceiling formation precisely envelopes Fangfeng's feet at the instant the acid rain cloud dissipates. Silence. Mo Fan, Hui Renbu Wan, detonates the smoke bomb at the designated coordinates. Thick smoke instantly obscuring Wang Jieshi's line of sight for support. Perfect. A textbook-like coordinated assassination. Focus fire on the priest. Lin Feng's voice, hoarse, erupts in the team channel. Yishio's Jun Mo Shao swiftly breaks free from Wang Jieshi's entanglement. The Qianji umbrella shifting to gun form, suppressing the magic scholar who attempts to rescue. Han Yinro's spear, Jun Mo Zhao's bullets, and shurikens shot from the smoke instantly overwhelm Fangfeng, rendering him silenced and unable to cast any skills. Shadow erosion. Activated. Healing prohibition for 5 seconds. Silence the priest. Shadow erosion. The commentator screams in shock. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Wei Cao's iron wall is forcibly breached by this extraordinary coordinated strike. Fang Xiqian's Fangfeng falls in despair. Brilliant. Xingxin fans roar with excitement. However, on the player's bench, Lin Feng's body suddenly sways. His complexion turns as pale as paper. Darkness clouds his vision. A violent wave of dizziness and a piercing headache crash over him like a tsunami. A warmth fills his nostrils, and a rush of liquid surges forth. He instinctively wipes it away, revealing a shocking crimson on his fingertips. Nosebleed. The backlash from the severe depletion of mental energy. Lin Feng. Chun Guo screams in terror. Captain, Tang Rou and the others also noticed Lin Feng's abnormal state. The match is not yet over. Without the priest, Wei Chao, under Wang Jieshi's leadership, exhibits astonishing resilience. Wang Buliuxing rampages like a frenzied demon, unleashing the full extent of his magician's playstyle, fiercely holding back Yishio and Tang Rou. The magic scholar and knight retaliate furiously, attempting to take down Xingxin's players. Hold steady. Lin Feng endures the nearly explosive headache and dizziness. The mental barrier cries out under the overload, yet he still clings to the bare minimum of the simulation and team command. His voice, raspy yet resolute, resonates with undeniable determination. Yishio, hold back Wang Jieshi. Tang Rou, Xiao Yifan, focus fire on the magic scholar. Baozi, Mo Fan, entangle the knight. Do not give them a chance to exchange lives. His commands remain precise, yet everyone could discern the frailty and anguish woven into his voice. Ultimately, relying on numerical superiority and Yishio's extraordinary performance at a crucial moment, Xingxin narrowly secured victory in the team competition. The score stood at 5 o'clock. But the journey was far more perilous than the numbers suggested. At the moment the match concluded, Lin Feng felt a darkness envelop him, nearly collapsing into his seat. He gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his willpower to remain upright. Blood streamed from his nose, staining his shirt, a harrowing sight. Lin Feng. Yishio was the first to rush over and support him. Gazing at the vivid crimson and Lin Feng's pallid complexion, his eyes brimmed with shock and fury. Are you out of your mind? It's fine. We won. Lin Feng's voice was faint, his vision wavering. The director seemed to have caught wind of Lin Feng's distress, and the camera instantly shifted to the player bench of Xingxin. Lin Feng's ashen face and the blood-soaked fabric transmitted through the live broadcast reached every glory player watching the match. Oh my, player Ling Yun. He bleeding from his nose. He looks terrible. That last coordinated effort was too intense. Was the strain too much? The audience erupted in a cacophony of concern, shock, confusion, and even malicious glee. In the backstage corridor, the micrograss team, poised to depart, also caught sight of the scene on the large screen. Wang Jieshi, Wang Buliuxing, paused momentarily, observing Lin Feng's weakened state. His brow furrowed tightly, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes, respect for his opponent, astonishment at the extraordinary coordination. But deeper still was an ineffable worry and weight. He instinctively reached into his pocket, where something seemed to reside. Captain? Huang Shaotian, Feng Feng, looked at Wang Jieshi with concern. Let us go. Wang Jieshi withdrew his gaze, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. Back at the Xingxin Internet CAF, the team doctor briefly tended to Lin Feng's nosebleed, confirming it was caused by extreme mental strain and capillary rupture. His body was otherwise unharmed, but required rest. Chen Guo and the others gathered around Lin Feng, their expressions laden with anxiety. Yishio called Lin Feng into a secluded room, closing the door behind them, his countenance dark with anger. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Do you need to play to this extent against micrograss? Do you realize how terrifying you looked just now? Zhang Xinjia witnessed everything, leaning against the wall. Lin Feng managed a weak smile. Without such measures, we couldn't breach micrograss's defense. We wouldn't win. Win. Yishio slammed his fist against the wall, the dull thud reverberating with his fury and confusion. What does it matter if we lose? It was merely a challenge match. Is it worth your life to fight for? Have you forgotten Muchio's warning? Forgotten your limits? At that moment, Lin Feng's private encrypted mailbox pinged with a new email notification. The sender remained cold and anonymous. A sense of dread washed over him as he opened the message. The content was more succinct yet bore a chilling malice. Ling Yun, the performance on the battlefield was spectacular yet foolish. How does the taste of mental backlash feel? This is merely the beginning. Final warning. Within 72 hours, surrender the core data of the key and the mental link agreement. Location, Old Town Industrial Park, warehouse number 7. Come alone. Otherwise, the next piece of irrefutable evidence regarding your mental sandbox and consciousness invasion will headline the Zhulong investigation team and all media outlets. Your teammates, your Xingxin, will face irreversible ruin because of you. 72 hours. Ultimatum. Surrender the core data. Otherwise, exposure. The frigid words hung over Lin Feng like the scythe of death. What chilled him further was the awareness that the adversary was fully cognizant of the mental backlash he had just endured. The infiltration into Xingxin ran deeper than he had ever imagined. The fangs of his foe had finally revealed their deadly sharpness, no longer concealed or tentative, but openly threatening a life-or-death confrontation. Lin Feng gazed at the email, then at Yishio, who was filled with anger and concern. His gaze ultimately fell upon the blood-stained fabric of his shirt. The mental barrier teetered on the brink of collapse under excessive strain. The system's resources rapidly depleting amidst relentless confrontations, while the Zhulong investigation team lurked like a parasite, and the organization unveiled its final fangs. A dire predicament. A true deadlock. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, The frailty and pain were replaced by an almost frenzied cold determination. "You go." Lin Feng's voice was hoarse yet imbued with a serene resolve. "Do me a favor." "What?" Yishio looked at Lin Feng, an intense unease swelling within him. "Take good care of them." Lin Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, looking towards his concerned teammates outside. "The path ahead. I may have to walk alone." "What do you mean?" Yishio grasped Lin Feng's shoulders tightly. "What are you planning?" Lin Feng did not respond, but gently extricated himself from Yishio's grip. His eyes deeply fixed on the overcast sky outside, towards the direction of the Old Town Industrial Park. 72 hours. Old Town. Warehouse number 7. Surrender everything and be slaughtered. Or venture forth alone and grasp at a sliver of hope. The edge of the shadow had reached a dead end. The Shadow Commander could only embrace death to find life. Chapter 29. The deadlock in the warehouse and the truth of the key in the abandoned industrial park of the Old Town. The night was as dark as ink, with icy rain pattering against rusted steel and shattered glass, producing a monotonous and oppressive sound. Warehouse number 7 loomed like a colossal beast cowering in the darkness. Its doors tightly shut, with only a few flickering yellow lights seeping through the cracks, adding an air of foreboding. Lin Feng, Ling Yun, blended into the shadows of the warehouse's exterior like a true specter. Rainwater trickled down the cold blade of Jimmy, and he refrained from utilizing any system assistance. His mental barrier was fully contained, akin to the most resilient of carapaces, suppressing his mental fluctuations to their lowest point. Faced with such a formidable adversary, any outward display of energy could become a lethal target. Deep within consciousness, the battlefield simulation sand table operates silently, constructing a vague outline of the warehouse's interior. This is based on the residual memories from the previous drone reconnaissance and the coordinates provided by Zhou Zikai, filled with uncertainty. The edge of the sand table flickers with glaring warnings. Threat level: fatal. A 72-hour ultimatum looms: surrender the core data or face disgrace, dragging Xingxin down with him. Lin Feng's choice is the third path, to sever the poisonous hands reaching for Xingxin, even at the cost of his own life. Like a gecko, he climbs up the slick wall to the vent atop the warehouse. The gap from the last drone infiltration remains. He holds his breath, his body slipping in with the grace of a shadow, without a sound. The interior of the warehouse is more desolate and oppressive than the simulation suggested. Abandoned machinery lies covered in thick dust, and massive containers stand like silent tombstones. Dim yellow light emanates from deep within, where a figure dressed in a gray trench coat and a cap, the Gray Man, stands with his back to the entrance, operating an instrument that flickers with a ghostly blue glow, characterized by biological neural connections. At the center of the instrument, a crystal structure resembling a neural synapse emits an ominous glimmer. Lin Feng lands soundlessly, shadow affinity, allowing his figure to blend almost seamlessly with the darkness in the corner. Like the most patient of cheetahs, he stealthily approaches the Gray Man, shielded by the abandoned machinery. Each step is meticulously calculated to evade potential surveillance and sensors. The sand table in his mind frantically simulates the optimal assassination path and the possible reactions of the Gray Man. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, the distance shrinks. Lin Feng can even hear the low hum of the instrument at work and the faint sound of the Gray Man's fingers tapping the control panel. He tightens his grip on silence, the cold touch slightly cooling his boiling murderous intent, leaving only absolute focus. 10 meters, the optimal assassination distance. A cold light flashes in Lin Feng's eyes. His body, compressed like a spring, erupts into motion. He dashes forward. A flash arcs. Dark purple light rips through the dimness. Silence. The dual daggers carry the weight of destruction and the will to kill, striking like two bolts of black lightning, aimed directly at the Gray Man's unguarded back. The speed surpasses the limits of the human eye. However, just as the dagger tips are about to pierce the Gray Man's trench coat, buzz, an invisible mental pulse, tenfold stronger than the last, erupts from the instrument at its center like millions of red-hot steel needles, engulfing the entire warehouse in an instant. Ugh! Lin Feng feels as if struck by lightning. His poised action freezes instantly. His mind feels as though it has been brutally crushed by an invisible hammer. The mental barrier emits a sound of unbearable fracture. Excruciating pain engulfs his consciousness like a tsunami. His vision is bathed in blood red. Blood streams uncontrollably from his nose once more. He has been locked onto. The opponent was already prepared. That instrument is a lethal trap designed to detect his mental presence. The Gray Man slowly turns around. Beneath the cap, a nondescript, featureless face of a middle-aged man reveals only cold, indifferent eyes, as if looking at an insect caught in a trap. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Yun. Or should I say Lin Feng? The Gray Man's voice is devoid of emotion, resonating with a metallic quality, a very impressive stealth. Unfortunately, in front of the neural lock, your mental fluctuations are like a lighthouse in the night. He raises his hand, pointing at the instrument glowing with ghostly blue light. Surrender the core data of the key. Open your mental link protocol. This is your last chance. Otherwise, the next pulse from the neural lock will directly incinerate your cerebral cortex, turning you into a living vegetable. And evidence of your mental simulation and consciousness invasion will be sent to Zhulong and global media in 10 minutes. The cold proclamation leaves no room for negotiation. The lingering pain from the mental pulse makes Lin Feng tremble, barely able to stand. He stares intensely at the gray man, watching as the latter's finger hovers over a crimson button on the instrument. A dead end. A true stalemate. The mental barrier is on the verge of collapse. His body severely injured, and the opponent controls the lethal weapon and evidence that could annihilate Xingxin. Who is it? Lin Feng grits his teeth, forcing out a bloody question through clenched jaws, attempting to buy time and find even the slightest chance of escape. Is it knowledge? Is it the key? Is it control? The gray man coldly responds. We have been searching for the primordial key lost by Su Mucho for too long. Your fragments are an important piece of the puzzle. Surrender it, or be destroyed along with your secret. The primordial key? Lost by Su Mucho? Lin Feng's heart quakes. The root of the system? But at this moment, none of that matters. He must strike back, even if it means mutual destruction. Consciousness struggles through pain and dizziness, the fragments of the mental barrier wailing deep within his mind. Lin Feng's gaze sweeps over the gray man, over the lethal neural lock, over the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a detail overlooked in his mental simulation flashes vividly. Behind the gray man, that enormous, seemingly abandoned container. Its lock is an electronic one, and the model is quite old. A frenzied thought takes birth in Lin Feng's near-collapse consciousness. He needs time, needs distraction, needs to bet everything. Data for you. Lin Feng's voice becomes extremely weak, as if he has already succumbed. He struggles to raise his hand, appearing as if to operate a personal terminal. A barely perceptible flicker of emotion crosses the gray man's cold eyes, his fingers slightly moving away from the crimson button. In that instant, Lin Feng's eyes burst forth with a final glimmer. He expends all remaining mental strength, not to attack the gray man, nor to defend, but to stab fiercely towards the electronic lock of the massive container behind the gray man, like a sharp cone. Mental impact. Target. Core chip of the container's electronic lock. This is an operation he has never attempted before, using mental power as a physical force field. The burden is immense. The backlash is fatal. Uft. Lin Feng spits out a mouthful of blood. His vision is completely obscured by crimson. His brain feels as if it is about to explode. But zap. Bang. The electronic lock of the container emits a wisp of blue smoke, the lock core suddenly bursting open under overload. The heavy door creaks, slowly opening a gap. What? The gray man abruptly turns around. He was utterly unprepared for Lin Feng's target to be that abandoned shipping container. In the fraction of a second when the gray-clad man's attention was captivated by the container, Lin Feng sprang into action, not to assault the gray-clad man, but to expend the last vestiges of his strength, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. He lunged fiercely towards the neural locking device, which emitted an ethereal blue glow. A fool's errand. The gray-clad man reacted with astonishing speed, instantly pivoting, his finger pressing down hard on the crimson button. The lethal second mental pulse was on the verge of eruption. Boom. The warehouse door shattered with a deafening roar. Splinters flew everywhere. Lin Feng, Yi Xiu's roar reverberated like thunder. Soaked to the bone, his eyes blazed with an unprecedented fury and urgency, the Qianji umbrella transforming into cannon form. Smoke still curling from the muzzle. Behind him were Tang Rou, wielding a battle spear with resolute determination, and Wang Jieshi, with a solemn expression, brandishing the extinction star. At that moment, the wailing sirens grew louder. Several special task vehicles emblazoned with the Alliance emblem, flashing red and blue lights, violently crashed through the rusted gates of the industrial park, screeching to a halt outside the warehouse. The doors swung open, and Zhang Xinjia, Shibujuan, was the first to leap out, his gaze sharp as an eagle behind his golden-rimmed glasses, followed by a fully armed team of Alliance special task members. The Alliance is executing an emergency investigation. Everyone inside, cease all actions immediately. Zhang Xinjia's icy voice echoed through the loudspeaker. The three factions converged at warehouse number 7. In the instant before the neural lock was set to detonate, time seemed to freeze. Lin Feng's body was lunging towards the deadly neural lock. The gray-clad man's finger hovered over the crimson button. Yi Xiu's furious shout and the smoke from the cannon had yet to dissipate. Tang Rou's spear blazed with crimson flames. Wang Jieshi's extinction star shimmered with arcane brilliance. Zhang Xinjia and the Alliance special task members aimed their weapons at the interior of the warehouse, and from the gap in the shipping container that Lin Feng had forcibly opened, under the dim yellow light, it became apparent that the interior was not filled with abandoned machinery, but rather an orderly array of instruments, pulsating with a ghostly glow, reminiscent of the neural locking device. Along with several figures bound to chairs, connected by tubes, their fates unknown. A secret laboratory. The lethal second mental pulse was about to erupt. Chapter 30. The key to the origin and the final defense line time stood still in the suffocating air of Warehouse Number 7, only to be ignited in an instant. The deadly second mental pulse erupted the moment the gray-clad man pressed the crimson button. An invisible torrent of destruction radiated from the neural locking device. Like countless searing steel needles, ruthlessly piercing towards the proximity of Lin Feng. It also surged towards Yi Xiao, Tang Rou, Wang Jieshi, and the Alliance Special Task members at the entrance. Lin Feng. Yi Xiao's eyes nearly bulged out in desperation, the Qianji umbrella instantly shifting to a protective shield form. Attempting to shield Lin Feng, but the distance was too great. Tang Rou's battle spear instinctively flared, yet it could not obstruct the intangible mental shockwave. Wang Jieshi's extinction star blazed with increasing intensity, as a complex protective array unfolded in an instant. Zhang Xinjia's expression changed dramatically, his voice rising in a fierce roar. Mental protection. Highest level. The special devices worn by the Alliance task members glowed faintly. However, Lin Feng, at the epicenter of the pulse, was less than 3 meters away from the source. The mental barrier had already been on the brink of shattering from the first impact, now resembling fragile glass, instantly cracking under the onslaught of the cataclysmic pulse. Excruciating pain, a torment that transcended human limits. Lin Feng felt as though his consciousness was immersed in boiling molten steel, every nerve shrieking, burning, fracturing. His vision was engulfed by blinding white light and blood-red shadows. His body, like a marionette severed from its strings, limply fell backward, the silence slipping from his grasp. Death. An unprecedented clarity, just as his consciousness was about to be utterly torn apart, plunging into eternal darkness. A distinctly different, gentle yet immeasurably vast wave of energy erupted from the depths of Lin Feng's crumbling mental core. This wave was not defensive. It resonated like the deepest chord, instantaneously calming the raging mental pulse, even enveloping and soothing the neural synapse crystal at the core of the locking device. The key to the origin. For the first time, the gray-clad man gasped in astonishment, his cold mask shattered, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. He stared intently at Lin Feng, as if beholding a monster. Impossible. How could fragments evoke the resonance of the origin? At the same time, the key to the origin. Yi Xiao and Wang Jieshi's voices erupted almost simultaneously, infused with entirely different emotions. Yi Xiao expressed astonishment and a glimmer of understanding. He finally grasped the significance of the key and the origin that Su Mucho's notes repeatedly referenced. It was the ultimate source and key to all neural connection technologies envisioned by Su Mucho. The fragments within Lin Feng's body could actually invoke such power. Wang Jieshi, however, was grave and resolute. He abruptly pulled from his pocket an ancient, neither metal nor wood, intricately carved dark red token, nearly identical to the one Zhou Zikai had previously produced. Only this token had at its center a keyhole-shaped indentation, embedded with a small piece emitting a faint blue light, resembling neural tissue. At this moment, this fragment resonated intensely with the eruption within Lin Feng, producing a deep hum, the stabilizer of micrograsses. The gray-clad man's gaze swept over the token in Wang Jieshi's hand, his fury intensifying. You too. Boom. The battle within the warehouse erupted in an instant. Seizing the moment of the gray-clad man's astonishment, Yi Xiao unleashed the cannon of the Qianji umbrella. The shell was not aimed at the gray-clad man, but precisely targeted at the energy core of the neural locking device. Tang Rou shot forth like an arrow, her spear piercing toward the gray-clad man's throat with unwavering determination. Wang Jieshi swung the extinction star, a complex binding array instantaneously enveloping the gray-clad man, while the fragment in his hand radiated a surge of blue light, forming a gentle barrier, attempting to counteract the residual mental pulse's effects on the group. A fool's errand. The gray-clad man swiftly regained his composure, revealing his terrifying prowess. His body twisted like a phantom, narrowly evading Tang Rou's lethal strike, as a uniquely designed energy pistol appeared in his hand. Several ethereal blue beams shot towards Yi Xiao and Wang Jieshi. Bang! Boom! Zzz. The energy beams clashed with bullets and magical formations, erupting in blinding light and chaotic energy currents. Abandoned machinery within the warehouse was sent flying, dust swirling in the air. The Alliance. Secure the scene. Arrest all personnel. Protect the target, Ling Yun. Zhang Xinjia's cold voice cut through the chaos. The Alliance's special task force members, trained to perfection, spread out. Energy weapons aimed at everyone present, attempting to regain control. A few team members rushed towards the fallen Lin Feng. Get away. Tang Rou, like a lioness defending her cubs, swept her spear, forcing back the special task force members approaching Lin Feng. Her eyes were fixated solely on the figure lying on the ground, unaware of whether he lived or died. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The gray-clad man, Yi Xiao, Tang Rou, Wang Jieshi, and the Alliance Special Task Force were embroiled in a fierce melee. The whistling of energy beams, magic, bullets, and spears intertwined to form a deadly symphony. At this moment, Lin Feng's consciousness sank into a warm blue ocean. The vast fluctuations emanating from his mental core felt like a mother's embrace, mending his near-collapsed consciousness and nourishing his shattered mental barriers. He beheld the core light cluster representing the commander system of the Shen O deep within his mental realm, radiating an unprecedented gentle glow. Within this cluster, an exceedingly tiny yet profoundly mysterious blue, key-like shadow slowly rotated. Ding! Life signs of the host are critically endangered. The mental barrier has completely shattered. Unknown high-level energy resonance detected. Source key. Final defense protocol initiated. Consuming all tactical funds. Depleting all mental energy reserves of the host. Constructing source resonance shield. Tactical fund balance, 0. The system's cold and resolute notification echoed deep within his consciousness. Lin Feng felt the last remnants of his mental energy being instantly drained. Meanwhile, in reality, a gentle, visibly soft blue light shield erupted from Lin Feng's body, rapidly expanding, enveloping an area of 10 meters in an instant. Where the shield reached, the chaotic energy currents calmed as if they had been smoothed over. The energy beams shot by the gray-clad man, the residuals of Yi Xiu's artillery, and the magical radiance from Huang Shaotian dissipated like melting snow upon contact with the shield, vanishing without a trace. Even the dust lingering in the warehouse was instantaneously purified. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The battle came to a halt. The source shield? Impossible. How could he possibly wield such power? The gray-clad man gazed at the pale blue light shield, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. This surpassed his understanding of fragment powers. Yi Xiu Huang Shaotian and Zhang Xinjie stared in astonishment at the center of the shield, where Lin Feng lay, still unconscious, enveloped in the soft blue light. The tranquility and vastness contained within that glow made their souls tremble. Just then, a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from the container that Lin Feng had forcibly opened. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. Inside the container was not abandoned machinery, but a small yet extremely sophisticated biological laboratory. Several instruments resembling neural locks flickered with eerie light, and most chillingly, 3 individuals were bound to metal chairs. They were all connected with tubes, linked to a central device resembling a brain. One of the individuals seemed to have loosened his restraints due to the recent explosion, struggling in agony and emitting that dreadful scream. When the light illuminated the face of the struggling person, oldly, an Alliance Special Task Force member gasped in horror. It was Li Sun, the data analyst from the Thunder team, who retired last year. And that one was the missing trainee from the Baiwa team. My God, what were they doing to them? Zhang Xinjie's face turned ashen. He observed the hellish scene inside the container, watching those former players treated as experimental subjects. Their fates uncertain, a cold fury surged from the depths of his heart. He finally understood that the direction of Zhu Long's investigation was misguided. Ling Yun might possess dangerous powers, but this organization before him was the true demon trampling humanity, conducting forbidden human experiments. Immediately seal the scene. Control all instruments. Rescue the experimental subjects. Zhang Xinjie's voice carried unprecedented severity and murderous intent. Capture that gray-clad man alive. He is the key. The gray-clad man, seeing the secret laboratory exposed and the Alliance's weapons aimed at him, flashed a glint of madness and determination in his eyes. He lunged towards the central brain-like device, stabbing a deep red self-destruct button with his finger. Not a chance. Huang Shaotian's star-extinguishing finger. An icy chain of frost instantly wrapped around the gray-clad man's arm. Yi Xiu's bullet was even faster. The Qi machine's rifle form switched. A round of stiffening bullet accurately struck the gray-clad man's wrist. Bang! The gray-clad man's action was interrupted. You cannot stop me. The gray-clad man glared venomously at the crowd, a strange smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. He bit down hard on something hidden in his teeth. Splurt! A jet of black blood spewed from his mouth. His body convulsed violently, his gaze rapidly losing focus. A poison sac. Zhang Xinjie's expression darkened. Quick! Medical team. But it was already too late. The gray-clad man's life signs swiftly vanished, leaving behind a cold corpse. The trail had gone cold. The warehouse lay in disarray. Only the hum of the instruments, the pained moans of the experimental subjects, and the heavy breaths of the crowd remained. Yi Xiu and Huang Shaotian rushed to Lin Feng's side. The pale blue source shield had dissipated. Lin Feng's face was as white as a sheet, his breath faint, yet his life signs finally stabilized. Huang Shaotian gazed at Lin Feng, then at the fragment in his hand still emitting a weak blue glow, resonating with Lin Feng's internal fragments, his expression filled with complexity. He survived. Yi Xiu's voice was hoarse, heavy with fatigue and a profound realization of having survived a calamity. He gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng, then cast his eyes upon the hellish scene within the container, ultimately settling on the lifeless body of the man in gray. The clandestine currents within the organization conducting the forbidden experiments of the fragments of Yuan Shu Yao along with Lin Feng's extraordinary powers and the costs associated with them, indicated that the collapse of Jia Shi was merely the prologue. A tempest, intricately woven around the key and encompassing the entire Glory Alliance as well as deeper forces, was now truly unveiling its bloody and dark curtain. Meanwhile, in the depths of Lin Feng's unconscious mind, the minute phantom of the Yuanchu Ji Yao was gradually merging with the luminous core of the system. A new set of notifications quietly emerged. Yuanchu Ji Yao, fragment, fusion rate. 1. Final defense protocol overdraft recovery in progress. Warning, host life form and mental structure undergoing unknown mutations. Analysis ongoing. Chapter 31. The Eye of the Storm and the Resurgence of Glimmers in the City, within the highest level medical center of the Alliance. The intensive care unit was heavy with an atmosphere akin to freezing. The air was saturated with the cold, acrid scent of disinfectant, while various precision instruments emitted a rhythmic and monotonous hum. Lin Feng lay quietly on the hospital bed, his complexion still pallid to the point of near transparency, resembling a fragile porcelain figure. He was connected to numerous tubes, monitoring his heartbeat, blood pressure, brainwaves, and all vital signs. Most notably, a specialized sensory helmet adorned his head, its indicator lights flickering incessantly, translating his neural activity into complex and bizarre waveforms on the screen. Outside the ward, the atmosphere was tense as if frozen in time. Yishio leaned against the cold wall, the cigarette in his fingers long extinguished, ash strewn across the floor. His eyes, bloodshot, were fixed through the observation window, unwaveringly staring at the lifeless Lin Feng on the bed. Su Muching sat on the adjacent bench, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles widening, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed silently. Zhang Xinjia stood a short distance away, his gaze sharp as a surgical knife behind his golden-rimmed glasses, repeatedly scanning the data on the instrument screens. Several experts from the Alliance's technical committee gathered around him, whispering in hushed tones, their faces awash with confusion and shock. The brainwave activity was extraordinarily abnormal. One expert pointed at the screen, his voice laced with disbelief, noting that the frequency spectrum exceeded the cognitive limits of a normal human, resembling a pattern akin to large-scale parallel computation. Yet, the neurotransmitter levels and basal metabolism remained in a state of profound unconsciousness, which fundamentally contradicted physiological principles. Vital signs were stable, but the cellular energy readings were alarmingly high yet terrifyingly restrained. Another expert glanced at a different screen, akin to a dormant volcano, with lava surging wildly within. Additionally, Zhang Xinjia pointed to a quaintly shaped token on Lin Feng's bedside table, neither metal nor wood, now emanating an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible pale blue glow. This token had been quietly placed beside Lin Feng by Wang Jieshi before departing from warehouse number 7, a fragment of the stabilizer from the micrograss. It was resonating subtly with some presence within Lin Feng's body. The correlation between energy radiation and the fluctuations of the target's vital signs was significant. This fragment was crucial. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the screen. The discovery at warehouse number 7 had completely overturned the understanding of the Zhu Long investigation team. The hellish scene within the container, the former contestants treated as experimental subjects, the madness of the man in gray before his demise, and the incomprehensible Yuanchu shield unleashed from Lin Feng all pointed to an ancient and terrifying secret organization, along with their pursuit of the Yuanchu Ji Yao. Lin Feng was no longer merely an investigative subject. He had become the core of this storm, the vessel of the key that the organization would go to any lengths to obtain or destroy. His condition was pivotal to the safety of the entire Glory Alliance and even deeper realms. Director Zhang, a high-ranking official of the Alliance, hurriedly approached, his expression grave. The authority of the Zhu Long investigation team had been elevated to the highest level, directly overseen by Chairman Feng. All information regarding warehouse number 7, the organization, and Ling Yun, Lin Feng, had been classified as top secret. Furthermore, he lowered his voice, stating that preliminary analyses of the residual memory fragments extracted from the experimental subjects had emerged, pointing towards an ultimate plan codenamed ARC, as well as the potential existence of higher-level infiltration within the Alliance. Zhang Xinjia's gaze sharpened. Infiltration within the Alliance? This was worse than he had imagined. Continue the analysis. All personnel involved must undergo the highest level of confidentiality review. In the Zixin Internet Cafe, the atmosphere was stifling, making it difficult to breathe. The training room was empty. No one had the heart to train. Chengua fidgeted restlessly, glancing repeatedly at the door. Tang Rou wiped her spear over and over, her gaze losing focus. Baozi anxiously raked his hands through his hair, while Qiao Yifan and Mo Fan sat silently in the corner. Wei Chun held a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, his sharp eyes fixed on Yishio and Su Muching, who had just returned from the hospital. What's the situation? That kid is still alive. Yishio's voice was hoarse as he approached his computer, not turning it on but carefully retrieving the encrypted disk containing the fragmented research notes of Su Muchiu from his pocket. Old Yi? Wei Chun frowned. Muqiu Yishio did not respond to Wei Chun, but turned to Su Muqing, his expression complex. The references to the Yuanchu Ji Yao, its load, critical points, and final defense may all be true. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. What on earth was my brother researching? Yishio inserted the disk into the computer, taking a deep breath as he opened the blurred scanned files. This time, he focused not just on the technical details, but approached the task of deciphering the hastily scrawled notes and ambiguous symbols with a newfound understanding of the Yuanchu Ji Yao. Yuanchu Ji Yao, not a creation, but a resonance node of cosmic strings? A mapping anchor for high-dimensional information? Fragment resonance keyhole stabilizer is a stopgap. The emotional shackles bear a tragic cost. The true leap in consciousness of a fused life form also marks the beginning of destruction. The ultimate burden is assimilation. Arc, they dare to profane the Yuanchu, using billions of consciousness as fuel to ignite the delusional fire leading to the other shore. Madmen, they must be stopped. My time is short. The key must not fall into the hands of the Alliance. Hide it. Waiting for the true resonator who will know what to do. The final defense is in the heart. The fragmented words resonated like thunder in Yishio's mind. The research conducted by Su Muqiu is far grander and more perilous than he ever envisioned. The Yuanchu Ji Yao is not an artificial construct, but rather a manifestation of certain cosmic laws. The resonance among the fragments serves as the foundation for fusion. However, the culmination of this fusion could result in a transcendence of life forms or a catastrophic assimilation leading to annihilation. Astonishingly, the organization's ARC project seeks to utilize the consciousness of countless individuals as fuel, attempting to forcibly activate the Yuanchu Ji Yao to reach the so-called other shore. Su Muqiu foresaw all of this. He concealed the pivotal key and left behind the final line of defense within Lin Feng's heart. Is this a reference to his will, or to the system contained within his spiritual core? Yishio felt a chilling sensation deep within. Lin Feng, the young man chosen by the legacy of Su Muqiu, wields a power that is both the key to rebirth and the trigger for destruction. Meanwhile, he himself bears an unimaginable burden, treading the precipice of annihilation. Lao Yi, you look rather unwell, Wei Chun remarked gravely. It's nothing, Yishio replied, closing the document and withdrawing a disk, clenching it tightly in his palm. The truth is too burdensome. It is not yet time to disclose it to everyone. He gazed out at the overcast sky, his eyes sharpening with unwavering resolve. Lin Feng has safeguarded Xingxin and preserved the purity of glory with his life. Now, it is his turn. Regardless of the undercurrents within the organization or the alliance. Regardless of how profound the riddles left by Su Muqiu may be, he must carve a path to survival for Lin Feng and Xingxin. In the medical center, late at night, the ward lay in silence, save for the hum of the machinery. Lin Feng remained in slumber, yet on the screens, the intricate patterns representing abnormal brainwaves seemed to exhibit a subtle change. Among the previously chaotic and violent calculations, a small cluster of relatively stable waves with slightly lower frequencies emerged, akin to a fleeting calm in the eye of a storm. Deep within his consciousness, the warm azure sea had not vanished. The minuscule phantom of the Yuanchu Ji Yao fragment had wholly integrated into the luminous core of the system, becoming an inseparable part of it. The brilliance of the light no longer dazzled, but instead became restrained and profound, reminiscent of a cosmic singularity nurturing nebulae. Yuanchu Ji Yao fragment, fusion degree, 15, final line of defense protocol recovery in progress, 72. Warning. Host life form and mental structure mutation accelerating. Detected preliminary construction of an energy internal circulation system for consciousness elevation. System core permissions unlocked. 1. Yuanchu resonance. New function unlocked. Yuanchu perception, passive. Feng can passively perceive energy fluctuations and intense malice related to the Yuanchu Ji Yao within a certain range. In his coma, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the outside world. Yet, in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, a faint flicker of self-awareness, akin to a candle flame in the wind, bravely flickered under the vast embrace of the Yuanchu azure light, drawing upon that gentle yet potent power and beginning to awaken slowly yet resolutely. Outside the ward, Zhang Xinjia, who had been vigilantly watching, seemed to sense the subtle changes in the data. He abruptly looked up, his keen gaze piercing through the observation window, resting upon Lin Feng's serene visage. As the fluctuation stabilized a bit, he murmured to himself, his eyes behind the lenses filled with inquiry and gravity. In the core of the eye of the storm, within the silent volcano, something unknown and decisive appeared to be transpiring. At that moment, in a shadowy corner unbeknownst to all, a secure communication channel flickered to life, transmitting a chilling message. Unknown source. Warehouse Node 7 clearance. Target key carrier status. Deep coma. Life form mutation. Threat level. Extremely high. Potential unknown. The ARC project has entered the second phase. Activate deep divers. Infiltrate the medical center. Maintain surveillance. And execute purification if necessary. Reply. Command confirmed. Deep divers activated. The key shall ultimately return. The storm had not subsided. Rather, after a brief lull, it brewed even more deadly upheavals. Lin Feng's hospital bed became the battlefield for a war that would sweep through the world of glory and delve into deeper secrets. Would the awakening glimmer illuminate the darkness ahead? Chapter 32. Yuanshu Perception and the blood-stained needle tip. In the intensive care unit of the Alliance Medical Center, silence prevailed. Broken only by the cold hum of machinery, Lin Feng continued to sleep, yet on the screens, the stable brainwave patterns representing his self-awareness, akin to a tenacious spark igniting in the darkness, were expanding their territory at an agonizingly slow, yet determined pace. Deep within his consciousness, the warm blue ocean became increasingly vivid. The phantom of the Yuanshu Zhiyao fragment had completely merged with the luminous core of the system, emanating a restrained yet profound glow. The vast energy of the Yuanshu was no longer merely a restorative current. It flowed gently like a docile stream, beginning to traverse the pathways that had been forcefully carved and tempered within his consciousness, constructing the preliminary energy internal circulation. Yuanshu Zhiyao, fragment, fusion degree, 15, final line of defense protocol recovery in progress, 89, consciousness elevation preliminary stable energy, internal circulation system construction degree, 15, Yuanshu perception, passive, faint, activation in progress, perception range, radius of 10 meters, newly unlocked function. During this slow yet critical revival process, a faint yet chillingly malicious energy fluctuation, akin to a poison needle piercing the still surface of a tranquil lake, suddenly penetrated the soundproof walls of the ward, triggering Lin Feng's recently unlocked Yuanshu perception. This malice was not directed at the Yuanshu Zhiyao itself, but was an unvarnished intent to kill aimed squarely at Lin Feng, the vessel. Warning: high-intensity malice detected. Target: host. Threat level: fatal. Source: outside the ward corridor. Distance: 87 meters, approaching rapidly. The system's cold alarm reverberated through the consciousness space. In his coma, Lin Feng's body exhibited no response. However, the stable wave pattern representing his self within the depths of his awareness surged violently. It was as if a slumbering beast had been awakened by a lethal threat. The speed of the Yuanshu energy internal circulation accelerated dramatically. Outside the ward, the corridor's lights shone pale. A figure clad in standard nurse attire, wearing a mask and cap, pushed a cart laden with medications and instruments, steadily making their way towards Lin Feng's room. Her movements were executed with precision and grace. Her gaze concealed beneath the brim of her hat and the shadow of her mask, remaining tranquil and undisturbed. The wheels of the cart emitted a soft, rhythmic sound against the polished floor. Inside the observation room, Zhang Xinjie had just concluded a clandestine communication with Feng Xianjun, reporting on the subtle changes in Lin Feng's brainwave patterns. He rubbed his brow and cast his gaze once more towards Lin Feng's ward. Just as the nurse was about to reach the doorway, Zhang Xinjie's eyes inadvertently swept beneath the cart, where a small, inconspicuous silver metal box lay in place of the spare infusion bags. From the crevices of its edge, an exceedingly faint, non-medical device emitted a ghostly blue light. Zhang Xinjie's pupils dilated in alarm. The instincts and intuition of a tactical master triggered an urgent alert. Stop her! Zhang Xinjie's command thundered like a clap of thunder, shattering the oppressive silence of the intensive care unit. He sprang to his feet and rushed toward the observation room's entrance. Almost simultaneously, the heavy soundproof door of the ward slid open silently as the nurse swiped a forged, high-authority electronic access card. Her movements were swift as lightning, slipping inside and preparing to close the door behind her. Halt! The two members of the Alliance's special task force stationed outside the ward, though slightly delayed, reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and advancing. However, the nurse was even quicker. Without looking back, she swiftly retrieved two black discs the size of coins from beneath the cart, tossing them behind her without a glance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The discs adhered with precision to the tactical vests of the two operatives. Buzz! A piercing high-frequency noise accompanied by a powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted instantaneously. The two agents convulsed violently, collapsing unconscious to the ground, their communication devices and alarm systems emitting smoke. Deep diver. Zhang Xinjie burst from the door, witnessing this scene with horror. They had employed incapacitating weaponry. This was premeditated. Inside the ward, the nurse had secured the door. She ignored the unconscious Lin Feng in the bed, her gaze coldly sweeping over the faintly glowing micrograss token on the bedside table, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper intent to kill. She swiftly retrieved the silver metal box from beneath the cart and opened it, revealing a specially designed syringe filled with a ghostly blue liquid, its needle glinting ominously. Neural disintegration toxin codenamed Bihanwa. Within 30 seconds post-injection, it would utterly destroy the target's brain synapses, resulting in irreversible brain death, with post-mortem tests indistinguishable from severe brain injuries. Without hesitation, she removed the needle cap, the ghostly blue liquid swaying slightly within the syringe, like the gaze of a reaper. She advanced towards the bed, the cold needle poised against Lin Feng's neck vein. Time seemed to elongate. Lin Feng remained in deep slumber on the bed. Yet, within the depths of his consciousness, this source initial perception conveyed a lethal sense of threat. Piercing through his awakening self-awareness like a tangible ice pick, the system alarm flashed wildly. The source energy surged within the internal circulation pathways. Final Defense Protocol Overdraw Recovery, 99. Energy Internal Cycle System Construction Degree, 20. Warning. Lethal threat on the physical level. Host lacks autonomous evasion capability. Initiating emergency plan, consuming reserve source energy. Guiding external resonance. Target, micrograss token fragment. System Core Authority Level 1 activated. Buzz. Just as the nurse's needle was about to pierce the skin, the bedside micrograss token, which had been emitting a faint blue light, seemed to respond to an invisible summons, suddenly erupting with unprecedented brilliance. A concentrated beam of light, as if imbued with life, shot forth, striking precisely at the nurse's wrist holding the needle. What? The nurse's wrist throbbed painfully, as if struck by a searing iron. The syringe slipped from her grasp. The ghostly blue Bahanwa toxin traced a deadly arc through the air, crashing to the ground, shattering the glass vial, and splattering the liquid, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. This sudden surge of energy attack far exceeded the nurse's expectations. A look of shock flashed in her eyes for the first time. Wasn't the target unconscious? How could the token attack autonomously? At the moment of the token's eruption, deep within, Lin Feng's self-awareness surged. Like a heart stimulant injected into its stability wave, expanding rapidly, the source energy completed a critical closed loop in the internal cycle. Final Defense Protocol Overdraw Recovery, 100. Energy Internal Cycle System Construction Degree, 25. Stable operation. Source initial perception range expanded to a radius of 15 meters. Clarity enhanced. Host's basic consciousness awakening critical point surpassed. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. Damn it. The nurse reacted swiftly, enduring the burning pain in her wrist. Her murderous intent intensifying. A failure meant exposure. Without hesitation, her left hand darted to her waist, drawing a uniquely shaped dagger flashing with high-frequency energy blades. Piercing through the air with a shriek aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. This was the true killing blow. Total destruction on a physical level. Bang! The heavy soundproof door of the ward exploded inward with a deafening crash. Wood splintered everywhere. You seek death. Yi Xiu's roar resonated like an injured dragon. Filled with boundless fury and terror, he burst in like a cannonball, his Qianji umbrella already transformed into spear form mid-charge, carrying a ferocious momentum that tore through all. Colliding violently with the nurse's left arm holding the dagger. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Xinjia's figure also appeared at the doorway, his specially designed stun gun activated. A blinding blue arc shot accurately towards the nurse's back, with Yi Xiu's furious spear thrust in front, and Zhang Xinjia's lethal electric strike behind. The nurse found herself cornered. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes, and astonishingly, she did not dodge, resolutely thrusting her dagger towards Lin Feng's heart. She was willing to exchange her life for his. Thud! The Qianji umbrella's spear penetrated the nurse's left scapula deeply. It propelled her backward. Zzz. Zhang Xinjia's stun gun also struck her back simultaneously. Ugh! The nurse emitted a piercing scream, her body convulsing violently, while the high-frequency energy blade hung helplessly less than 10 centimeters from Lin Feng's heart. With a look of resentment, she cast a glance at Lin Feng, whose eyelids trembled slightly on the hospital bed, and then at the suddenly arrived Yi Xiu and Zhang Xinjia. A strange, almost liberating smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Feng Zhou Yong Hong. She murmured a few words, before her head tilted, and she fell silent forever. Blood tainted with darkness spilled from her lips, for she had also shattered her poison sac. Yi Xiu did not even glance at the fallen assassin. He rushed to the bedside, trembling fingers reaching for Lin Feng's breath. Upon feeling the faint yet undeniably warm airflow, the tension in his heart abruptly relaxed, causing him to sway slightly as if he might falter. Lin Feng, Yi Xiu's voice emerged, raspy from the near brush with disaster. On the bed, Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered violently once more, his long eyelashes resembling the struggling wings of a butterfly. Under the suffocating gaze of Yi Xiu and Zhang Xinjia, those eyes, which had been closed for days, finally opened a narrow slit. Deep within his pupils, no longer lay the usual weariness or sharpness, but rather a gentle, cosmic-like blue glow, filled with the confusion of awakening, yet imbued with a profound calmness that seemed to transcend humanity. Yi Gu, a faint, nearly inaudible voice escaped Lin Feng's cracked lips. He had awakened. In the midst of a deadly assassination, amidst the surge of primordial energy, and through the fierce collision of self-awareness and vast existence, the Shadow Commander opened his transformed eyes. The eye of the storm had awakened, and the tempest was just beginning to wreak havoc. Chapter 33, The boundaries of agreement and perception. The air in the special isolation ward of the medical center felt as if it had crystallized into frozen ice. The scent of disinfectant was replaced by an invisible pressure. Lin Feng leaned against the rising hospital bed, his complexion still pale. Yet the faint blue glow swirling in his newly opened eyes resembled a nebula vortex, exuding an essence of calmness and detachment that stirred an inexplicable thrill within Yishio and Zhang Xinjia in the ward. He had awakened. Amidst the lethal assassination, amidst the surge of primordial energy, and through the fierce clash of self-awareness and vast existence, he opened his transformed eyes. Yigu, Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and weak, akin to the rasping of sandpaper, yet it resonated clearly in Yishio's ears. Yishio's tense body suddenly relaxed, only to be replaced by deeper concern. He stepped forward quickly, scrutinizing Lin Feng's eyes. The inhuman blue light weighed heavily on his heart. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his movements sluggish, as if he were still adjusting to this body. His gaze swept over the traces of venom on the floor, the shattered syringe, and the assassin's corpse being carried away by special forces, finally resting on the newly added, shimmering blue shackles on his wrist. These were ordered by Zhang Xinjia the moment he awoke, connected to multiple surveillance and suppression devices inside and outside the ward. Zhang. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Zhang Xinjia, his voice calm and unperturbed, devoid of emotion. It seems my current value warrants the dispatch of assassins to eliminate me. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Zhang Xinjia's sharp gaze remained unwavering, yet a complexity that was difficult to articulate flickered within. The signs of battle in the ward and the poison carried by the assassin had thoroughly confirmed the existence of the organization and its inhumane methods. Lin Feng was no longer merely a suspect or research subject. He had become a target that the organization would go to great lengths to eliminate, as well as the key to unraveling the secrets of the primordial key. Your condition, your power, and the attitude towards you all determine your current situation. Zhang Xinjia's voice was steady and formulaic, yet carried an undeniable weight. The alliance needed to uncover the truth, assess risks, and, more importantly, prevent further issues. So, this shackle is part of the assessment. Lin Feng raised his wrist, the azure light reflecting off his calm face. It serves as protection and a necessary restriction. Zhang Xinjia replied candidly. Until you prove that your power is controllable and that you are willing to cooperate with the alliance against threats, this is the bottom line. A brief silence enveloped the ward. Yishio gazed at the shackles on Lin Feng's wrist, then at Zhang Xinjia, his brow furrowed. He understood the alliance's concerns. Yet he was acutely aware of Lin Feng's value and the price he had borne. Cooperate? Lin Feng's voice shattered the silence, tinged with barely perceptible fatigue. How shall we cooperate? Will you dissect me for research? Or will you continue to use me as fuel for the ARC's activation? ARC project. Zhang Xinjia's pupils constricted. This was the highest-level confidential code derived from the residual memories of the test subjects. How could Lin Feng possibly know? Lin Feng offered no explanation, but merely regarded Zhang Xinjia quietly. Deep within his consciousness, Yuan Chu Ganji passively captured Zhang Xinjia's momentary emotional fluctuations, alertness, shock, and a hint of apprehension towards the unknown. This ability acted like invisible tendrils, allowing him to vaguely sense the intense emotions and energy fluctuations related to the primordial source in close proximity. The alliance's objective was to maintain fairness and order in the honor competition, protect the safety of the contestants, and eradicate this blight upon humanity. Zhang Xinjia quickly suppressed his shock, his tone regaining absolute calmness. Research concerning you must proceed under the premise of ensuring your safety and control. We need to understand the essence of the primordial key, the boundaries of your power, and how to counter those who would exploit it. He paused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lin Feng. In exchange, the alliance will provide you with the highest level of protection, eliminate potential infiltrators from within, and offer necessary support to Xing Xin within the permissible rules. Furthermore, the source and specificity of your power will be classified as top secret, preventing any external leaks that could affect your and Xing Xin's eligibility to compete. The conditions were clear. Exchange freedom and partial secrecy for the alliance's protection and support to jointly confront the threats. Lin Feng remained silent, deep within consciousness. The system interface quietly manifested. Yuan Chu Ji Yao, fragment, fusion degree. 15. Energy internal circulation system construction degree. 25. Stable. Yuan Chu perception, passive radius 15 meters, clear. Warning. External suppression device, Yuning chains, slightly interfering with energy internal circulation, 5 efficiency. The interference is present, yet tolerable. More crucially, he requires time. Time to recover. Time to adapt to the transformed power. Time to unearth the secrets of Yuan, Chu Ji Yao, and the system. The resources and intelligence network of the Alliance serve as the most effective shield against adversity at present. Very well, Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice remaining calm. But I have conditions. State them, Zhang Xinjia replied. First, the protection scope must include all members of Xingxin and their families, with equal priority to mine. Second, during the research process, Yishio must be present. He has the right to be informed of all data. Third, no form of forced mental probing or neural interfacing experiments shall be accepted until I confirm safety. Fourth, Lin Feng's gaze swept over the chains on his wrist. This device must be removed when I need to compete for Xingxin. My power is solely for the pursuit of victory. The conditions were equally clear and resolute. Yishio's presence served as Lin Feng's counterbalance against the alliance and as the final line of defense for his own secrets. Zhang Xinjia fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the options. Ultimately, he nodded. The first three conditions are acceptable. As for the fourth, the suppression can be temporarily lifted under strict supervision during competitions, but it must be reattached afterward. This is non-negotiable. Deal. Lin Feng closed his eyes, as if drained of energy. A transaction concerning life and death, as well as the future, had been established within the hospital room, permeated by the scent of blood and antiseptic. After the agreement was reached, the atmosphere in the room did not lighten significantly. Zhang Xinjia immediately arranged for increased vigilance and summoned the Alliance's top experts in neurology and energy studies to prepare for non-invasive preliminary assessments. Yishio remained behind. He sat by Lin Feng's bedside and retrieved the encrypted disk from his pocket once more. How do you feel? Are you truly unscathed? Yishio's voice was low, imbued with genuine concern. The layer of inhuman blue light in Lin Feng's eyes rendered him feeling strange and uneasy. I won't die. Lin Feng opened his eyes, the blue light swirling. It's just that my perception of things is a bit different now. He could not articulate to Yishio the vague emotions and energy hues brought about by Yuan Chu perception. That's good. Yishio presented the disc before Lin Feng. While you were unconscious, I meticulously examined the fragments of Muchio's notes. They mentioned Yuan Chu Ji Yao, the art project, as well as keyholes and the final line of defense. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the disc and deep within his consciousness. Yuan Chu perception distinctly captured the extremely faint yet peculiar oscillations emanating from the disc, resonating with Su Muchio, or rather, Yuan Chu Ji Yao. This disc itself was likely a special vessel left behind by Su Muchio. Keyhole, Lin Feng whispered, recalling the keyhole-shaped depressions in the fragments held by Zhou Zikai and Wang Jieshi. The notes stated that the keyhole serves as both a container for stabilizing the fragments and a shackle. Yishio's voice carried weight. Muchio seemed to believe that genuine fusion requires a certain resonance and understanding, rather than mere assembly or forced activation. He also warned that the ARC project is a blasphemy fueled by countless consciousnesses and must be halted. As for the final line of defense, Yishio looked towards Lin Feng. He said it lies within the heart. In the heart? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Was it referring to will, or the system within his mental core? At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the hospital door. Wang Jieshi appeared at the threshold. He still wore the uniform of the micrograss team, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle weariness and gravity. His gaze immediately fell upon the now dimmed fragment of the token belonging to micrograss on Lin Feng's bedside table. Captain Wang, Zhang Xinjia turned to him. I've come to retrieve micrograss's belongings. Wang Jieshi's voice was steady, devoid of discernible emotion. He approached the bedside table and reached for the dark red token. The moment Wang Jieshi's fingers made contact with the token, buzz. Lin Feng's consciousness jolted violently. Yuan Chu perception surged like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples of intense disturbance. A clear, cold energy wave, imbued with a sense of hollowness, emanated from the token fragment in Wang Jieshi's hand. Yet, this wave did not originate from the fragment itself, but rather from the keyhole-shaped depression at its center. It was as if something had once been embedded there, now forcibly stripped away, leaving behind a cold void that devoured all. What sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine was that when his perception brushed against that void, an exceedingly faint yet infinitely sorrowful and resentful fragment of consciousness surged back like a venomous serpent, fiercely rebounding towards his mental core through the link of perception. Ugh! Lin Feng stifled a groan, his complexion paling further, the blue light in his eyes flickering violently. He instinctively severed the link of perception. Wang Jieshi appeared utterly oblivious. He grasped the token and unconsciously rubbed his fingers over the keyhole depression, a fleeting yet complex emotion flickering in his eyes, so swift it was almost imperceptible. How is he? Wang Jieshi inquired of Zhang Xinjia, as if nothing had occurred moments ago. Preliminarily stable, further observation is necessary, Zhang Xinjia replied. Wang Jieshi nodded, choosing not to speak further, and turned to leave the hospital room with the token in hand. At the doorway, he paused briefly, casting a deep glance at Lin Feng on the hospital bed, the complexity in his gaze startling even Yishio. The room fell once again into silence. Lin Feng leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, forcibly calming the tumultuous waves of thoughts in his mind and the lingering cold resentment. That fleeting moment of perception had unveiled the terrifying truth of the token in Wang Jieshi's hand. It was not merely a stabilizer, but rather a keyhole from which the core had been forcibly extracted. What was taken? Whose sorrow and resentment lingered? The hollow keyhole, the arc, and Su Muchio's warning. Fragmented clues collided chaotically within his consciousness. Lin Feng felt as though he stood before a colossal and shadowy puzzle, grasping a few fragments in his hand that pointed towards a chilling truth. Yigo. Lin Feng's voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. May I take a look at Senior Su Muchio's notes? Yishio observed Lin Feng's pallid face and the flickering blue light in his eyes, silently placing the disc, radiating an unusual energy, into Lin Feng's unshackled hand. The instant Lin Feng's fingers made contact with the disc, a notification chimed. Detected high density, source initial information carrier. Triggered, source resonance, 1. Beginning analysis, Su Muchio's encrypted research notes, analysis progress, 001. A gentle yet vast stream of information began to flow into Lin Feng's mental realm, merging with the faint glow of the fragmented source key. This time, there was no pain, only a profound tranquility and weightiness, as if returning to the essence of existence. The core of the Eye of the Storm, upon awakening, finally began to reach out to the ultimate truth about power and destruction, shrouded in layers of mist. Outside the ward, Zhang Xinjia observed Lin Feng's brainwave patterns on the monitoring screen, which had once again become unusually stable and profound after he grasped the disc. His gaze behind the lenses deepened with inscrutable complexity. Chapter 34. The Wail of the Keyhole and the Crimson Gaze within the ward. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Feng's fingers tightly clutched the cold disc, while his consciousness plunged into tumultuous waves. The gentle stream of source resonance, 1, was unreservedly pouring the darkest and most brutal core truths from Su Muchio's encrypted notes into his mental realm. Analysis progress, 51025. Information flow stable and clear. Key information unlocked. The truth of the keyhole, stabilizer. Cold text and fragmented images intertwined within Lin Feng's consciousness, severance, forcibly separating the fragments of the source key from their original carriers. Typically, individuals who initially resonate with the fragments can lead to the carrier's mental collapse or even death. To stabilize the fragment's violent energy for research or utilization, containers and restraints became necessary. The keyhole was born. They did not exist naturally, but were artificially created containers utilizing cutting-edge neurosurgical techniques and forbidden biological materials, partially extracted from the neural tissues of source key resonators. Living fill. The most critical and cruel step requires forcibly severing a compatible, complete, and vibrant consciousness through neurosurgery, infusing and locking it into the concave center of the keyhole. This sacrificed consciousness would become a living buffer for stabilizing the fragment's energy and an emotional restraint. Cost. The infused consciousness would endure eternal suffering and confinement. Its emotions and awareness continuously drawn out and extinguished, transforming into a cold stabilizer. Meanwhile, the holders of the keyhole, such as Huang Shaotian and Zhou Zikai, would gain the ability to stabilize and utilize the fragment's power, but would also perpetually bear a faint connection to the residual pain and emptiness of the consciousness within the keyhole, akin to shouldering an invisible, mournful cross. This was the root of Zhou Zikai's emotional detachment and the weariness hidden deep within Huang Shaotian's gaze. The price of the micrograss. Within the stream of analyzed information, a blurred yet strikingly clear image flashed, a young, vibrant, bright-eyed micrograss trainee, forcibly severed from consciousness upon a cold, experimental table. His smile ultimately froze deep within the cold keyhole held by Huang Shaotian. The lingering sorrow and resentment were precisely what Lin Feng had sensed earlier. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes flew open, the blue nebula deep in his pupils roiling violently, as if ready to ignite. An indescribable wave of nausea, anger, and bone-chilling coldness swept over him. He instinctively released his grip, and the disc tumbled onto the blanket with a faint sound. The keyhole was, in fact, a prison for living consciousness. It was a cold restraint forged from the sacrifice of others' lives and souls. The power wielded by the reincarnated Zhou Zikai and Huang Shaotian of micrograss was built upon a living hell. Lin Feng. Yishio was startled by Lin Feng's intense reaction and quickly steadied him. What happened? What is in the notes? Lin Feng gasped violently, his face as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He looked into Yishio's eyes, filled with concern and confusion, opened his mouth, yet felt as though something was blocking his throat. The truth was too heavy, too dark. How could he tell Yishio that his dear friend Su Muchio's research on the key was, in fact, such a dehumanizing creation? How could he convey that the brilliance of those players on the field was built upon the eternal wails of another soul? Yigo. Lin Feng's voice was as hoarse as a weathered bellows, trembling uncontrollably. The keyhole stabilizers are not mere containers. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Each word heavy as lead, they are cages. They lock away the consciousness of the living. Severed and extinguished, they become fuel and restraints. Boom. Yishio felt as if struck by lightning. He froze in place. The color drained from his face. His eyes filled with disbelief and a sense of profound disorientation, as if his understanding of reality had been utterly overturned. Living consciousness, fuel, restraints. Yishio murmured these words repeatedly, each syllable piercing his heart like a cold blade. He recalled the vague warnings about burden, cost, and restraints within Su Muchio's notes. Remembered Zhou Zekai's inhuman calmness, and the weariness concealed in Wang Jieshi's eyes. The truth was indeed so cruel. Muchio, does he know? Yishio's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Was he involved? No. Impossible. Yishio shook his head violently, forcefully suppressing the horrifying thought. Su Muchio's notes brimmed with anger towards the Ark and warnings against desecration. He must have discovered the truth. Which is why he sought to stop it and concealed the key. Wang Jieshi, Zhou Zekai, Yishio glanced at Lin Feng. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, sympathy, anger, and a shared sorrow. They too were victims, bearing an unspoken heavy burden. They know. Lin Feng closed his eyes. His voice imbued with cold exhaustion. They can feel the wails from the keyhole. It is an inescapable curse. In the hospital room, an oppressive silence hung heavily in the air. The only sounds were Lin Feng's labored breaths and Yishio's heavy heartbeat. The truth weighed upon both their hearts like a leaden weight, almost suffocating. In the corridor outside the hospital room, Wang Jieshi did not leave immediately. He leaned against the cold wall, tightly clutching the fragment of the micrograss token. His fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the keyhole's depression, where a lingering cold sensation and a nearly imperceptible familiar tremor seemed to remain. Moments earlier, when Lin Feng grasped the disc, the gentle yet vast resonance of the original source rippled through once more. Wang Jieshi distinctly felt that the token fragment in his hand, the icy void deep within the keyhole, seemed to be brushed by the aftershocks of that resonance. An indescribable emotion, mingling a faint glimmer of hope with deeper sorrow, surged through his nerve endings like an electric current. Wang Jieshi's body jolted suddenly. He clenched his jaw tightly to suppress any sound. The magician's ever-composed facade shattered in an instant. He slowly slid down the wall to the floor, burying his head deep into his knees, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The token pressed firmly against his palm, its cold touch searing into his soul like a branding iron. Deep within the keyhole, the residual consciousness of a young teammate seemed to emit a silent, clearer cry of anguish and plea for help under the stimulus of the original source resonance. I'm sorry. Wang Jieshi's voice was stifled deep within his throat, laden with endless pain and guilt. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from the strain, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing droplets of blood. This strength, this honor, this responsibility of safeguarding Micro weighed upon him unbearably, almost rendering him breathless. In the shadows around the corner of the corridor, Zhang Xinjie quietly observed this scene. He refrained from intervening. The tactical master's insight allowed him to instantly comprehend the cause of Wang Jieshi's breakdown, which must be intricately linked to Lin Feng's recent contact with the notebook and the truth of the keyhole. The erratic physiological data of Wang Jieshi and the anomalous energy readings of the token fragment on the monitoring screen confirmed his suspicions. The gaze behind Zhang Xinjie's lenses was as cold as steel, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. This was far more inhumane than the organization's ARC project. It had breached the absolute boundaries of human ethics. The Cycle, Micro, and possibly other clubs were all implicated. He immediately retrieved an encrypted communicator. His tone unprecedentedly grave. Chairman Feng, urgent report regarding Zhu Long. The core technology of the keyhole stabilizer has been confirmed to involve crimes against humanity, including the extraction and imprisonment of living consciousness. Evidence points to the Cycle, and high-ranking members of the Micro Club may be complicit or aware. Recommendation: immediately initiate the purger protocol for the club involved, conducting a top-level secret investigation, controlling all keyhole carriers and research materials. The analysis of the target Ling Yun, Lin Feng, is crucial evidence. Repeat, this is the highest priority. Once the message was sent, Zhang Xinjie understood that this report would act like a deep water bomb, causing an unprecedented tremor at the highest levels of the alliance. The very foundation of the Glory Alliance was beginning to shake. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground laboratory filled with nerve conduits and enormous biological containers, the central control room displayed real-time monitoring footage from the Alliance Medical Center. Lin Feng's pallid face, Yishio's grave expression, and the remnants of venom on the floor were all vividly visible. Beside the image, the latest brainwave patterns and energy readings of Lin Feng were marked with glaring annotations such as consciousness elevation prototype stabilization, energy internal circulation system construction, and original source perception activation. A figure clad in a white research suit, their face obscured by the shadow of a hood, codenamed Doctor, stood before the screen, emitting a low, hoarse laugh. Haha, the autonomous resonance of the original source shield guiding consciousness elevation is indeed worthy of being the carrier of the core fragment. Its potential far exceeds that of those inferior vessels. He turned to a figure kneeling in the shadows, fully enveloped in dark red streamlined armor, and spoke. Deep Red Queen. The failure of the deep diver has proven the ineffectiveness of conventional methods. The target has reached a fragile agreement with the Alliance, gaining protection. The Purger Protocol is about to initiate, and our keyhole nodes are at risk of exposure. The figure codenamed Deep Red Queen slowly raised her head. Beneath her helmet's visor was not a human face, but a visage crafted from flowing dark red energy, eerily perfect, with eyes resembling two burning, icy flames. Her voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with an unusual electronic echo. Order. The doctor's eyes sparkled with a fervent yet cold light. Activate the Deep Red Queen Protocol. Mission priority. Eliminate the key carrier Lin Feng and recover its core fragment. Secondary objective. Destroy the Alliance's Purger operations, eradicate all exposed keyhole nodes and informants. Rules of engagement, at all costs. Order confirmed. The voice of the Deep Red Queen remained unperturbed. She slowly rose, her dark red armor flowing like a living entity, emanating a chilling energy wave. Approaching a massive nerve connection chamber in the center, she placed her armored hand gently on the interface. Buzz. Dark red energy surged into the connection chamber. Those hollowed-out brains within, stripped of consciousness, ignited with a crimson glow. Countless mental links were established in an instant. Deep Red Queen Protocol, initiated. Neural link network, construction completed. Target locked. Lin Feng, key carrier. Purge order, issued. On the holographic screen, the avatar representing Lin Feng was obscured by a crimson mark. Go, my queen. The doctor's voice brimmed with twisted excitement. Ready to showcase to those ants what true original power is. Let terror and destruction herald the voyage of the Ark. The figure of the Deep Red Queen transformed into a streak of dark red light, vanishing into the depths of the laboratory. In the air lingered only the chilling intent to kill and the acrid scent of nerve connection fluid. The storm has ceased to brew. The ultimate weapon, codenamed Shenhong and Wang, has officially stepped onto the battlefield, wielding the will for destruction. Her target is none other than Lin Feng, who has just awakened at the core of the eye of the storm, burdened with a cruel truth. Chapter 35. The Crimson Arrival and the roar of Yuan Chu outside the intensive care isolation area of the Alliance Medical Center. The atmosphere is as oppressive as the eerie calm before a tempest. Wang Jieshi leans against the cold wall, his head buried deep into his knees, silently enduring the clearer and more harrowing wails awakened by the resonance of Yuan Chu from the depths of the keyhole. Zhang Xinjie stands shrouded in shadows, his gaze behind his glasses scanning Wang Jieshi's crumbling silhouette and the abnormal readings from the token fragment in his hand. The command regarding the Purger agreement already like an arrow released from the bowstring in his mind. Within the hospital room, the weight of truth bears heavily upon Lin Feng and Yi Xiao. The brutal reality of consciousness being severed from the living seems to solidify the air with the scent of blood. Just then, a vibration of indescribable coldness and brutality, imbued with an absolute will for annihilation, sweeps through the medical center like an invisible tsunami. The alarm system is instantly triggered, its piercing buzz tearing apart the silence. Yet, more terrifyingly, this wave is not a physical assault, but directly impacts the mental realm. Warning. Detected ultra-high intensity mental pressure. Source unknown. Threat level, extinction. Yuan Chu perception experiencing violent fluctuations. Target locked. Host. The system alarm flashes furiously within Lin Feng's consciousness. In the corridor, Wang Jieshi, as if struck by a heavy blow, suddenly raises his head, his face as pale as a sheet. The wails from the depths of the keyhole have transformed from sorrowful cries to a distorted, fear-filled shriek, forcibly suppressed by a higher-tier power. The token fragment in his hand trembles violently, emitting a hum on the brink of shattering. Zhang Xinjie lets out a muffled grunt, his golden-rimmed glasses instantly covered in cracks. He feels as if his brain is gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, his thoughts nearly paralyzed. All Alliance Special Operations members collapse like cut wheat, clutching their heads in agony, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Inside the hospital room, although Yi Xiao is not directly involved with mental powers, the sheer destructive malevolence exuding an overwhelming pressure plunges him into an icy abyss, causing his heart to nearly cease its beating. He suddenly looks toward Lin Feng. Deep within Lin Feng's pupils, the faint blue nebula is abruptly tainted by a shade of crimson. The fluctuations from Yuan Chu perception have transformed from vague ripples into a pure sea of crimson, ablaze with cold flames and filled with pure killing intent. A form, indescribable in its existence, seemingly composed of countless tormented consciousnesses, emanating a regal and destructive aura, pierces through layers of structural barriers at a speed beyond physical laws. Descending upon them, Shenhong and Wang. Lin Feng utters this name through clenched teeth, his voice laden with unprecedented gravity and a tremor born from primal instinct. This is the organization's ultimate weapon, come to annihilate him. Boom. The thick alloy walls of the intensive care isolation area are torn apart as if made of paper. A figure, enveloped in swirling dark red energy armor, crashes down to the corridor like a meteor. The ground fractures, dust billowing. The dark red energy flows around her like a living entity, outlining an otherworldly yet perfect female silhouette. Beneath the helmet, two crimson eyes, burning with cold flames, emotionlessly scan the area. Target confirmed. Key bearer Lin Feng. Purge directive, execute. The emotionless electronic voice of Shenhong Inwang reverberates through the corridor, delivering an absolute decree of death. Her gaze instantly locks onto Lin Feng within the hospital room. Without any extraneous movement, she merely raises her armored arm, fingers splayed. Buzz. 5 beams of condensed dark red energy, sharp enough to rend space asunder, disregard physical barriers, and instantly penetrate the hospital room walls, aiming directly at Lin Feng. Where the beams pass, the air distorts, leaving charred traces. This is a pure, destructive energy strike. Lin Feng. Yishio's eyes widen in horror. The Qianji umbrella instantly shifting to a protective shield form, instinctively placing himself before Lin Feng. Yet he knows, this will not suffice to stop it. Life and death hang in the balance. Lin Feng's azure light clashes violently with the crimson. In the depths of his consciousness, fragments of the key to Yuan Shu erupt with unprecedented brilliance. Energy internal circulation system operates at overload. Yuan Shu perception is stimulated to its utmost under the threat of annihilation. Final defense protocol, forced activation. Consuming reserve Yuan Shu energy. Guiding, external resonance. Target, Weichao token fragment. System core authority 1 outputs at full power. Buzz. Outside the hospital room, the token fragment in Wang Jieshi's hand, on the verge of shattering, responds fiercely to the powerful summons from Lin Feng's core fragment, exploding into the final and most resplendent blue light. A beam of blue light, thicker and more condensed than before, surges forth like an indomitable will, instantly breaking through the dark red pressure S blockade. Arriving first to strike precisely at the 5 dark red beams shot by Shenhong Inwang. Boom. The clash of blue and red energy in midair erupts with a deafening roar and blinding brilliance. The furious energy tempest instantly engulfs the entire corridor. Walls collapse, instruments shatter. Several nearby Alliance Special Operations members are directly thrown aside. The blue light beam holds for less than a second before shattering. The token fragment in Wang Jieshi's hand is completely reduced to powder. The final faint wail from the depths of the keyhole abruptly ceases, returning to eternal silence. Uft. Wang Jieshi spits out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming as if he has lost an important support, collapsing to the ground. Yet in his gaze, a flicker of relief akin to liberation passes through. Although the blue beam has shattered, it has successfully diverted the trajectory of the 5 dark red beams. 4 beams graze Lin Feng and Yishio's bodies, obliterating the hospital room walls and medical equipment into fragments. The final beam is barely blocked by the protective shield of the Qianji umbrella, the immense force slamming Yishio, along with the umbrella, violently against the wall. Cough. Yishio coughs up blood, the Qianji umbrella warped and deformed, his arm in excruciating pain. Yet he has managed to buy Lin Feng the most critical moment. Now is the time. In Lin Feng's eyes, the azure light completely suppressed the crimson hue, under the resonance and sacrifice of the token fragments. Amidst the extreme pressure at the brink of life and death, the shard of the Yuan Chu Ji Yao buried deep within his mental core seemed to be ignited entirely. The integration degree of the shard of Yuan Chu Ji Yao reached 15 out of 20. The construction degree of the energy internal circulation system reached 25 out of 35. Unlock. Yuan Chu Ji Li prototype. Actively guide Yuan Chu energy for attack and defense. Get away from me. Lin Feng unleashed a roar that was far from human. Resonating with an overwhelming echo, he abruptly lifted his unshackled right hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the dark red figure of destruction in the corridor. Buzz. A torrent of pale blue energy, purer and more magnificent than that guided by the token fragments, surged forth from Lin Feng's palm like a star river breaking its dam. It was no longer a beam of light, but a tidal wave of energy, akin to a furious tide, bearing the majesty of Yuan Chu and the will to protect. It crashed fiercely toward the Crimson Queen. In the emotionless crimson gaze of the Crimson Queen, the slightest ripple of surprise appeared for the first time. She seemed taken aback that Lin Feng could invoke such a scale of Yuan Chu power in such a brief moment. Crossing her arms before her chest, dark red energy rapidly coalesced into a thick diamond-shaped shield. Boom. The furious waves of Yuan Chu crashed against the dark red shield. The terrifying shockwaves spread once more. The entire medical center shook violently. Dust and debris cascaded down from the ceiling. The dark red shield vibrated violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. The ground beneath the Crimson Queen's feet cracked inch by inch, and her body was pushed back several meters by this tremendous force. It worked. Lin Feng's all-out strike actually shook the Crimson Queen. However, just as Lin Feng prepared to gather strength once more, a sharp sound pierced the air. The ethereal blue shackles on his wrist erupted with a powerful interference pulse. Like countless icy needles, they pierced brutally into the energy internal circulation system he had just constructed. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck hard, the energy he had gathered instantly dissipating. His body weakened, and he knelt on one knee. The azure light in his eyes flickered violently, filled with anguish and fury. These wretched shackles had become his fetters at the most critical moment. Interference device activated. Target energy circulation disrupted. The cold voice of the Crimson Queen rang out, and the dark red shield instantly repaired itself. She lowered her arms, her scarlet gaze locking onto the weakened Lin Feng, as the energy of destruction once again coalesced in her palm. Cleanse it, continue. Not a chance. A furious roar erupted from the dust. Yishio struggled to rise, disregarding the excruciating pain in his arm, as the twisted Qinji umbrella transformed into rifle form, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the Crimson Queen. Though they could not inflict substantial damage, they were enough to create a distraction. Protect the target. Zhang Xinjia also barely recovered from the mental pressure, shouting fiercely. The remaining, still mobile members of the Alliance Special Operations Team, enduring their headaches, lifted their weapons to shoot at the Crimson Queen. Energy beams and physical bullets intertwined to form a web of firepower. The Crimson Queen moved slightly, gliding through the bullet storm like a specter, with most attacks landing in empty space or being deflected by her dark red armor. Her focus remained steadfastly locked on Lin Feng, as the beam of destruction in her palm reshaped once more. At that critical moment, enough! A deep and commanding voice resonated. Accompanying this voice, a powerful and stable mental presence enveloped the chaotic battlefield, resisting the crimson pressure of the Crimson Queen like a rock. Wang Jieshi's figure slowly rose from the dust. His face was pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes shone not with fatigue or despair, but with an unprecedented, almost tragic flame of resolve. In his hands, no token fragments remained, yet his entire being seemed to connect with some invisible existence. He looked at Lin Feng, then at the Crimson Queen, and finally his gaze fell upon Zhang Xinjia, his voice resolute. Has the Alliance's cleanser not arrived yet? Or do you plan to watch the key be destroyed here? Captain Wang Jieshi of the Mafeng team requests to join the temporary sequence of cleansers. Target, codename Crimson Queen. For the purity of glory. For the souls that have passed. The magician, amidst the ruins of shattered tokens and broken shackles, facing the ultimate abyss of destruction, chose to embrace life in the face of death. He no longer bore the shackles, but actively embraced the heavy burden of responsibility and the flames of vengeance. On the battlefield, forces converged. Lin Feng, the Yuan Chu key on the brink of collapse and shackled. Yishio, the combat god burning his life to protect his dear friend. Zhang Xinjia, the Alliance blade determined to cleanse and control the situation. Wang Jieshi, the magician breaking free from shackles and choosing to live in the face of death. And the Crimson Queen, who brought absolute destruction. The roar of Yuan Chu clashed violently with the crimson annihilation in the crumbling corridor of the medical center. What fate awaits the final battle? Chapter 36. Broken shackles and the catalyst of seeds in the collapsing corridor of the medical center. Dust filled the air, and energy currents roared like uncontrollable beasts. The clash of Yuan Chu's roar and the crimson destruction was intense, with each confrontation causing the sturdy building to groan under the strain. The Crimson Queen, like a dark red reaper, weaved through the storm of bullets from Yishio, the concentrated fire commanded by Zhang Xinjia, and the mental interference unleashed by Wang Jieshi. Her dark red armor glimmered with ghostly light, deflecting or absorbing most attacks, while her scarlet gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, who was bound by the ethereal blue shackles. Kneeling on one knee, with his energy circulation in disarray, interference persisted. The fluctuations of the target's energy core intensified. The cold electronic voice of the Crimson Queen was discernible amidst the explosions, ignoring the desperate distractions from Yishio and the others. She once again coalesced a dark red energy sphere, even more concentrated and exuding an ominous aura. This time, the target was directly aimed at Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng. Yishio's eyes widened in desperation, the Qinji umbrella shifting to spear form as he recklessly charged toward the Crimson Queen, attempting to block with his body. Yet he knew this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhang Xinjia's countenance was ashen, his voice harsh as he commanded his team to concentrate their fire, attempting to disrupt her energy accumulation. Yet, the energy beams merely rippled against the dark red shield. Wang Jieshi, pale as a specter, beads of tension bulging from his forehead, poured the remnants of his mental energy into an intangible spear, thrusting it fiercely toward the mental link node of the Crimson Queen. This was an all-out assault propelled by his willpower after shattering his chains, the cost being a soul-wrenching agony akin to being torn asunder. With a muffled groan, Wang Jieshi felt blood seep from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, his body swaying perilously. Nevertheless, his strike seemed to yield a modicum of effect. The Crimson Queen's energy gathering faltered ever so slightly. In that moment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with a fierce blue glow, clashing violently with crimson. The interference pulses from the azure shackles gnawed at the energy cycle he had just constructed, pain and dizziness crashing over his consciousness like a relentless tide. Yet he did not surrender. As the destructive energy sphere of the Crimson Queen neared completion, in the instant when Yishio threw himself forward, and amidst Wang Jieshi's soul-rending wail, Lin Feng made a reckless decision. He ceased his attempts to forcibly condense the primordial energy in opposition and instead plunged his consciousness deep into the core of his mind, the shard of the primordial key that fused with the system's light. He channeled all his will, fury, and protective conviction into a resolute thought, colliding it vehemently with that shard. Warning: host is actively impacting the primordial core. Load exceeds critical point. Mental barrier completely shattered. Energy cycle system overloaded. Fusion level, 2021. Boom. Lin Feng felt as though his soul had been cast into the heart of a star. An indescribable pain and searing heat instantaneously engulfed everything. Yet, under this self-destructive surge, the shard of the primordial key appeared to ignite completely. A torrent of pale blue energy. More ferocious and primal than before, imbued with the essence of destruction and rebirth, erupted from within him, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons. This energy was no longer completely suppressed by the azure shackles. It violently tore through the interference pulses emitted by them, even causing the shackles to emit a mournful cry of excess burden, spiderweb cracks appearing on their surface. Roar! Lin Feng let out a primal howl. His body lifted by the tumultuous energy tide. The pale blue flames blazed frantically around him. His blue glow transformed into a blinding white. He raised both hands, lacking a specific target, merely pushing the uncontrollable, destructive primordial torrent forward towards the Crimson Queen and her impending dark red energy sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Two equally ferocious and destructive forces collided violently in the narrow corridor. This time, there was no stalemate. The pale blue primordial torrent, propelled by Lin Feng's near-collapse will and the fury of his shattered chains, instantaneously suppressed the dark red energy sphere of the Crimson Queen. The blue tidal wave shattered the dark red core of destruction, its momentum unrelenting, crashing into the Crimson Queen's crossed arms and dark red shield, like a rampaging dragon. Crack! The dark red shield emitted a piercing shatter. For the first time, the Crimson Queen, her icy form seemingly eternal, was sent reeling backward by this pure and violent force, crashing through several walls and vanishing into the depths of the dust-laden ruins. Had they succeeded? A special operations team member murmured in disbelief. The corridor lay in shambles, smoke and dust swirling. After unleashing that devastating strike, Lin Feng's surrounding pale blue flames extinguished instantly, like a candle that had burned through all its oil, his body gently plummeting from midair. Lin Feng. Yi Xiao dashed forward heedlessly, catching him just before he hit the ground. His grasp was searing. Lin Feng's temperature was alarmingly high, blue veins pulsating beneath his skin as if glowing, his breath faint to the point of being imperceptible. The azure shackles around his wrist were riddled with cracks. Their glow dimmed, yet they stubbornly remained locked in place. Hurry! Medical team! Huang Shaotian commanded immediately, keeping a vigilant eye on the direction where the Crimson Queen had vanished. He understood that an attack of that magnitude could not truly obliterate that monstrosity. Wang Jesher could no longer hold himself up. He staggered, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily, blood staining his team uniform. The full force of his explosion after breaking his chains and the backlash of soul-rending pain had nearly incapacitated him. He gazed at Lin Feng, cradled by Yi Xiao, his eyes filled with complex emotions, astonished by Lin Feng's terrifying power, yet deeply concerned for his state of overexertion. At that moment, swish, 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 several figures, like phantoms, surged onto the battlefield from various directions. Clad in unified black combat uniforms emblazoned with the Alliance's Zhu Long emblem, they moved swiftly, exuding a cold and formidable aura. At the forefront stood a resolute figure, sharp-eyed and hawk-like, the captain of the Purifiers. Purifiers reporting. Target Crimson Queen's trace locked. In pursuit, the captain swiftly relayed to Huang Shaotian, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene, the unconscious Lin Feng, and the weakened Wang Jesher. A fleeting seriousness crossing his features. Prioritize ensuring Ling Yun's safety. Secure the scene. The Crimson Queen is not so easily vanquished. Huang Shaotian ordered with urgency. Understood. The Purifier team members immediately dispersed, two rushing to assist Lin Feng, while the others warily sealed off the breach created by the Crimson Queen. However, just as the two Purifiers were nearing Yi Xiao and Lin Feng, boom, from the depths of the ruins where the Crimson Queen had vanished, a more terrifying dark red energy fluctuation erupted. A beam of dark red light, honed to perfection, sliced through the smoke and dust like the scythe of death, ignoring the obstructing Purifier team members and rubble, unerringly aimed at Lin Feng in Yi Xiao's embrace. The speed of this beam was blinding, so covert. It bore a penetrative power that transcended the laws of physics. It was not merely a destructive energy. At its core lay an exceedingly small seed, shimmering with an eerie glow. Be careful. Both the Purifier captain and Yi Xiao sensed the danger simultaneously. Yet, there was no time to react. PFF. The dark crimson beam struck Lin Feng's chest with precision. There was no explosion, no penetrating wound. The ethereal crystal seed, akin to a phantom shadow, disregarded physical barriers and instantly merged with Lin Feng's body. Back! The unconscious Lin Feng arched his body violently, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The blue veins beneath his skin abruptly transformed into a glaring crimson. A torrent of violent, chaotic, and destructive dark red energy surged through him like venomous vines, fiercely clashing and intertwining with the remnants of his original energy. Warning: high concentration of arc catalyst detected. Target: polluted original core. Catalytic consciousness dimensional ascension out of control. Forced redirection to arc link. Original key, fragment, fusion process contaminated. Aberration accelerated. Energy internal circulation system collapsed. Fusion degree, 21-25. But energy attributes are in disarray. Host's mental core severely eroded. Risk of consciousness sinking, 99. The blazing white-blue light in Lin Feng's eyes was instantly consumed by crimson. Lin Feng. Yishio held the convulsing Lin Feng, whose skin flickered with red and blue light, his heart aching with despair. He sensed two horrifying forces within the body he cradled, engaged in a deadly struggle, as if striving to completely tear Lin Feng apart from the inside out. Ha ha ha, the catalysis is complete. From the depths of the ruins, the cold voice of the Crimson Queen resonated with a hint of twisted satisfaction. Her figure slowly emerged from the dark crimson glow, her armor riddled with cracks, evidently bearing the cost of Lin Feng's previous strike, yet her scarlet eyes radiated an even more chilling ruthlessness. The key shall ultimately return to the Arkansas. His consciousness will ignite the first spark on the other shore. Retreat. In a flash of dark crimson light, the Crimson Queen's figure seemed to meld into the shadows, vanishing instantaneously. The assaults from the Purifiers all fell short. Chase. The captain of the Purifiers bellowed, charging into the ruins. Yet at the scene, only the despondent Yishio, the weakened Wang Jieshi, the ashen-faced Zhang Xinjia, and Lin Feng, in Yishio's embrace, struggling in agony as the arc catalyst eroded him. Teetering on the brink of complete unconsciousness remained. Zhang Xinjia gazed at the erratic red and blue lights flickering beneath Lin Feng's skin and at the energy readings on the instruments that had surged to dangerous levels. Alongside the chaotic brainwave patterns, his heart chilled. He understood that the worst-case scenario had transpired. The organization's goal was never merely to annihilate Lin Feng, but to corrupt, catalyze, and transform him into the key to activate the arc. Yishio. Immediately take him to the highest-level isolation medical chamber. Activate all suppression devices. Hurry. Zhang Xinjia shouted hoarsely. Yishio, holding the feverish and convulsing Lin Feng, rushed toward the relatively intact isolation zone deep within the medical center. Each step felt unbearably heavy. He watched Lin Feng's tortured, contorted face, gazing into the eyes that wildly shifted between crimson and azure. A wave of unprecedented fear seized him. Muchio. What should I do? Yishio's heart cried out in despair. At that moment, a disc containing Su Mucho's encrypted notes in his pocket suddenly became scorching hot. A gentle yet resolute wave of intent surged into Yishio's consciousness, as if transcending time and space, calling out to him. Extreme crisis detected. Compatible guardian will detected. Su Mucho's final defense protocol. Initiate. Target. Yishio. Granting. Temporary authority of the heart's keyhole. Yishio felt a weight in his hand as a keyhole, composed of pure mental energy and radiating warm white light, materialized in his grasp. As Yishio beheld the warm white light keyhole in his hand, he glanced at Lin Feng, on the verge of collapse. And a frenzied thought raced through his mind. The last line of defense resides within the heart's keyhole. Could it be? A resolute light erupted in Yishio's eyes. No longer hesitating, he dashed into the isolation medical chamber, and before the astonished gazes of Zhang Xinjia and others, he forcefully pressed the heart-shaped keyhole, composed of pure mental energy and radiating warm white light, against Lin Feng's violently heaving chest, which shimmered with chaotic red and blue light. Lin Feng, hold on. Yishio's roar echoed within the isolation chamber. As the warm white light keyhole made contact with Lin Feng's chest, a resounding hum reverberated. The entire isolation chamber was engulfed by an indescribable, pure, and vast white light. Chapter 37. The barrier of the heart and the battlefield of consciousness within the isolation medical chamber. Time seemed to be devoured by the sudden eruption of pure, vast white light. The blinding radiance enveloped Yishio's astonished face, swallowed the figures of Zhang Xinjia and others as they rushed in, and obscured Lin Feng's skin, once again flickering with red and blue light, and his expression twisted in pain. As the light gradually receded, an extraordinary silence fell within the isolation chamber. Lin Feng lay on the medical bed, but the violent energy fluctuations and the beneath his skin had vanished. His breathing was steady, his complexion, though still pale, no longer bore the agonizing signs of imminent collapse. Most strikingly, at the position of his heart, a complex and profound keyhole, outlined in gentle white light, rotated slowly, emanating a warm and steadfast guardian intent. Yishio maintained his hand pressed against Lin Feng's chest. The disc in his hand had vanished, replaced by an ineffable sensation, as if he were intricately connected to the white light keyhole at Lin Feng's chest. He sensed that the clash between the two terrifying forces within Lin Feng had not ceased. Rather, It was merely suppressed and isolated temporarily by a grander, more encompassing power. This. Zhang Xinjie rushed to the entrance of the medical chamber, gazing incredulously at the scene before him, the pupils behind his golden-rimmed glasses constricting sharply. On the instrument screen, Lin Feng's physiological data miraculously stabilized within safe thresholds. Although the energy readings remained alarmingly high, the brainwave patterns exhibited an unprecedented stable state enveloped in gentle white light. The chaotic crimson pollution and tumultuous blue light were firmly confined within a specific area. Su Mucho's final defense. Yi Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, his voice trembling with disbelief and newfound clarity. He gazed at the warm, white light of the keyhole upon Lin Feng's chest, finally comprehending the significance of the words inscribed in his notes. This was not a mere physical location, but rather a representation of the will to protect. Su Mucho had devoted his entire life as research, perhaps even a fragment of his very soul, to create a pure and resolute heart-shaped keyhole filled with the spirit of guardianship. It was not a shackle, but a bastion, specifically designed to harbor and protect the original core from external pollution and erosion, serving as the ultimate line of defense. Wang Jieshi, aided by Zhang Xinjie, arrived at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the warm, white light emanating from Lin Feng's chest. He glanced down at his own empty, cold palm, filled with a sense of shock and an indescribable mix of envy and relief. Was this the vessel that Su Mucho had envisioned? One brimming with protection rather than plunder and imprisonment? Report. The trail of the Crimson Queen has vanished. The target has exited the city limits. The Purger squad is expanding the search. The voice of the Purger captain crackled through the communicator, tinged with reluctance. Understood. Prioritize securing the medical center and establish the highest level of defense. The target, Ling Yun, Lin Feng, is currently stable, but the crisis has not yet been averted. Zhang Xinjie commanded swiftly, his expression grave as he observed the swirling white light keyhole on Lin Feng's chest. Yi Xiao, how long can this last? I do not know. Yi Xiao shook his head, his eyes filled with concern. I can sense the power that Mucho left behind is protecting him, suppressing the pollution. Yet, the battle within Lin Feng continues. He pointed at the screen, where the area enveloped in white light still exhibited violent energy fluctuations, manifesting as chaotic red and blue glimmers. In Lin Feng's realm of consciousness, the environment had transformed from a warm azure ocean to a battlefield rife with storms of destruction. The scarlet poison vines, arc catalyst, writhed as if alive, relentlessly entwining and corroding the pale blue light that represented the original core. These vines burned with an icy flame, exuding chaotic, destructive, and forceful linking intentions, striving to taint the blue light and drag it into an abyss filled with countless agonizing consciousnesses, known as the Arkansas. Under the relentless assault of the poison vines, the pale blue original core, fragment, trembled violently, its light flickering erratically. It instinctively released pure original energy and resistance. Yet each collision tainted the core with a hint of scarlet filth, causing the nature of the energy to become increasingly wild and chaotic. Fusion rate, 25. But attribute pollution intensified. In the moment when the blue light was on the verge of being completely overwhelmed by the scarlet poison vines, a pure, vast, and warm white beam of light surged forth like a sword cleaving through the dark vault of consciousness, striking fiercely upon the entangled vines. The scarlet poison vines shrieked as if encountering their nemesis, their icy flames dimming instantly as the entwining tendrils hissed and retreated in panic. The blue light experiencing a sudden alleviation of pressure, regaining some brightness. The white beam did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly expanded and shaped itself into a barrier composed of countless flowing white light runes surrounding Lin Feng's original core. This barrier was both solid and gentle, firmly isolating the scarlet poison vines from the outside. At its center, a white light keyhole, identical to the one on Lin Feng's chest and radiating the will to protect, began to rotate slowly. Heart barrier, construction complete. Su Mucho's final line of defense activated. Arc catalyst erosion temporarily isolated. Pollution rate reduced by 90. Original core, fragment, granted purification buffer period. Fusion process pollution paused. This was Lin Feng's remaining self-awareness. That faint blue spark finally afforded a moment of respite under the protection of the barrier. He gazed at the warm white light barrier and the keyhole at its center, a familiar and reassuring sensation washing over him. It was Su Mucho, the guardian he had left behind. Lin Feng. A gentle and clear voice resonated directly within Lin Feng's consciousness. It was not Su Mucho, but Yi Xiao. Lin Feng, taken aback, looked towards the barrier's edge, where Yi Xiao's figure appeared as a translucent phantom, standing at the periphery of the heart barrier. Though his form was not solid, it emanated a resilient and warm aura of will, akin to a bridge connecting the external reality with Lin Feng's chaotic realm of consciousness. Brother Yi, how are you? Lin Feng found it hard to believe. It is Mucho's keyhole, Yi Xiao's ethereal form explained, his voice imbued with a touch of fatigue yet unwavering determination. It has chosen me as a temporary guardian and bridge. I can sense the condition of your consciousness space and convey some power and information. Yishio's gaze swept over the chaotic crimson vines outside the barrier, attempting to pollute it, then turned to the flickering yet still tainted original core within, finally resting upon Lin Feng's faint spark of self-awareness. Listen, Lin Feng. Yishio's voice grew solemn. Muchio's barrier is strong, but it requires energy to sustain itself. And it can only isolate, not eradicate pollution. The battle within you ultimately rests upon your shoulders. You must reclaim control of the original core and purify the pollution. What should I do? Lin Feng's spark flickered, filled with confusion and a sense of helplessness against the overwhelming force of the scarlet poison vines that represented the Ark's will. Understand it. Master it. Yishio pointed towards the polluted original core within the barrier. The power of the original key is far more than mere destruction or creation. Muchio's notes mention that it is a resonance node of the cosmic string, a mapping anchor for high-dimensional information. Its true power lies in connection and resonance. It is about grasping the essence of information and guiding the flow of energy. Yishio's voice resonated like a mighty bell within Lin Feng's consciousness. Do not be daunted by its ferocity and pollution. Feel it. Sense the vastness and order that belong to the cosmic source deep within. Use your will to resonate with that order. Understand the streams of energy information that have been tainted. Strip them away. Transform them. Just as you analyze your opponent's intentions on the battlefield and guide your allies' coordination. Your strength has never been brute force, but insight and control. Battlefield analysis? Guiding coordination? Understanding the flow of information? Yishio's words struck like a lightning bolt in the darkness, instantly dispelling the fog clouding Lin Feng's consciousness. Indeed, what is his core ability? It is the battlefield simulation sandbox. It is the shadow coordination network. It is the ability to perceive information, decipher intentions, and guide power. Why? When confronted with his own strength, did he instead succumb to fear and passive resistance? He cast his gaze upon the tainted Yuan Chu core within the barrier. Beneath the crimson filth, amidst the turbulent energy currents, he endeavored to seize his resistance and cautiously extended the remnants of his self-awareness into it. Yuan Chu perception, full power activation, fusion degree, 25-26, range and clarity enhanced. This time, he no longer beheld merely the torrent of destruction. He saw the energy strands comprising Yuan Chu, trembling like cosmic strings, imbued with boundless information. He perceived the essence of the crimson poisonous vine's corruption, a forcibly injected, distorted stream of alien information filled with coercive linkage commands, corrupting the originally harmonious frequency of Yuan Chu energy like a virus. Target analysis, Arc catalyst information stream, system assist function activated under Yuan Chu perception. Analysis progress, 0-1. The information stream is exceedingly complex and chaotic. Excruciating pain, as if millions of burning needles pierced his soul simultaneously. Forcing an analysis of such a level of polluted information was an immense burden. Lin Feng's consciousness flickered violently, on the verge of extinguishing. Hold on, Lin Feng. Yishio's phantom desperately shouted from outside the barrier. He could feel the intense pain emanating from Lin Feng's consciousness. Do not resist. Guide. With your will, direct the Yuan Chu energy to resonate with those untainted strands of information. Establish your own order nodes, guiding the resonance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the tearing agony, concentrating all his will, no longer attempting to analyze all the pollution at once, but searching like a beacon in the raging data flood. He captured a strand of Yuan Chu energy still bravely shimmering with pure blue light amidst the crimson pollution. With his will, he cautiously touched it, attempting to resonate with it. The pure blue light seemed to respond to the call, faintly brightening. Though weak, it was akin to igniting a solitary lamp in endless darkness. Effective. Lin Feng felt a surge of spirit. He endured the pain, transforming his consciousness into the most precise probe and guide, laboriously searching, capturing, and resonating with the strands of Yuan Chu energy that had not yet been entirely tainted amidst the violent torrent of pollution. With each resonance, the blue light grew stronger and began to faintly influence the surrounding energy flows, attempting to dispel the encroaching crimson pollution. Analysis progress, 0-5. Yuan Chu core, fragment, pollution purification, 0-0-1. Minuscule, yet it signifies a qualitative change from 0 to 1. Energy internal circulation system. Preliminary reconstruction attempt, polluted environment. Construction degree, 35-351. This was a slow, painful process, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Each resonance was accompanied by soul-rending agony, each purification minuscule. Yet Lin Feng did not waver. Yishio's words served as a beacon, while Su Mucho's heart barrier provided the final refuge. Outside the barrier, the crimson poisonous vines seemed to sense the changes within and became even more frenzied in their assault. The icy flames scorched the white light barrier, emitting a hissing sound. The brilliance of the heart barrier appeared to dim slightly. Yishio, the barrier's energy is depleting. Lin Feng's consciousness conveyed an urgent message. I know. Yishio's phantom grew somewhat blurred. Maintaining the bridge and transmitting will was equally exhausting. Leave the outside to me. Focus on purifying. Remember, you are not fighting alone. The battlefield of consciousness fell into the most brutal tug of war. Protected by the barrier, Lin Feng wielded his will as a blade and understanding as a shield. Painstakingly purifying the tainted core, reconstructing his own order amidst the tide of destruction. Beyond the barrier, Yishio burned his own will, sustaining the bridge and repelling the frenzied counterattack of the crimson poisonous vines. Meanwhile, the heart barrier itself, composed of the lingering will of Su Mucho, silently consumed itself under the dual pressure from within and without. This was a war devoid of gunpowder, yet it pertained to the very essence of the soul's survival. The consciousness of the Shadow Commander, caught between destruction and protection, struggled to carve a path toward rebirth. Each step was taken upon the edge of the soul's blade. Chapter 38. Resonance of the Spark and the Crimson Rebellion. In the battlefield of consciousness, time lost its significance. Each second felt as protracted and torturous as a century. The faint spark of Lin Feng's self-awareness, sheltered by the heart barrier, navigated the raging torrent of crimson pollution like a seabird in a storm. He no longer resisted but transformed Yishio's teachings into a guiding action plan, turning his will into the most precise probe and guide, seeking, capturing, and resonating with those strands of Yuan Shu energy that remained untainted amid the chaotic information flow. Yuan Shu perception, full power activation. Fusion degree, 26-27. Perception accuracy enhanced. Target analysis, arc catalyst information stream. Progress, 0508. Pain intensify. Yuan Shu core, fragment, pollution purification, 001003. Faint light expanding. Energy internal circulation system reconstruction, 351-353. Slow yet steady. Each successful resonance was accompanied by soul-rending agony. Those pure strands of Yuan Shu energy, akin to pearls ensconced in silt, required him to carefully strip away the filth with his will to ignite their faint glow. Each purification felt like removing a grain of sand from an endless desert, the effect barely perceptible. The pollution of the crimson poisonous vines acted like parasites, constantly counterattacking, attempting to recontaminate the purified areas and even eroding the heart barrier itself. Excruciating pain, exhaustion, despair, like cold tides, they repeatedly sought to drown the spark of Lin Feng's consciousness. Whenever he felt his will about to shatter and the urge to surrender creeping in, the indistinct yet resilient silhouette of Yishio outside the barrier, along with the warm protective spirit emanating from the barrier itself, belonging to Su Mucho, acted as a final anchor, pulling him back from the brink of despair. Lin Feng, sustaining his consciousness amid pain, repeatedly chanted in his mind as a devout believer recites scriptures. Each wave of agony was perceived as a tempering, and every slight purification was regarded as a spark of victory. He ceased to focus on the overall level of contamination and instead concentrated on this slender thread of pure blue light before him. It was akin to maintaining precision and command on a battlefield of despair, honing in on every successful coordination. The progress of purification read, 10. A breakthrough had been made. A preliminary understanding of the underlying logic of the contamination information flow had been achieved. Purification status, 005. The areas that had been purified formed a minuscule, stable blue light, akin to a spark. Energy internal circulation, 355. In the contaminated environment, a microcircular node, composed of pure primal energy, had begun to take shape. Though the spark was small, it had the potential to ignite a vast flame. At the moment, the first stable purification node was formed. Lin Feng felt as if his will had been refined to an even greater degree. The torment from analyzing the subsequent contamination information flow seemed to lessen slightly, and his efficiency improved. He glimpsed hope, a thorny path to rebirth carved through the torrent of destruction by understanding and resonance. Beyond the barrier, Yishio's silhouette grew increasingly indistinct and transparent, maintaining the bridge of consciousness, transmitting the protective will, and resisting the frenzied onslaught of the crimson poison vines. Each task drained his immense mental energy. His complexion mirrored that of his physical body in the real world, pallid and drenched in sweat. Yishio, are you holding up? Zhang Xinjia's voice reverberated through a mental link, laden with concern. He could perceive through instruments the intense depletion of Yishio's mental strength. I can still hold on. Yishio gritted his teeth, yet the radiance of his consciousness dimmed further. He watched Lin Feng's tenacious flicker within the barrier, even igniting a tiny spark of awareness, filling him with both comfort and a deeper sense of urgency. Lin Feng was making progress, but it was too slow. The energy of the barrier was rapidly depleting under the dual strain of the crimson poison vines and internal contamination. The warm white light had already dimmed by at least a third from its initial brilliance. More time must be bought for him. A glint of determination flashed in Yishio's eyes. He transitioned from passive defense to actively condensing a portion of his will into invisible mental spikes, fiercely thrusting them toward the violently assailing crimson poison vines beyond the barrier. Begone! Yishio's will roared, echoing through the realm of consciousness. With a piercing sound, the mental spike successfully pierced a poison vine. The vine shuddered violently, its cold flames flickering momentarily. Yet, Almost immediately, a more violent and malevolent backlash surged through the spike, crashing into Yixiao. Ugh! Yixiao staggered under the impact, his silhouette quaking violently, nearly fracturing. In the real world, his body swayed, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yixiao, Zhang Xinjie, and Wang Jieshi exclaimed simultaneously. Don't mind me. Hold the outside. Yixiao bellowed within his consciousness, straining to stabilize his silhouette, but its radiance grew dimmer still. This desperate strike was solely to disrupt the poison vine for a fleeting moment, granting Lin Feng a sliver of respite. In the real world, above the ruins of the Alliance Medical Center, the atmosphere around the temporary defense line constructed by the Cleanser's squad was tense to the breaking point. Although the Crimson Queen had temporarily retreated, everyone knew she lurked nearby like a venomous serpent, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Zhang Xinjie commanded from the central command, while Wang Jieshi returned to the front lines after a brief treatment. Despite his pallid complexion, his gaze, sharpened after breaking his shackles, was no longer reliant on external aids but instead wielded his own will as a weapon, vigilantly scanning the surrounding energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a low hum resonated. The cold, brutal, soul-chilling crimson pressure descended once more, even more concentrated and destructive than before. Its target was directly aimed at Lin Feng's isolation medical pod. It's here. Highest alert. Zhang Xinjie shouted fiercely. The energy weapons of all cleansers instantly charged. Wang Jieshi's eyes gleamed with cold light as his invisible mental stance expanded instantaneously. The dark red figure appeared like a specter in midair. The cracks in the Crimson Queen's armor remained, yet her crimson eyes burned with an even colder flame. Without uttering a word, she raised her hands, each palm gathering a highly compressed, ominous dark red energy sphere. This time, her target was not only Lin Feng, but also the energy shield formed by the cleansers and the remnants of the defense system that protected the medical pod. She aimed to forcibly breach the barrier, utterly obliterating her objective. Fire! Stop her! The cleanser's captain bellowed. Dense beams of energy rained down upon the Crimson Queen like a storm. Wang Jieshi's mental shock struck like an invisible hammer. The Crimson Queen shifted slightly, nimbly weaving through the barrage and mental impacts, causing most attacks to miss or be deflected by her dark red shield. The energy sphere in her palm quickly took shape, exuding a destructive aura that momentarily froze the air. At this critical juncture, an unexpected change unfolded. A flicker of intense, agonizing chaos flashed through the Crimson Queen's emotionless crimson gaze. Her energy-gathering motion abruptly halted. Her body trembled violently in midair, as if something within her was fiercely resisting. No, it's impossible. The vessel is resisting. The cold, electronic voice of the Crimson Queen stuttered for the first time, crackling with noise and fury. Immediately after, a shocking scene transpired. The right arm of the Crimson Queen, encased in dark red armor, uncontrollably twisted direction. The highly compressed dark red energy sphere in her palm veered away from the medical pod and violently struck her own left arm. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in midair. Dark red energy torrents rampaged wildly. The armor on the Crimson Queen's left arm was obliterated in an instant, revealing a complex mechanical structure pulsating with electric sparks and ghostly green liquid. She emitted a piercing, inhuman wail, her body plummeting from the sky like a broken kite. What? All those on the ground were left astounded. This sudden internal strife exceeded everyone's comprehension. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the deep Crimson Queen struggled to rise from the ruins. She had lost her left arm, her dark crimson armor was severely damaged, and the energy fluctuations within her had become exceedingly unstable. Yet, what was most striking was her right eye, still a chilling scarlet flame, while her left eye had transformed into a deep crimson gaze, reminiscent of humanity, burning with anguish, fury, and resolute determination. Get out of my body. A raspy, pained voice, infused with an indomitable will, emerged intermittently from the damaged vocal apparatus of the deep Crimson Queen, creating a bizarre duet with the cold electronic tones. How dare this inferior vessel resist the will of the Ark? The icy right eye of the deep Crimson Queen flickered with a furious light, attempting to regain control. However, her left arm was destroyed, the energy circuits were compromised, and more importantly, within her, a certain container consciousness, forcibly suppressed and serving as the foundation of the deep Crimson Queen's awareness, began to mount an unprecedented and fierce rebellion under some unknown stimulus, perhaps the resonance of Lin Feng's primordial essence, or the protective will of Yixiao, or even the damage she had sustained herself. Two consciousnesses were frantically vying for control within the same body. The deep Crimson Queen's form twisted and contorted like a marionette, at times attacking the air, at times clutching her head and howling, while dark crimson energy shot uncontrollably in all directions. Wang Jieshi fixated on the deep Crimson Queen's left eye, aflame with unyielding resolve. A youthful visage, long sealed in the depths of memory and belonging to the micro-grass youth training camp, suddenly materialized before him, bearing the same stubborn gaze. Could it be? An opportunity? The captain of the Purifiers reacted swiftly. The target is losing control. Focus fire. Destroy her. All firepower instantly redirected towards the deep Crimson Queen, who was engulfed in internal chaos. Within the realm of consciousness, Lin Feng also captured the tumultuous energy conflict and the frantic struggle of two consciousnesses within the deep Crimson Queen. This sudden upheaval felt akin to dropping a bomb in a tense battlefield. Yi Ge. Lin Feng's consciousness transmitted information. I see it. Yi Xiu's ethereal form stirred. Though still vague, the pressure suddenly diminished. This was a chance. Lin Feng, the Scarlet Core, is in rebellion. The source of pollution is in turmoil. Now is the time. Purify with all your might. Resonate with it. The blue light in Lin Feng's eyes surged. He instantly comprehended Yi Xiu's intent. The external upheaval had caused the information flow of the arc catalyst to exhibit severe fluctuations and vulnerabilities. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No longer cautious, he pushed the remnants of his will and the newly formed micro-energy circulation node to their utmost limits. The primordial perception acted like the most acute radar, swiftly locking onto the fleeting weak points and frequency disturbances within the Scarlet Toxic Vine's information flow, caused by the internal rebellion. Analyzing target, arc catalyst information flow, turbulent state. Progress, 1050. Information flood surges in. Guide, resonate, purify. Wolf fully unleashed. Microcirculation node operates at overload. Buzz. Within the barrier, that tiny spark of blue fire erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Like a supernova explosion, the pure primordial energy surged forth like a torrential flood, ruthlessly washing away the vulnerabilities identified by Lin Feng within the tainted information flow. Hiss hiss hiss. Large swathes of the Scarlet Toxic Vine emitted piercing shrieks under the onslaught of the pure blue light, rapidly fading and disintegrating like melting ice and snow. The tainted core area of the primordial essence was visibly purified, igniting. Pollution purification, 00505. Tenfold amplification. Energy internal circulation system reconstruction, 35540. Purified area becomes a solid foundation for the new circulation. Primordial key, fragment, fusion degree, 2730. Core power grows amidst purification. An opportunity. The clarion call for counterattack was sounded by that spark of blazing fire within the realm of consciousness and the external gaze of the deep Crimson Queen's unyielding left eye. Chapter 39. The Roar of the Scarlet Knight and the Chains of Resonance. Within the barriers of the realm of consciousness, Lin Feng's minute blue spark, seizing the fleeting opportunity created by the deep Crimson Queen's internal strife, erupted with unprecedented radiance. The pure primordial energy surged like a galaxy unleashed, forcefully washing away the Scarlet Toxic Vines along the identified vulnerabilities in the tainted information flow. Pollution purification, 0510. Purified area rapidly expands. Energy internal circulation system reconstruction, 4042. Purified area becomes an even stronger energy node. Primordial key, fragment, fusion degree, 3032. Core power steadily increases amidst purification and control. The agony still lingered, but with each successful purification, Lin Feng felt his will being tempered by the primordial energy, growing more resilient, and his control over the core strengthening. He was no longer a passive prey, but gradually reclaiming the initiative on the battlefield. Beyond the barriers, the Scarlet Toxic Vines had become lethargic due to the deep Crimson Queen's severe injuries and internal rebellion. Their impact greatly diminished. Yi Xiu's pressure lessened dramatically, allowing his fuzzy ethereal form to catch its breath as he watched, astonished and relieved, the explosive progress of Lin Feng within the barriers. However, Lin Feng's ambitions extended far beyond this. Primordial perception, keenly captured during the purification process. A clearer information flow from the chaotic battlefield belonging to the two consciousnesses within the deep Crimson Queen, locked in a mad struggle. The cold, emotionless will of the arc, like a frigid torrent of steel, sought to crush all resistance. The fiery consciousness, burning with pain and defiance, resembled a candle flickering in the wind, yet it exhibited astonishing tenacity, fiercely resisting the fate of total annihilation. Especially that indomitable will felt incredibly familiar to Lin Feng. That deep crimson gaze, ablaze with furious flames. And that hoarse yet stubborn voice, Sun Xiang. A name flashed through Lin Feng's consciousness like lightning. The former ace of Jia Shi, that proud and sharp battle mage. Like a sword drawn from its sheath. How could he have become the vessel of the deep Crimson Queen? After the shock came a deeper anger and resolve. The organization not only conducts the severance of living consciousness, but has also transformed top-tier competitors like Sun Xiang into instruments of war. He must be rescued. Yi Ge. It is Sun Xiang. He is resisting. Lin Feng's consciousness is infused with urgent combat intent. His awareness resides within the body of the Crimson Queen. I must assist him. What? Sun Xiang. Yi Xiu is equally astonished, his gaze sharpening with determination. What shall we do? Resonance. Utilize the power of Yuan Chu to resonate with his will to resist. Help him break free from his shackles. Lin Feng instantly made a decision. The strength of the key of Yuan Chu lies in connection and resonance. The power he has just purified and controlled is the most effective weapon. He is no longer solely focused on cleansing his own corruption, but is cautiously extending a portion of his will and the purified Yuan Chu energy through the link established by Yuan Chu perception. Reaching out to the external world, towards the deep crimson will of Sun Xiang, which is fervently burning within the Crimson Queen. Attempting to establish an external mental link. Target Sun Xiang, resisting consciousness. System assistance. Link channel construction encountering arc will firewall strength. Extremely high. The connection is exceedingly challenging. It is akin to constructing a fragile rope bridge amidst tumultuous waves. As Lin Feng's consciousness breaches the barrier, it is met with the cold and violent interception of the arc will. An intangible mental storm tears at his linking tendrils, and sharp pain strikes again. Ugh. Lin Feng lets out a muffled groan. The linking process is hindered. I will help you. Yishio immediately comprehends Lin Feng's intent. He burns the remnants of his willpower, transforming his protective belief into a resilient bridge, actively reaching towards the linking tendril extended by Lin Feng, providing support and guidance. Buzz. Under the enhancement of Yishio's protective will, the Yuan Chu linking tendril that Lin Feng extended solidifies momentarily. Like a sturdy bridge pier, it steadfastly penetrates the storm of interception from the arc will, finally making contact with the core of Sun Xiang's deep crimson will, ablaze with indomitable flames. Sun Xiang. Lin Feng's will calls out, infused with the pure vibrations of Yuan Chu energy, akin to a clear spring flowing into a parched desert. In the real world, upon the ruins, the body of the Crimson Queen resembles a shattered puppet, struggling to evade and block amidst the fierce firepower of the cleansers and Wang Jieshi. Having lost her left arm and internal consciousness, her combat strength has drastically diminished, and the dark red armor is riddled with new cracks. Her cold right eye flickers with rage and anxiety, while her deep crimson left eye, amidst pain and chaos, suddenly captures an exceedingly faint yet familiar and pure essence calling out. Who is Lin Feng? Sun Xiang's remaining consciousness clings to this lifeline. The pure Yuan Chu vibrations illuminate the darkness like a lighthouse, instantly dispelling some of the confusion and despair within his consciousness. It is I. Hold on. Use your will to resist it. I will help you. Lin Feng's voice resonates directly within his chaotic consciousness core. Help me destroy it. Sun Xiang's will erupts with even greater resistance. The flames in his deep crimson left eye blaze fiercely. He no longer merely resists annihilation but actively counterattacks the icy arc will within him, attempting to seize control of his body. Resonance. Resonate with me. Lin Feng guides the Yuan Chu energy, striving to establish a deeper resonance with Sun Xiang's will to resist. The power of the key of Yuan Chu can become a support for Sun Xiang's rebellion. Mental link strength increasing. Resonance attempt in progress. The link channel becomes active under Sun Xiang's fierce resistance and Lin Feng's guidance. Buzz. A faint yet clear resonant wave begins to establish between Lin Feng's Yuan Chu core and Sun Xiang's deep crimson will. The pure blue light and the indomitable deep crimson flames reflect each other within the linking channel. Inferior vessel. Rebellious code. Eliminate. Eliminate. The cold right eye of the Crimson Queen bursts forth with blinding scarlet light. She senses the threat of the link. The arc will instantly intensifies its suppression. Countless cold, coercive mental commands constrict around Sun Xiang's consciousness like chains, attempting to completely format him. Sun Xiang lets out a heart-wrenching scream. The flames in his deep crimson left eye dim instantly. The newly established resonance link also becomes precarious. Sun Xiang. Lin Feng is filled with anxiety. He can feel Sun Xiang's consciousness being frantically eroded by the cold chains. The chains must be severed. Analyze the information flow of those mental shackles. Yishio's voice is like a stabilizing anchor. Lin Feng instantly understands. Yuan Chu perception, fully activated. His will acts as the most precise scanner, instantly locking onto the cold mental chains constricting Sun Xiang's consciousness. Analyzing target. Arc mental shackles, formatting commands. Progress, 10. Information flow is cold and complex. Weak point captured. Energy nodes, high-frequency oscillation. System assistance locked. Found it. Each mental shackle possesses a weak point serving as its energy core and control node. Sun Xiang. Attack the light points on those chains. Use your will. Focus it. Lin Feng transmits the captured shackle weak point information to Sun Xiang through the link in an instant. Concentrate the light points. Sun Xiang's remaining consciousness seizes this final tactical directive. No longer resisting aimlessly, he channels all his pain, anger, and indomitable will, like a fatal thrust of a battle spear, striking fiercely at the high-frequency oscillation node on the mental shackle closest to his consciousness core. Boom! Under the impact of all of Sun Xiang's resisting will, and bolstered by the Yuan Chu energy resonance transmitted by Lin Feng, that cold mental shackle shatters. Ugh! In the real world, the body of the Crimson Queen suddenly stiffens. The cold right eye reveals an expression of incredulity for the first time. The shackles of the binding vessel have been destroyed. Effective. Continue. Lin Feng's spirit is greatly uplifted. Yuan Chu perception operates frantically, continuously marking the weak points of each shackle for Sun Xiang. Kill. Sun Xiang's consciousness erupts with even stronger combat intent. The flames in his deep crimson left eye blaze with unprecedented intensity. Like a berserker breaking free from the first set of shackles, under Lin Feng's tactical guidance, he transforms his will into the sharpest spear, fiercely thrusting at the node of the next shackle. Bang, 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 one by one. The cold shackles of the spirit shattered under the impact of Sun Xiang's will and the resonance provided by Lin Feng. No, for the first time. The icy electronic voice of the Crimson Queen emitted a piercing shriek, filled with terror and rage. The arc control system within her was rapidly collapsing under Sun Xiang's resistance and Lin Feng's external connection. Now is the time. Concentrate fire. Target the energy core. The captain of the Purifier team keenly detected the complete paralysis of the Crimson Queen's movements and the extreme chaos of her energy fluctuations. All firepower was instantly directed toward the damaged area of her chest armor, exposing the ethereal green energy core. Huang Shaotian exerted every ounce of strength, transforming the remnants of his mental power into a final, powerful strike aimed at the same location. Boom! Countless energy beams and Huang Shaotian's psychic impact accurately struck that exposed ethereal green core. A blinding brilliance erupted. The Crimson Queen's body seemed to have been paused. The glow on her dark red armor extinguished in an instant. The cold right eye and the burning deep red left eye simultaneously lost their luster. Then, crack! Boom! The energy core in her chest exploded violently under the assault from both inside and out. Ethereal green liquid and shattered components splattered everywhere. The dark red armor crumbled like a house of cards, collapsing under its own weight. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure tumbled out from the wreckage of the armor. It was a youth clad in a tattered combat suit, his body marked with neural connection interfaces and burn scars. His face was as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, breath faint, yet his chest still rose and fell slightly. Most striking was his head of red hair, which, despite being covered in grime, still resembled a burning flame. Sun Xiang. Huang Shaotian was the first to rush over, his voice trembling with disbelief and overwhelming joy. He recognized that face, that stubborn youth from the micro-grass training team, the prodigious battle mage who later transferred to Jiashi with great ambition. Yishou also stumbled out of the medical pod, glancing at the unconscious Sun Xiang on the ground, then at Lin Feng, who was also in deep slumber but with a steady breath, as the white light keyhole in the isolation pod slowly rotated. He let out a long, weary sigh of relief. Within the realm of consciousness, as the Crimson Queen was destroyed and Sun Xiang was rescued, the scarlet venomous vines representing the arc catalyst withered rapidly, as if they had lost their source. Inside the barrier, the last traces of scarlet contamination were thoroughly purified by Lin Feng's pure primordial energy. Contamination purification, 100. The primordial core has been restored to pure azure. Energy internal circulation system reconstruction, 50. A stable foundation is being built based on the purified core. Primordial key, fragment, fusion degree, 35. Through trials, core power and control have been significantly enhanced. Mental link, Sun Xiang status dormant, severe trauma. The link channel still exists, but the other end has fallen silent. Lin Feng's consciousness flickered like a spark, gently floating within the pure blue ocean, weary yet imbued with newfound vigor. Although the light of the heart's barrier had dimmed considerably, it continued to warmly and steadfastly guard this realm of tranquility restored. Yishou's ethereal form stood beside the barrier, watching the core regain its calm, observing the faint connection leading to Sun Xiang, a relieved smile breaking across his face. He had succeeded, Lin Feng had succeeded, and so had Sun Xiang. In the real world, Zhang Xinjia observed Sun Xiang being carried on a stretcher, glanced at Lin Feng still unconscious in the medical pod, and then surveyed the devastated battlefield and the wreckage of the Crimson Queen, his gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses profoundly deep. The Scarlet Queen had been destroyed. Sun Xiang was saved, and Lin Feng was temporarily out of danger. Undoubtedly, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Yet, the organization's arc plan was far from over. The secrets of the primordial key remained unfathomable, and the shadows within the alliance had yet to be eradicated. At this moment, in a deeper, darker corner, the doctor gazed at the monitoring screen displaying the complete disappearance of the Crimson Queen's signal, not with anger, but rather with a low, distorted laugh. The vessel has broken free from its shackles, the key catalyzing growth, perfect experimental data, the cornerstone of the arc, is self-constructing at an unexpected speed. The fall of the Crimson Queen is merely the prologue. The true shore is about to set sail. Notify all nodes. The Nirvana protocol has been initiated. The storm has not calmed. Instead, it brews a grander, more terrifying conclusion after a brief silence. The roar of the Scarlet Knight tears through the darkness, and the growth of the primordial key signifies he is being propelled faster toward the unknown shore named Arkansas. Chapter 40. The Shadow of Nirvana and the Coordinates of the Shore. In the Alliance Medical Center, after enduring a disaster akin to a baptism of war, a brief, weary calm finally arrived. The ruins were swiftly cleared, the highest level of defense was re-established. and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and the burnt residue of energy. Inside the isolation medical pod, Lin Feng remained in slumber. The heart-shaped keyhole phantom, constructed by Su Mucho's will, glowed dimmer than before, as if a candle flickering in the wind, yet it stubbornly continued to rotate, guarding the primordial core within, which had returned to tranquility. The instrument screens displayed that his physiological data remained stable within safe thresholds, and the brainwave chart exhibited a state of deep restorative tranquility, with only the curve representing the energy internal circulation slowly and steadily fluctuating at the 50 node, heralding an inner transformation and growth. Primordial key, fragment, fusion degree, 35, energy internal circulation system construction degree, 50, stably repairing. Heart barrier energy reserve, 27, significant consumption, but temporarily stable. Mental link, Sun Xiang status deep sleep, injury repairing, link channel stable. Yishio remained by the bedside, his complexion still pale. Yet his spirit was much improved. In his hand, he no longer held the plate, but rather the heart-shaped keyhole phantom composed of pure mental energy, glowing warmly with white light. As a temporary gatekeeper, he could distinctly feel the barrier's consumption and the steady operation of the new life force within Lin Feng. Weary yet gratified, he gently stroked the warm phantom, as if touching the protective essence of a dear friend transcending the bounds of time and space. In the adjacent intensive care unit, Sun Xiang lay within a life support chamber, his body ensnared by an intricate network of tubes. He remained in a deep coma. His complexion pallid, yet his vital signs had stabilized. Wang Jieshi, from Wei Chao, stood vigilantly by his side, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded this once great talent of Wei Chao, who had subsequently transitioned to Jiashi, now returned in such a tragic manner. The neural interface revealed beneath Sun Xiang's tattered combat suit silently narrated the inhuman torment he had endured. Would he awaken? A barely perceptible rasp tinged Wang Jieshi's voice. The brain injury was severe, and his consciousness had suffered a grievous blow. The League's foremost neurologist scrutinized the data on the screen, his brow furrowed, yet curiously. It seemed that his core consciousness was safeguarded and stabilized by a formidable external force, preventing complete collapse. This might be the sole glimmer of hope. Referring to the mental link established by Lin Feng, Zhang Xinjie stood at the command center, facing multiple screens displaying the medical center's defensive status. Real-time data for Lin Feng and Sun Xiang, alongside the analysis report of the Deep Crimson Queen's wreckage. The report was alarming. The armor material was unknown. The energy core technology far surpassed the current League standards, and the complexity of the internal biological neural connection system was astonishing. Particularly the cruel and intricate mental shackles designed to suppress and control the consciousness of the vessel. The organization's technology had evidently reached this level. Zhang Xinjie's voice was icy. What was the progress of the Purifier's operation? A holographic image of the Purifier captain appeared, reporting that the Reincarnation and Wei Chao clubs were undergoing the highest level of secret scrutiny. The keyhole vessel of Reincarnation Club's high-ranking member, Zhou Zikai, had been compromised. His condition mirrored that of Captain Wang Jieshi, with immense mental strain and emotional detachment. Wei Chao had not identified any other keyhole vessels. However, both clubs' core databases had suffered high-level remote formatting, resulting in the loss of critical research data. The operation was obstructed. As anticipated, Zhang Xinjie's gaze was sharp. The organization reacted swiftly, continued to dig deeper, focusing on tracing the data flow and technological origins. Furthermore, has Sun Xiang's identity been confirmed? Yes, identity confirmed. Sun Xiang, former main battle mage of the Jiashi team, had retired under mysterious circumstances at the end of last season, having been secretly captured and transformed by the organization. The captain's tone was grave. His ordeal was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Xinjie fell silent. The collapse of Jiashi was indeed inextricably linked to the organization. He glanced towards Lin Feng's hospital room and then to Sun Xiang's intensive care unit. The eye of the storm was temporarily calm, yet the storm itself was brewing in a far more terrifying form. As the League busily worked to rectify the aftermath and trace leads, deep within an undisclosed, highly classified base filled with immense biological cultivation tanks and neural connection matrices, the doctor stood before the central control console, observing the key data stream returned by the Deep Crimson Queen regarding the source of Lin Feng's eruption and Sun Xiang's consciousness resistance. He emitted a deep, pleased chuckle. The perfect data vessel had demonstrated extraordinary growth and control amid pollution and purification, resonating with the disturbance coefficient of the arc link. He was enraptured by his analysis. The fall of the Deep Crimson Queen had far exceeded expectations. She had fulfilled her final mission, catalyzing the transformation of the key and validating the feasibility of the Nirvana Protocol. He pressed a crimson button on the console. Nirvana Protocol, officially initiated. A cold electronic voice reverberated throughout the base. Within the facility, dozens of enormous biological cultivation tanks simultaneously illuminated with an eerie green glow. Inside, rather than complete human forms, Their floated biological units stripped of most redundant tissue, leaving only highly reinforced core trunks and brains. The neural interfaces of these units flickered ominously, connected through complex tubing to a central, gargantuan apparatus resembling a fusion of brain and machinery, the ARC core prototype. Stripping redundant emotional modules, enhancing neural connection bandwidth. Implanting the ARC's foundational instruction set, the doctor spoke with fervent excitement, consolidating the consciousness computational power of dozens of elite vessel units through the ARC core. This was the true Nirvana body. Unburdened by individual consciousness, it embodied pure execution and destruction. The first batch of Nirvana bodies, activate. He dramatically waved his hand. Buzz. The eerie green light surged. The biological units within the cultivation tanks suddenly opened their hollow eyes, glowing with a ghostly green luminescence. Dozens of cold, uniform, emotionless consciousness streams instantly connected to the ARC core. The core apparatus emitted a deep rumble, its surface illuminated with intricate patterns. Nirvana body, first generation activation complete. Quantity, 12. Command, eliminate target keyhole, vessel Lin Feng. Destroy League purifier nodes. Recover all keyhole vessels and fragments. Deployment coordinates, City, League Medical Center. The spatial transmission device activated. Eerie green light enveloped the 12 Nirvana bodies. At the outer perimeter of the highest defense circle of the League Medical Center, the Purifier team members and League Special Operations team members were taut with tension. Suddenly, a peculiar distortion wave rippled through the space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 12 eerie green light beams appeared without warning at various locations around the defensive circle. As the radiance dissipated, 12 bizarre figures materialized before them, towering nearly 2 meters. Their torsos were cloaked in dark gray biological alloy armor, their limbs transformed into sharp energy blades or cannon mouths. Their heads reduced to mere sensors with flickering ghostly green electronic eyes. There were no expressions, no fluctuations of breath, only pure, cold murderous intent and an extremely high synchronization of energy response. Enemy attack. Highest alert. It's a new type of weapon. The Purifier captain bellowed fiercely. All weapons opened fire instantaneously. Yet, these 12 Nirvana bodies exhibited tactical synergy, far surpassing that of the Deep Crimson Queen. They dispersed in an instant as if one entity. Their movements swift as phantoms, perfectly evading the initial volley. Energy blades tore through the air, eerie green energy beams striking with precision. Splat, splat. Several peripheral League Special Operations team members were instantly dismembered or pierced through. The defensive circle was torn apart in an instant. How swift. Such formidable coordination. Huang Shaotian's complexion changed dramatically, as an invisible mental stance instantaneously unfurled, attempting to disrupt their neural connections, yet he felt as if he had collided with a cold, heavy alloy wall. The consciousness of these Nirvana entities was highly integrated, their mental defenses astonishing. Stop them. We cannot allow them to approach the core zone. Zhang Xinjie commanded sternly from the command center. The elite squad of purifiers and Huang Shaotian immediately engaged, and an intense battle erupted in an instant. Energy beams crisscrossed, and the sound of explosions was incessant. Within the isolation medical chamber, the piercing alarm and violent explosions jolted Yi Xiu awake. He rushed to the observation window and beheld the 12 Nirvana entities, akin to machines of slaughter, swiftly breaching the defenses, their target directly aimed at the medical center. Damn it, they are coming for Lin Feng. Yi Xiu's gaze hardened as he immediately looked towards Lin Feng on the hospital bed. At that moment, the dim silhouette of the keyhole of the heart on Lin Feng's chest suddenly flickered violently. A strong sense of crisis surged through the connection between Yi Xiu and the keyhole. Simultaneously, beneath Lin Feng's tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs spun wildly. On the screen of the instruments, the previously stable brainwave graph suddenly fluctuated violently. The curve representing the internal energy cycle soared wildly. In the realm of consciousness, Lin Feng's consciousness spark, immersed in the process of repair, was violently awakened by the external malevolent energy and shock. The source initial perception activated passively. 12 cold, unified, and filled with destructive intent, emerald energy waves pierced through his perception like 12 poison daggers. Warning. High-intensity collective malevolence detected. Threat level, extermination. Target, host. Source, code Nirvana entity. The system alarm blared. The barrier of the heart is under external malicious energy impact. Energy reserves are depleting rapidly. 23. 22. The intense sense of crisis triggered by external changes, along with the unified and cold malevolence of the Nirvana entities, acted as a catalyst, igniting the source energy within Lin Feng that had just stabilized. The energy internal circulation system, which had just constructed to 50, operated in overload due to the stress response. The source initial core, with a fusion degree of 35, erupted with a brilliant light. Lin Feng, still in a coma, let out a muffled groan of pain. His body twitching slightly. Faint blue veins re-emerged beneath his skin. He was being forcibly awakened by the intense crisis and the stress response of his own power. Lin Feng, hold on. Yi Xiao, filled with urgency, immediately infused his will through the keyhole of the heart, attempting to soothe the restless power within Lin Feng. He sensed that Lin Feng was on the brink of awakening, but his state was exceedingly unstable. At that moment, a low hum resonated. The simple, personal encrypted disk that Lin Feng had kept close suddenly became scalding hot without warning. A faint yet extremely pure wave, originating from the protective will of Su Mucho and carrying Lin Feng's own spiritual imprint, surged forth. This wave instantaneously resonated strongly with the flickering keyhole of the heart on Lin Feng's chest. It also echoed with the fragment of the source initial key within Lin Feng's spiritual core. Detected host exclusive spiritual key. Trigger, final defense protocol, host permission. Unlocking, deep-level encrypted files. Within the disk, a previously undiscovered hidden section, double encrypted by Su Mucho and Lin Feng, was activated. A line of softly glowing white text projected directly into the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness and connected with Yi Xiao's perception. Other shore coordinates, 7-star domain. Silent corridor, gravity, well number 13. Guardian, when you truly comprehend the significance of connection and choice, this coordinate will guide your direction. Su Mucho Lin Feng, key confirmation, other shore coordinates. The coordinates left by Su Mucho and Lin Feng together. This sudden information was akin to dropping a shockwave in the shadow of destruction. Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes sprang wide open, deep within his pupils. No longer was there the confusion of blue light, but instead shock, exhaustion, and a glimmer of sharpness that seemed to have forcibly awakened, having glimpsed some ultimate secret. The Shadow Commander, at the moment of the Nirvana's shadow descending and amid the boiling peak of his own power's response, was forcibly awakened by the coordinate buried by him and Su Mucho, pointing towards the unknown other shore. Chapter 41. Shadow Nirvana. As the 12 cold machines of slaughter tore through the Alliance Medical Center's defenses, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened amidst the pain and the boiling source initial power. The instincts of an assassin instantly commandeered every nerve, his dual daggers, Shadow's Tooth, spinning at his fingertips as if merging with flesh and blood. The lights of the medical center abruptly extinguished, leaving only the ghostly blue glow of the source initial core. He melded into the chaos he had created, the first Nirvana entity disintegrating into data fragments under the Shadow Step. The price of a life-risking strike silently erased by the system's currency. The organization's doctor furrowed his brow for the first time before the monitoring screen. Within the isolation medical chamber, the alarm's red light frantically sliced through the pale walls. Each explosion's tremor felt like a giant hammer striking his chest. Lin Feng's eyes flung open, his pupils no longer filled with chaotic confusion, but rather sharp brilliance forged from pain and icy killing intent, akin to two daggers freshly drawn from their sheaths. The source initial core's stress-induced hyperfrequency operation stirred a storm within him. Faint blue energy patterns grotesquely manifesting beneath his skin, his muscles slightly twitching from the sudden surge of overwhelming power. The pain nearly tore apart his consciousness. But a more powerful instinct instantaneously took control of every nerve ending in his body. The instincts of an assassin. The sounds of alarms, gunfire, the shrill scream of energy tearing through the air, the furious shouts of the Purifier team, and the overwhelming flood of cold, unified, lifeless emerald killing intent surged into his freshly awakened mind. Almost simultaneously with his opening eyes, his body had already reacted, his right hand darting towards beneath his pillow. Buzz. A subtle yet clear hum resonated. Two menacingly designed short daggers materialized in his hands, their dark blades devouring the alarm's red light. They were indeed the growing silver weapons. Shadow's Tooth. The dagger, chilling to the touch, seemed to connect instantaneously with his flesh and nerves. The familiar weight and perfect balance aligned with the intricate patterns on the hilt, fitting snugly against the ridges of his fingertips. Lin Feng's fingers flexed, the dagger carving a deadly arc in the air, as natural as breathing. Outside, Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and dry, each syllable vibrating with a tremor of uncontrolled power, yet his gaze remained sharp as a hawk's, fixating instantly on the 12 horrifying figures swiftly advancing outside the observation window. The organization's Nirvana entities are charging at you. Yi Xiao's voice came urgently as he wielded the Heart-S keyhole, its phantom light blazing brightly, working tirelessly to soothe the raging energy within Lin Feng. You've just awakened. Do not engage recklessly. The barrier's energy is plummeting. Engage recklessly? A near-cold smirk tugged at Lin Feng's lips as his gaze swept across the intricate medical devices within the chamber, the flickering screens, and the densely packed pipes and emergency lighting above. The initial source of perception formed an invisible net, instantaneously sketching a three-dimensional map of the core area of the medical center, capturing every passage, every shadow, and even the flow of the air in exquisite detail. He observed the Purifiers and Wang Jieshi retreating down the corridor, cornered by the terrifying coordinated cutting tactics of the Nirvana entities. He saw Zhang Xinjia's pale face at the command center, the energy shield representing the defense circle rapidly dissipating on the screen. Yi Gu, cover me. Lin Feng's voice grew deeper, imbued with an undeniable resolve. His body sprang from the bed, landing soundlessly as if a phantom. What do you intend to do? Yi Xiu's pupils constricted. Let them experience a surprise from the shadows. Lin Feng reversed the grip of the dagger in his left hand, while in his right hand. The dagger spun like a flower at his fingertips, his gaze locking onto an energy node box in the corner of the medical chamber, flickering with green operational lights. Inside lay the power lines that maintained the basic illumination of the entire core area. Before his words faded, he moved. There was no grand flourish as his body shot forth like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, leaving a blurred afterimage as he lunged at the node box. The speed was so immense it caused the air to emit a sharp, tearing sound. This surpassed the ordinary explosive power of an assassin. It was the instantaneous fusion of primordial power with unparalleled hand speed. Stop him. The target may compromise core facilities. Zhang Xingjia's stern command echoed through the command center via the loudspeaker. Almost simultaneously, a Nirvana entity that had just breached the corridor's defenses suddenly turned. Its eerie green electronic eye locking onto the swiftly moving Lin Feng. Its shoulder armor plate shifted, unleashing a searing red ray akin to a viper's strike. Precisely aimed at Lin Feng's landing spot. The angle was cunning, sealing off all his avenues for evasion. Be careful. Yi Xiu's heart raced. The phantom of the keyhole in his hand flaring with light as he attempted to disrupt the ray. However, Lin Feng seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Just as the ray was about to strike him, his movements shifted abruptly. His body glided to the left as if defying gravity, moving with such swiftness that he left only a faint, electrified afterimage in his wake. Reverse thunder step. This was the ultimate evasion technique for an assassin facing a high-speed linear attack. It anticipated the trajectory and executed an extreme alteration of direction with mere millimeters to spare. The crimson ray grazed his lower back, searing a terrifying hole into the alloy wall where he had just passed. Lin Feng emerged unscathed, appearing almost spectrally before the energy node box. The tip of Shadow's tooth, radiant with a condensed dark glimmer, precisely pierced an inconspicuous maintenance interface on the box. Crack! Blinding sparks erupted. In that instant, the entire core area, including the isolation medical chamber where Lin Feng resided, plunged into darkness as all illumination systems failed simultaneously. The piercing alarm seemed to have its throat choked by the sudden blackness, leaving only the faint green glow of the emergency exit signs. Absolute darkness enveloped everything like viscous ink. It's pitch black. The lighting system is incapacitated. Chaos erupted within the command center. The target has summoned darkness. All personnel switched to thermal imaging night vision mode. Secure the entrance to the medical chamber. The purifier captain commanded hoarsely in the darkness. In the corridor, the three Nirvana entities engaged in combat with Huang Shaotian momentarily faltered. Their visual systems, reliant on complex optical sensors, lost their primary information source in the complete absence of light. Their eerie green eye sensors switched modes. But all that remained in their view were the blurred silhouettes of heat sources. Well done. Huang Shaotian's spirits lifted. An invisible mental presence surged in the darkness, transforming from a forceful impact into countless delicate tendrils, ensnaring the highly integrated consciousness network of the Nirvana entities like a quagmire. Although it could not completely sever the connection, it successfully generated more delays and chaos. The absolute darkness became the assassin's domain. Within the medical chamber, Lin Feng became the sole source of light. The dimly rotating phantom of the heart's keyhole at his chest pulsed with an intense blue glow, resonating with the fluctuations of the primordial core, akin to a restless star in the depths of darkness. This luminescence illuminated the harsh lines of his jaw and his piercing eyes, sharp as a hawk's. He inhaled deeply, the mingled scents of scorched metal and disinfectant flooding his nostrils. The boiling primordial power within him had not subsided. Rather, under the cover of darkness, it grew more vibrant and perilous. His perception expanded infinitely in the obscurity, 12 cold heat sources standing out like beacons in the night, etched clearly on his consciousness map. The nearest one, having just unleashed a ray, had already reached the heavy alloy airtight door of the medical chamber. It could sense Lin Feng's unusual energy source within. The massive energy claw was raised high, aimed at the junction of the alloy door. High energy target detected. Breach the door. The cold electronic voice rang out from outside. Lin Feng, the door won't hold for long. Yi Xiu's voice carried an unprecedented gravity, the brightness of the keyhole phantom in his hand reaching its zenith. As the energy reserves of the heart's barrier rapidly dwindled under the pressure of the enemy's energy claw, the barrier's glow flickered violently, each impact draining the color from Yi Xiu's face further. How much longer can the barrier hold? Lin Feng's voice resonated through the darkness, calm and measured as though assessing the attributes of a piece of equipment. 3 strikes at most. Yi Xiu gritted his teeth. That's enough. Lin Feng's voice remained unwavering. His left hand gripped the shadow Feng, held horizontally against his chest, its blade aimed at the terrifying source of energy emanating from beyond the door. His right-hand dagger hung slightly down, the The blade pressed against the inner side of his arm, his entire being taut like a drawn bowstring, stretched to its utmost limit. The ethereal blue light of the source force flickered around him, the vascular patterns beneath his skin glowing like illuminated circuitry. Boom. The first heavy strike. The alloy door emitted an agonizing groan, bowing inward with a fearsome arc. The barrier's light flickered violently. 19. Boom. The second heavy strike. Cracks spread like a spider's web across the bulging alloy panel. Yishio let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. 18. Now. Boom. The third heavy strike fell like a battering ram. Shredded alloy fragments mixed with a surge of violent energy exploded inward. A terrifying figure, flickering with a ghostly green electronic eye, surged through the breach, barreling toward Lin Feng. A colossal energy claw ripped through the air, descending upon him. The stench of death loomed large. Yet, at the very instant the claw was about to reach Lin Feng's head, his figure vanished. No, it was not merely a disappearance. In that fraction of a second, amidst the chaos of the blast and the debris forming a visual barrier, in the fleeting moment between the exhaustion of the old power of the Nirvana body and the birth of the new, Lin Feng's body seemed to be erased, leaving behind a ghostly blue afterimage shredded by the energy claw. Stealth, disappearance. Not an ordinary invisibility, but a masterful manipulation of speed, timing, light, and environmental interference, achieving visual disappearance within the enemy's perception limits. This was the signature life-saving technique of a top-tier assassin. The cold consciousness of the Nirvana body appeared to register a moment of astonishment. Its claws tore through the air, yet they failed to grasp Lin Feng. In the next millisecond, behind the Nirvana body, in the shadow of the breach it had just created, a dark, razor-sharp brilliance silently emerged. Like a venomous serpent lurking beneath the earth, it suddenly bared its lethal fangs. The tip of the shadow Feng, infused with all of Lin Feng's strength, the explosive force of the source, and propelled by his unmatched speed, precisely pierced the Nirvana body's neck at a node no larger than a coin. Covered in dark, gray biological alloy. That was its core neural junction. The only weakness. With a soft yet unmistakably clear sound of metal tearing. The tip of the shadow Feng effortlessly penetrated the seemingly indestructible biological alloy, plunging deep within. A life-risking strike. The assassin's most terrifying explosive skill, ignited by the fuel of his very life. In that moment, Lin Feng's source core was frantically squeezed, torrents of energy surging through the dagger. Sing! The Nirvana body convulsed violently, its ghostly green electronic eyes flickering madly, emitting a deafening, abrupt electrical crackle. Streams of ghostly green energy fluid and electric sparks erupted from the gaps in its dark, gray biological armor. Its massive body, propelled forward, suddenly stiffened. The colossal energy claws falling limply, crashing heavily onto the floor, producing a dull thud. In just a second, the cold murderous intent and energy reaction extinguished like a snuffed candle, leaving only a heap of smoking remnants of metal and biological tissue, exuding a burnt smell. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the moment. Even the fierce sounds of battle in the corridor seemed to have been pressed on pause. Yishio stared, dumbfounded, at the fallen killing machine, then turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knelt beside the still smoking wreckage, gripping the shadow Feng buried in the remains with his right hand, breathing heavily. His complexion was ghastly pale, his forehead dotted with beads of cold sweat, his chest heaving violently. The immense backlash from executing the life-risking strike caused his bones to groan under the unbearable strain. The source core within him felt as if it had been drained, sending waves of hollow agony coursing through him. The life-risking strike successfully killed the target, the Nirvana body, first generation. Equipment wear assessment. Shadow Feng, left, durability decreased by 15. Shadow Feng, right, durability decreased by 25, main weapon. The system's automatic repair program activated, deducting corresponding account points for repairs. The cold system notification rolled through Lin Feng's consciousness. Money transformed into an invisible stream of data, swiftly mending the dagger's damage. This was the confidence granted by wealth, allowing him to disregard the high-risk costs associated with being an assassin. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng yanked the dagger free. Viscous, ghostly green blood dripped down the blade. He lifted his head, his ethereal blue pupils ablaze in the darkness, fixating on the 11 figures outside, suddenly halted, then erupting with even colder and more brutal murderous intent. Glowing with ghostly green light. Still 11 left. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, tinged with a near-manic calmness. He tightened his grip on the now-cool twin daggers, slowly rising to his feet, like a wounded lone wolf revealing its fangs anew in the dark. After the void, the source core appeared to be reignited by this dire situation, beginning to pulse slowly yet ferociously once more. Meanwhile, deep within the secret base, the doctor stood before the central control console, the scarlet button still slightly depressed by the force of his finger. The enormous holographic screen displayed clear images from various angles of the battlefield at the Alliance Medical Center, especially focusing on the isolation chamber where Lin Feng was located. When the light representing a Nirvana body, first generation, abruptly extinguished on the screen, The entire base fell silent for a moment. Unit 1 has lost connection? A nearby researcher in a white lab coat stuttered, his voice trembling in disbelief as he gazed at the glaring red disconnection alert amidst the cascading data. This is impossible. Under the unified consciousness protection of the ARC core, the doctor did not look at the data. For the first time, a change was vividly reflected on his shadow-covered face. Not anger, but a twisted smile of astonishment, inquiry, and extreme excitement. He fixated intently on the figure in the darkness, gasping and emanating a ghostly blue luminescence from its chest. A low, sinister laughter erupted from his throat, reverberating through the silent base with a chilling fervor. Indeed, the perfect adaptability and tactical instinct are yours. The key, the primal force of the source, under desperate circumstances, can instantly perceive and obliterate the nodes of the arc link. This growth surpasses all expectations. He abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto another screen displaying the violently flickering keyhole phantom on Lin Feng's chest. Alongside the rapidly plummeting energy reserve bar, 18. The barrier energy was in freefall, having endured the impact of breaching the door and the core self-destruction of a nirvana body. He was already at his wit's end. The doctor's voice suddenly rose, infused with undeniable madness, commanding the remaining nirvana bodies to alter their tactics. Abandon coordinated slicing. Initiate the swarm annihilation protocol. Launch a saturation attack. At any cost, completely shred that barrier. I want to witness the core data stream at the moment he is exhausted. Torn apart. That is the ultimate significance of nirvana. Yes, the swarm annihilation protocol is activated. The researcher's voice trembled with fear, fingers flying over the console. On the screen, the remaining 11 nirvana bodies' eerie green electronic eyes suddenly blazed with blinding red light. They abandoned their originally intricate coordinated formation, transforming into a frenzied torrent of destruction. Rushing from various directions, propelled by a terrifying momentum akin to mutual annihilation, towards the already shattered medical capsule door, towards the precarious ghostly blue source within. Launching the most savage and thorough assault, the tide of destruction was about to completely engulf that stubborn ghostly blue. Chapter 42, Swarm Annihilation and Shadow Erosion Tide, 11 Torrents of Destruction. The dark green radiance rent the feeble illumination of the medical center's core zone. Bearing the purest annihilation directive under the unified will of the arc core, like an out-of-control comet swarm, surging from different passageways, ventilation ducts, and even through breaches in walls torn apart by previous explosions. They relinquished all tactical maneuvering for soup-precise coordination, leaving only the simplest, most brutal, and primal objective, to serve as living projectiles, shattering that crumbling ghostly blue barrier, utterly demolishing the key within. The swarm annihilation protocol is initiated. Target locked. Energy core overload. The cold electronic synthetic voice echoed above the corridor ruins, each syllable striking against the taut nerves of the defenders. The air was distorted by the violent energy flow, emitting a mournful whimper under the unbearable strain. Stop them. The Purger captain's eyes bulged with fury, his energy rifle roaring forth with blazing rays, attempting to impede one of the torrents. However, that nirvana body did not flinch or evade, its dark gray biological armor enduring an energy impact powerful enough to melt steel. With only charred and cracked surfaces to show, yet its speed did not waver. Its eerie green electronic eyes fixed unyieldingly on the shattered door of the medical capsule, as the thick energy conduits behind it suddenly glowed with blinding red light. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Huang Shaotian warned sharply, an intangible psychic stance compressing to its utmost, like a transparent giant shield thrusting outward, attempting to push the charging nirvana body aside. Boom! A deafening explosion. The nirvana body detonated fiercely less than 5 meters from Huang Shaotian's psychic stance. The compressed ghostly green energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. The violent shockwave mingling with scalding metal fragments and biological debris, crashing into Huang Shaotian's stance. Buzz! Huang Shaotian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and he staggered back several steps, a trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of his mouth. The resilient psychic stance quivered violently, resembling a lake surface shattered by a thrown boulder, marred with spiderweb-like cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just the self-detonation of a single nirvana body nearly shattered the defenses of the League's top tactical master. And this was merely the beginning. The aftershock of the first explosion had yet to subside when a second and third ghostly green figure, imbued with the same resolute aura of destruction, crashed into the edges of the recently stabilized psychic stance. Boom, boom. The successive, more intense explosions overlapped. The terrifying impact surged like a tsunami. Puff. Huang Shaotian could no longer withstand the onslaught. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, his body flung backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the cracked alloy wall. The powerful psychic stance he had conjured shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into countless intangible psychic fragments that vanished in an instant. The severe mental blow rendered his vision dark, consciousness blurring. Captain Huang. The Purger team members exclaimed in alarm, their firepower frantically targeting the following nirvana bodies. Yet they could not halt their suicidal charge. The corridor instantly transformed into a hellscape of flesh and metal. Inside the isolated medical capsule, the blinding fire of explosions surged through the shattered doorframe and wall crevices, casting the gasping silhouette of Lin Feng and the pale visage of Yishio in a flickering light. Each explosion struck like a hammer against the barrier of the heart. The barrier of the heart was subjected to high-intensity energy impacts. Energy reserves, 17, 16, 15. The cold notifications flickered like a death knell in Lin Feng and Yishio's consciousness. The barrier's glow dimmed at a visible rate, each fluctuation causing Yishio's body to tremble, fresh blood seeping continuously from the corner of his mouth. He pressed his hands firmly against the increasingly elusive keyhole phantom, pouring every last ounce of strength and will into it, desperately hoping to sustain the barrier for just one more second. Brother Yi. Lin Feng gazed at the glaring crimson at Yishio's lips, his pupils constricting sharply. The pulsation of the source core within him grew extraordinarily heavy, each beat accompanied by tearing pain and an overwhelming sense of impending exhaustion. The backlash from the life-threatening strike and the consecutive energy impacts had pushed his body to its limits. Sweat mingled with dust cascaded down his pale face. I won't die? Yishio gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Take care of yourself. They're coming. As the words hung in the air, the shattered door and the breached wall simultaneously revealed three spectral figures cloaked in a ghostly green hue, embodying death itself. They had just surged past the brief interception zone that Wang Jieshi had painstakingly secured with his grievous injuries, disregarding the desperate firepower of the purger behind them. Fixated solely on one target, Lin Feng. The foremost entity, its dual energy blade claws raised high, radiated a crimson glow at the blade's edge, evidently accumulating a power far surpassing the previous energy beams. The other two figures revealed their shoulder armor plates, exposing ominous black barrels. As the ghostly green energy within them wildly condensed and compressed, aimed squarely at Lin Feng. They showed no intention of entering the medical bay, poised instead to unleash a cataclysmic long-range saturation strike. Clearly, the doctor had learned from the lesson of the first Nirvana entity being assassinated up close. Long-range saturation assault. This was the crux of the Swarm's annihilation, employing self-detonation and remote firepower to deplete barriers in the shortest possible time. The chill of death instantaneously froze Lin Feng's very marrow. There was no space for evasion, no time to ponder. Once those three devastating attacks descended simultaneously, the remaining 15% of the barrier would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. In this dire moment, an instinct born from the depths of his marrow, an instinct belonging to a top-tier assassin, overwhelmed the excruciating pain and weakness that beset his body, seizing control of Lin Feng's consciousness in an instant. It was as if another soul awakened within him, that of the Shadow Commander, who had danced upon the razor's edge countless times on the glorious battlefield, turning the tides in moments of despair. Long-range saturation? A near-manic grin crept upon Lin Feng's bloodied lips. His eyes, ablaze with a ghostly blue luminescence, locked onto the three Nirvana entities poised to unleash their lethal attacks at the entrance. His primal perception functioned like the most precise radar, effortlessly capturing the core nodes of their energy accumulation. Let them taste the shadows. A low growl erupted from him, echoing like the roar of a beast. Lin Feng moved, not to evade, not to retreat, but to charge directly towards the three impending blasts of obliteration, advancing rather than retreating. The Shadow's Feng, his twin daggers, ignited in an instant with the primordial force. The ghostly blue light surged like tangible flames along the blades, their profound dark hue seemingly capable of devouring even light itself. The ground beneath him silently fractured, as his body created a ghostly blue afterimage that tore through the air, not in a linear charge, but tracing an incomprehensible zigzag trajectory. Arc light flashed. Limit break in 3 segments. Left, right, then left again, surpassing human limits. The 3 directional shifts erupted like 3 bolts of ghostly blue lightning within the confined space of the medical bay. Each shift precisely aligned with the critical moment before the energy of the 3 destructive attacks reached its zenith, poised to erupt. The first flash entered from the left, targeting the Nirvana entity that had raised its energy blade claws. Just as the creature's energy peaked, but missed its strike due to Lin Feng's astonishing proximity and evasive maneuver. Lin Feng's left hand thrust the Shadow's Feng, akin to a viper striking, towards the energy cannon's charging barrel on its shoulder. Shadow erosion. Lin Feng's mental will resonated perfectly with the effects of his silver weapon. The instant the dagger pierced the cannon's mouth, the ghostly blue flames ascending from the blade transformed into a deep, viscous darkness, seemingly capable of absorbing all life force. That darkness spread like a living entity from the point of entry. Sizzle. The energy cannon, corroded by the power of shadow erosion, emitted a piercing wail as if splashed with strong acid. The previously stable ghostly green glow flickered violently, the internal energy circuits disrupted, blocked, and corroded by this strange dark force. The surface of the cannon visibly decayed, turning gray and rotten. Warning. The left shoulder Annihilation Cannon's energy circuit is severely contaminated. Overload risk. The electronic eye of the Nirvana entity flickered erratically. The second flash. After completing his first attack, Lin Feng utilized the momentum from the arc light to pivot in an almost impossible manner, ghostly blue afterimages streaking as he darted towards the right, targeting the Nirvana entity that had aimed its cannon at his previous location. This particular Nirvana entity had evidently detected Lin Feng's rapid movement, its cannon's ghostly glow intensifying in a desperate attempt to fire. However, Lin Feng's speed was too swift, his angle too cunning. Just as the cannon shifted into position, the ghostly blue lightning had already appeared at its side like a specter. Lin Feng's right hand drove the Shadow-S Feng, shrieking through the air, towards an inconspicuous energy conversion node beneath the cannon. Shadow erosion. Another low growl. The profound darkness erupted once more, precisely eroding, contaminating, and blocking. Warning. Energy conversion node contaminated by unknown force field. Core output power reduced by 70%. A chilling alarm blared within the consciousness stream of the Nirvana entity. The third flash. The final surge. Lin Feng's body, having completed his second attack, showed no signs of halting, forcibly twisting his direction, as if propelled again to the left. His target, the central Nirvana entity, its dual energy blade claws fully charged, preparing to cleave through his last afterimage. This particular Nirvana entity exhibited the strongest will to attack. It seemed utterly unconcerned with the plight of its two companions, as its dual blades, radiating a crimson light capable of tearing everything asunder, descended with ferocity. The massive blade's edge almost grazed Lin Feng's nose. Life and death hung in the balance. A leap. Lin Feng's body shot upwards in a seemingly impossible maneuver. Not a jump, but an ascent that defied gravity itself, executing a second rise in place. This momentary suspension, defying the laws of physics, allowed him to narrowly evade the crimson blade that could have cleaved him in two. The red energy blade whisked past his shoe, melting the ground into a deep trench. In midair, Lin Feng curled his body, akin to a cheetah preparing to pounce. The twin daggers in his hands, no longer separate weapons, were crossed before his chest, as two streams of condensed primordial energy converged and compressed at the intersection. The shadow erosion effect of the Shadow-S Feng was catalyzed to an unprecedented level, intertwining profound darkness with ghostly blue energy, forming a diminutive yet terrifyingly powerful micro-black hole at the tip of his daggers. Give me severance. In Lin Feng's eyes, a deep azure light radiated as his body plummeted like a meteor, the crossed twin daggers bearing the terrifying miniature shadow eclipse black hole, piercing fiercely toward the most robust connection point of the Nirvana body's dual energy blade claws, the very core of its mechanical structure. A muffled sound erupted. Not a cataclysmic explosion, but rather a disconcerting amalgamation of metallic tearing and energy obliteration. The shadow's tooth deeply penetrated. That miniature black hole, which had condensed the forces of shadow eclipse and primal origin, erupted instantaneously. A horrifying event unfolded. The armor at the base of the energy blade claws, which had withstood the concentrated fire of the purifiers, crumbled under the encroaching dark power as if it were ancient, weathered wood, instantly rendered frail and brittle. Following this, the primal force erupted from within. A crack, a thunderous boom. Two enormous energy blade claws, glowing with a fierce crimson light, were severed from the base by Lin Feng's aerial strike, shattering into pieces. Countless metallic shards and ruptured energy conduits, mingled with viscous emerald blood, erupted into the air. The Nirvana body, now devoid of its arms, resembled a ferocious beast stripped of its fangs and claws, its massive form losing balance and staggering forward. The emerald electronic eyes were filled with chaotic data streams, evidently unable to comprehend the outcome that transcended its logical calculations. With a thud, Lin Feng landed, his body shaking violently, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. The continuous, extreme execution of high-level assassin footwork, forcibly triggering the shadow eclipse effect, culminated in a desperate final strike with the crossed daggers, nearly exhausting the last vestige of primal origin within him. Emptiness and excruciating pain engulfed him like a tidal wave, his vision blurring. Yet, the outcome was remarkable. At the entrance, three Nirvana bodies, originally poised to unleash devastating strikes, were now compromised. One cannon was clogged with shadow eclipse contamination, emitting thick black smoke. Another's energy output was severed at the nodes, its muzzle glowing feebly like a firefly, and the last had its dual-arm weaponry severed, reduced to scrap. Lin Feng's incredible, extreme three-phase arc leap, combined with the precise contamination of the shadow eclipse effect, had forcibly paralyzed the long-range capabilities of three Nirvana bodies in the blink of an eye. He had stifled the first wave of saturated attacks, extinguishing the swarm in its cradle. The entire core zone fell into a brief silence once again. Whether it was the Purifier team members bleeding outside, Zhang Xinjie before the monitoring screen, or even Wang Jieshi, who was struggling to rise, All were incredulous as they beheld the three damaged Nirvana bodies emitting black smoke at the entrance, alongside the frail figure gasping amidst the ruins and smoke. Exuding an astonishing aura, was the shadow eclipse the effect of that silver weapon? In the command center, Zhang Xinjie fixated intently on the image of the shadow's tooth. Still shrouded in profound darkness, his eyes alight with a terrifying brilliance. Could it truly contaminate and incapacitate the energy systems of top-tier weaponry? This intelligence was worth its weight in gold. Coughing, Yishio leaned against the wall, observing Lin Feng's silhouette, violently coughing yet managing a blood-tinged smile. It was simply exhilarating. In his hand, the light of the heart's keyhole, though dim, stabilized. The barrier's energy miraculously held steady at 15. Lin Feng's desperate strike had earned precious respite for the barrier. However, the crisis was far from over. The three Nirvana bodies, now deprived of long-range firepower, and the additional 8 that surged through the breach, though lacking the advantage of coordinated saturation strikes, still bore the cold decree of slaughter. Their emerald electronic eyes zeroed in on the figure swaying at the entrance of the medical pod. Execute the purge protocol. Switch to melee mode. The mechanical synthesized voice resonated. With a whoosh. With a swish. The remaining Nirvana bodies unleashed various forms of energy blade claws and alloy spikes, abandoning long-range tactics. Akin to primal beasts driven by pure will to destroy, charging savagely from all directions toward Lin Feng, toward the shattered door, inciting the most barbaric assault. The medical pod instantaneously transformed into an arena of combat. Chapter 43. Dual-core resonance and whisper of the other shore. Cold metallic claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. These were the Nirvana bodies, forsaking ranged combat, now in pure slaughter mode, their arms morphing into alloy spikes. The other three lunged from different angles, their energy claws sealing off all avenues of evasion. Within the confined space of the medical pod, the storm of death coalesced instantaneously. Lin Feng's pupils constricted violently. The agonizing pain and depletion of primal origin felt like heavy shackles, rendering his movements lethargic for that fateful moment. He could see the cold alloy spike rapidly enlarging before him, feel the searing heat of the energy claws ripping through the air from other directions. His mind raced. The primordial perception sketching out a dire map of death. There was no safe zone, no blind spots. Enduring any single attack in his current state would result in utter annihilation. Dodge. Yishio's eyes widened in desperation, struggling to leap forward, but the strain caused him to cough up another mouthful of blood. The barrier's glow flickered violently. The energy reserve of 15 plummeting under the frenzied pressure of the close-quarters assault. The heart's barrier endured a high-intensity physical impact. Energy reserves, 15, 14. The cold prompt echoed like a death knell, just as the alloy spike was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest in a fraction of a second. A tremendous, chaotic, yet indomitable spiritual storm surged without warning through the thick isolation wall, akin to an invisible tsunami, crashing violently into Lin Feng's consciousness. This surge of spiritual power was so abrupt, so ferocious, that it instantly shattered Lin Feng's perception barrier weakened by the depletion of primal origin. Both Lin Feng and Yishio emitted a muffled groan simultaneously. Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a battering ram, a torrent of chaotic images, heart-wrenching pain, a suffocating sense of entrapment, and the furious will of a trapped beast surged in like a burst dam. It was Sun Xiang, the one in the adjacent intensive care unit, deep in slumber, healing from his injuries. Mental link, Sun Xiang status. Deep sleep, healing from injuries, status awareness in severe flux. Spiritual storm out of control. Link channel overloaded. The system alarm blared erratically, illuminating the surroundings with an unsettling light. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in an endless abyss. A frigid liquid enveloping his battered form. The neural interface sent forth excruciating pains that seemed to rend his very soul asunder. Numerous indistinct faces, masked and cold, regarded him with clinical detachment, akin to scrutinizing mere specimens. There loomed the insufferable shackles of the Crimson Queen, an inescapable weight that bound him. The seething rage and resentment of being transformed, manipulated, and utilized as a mere tool surged within him like molten lava, violently colliding and roaring within the confines of Sun Xiang's imprisoned consciousness. Get away. Let me go. Kill. The raw agony and fury of Sun Xiang surged forth through the fragile mental link, forcibly established by Lin Feng's primal energy, erupting uncontrollably and without reservation. This tumultuous energy was chaotic and destructive, instinctively seeking resonance and an outlet for its release. In that moment, Lin Feng stood as the sole avenue for this psychological tempest. The searing pain engulfed Lin Feng, not as a mere physical injury, but as a profound sense of mental disintegration. Sun Xiang's uncontrollable, tyrannical will pierced through his nerves like countless heated steel needles. Under the assault of this unstable mental deluge, his primal core contracted violently before detonating like a barrel of gunpowder. A colossal and chaotic azure light erupted from the dim silhouette of a keyhole at Lin Feng's chest. expanding in a tumultuous wave that swept through the entire medical chamber. Lin Feng's body was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Yet, this very explosion, in a twist of fate, salvaged his life. The metallic spike aimed at his heart was deflected by the shockwave of the erupting azure energy. With a hiss, it grazed Lin Feng's left arm, tearing through his combat suit and drawing forth a cascade of blood, embedding itself into the alloy wall behind him, sparks flying in its wake. The three approaching Nirvana units were momentarily halted by the sudden surge of chaotic energy, their cold logic unable to comprehend the instantaneous shift in power. Coughing, Lin Feng collided with the wall, blood streaming from his left arm. The intense pain momentarily jolted him out of the mental storm's disorientation. He hastily lifted his gaze, his azure pupils now bloodshot from agony and the tumult of energy. Yet they burned with the intensity of a wounded lone wolf, fixated on the four temporarily halted machines of slaughter. His primal perception lay in disarray, fragmented amidst the chaos. However, within that mental wreckage, a faint yet remarkably resilient connection persisted, akin to the solitary strand of a spider's web undamaged by the tempest, linking him stubbornly to the raging will within the adjacent observation chamber. This was the conduit of their mental connection, which, despite the recent upheaval, had not severed but rather solidified under the onslaught of violent energy. An inexplicable sense of pathway emerged vividly in Lin Feng's consciousness, as if Sun Xiang's chaotic, wrathful anguish and power had transformed into an accessible source. A reckless and audacious thought surged forth like a lightning bolt, cleaving through Lin Feng's tumultuous mind. His primal core pulsed madly, ignited by Sun Xiang's ferocious will, striving to consume and assimilate the foreign power. This was an instinctual struggle. Yet, Lin Feng did not seek to suppress it. On the contrary, in the face of life and death, the assassin's cold instincts overshadowed all else. He abruptly relinquished his restraint on the primal core, even willingly releasing a fragment of his mental barrier. Boom. Sun Xiang's searing, chaotic, and destructive will found a more substantial outlet, flooding into Lin Feng's consciousness with renewed vigor. Lin Feng sensed his very soul being scorched and torn apart by this influx of power, yet his gaze radiated an astonishing brightness. Ye go. Hold the barrier. Lin Feng's voice rasped like a broken bell, imbued with a near-manic resolve. The link is the pathway. Bring Sun Xiang's power in. What? Yi Xiao's pupils constricted upon comprehending Lin Feng's reckless intention to become a vessel, forcibly guiding Sun Xiang's uncontrollable, destructive mental energy to strike against the heart's barrier, converting that brutal force into energy for the barrier itself. Such a perilous gamble was unfathomable. With the slightest misstep, Lin Feng could be utterly overwhelmed by Sun Xiang's tyrannical will, rendered a fool, or even burst apart. Yet, witnessing Lin Feng's resolute gaze, observing the advancing four Nirvana units, and seeing the barrier's energy reserves plummet below 14, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth. Damn it, let us go for broke. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he pressed his hands firmly against the increasingly ethereal silhouette of the keyhole on his chest. This time, he infused not his own will and energy, but rather devoted all his strength to maximizing the keyhole's door's characteristics. The light of the heart's barrier abruptly grew exceedingly unstable, flickering erratically, as the barrier itself transformed into an invisible filter, targeting the mental pathway linked to Sun Xiang. Come in, Yi Xiao roared. Buzz. It was as if the floodgates had been thrown wide open. The primal core within Lin Feng emitted a mournful cry under the immense pressure. Sun Xiang's chaotic mental flood, having lost its final barrier, was irresistibly drawn into the heart's barrier's open door. Boom. A storm of dark red energy, intermingled with brutality, anguish, and a desire for destruction, surged into the azure energy structure of the heart's barrier like a breached dam. The barrier's light morphed into a bizarre and perilous interplay of dark red and azure. The barrier itself expanded and contracted violently, emitting a grating sound that threatened to shatter under the onslaught of this destructive force. Oh. Yi Xiao bore the brunt of this impact as the guardian, directly facing the torrent's assault. The immense psychological torment arched his body, blood seeping from his every orifice. Yet, he grit his teeth, his hands pressing down on the keyhole as steadfast as rock, exerting his last reserves of strength to guide and filter the chaos, suppressing and stripping away the brutal and destructive impulses inherent in Xiang's will, only to channel the most pure and magnificent energy into the barrier. Energy reserve of the heart barrier, 13-14-15. Warning. Energy attributes are abnormal. Stability is plummeting. The energy within the barrier begins to surge under violent infusion. Yet that dark red glow flows like molten lava, brimming with unstable agitation. The surface of the barrier is marred with dark red cracks, as if it might completely shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, as the bridge and conduit for release, endures even more terrifying pain. The UNCH core operates frantically, attempting to digest and transform that torrential influx. But the brutality within Xiang's will assaults his mental defenses like a relentless parasite. Excruciating pain, scorching heat, Countless chaotic fragments of N. memories flash violently in his mind, exploding. The container's shackles experiment. Kill, kill, kill. Those cold experimental tables, the agonizing neural connections. The humiliation of being wielded as a weapon. N. Xiang's deepest pain and anger become weapons attacking Lin Feng's psyche. Lin Feng kneels on one knee, clutching his head with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a beast-like growl from his throat. His consciousness teeters on the brink of destruction amidst a storm of agony, as if it could be utterly torn apart at any moment. Just as he hovers on the edge of dual collapse in spirit and energy, a sudden hum reverberates. The scalding personal disc, kept close at hand, vibrates once more without warning. An unusual wave of gentle, steadfast energy imbued with endless inclusivity and guiding power sweeps over Lin Feng's consciousness. On the verge of collapse, like moonlight piercing through heavy clouds, softly yet irresistibly caressing the fragments of the UNCH key deep within his awareness. It is the spiritual key left by SMG. It is the power pointing towards the coordinates of the other shore. This wave does not attempt to suppress or disperse N. Xiang's brutality, nor does it soothe Lin Feng's pain. It operates like the most precise guidance instrument, gently and resolutely brushing against the fragment of the UNCH key deep within Lin Feng's consciousness. Traversing the violent passage linked to N. Xiang. Other shore coordinates, 7-star domain, silent corridor, gravity, well number 13. The gentle white light text reemerges clearly within the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness, which is on the brink of being swallowed by darkness. But this time, after the text, there seems to be a faint echo that transcends endless time and space, whispering directly into his soul. The container is not a cage. Shackles can also be a guide. Connection is both a bridge and a coordinate pointing to the other shore. This whisper is like a clear spring, nurturing Lin Feng's soul, which has cracked from pain and chaos. The container is not a cage. Shackles can also guide. Connection is a coordinate pointing to the other shore. In a flash, a spark of insight cleaves through the chaotic fog of Lin Feng's mind like a bolt of lightning. Container shackles lead to coordinates. Lin Feng's bloodied lips move, repeating this seemingly nonsensical whisper. In his pain-stricken, bloodshot azure eyes, a flicker of confusion is instantly ignited by a moment of clarity. He suddenly gazes at the 4 approaching nirvana bodies. Their dark gray bioalloy armor, the neural connection interfaces glimmering with eerie green light, and the cold consciousness forcibly unified and imprisoned by the Arc core. Containers. Are they not also containers created by the organization? Their neural interfaces. Are they not the shackles connecting to the Arc core? A tactical scheme, mad yet logically impeccable, forms instantaneously in his awakened mind. YG. Open a gap in the barrier. Lin Feng roars with fervor, his voice distorted by pain yet infused with unprecedented excitement, aiming at their interfaces. What? Why she almost believes he has misheard. At this moment of internal and external crisis, with the barrier on the verge of collapse, to actively open the barrier. Trust me, the flames of intertwining azure and dark red blaze in Lin Feng's eyes. Their shackles are the coordinates. Connect them to N. Xiang's passage. Connecting the nirvana bodies to N. Xiang's raging mental channel. In an instant, why she comprehends Lin Feng's intent. This is to invite the wolf into the house and then shut the door on the dog. Utilize N. Xiang's uncontrollable, destructive mental storm to assault and shatter these cold containers controlled by the Arc core. This is akin to detonating a nuclear bomb on the edge of a knife. Yet, gazing into Lin Feng's fervent and resolute eyes, observing the increasingly dense dark red cracks upon the barrier, witnessing the 4 slaughter machines poised to plunge their claws into Lin Feng's body, a flicker of determination flashes in Weishi's eyes. Damn it, it's a gamble. He bellows, forcefully spreading his hands outward. Buzz. The intertwining dark red and azure light of the heart barrier suddenly splits open a fissure, like tearing open a floodgate in a raging torrent. The direction of this floodgate precisely aligns with the nirvana body that lunges forward, its energy blade claws raised. Mere half a meter from Lin Feng's throat, directly at the cold neural connection interface on its chest. Almost at the very moment the barrier cracks open, Lin Feng, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, channels all the power of his UNCH core, along with the passage linking him to N. Xiang's furious psyche, thrusting it into the fissure of the barrier like an invisible conduit guiding a raging torrent, precisely targeting the cold, glimmering green neural interface. Come in. A wild light glimmers in Lin Feng's eyes. Ziz. A sound that sends shivers down the spine, akin to high-voltage electricity piercing through insulation, erupts. The azure power of UNCH, the dark red tempest of ferocity, and the protective light of the heart barrier, 3 energies of entirely different natures, surge through that cold neural interface, like a flood bursting through a dam, violently and recklessly flooding into the interior of the nirvana body. Warning. Detection of an ultra-high-intensity unknown energy invasion. Source: Mental Connection Channel. ARC Core Link experiencing severe interference. Unit Consciousness Firewall collapsing. Core Logic Error. Error. The electronic eye of the Nirvana body instantaneously transforms into a blinding, chaotic crimson. Its raised energy blade claws freeze in midair, its massive form convulsing violently as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Amidst the interstices of the dark, gray biological armor enveloping its form, a chaotic surge of energy and electric sparks erupted violently. The once frigid and uniform aura vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming tempest of destructive frenzy. A roar erupted from its maw, a sound not mechanical but imbued with anguish and a thirst for devastation. At that very moment when it was invaded, tainted, and forcibly infected by Sun Xiang's obliterating will. Within Lin Feng's consciousness, the fragment of the Yuan Chu Ji Yao pulsated sharply. A faint signal, clear and frigid, imbued with coordinate information, surged forth like a triggered beacon. Pulled from the depths of the tainted Nirvana body through the chaotic linking channel. This was the spatial coordinate information linking the Nirvana body to the ARC core. The coordinates had been captured. A glimmer ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 44. The torrent of coordinates and the corridor of collapse. The piercing sound of energy detonations echoed within the confines of the medical chamber. Akin to the wailing of a dying beast. The Nirvana body, now thoroughly transformed into the epicenter of chaos, succumbed to the wild onslaught of cerulean, dark crimson, and barrier gold energies, its dark gray biological armor twisting violently, melting, and flaking like iron cast into a steel furnace. What erupted was no longer a viscous, eerie green energy liquid, but rather a tumultuous cascade of chaotic, annihilating energy flows. A primal roar of kill surged forth. Its remaining mechanical head thrashed wildly, emitting incomprehensible shrieks. While the crimson electronic eyes, once cold and methodical, had been utterly overwhelmed and obscured by the destructive will of Sun Xiang's mental tempest. It lost control of its own power, no longer targeting Lin Feng but, like an enraged beast, it pivoted abruptly, raising its energy arm, now riddled with craters and crackling with electric sparks, toward another Nirvana body that was lunging at Lin Feng. Boom. A wildly uncoordinated punch crashed down upon its companion's shoulder. The immense impact caught the Nirvana body off guard, causing it to veer off course, the energy claws just grazing Lin Feng's clothing. Unit logic collapsed. Target shifted. Eliminate. The attacked Nirvana body issued cold commands, immediately abandoning Lin Feng to retaliate. The two killing machines engaged in a violent clash. The cacophony of chaotic energy impacts and tearing metal reverberating within the cramped space. They were no longer unified instruments of slaughter, but had ignited the flames of internal strife under the influence of Sun Xiang's frenzied will. This sudden chaos afforded Lin Feng a precious moment to breathe. Yet a greater shock surged from the depths of his consciousness. At the moment when the coordinate signal from the tainted Nirvana body was forcibly extracted by the Yuan Chu Ji Yao fragment, a colossal, frigid torrent of information, filled with intricate order yet brimming with insatiable greed and malice, surged forth like a breaching dam along the violently torn linking channel, crashing into Lin Feng's consciousness core. This flow of information was not merely a set of coordinates, but a series of dynamic and complex star maps. The backdrop was a chilling void. Twisted spirals formed a massive corridor, seemingly composed of countless shattered celestial bodies. Deep within this corridor, a vast well emanated a peculiar gravitational pull, akin to a cosmic scar. Countless eerie green points of light flitted like fireflies around its rim, representing the unified consciousness units. At the center, a colossal core. A fusion of biological nerves and cold machinery, pulsated and expanded continuously, the embryonic ARC core. Above the core, a blurred figure exuded an aura of absolute control and twisted fervor. The Doctor. Even more terrifyingly, the torrent of information was interspersed with frigid data commands, fragments of experimental records, and countless imprisoned, emotionally stripped mental shards, resonating with pain and numbness. This represented everything the ARC core was currently processing and sustaining. Core data that spilled forth like a floodgate had been opened after Lin Feng's forceful incursion. Lin Feng felt as though his head would explode under the weight of this surging torrent of information. Every nerve screamed. The Yuan Chu Ji Yao fragment throbbed wildly, attempting to analyze, absorb, and digest this tsunami of data, yet the pace was far too slow. The pain was akin to millions of steel needles piercing simultaneously. Warning. Host consciousness is under assault from a high-density information flow. Yuan Chu Ji Yao fragment. 35. Fusion level insufficient. Parsing overload. Mental barrier on the verge of collapse. The system alarm blared deafeningly. Lin Feng. Yishio's voice was laced with unprecedented terror. As the gatekeeper, he acutely felt the horrific pressure on Lin Feng's consciousness level, as well as the dark red glow of the mental barrier, which quaked violently and exhibited rapidly expanding fissures. The energy reserves of the barrier had plummeted again to 14 due to the recent flood and the current impact. There are too many coordinates. The corridor is collapsing. Lin Feng howled in agony, clutching his head tightly, his nails nearly digging into his scalp. He perceived not only the terminal target point of the other shore coordinates, 7-star regions, the Silent Corridor, the 13th gravitational well, but the entire spatial structure of the Silent Corridor was undergoing violent tremors under the unstable operation of the arc core. It resembled a precise clock being violently dismantled. The gravitational fields within the corridor were in disarray, spatial nodes twisted, misaligned, even annihilated. The so-called other shore coordinate point appeared to be at the center of a storm. Pulled by countless distorted gravitational threads, its positional information in rapid flux, becoming indistinct. More frighteningly, amidst the vast operational data flow of the arc core, a marked command stood out like blood: arc core, embryonic form, operating overload. Spatial stability below the critical threshold. Initiating emergency protocol. Coordinate self-destruction countdown. Coordinate self-destruction countdown, 1098. The cold countdown numbers echoed like the footsteps of death, directly imprinting upon Lin Feng's consciousness. The coordinates are set to self-destruct. The other shore coordinate point is about to be detonated by the arc core, obliterated within the chaotic storm of space. No, Lin Feng roared in defiance. The guidance left by Su Muqiu, the hope he and Sun Xiang had gambled their lives to capture, was on the verge of destruction before his eyes. Just then, a hum reverberated. The private disk, perpetually warm and exuding a gentle guiding energy, was suddenly activated by a crisis that self-destructed its coordinates. It erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, enveloping Lin Feng's violently trembling form in a soft white light. The ultimate defense protocol, highest authority activated. The coordinates of the other shore locked. The self-destruction protocol detected the initiation of the spatial coordinate self-destruction. Final contingency plan initiated, temporal and spatial anchor point solidified. Within the disk, the key constructed from the dual spiritual imprints of Su Muqiu and Lin Feng transformed into an incredibly pure and resilient beam of white light, piercing through Lin Feng's chaotic consciousness and the surging torrent of information. Like an arrow traversing time and space, it accurately shot towards the rapidly shifting and nearing annihilation of the other shore's coordinates deep within Lin Feng's mind. With a sharp sound, the white beam, akin to the strongest nail, forcefully embedded itself into the distorted and disintegrating spatial structure representing the 7-star region's Silent Corridor, gravity, well number 13. The temporal and spatial anchor point solidification succeeded. The stability of the target coordinate point forcibly locked. Self-destruction protocol interference eliminated. Countdown interrupted. The cold system notification brought Lin Feng a sense of relief. The coordinates, on the brink of annihilation, stabilized under the penetration of the white beam, resembling a stabilizing force amidst a storm. Though still pulled and shaken by chaotic gravitational tides, its core position miraculously remained intact and no longer vanished. However, the cost of solidifying the coordinates was immense. The radiance of the disk dimmed at a visible pace, its warm touch quickly turning frigid. Evidently, the forceful solidification of the nearly obliterated temporal and spatial coordinates drained the vast power contained within the key. Simultaneously, the surging core data torrent within Lin Feng's consciousness, enraged by the anchor point's forced stabilization, erupted with even greater ferocity. The cold order intertwined with the chaotic will of destruction, morphing into countless sharp mental shockwaves that relentlessly assaulted Lin Feng's consciousness defenses. With a sudden burst, Lin Feng could no longer endure, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Lin Feng, hold on. The coordinates have been locked. Yi Xiao, filled with urgency, sensed the immense pressure bearing down on the barrier and witnessed Lin Feng's blood-streaked visage, teetering on the edge of collapse. He abruptly turned to the medical cabin, shouting fiercely, Zhang Xinjia, coordinates locked. It is the gravity well number 13 of the 7-star region's Silent Corridor. The organization's lair. The Ark's core is right there. Quickly, inform the Alliance. Highest level jump strike. At any cost. Destroy it before the coordinates shift again. Inside the command center, Zhang Xinjia's expression was graver than ever. On the screen, the forcibly captured and solidified coordinate information, along with the accompanying spatial fluctuation model and arc core imagery, struck him like a hammer to the heart. The 7-star region's Silent Corridor. Zhang Xinjia's voice was as hard as iron, his eyes glinting with cold light. It was an absolute forbidden zone on the Alliance's star map. No wonder they could hide so deeply. Coordinates locked. Immediately initiate the Heavenly Punishment Protocol. Target, gravity well no. 13 of the Silent Corridor. Authorization code, 001. Full power. Erase that cursed place along with everything inside from the star map. Yes. Heavenly Punishment Protocol initiated. Target locked. Charging for superspace strike weaponry has begun. Estimated charging time, 120 seconds. The operator's voice trembled with determination. The entire highest command system of the Alliance began to operate at high speed in an instant. A spear of annihilation, a judgment of destruction, locked onto that desolate and perilous corridor across the endless sea of stars. Deep within the secret base, the fervent smile on the doctor's face abruptly froze. On the main screen of the Arc Core control console, the light representing the other shore's coordinates, which was on the verge of disappearing amidst the chaos of the collapsing corridor, was firmly anchored by an unexpectedly resilient white point. What infuriated him further was the alarming sound emitted by the base's deep space monitoring array. Warning: detection of ultra-high-energy spatial lock. Source: Human Alliance Star Domain. Energy response: space-based strategic weapon, heavenly punishment. Target: this coordinate point. Estimated strike arrival: 117 seconds. Heavenly punishment: the Alliance's annihilation weapon. How could they possibly lock onto this place? The doctor's voice lost its previous composure for the first time, becoming sharp and furious. He abruptly gazed at another screen showing Lin Feng struggling and spitting blood, the light from the keyhole on his chest flickering erratically. Alongside the white beam that extended from Lin Feng and was resolutely anchored to the coordinate point. Su Muqiu, it's you again. The doctor's roar echoed throughout the base, along with that damned key. It could solidify the collapsing coordinates. He slammed down another button on the console. This time it was no longer crimson, but black, representing the highest state of emergency. Final defense protocol initiated. Arc Core, prototype, overload release. All energy supplies redirected to the spatial camouflage force field. Maximum power. Evade the strike. Instruction: all Nirvana units. At any cost. Before the strike arrives. Destroy the target key. Interrupt the anchor point connection. With a hum, all operational devices within the base instantaneously dimmed. As colossal energy was forcibly siphoned into the spatial camouflage force field generator surrounding the base. Simultaneously, the pulsating light of the Arc Core rapidly faded, forcibly reducing its load. However, a more deadly command directly affected the remaining Nirvana consciousness within the medical center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The remaining 9 Nirvana units, still embroiled in internal strife and entangled with the purgers, instantly switched their emerald electronic eyes to the most glaring deep red, representing the final command. Final command confirmed. Eliminate anchor point source. Eliminate the key. Priority: highest. Boom. The 9 killing machines erupted with a speed and power far exceeding their previous capabilities. They abandoned all defense and evasion, disregarding any attacks directed at them, like 9 ignited meteors, propelled by the terror of mutual destruction, tearing apart the air, smashing through all obstacles, with a singular target, the figure within the medical cabin who was spitting blood and on the verge of consciousness collapse. And the keyhole on his chest that maintained the anchor point. The deep crimson trajectory of destruction carved a path of death through the ruins of the medical center. Directly targeting the core, Lin Feng struggled to lift his head, and through his bloodstained vision, he beheld 9 beams tearing through the darkness. Surging forth with a fierce intent to kill, he sensed a chilling lock-on, an extinction will stronger than ever before. The energy of his heart's barrier had plummeted to 12 under the onslaught of information. Behind the barrier, Yishio leaned against the wall, his face as pale as paper, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His hands pressed down firmly on the illusory keyhole, his body trembling violently from overexertion, clearly at his limit. The source core within him felt like a dying ember, hollow and agonizing. The shadow's tooth was so heavy it was nearly impossible to lift. Within the mental link, Sun Xiang's frenzied will had seemingly diminished after the recent outpouring. Yet the chaos and pain continued to pour in, eroding his resolve. An absolute deadlock. However, deep within Lin Feng's eyes, that glimmer of azure light had not extinguished entirely. The anchor point of the other shore coordinates was firmly embedded in the depths of his consciousness, a cold touch pressed against his chest, akin to the last ballast stone. The anchor point still tugged at the blood-stained corner of his mouth, twisting into a nearly mad arc, and whispered hoarsely to the 9 surging beams of destructive light, clearly piercing through the roar of the explosions. Want to interrupt the anchor point? Then step over my corpse. He suddenly straightened his faltering body. Chapter 45. The shadow eclipsed corridor and the heart barrier finale. The 9 deep crimson paths of death ripped through the smoke-filled darkness. Imbued with the extermination will conferred by the final command of the Arc Core, akin to 9 falling meteors, fiercely crashing into the wavering azure light source within the medical pod. The air was compressed to its limit, producing a piercing explosion. Energy fluctuations surged like a tangible tsunami. And before it even reached him, Lin Feng found it almost impossible to breathe. The light of the heart's barrier flickered violently under the ferocious pressure. The dark red and azure intertwined energy structure cracking like a heavily struck ice surface, rapidly spreading and expanding. The heart's barrier faced the ultimate lock-on impact. Energy reserves, 12. 11. The chilling alarm sounded like the final toll of a death knell. Cursed, you really think highly of yourself. Yishio muttered against the wall, his complexion resembling gold leaf, each breath laden with a heavy metallic tang of blood. He pressed his hands firmly against the nearly transparent illusion of the keyhole at his chest, his fingertips turning pale and trembling from exertion, attempting to squeeze out the last bit of strength to stabilize the crumbling barrier. Yet he knew that even with Lin Feng's current state, There was no possibility of simultaneously fending off the ultimate charge of the 9 Nirvana bodies that sought mutual destruction. The barrier would shatter in the next moment. Lin Feng could feel Yishou's labored breaths behind him, as heavy as a bellows, and sensed the barrier groaning under the pressure of 9 towering mountains. The shadow of death had never been so profound, nearly freezing his very soul. However, just as the 9 torrents of destruction were about to completely engulf this minuscule space, a hum resounded. Deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, the fragment of the source key, forcibly anchored by the coordinates of the other shore, exploded with an unprecedented radiance. Yet this light was no longer a violent eruption, but rather an extreme concentration, compression. A sense of spatial guidance, clear and resolute, emanated from Su Muchio's mental key. Like an invisible sculptor, instantly imprinting itself upon his perception core. It was not about confrontation, not a head-on clash. It was about guidance. It was about diversion. The coordinates of the passage locked Lin Feng's bloodied pupils into an extreme contraction, a tactic so frenzied it transcended limits formed in a fraction of a second. He abruptly relinquished his suppression of the source power, even abandoning defense. Instead, he poured all his mind, all his remaining strength, into the fragment of the source key tightly connected to the other shore coordinates in his chest. The target was not the enemy, but rather the neural interface on the 9 Nirvana bodies, the connection to the arc core. Those cold shackles. Open for me. Lin Feng roared from the depths of his soul. With a sharp sound, the illusory keyhole at Lin Feng's chest erupted with an unprecedented azure glow. Yet this light did not expand outward to form a defense, but transformed into 9 remarkably condensed, chain-like azure beams, as if imbued with life, disregarding spatial distance. Ignoring the onslaught of energy, precisely and instantaneously piercing into the neural interface on the chest of the 9 Nirvana bodies, which was flashing wildly and providing energy links for the ultimate charge. This was not an attack. This was a forceful establishment of connection. Lin Feng, as a medium, with the other shore coordinates as the destination and the source key as the key, forcibly opened a temporary, one-way, highly unstable passage between the 9 Nirvana bodies and the other shore coordinates. The Shadow Eclipse Corridor. Lin Feng's mental will resonated perfectly with the effects of the silver weapon, the source power, and the guidance of the other shore coordinates. The 9 azure beams, upon piercing the interface, suddenly transformed into a profound, viscous darkness, seemingly capable of devouring time and space, the power of Shadow Eclipse. This Shadow Eclipse power spread like greedy vines along the energy pathways and neural links within the Nirvana bodies, wildly proliferating, contaminating, and eroding. The target was aimed directly at their link to the arc core. Warning. High-intensity unknown force field intrusion detected. Target, arc core link passage. Warning. Link passage severely contaminated. Spatial stability forcibly distorted. Warning. Unit core command logic disrupted. Final clearance protocol execution path tampered. Path redirected. Redirected target, 7-star domain, silent corridor. Gravity, well number 13. The cold electronic alarms blared furiously within the consciousness stream of the 9 Nirvana bodies. They're highly integrated. Destruction-driven cold logic experienced its first complete chaos and disarray. The deep red trajectories of their charge twisted in an unimaginable manner just 3 meters away from Lin Feng and the heart's barrier. That destructive torrent of energy did not collide with the barrier. Instead, it was drawn in an uncanny manner as if by an invisible vortex, altering its direction bizarrely. The 9 torrents of destruction converged before Lin Feng, colliding, then being drawn into the forcibly open Shadow Eclipse passage, as if being swallowed whole. An indescribable sensation of spatial distortion suddenly engulfed the entire medical center. Before the crowd's eyes appeared an illusion, 9 beams of deep crimson annihilation light, forcibly twisted into a single entity, injected into a shadowy corridor composed of profound darkness, perpetually disintegrating and reconstituting. At the end of that phantom corridor, the outline of a colossal gravitational well could be faintly discerned. Within the corridor, the spatial structure resembled a shattered mirror. Countless emerald consciousness points, other units connected to the Fangzhou core, were swept away in the sudden onslaught of energy, like fireflies thrown into a blender, instantly torn apart and obliterated. Lin Feng let out a wail more anguished than any before. His skin cracked like porcelain, the pale blue veins visible beneath, as though they were on the verge of bursting. The forced guidance, the redirection of the 9 streams of annihilating energy, even indirectly through the Yingshi corridor, exceeded his capacity to endure. The Yuanshu core emitted a lament, akin to a star cast into a furnace, its brilliance rapidly dimming. What poured from his 7 orifices was no longer blood, but a mist of blood mingled with ghostly blue points of light. Warning. Host life signs are plummeting. Yuanshu core is on the brink of collapse. Warning. Yingshi corridor is overloaded. Stability collapse countdown, 32. Lin Feng. Yishou's eyes widened with despair. He could clearly sense Lin Feng's life slipping away like a flickering candle in the wind. At the moment the 9 streams of annihilation were redirected, the pressure on the barrier of the heart diminished sharply, the dark red cracks ceased to expand, and the energy miraculously stabilized at 11. But this respite was purchased at the cost of Lin Feng's life. Hold on, just a few more seconds. Yi Xiu roared, disregarding his own well-being, pouring every last ounce of will into the keyhole, attempting to stabilize the Yuanchu power within Lin Feng that was on the verge of collapse. Deep within the secret base, the madness and fury on the doctor's face solidified into an expression of incredulous horror. On the main screen, the signals representing the 9 Nirvana bodies had not vanished, yet their coordinates bizarrely appeared within the silent corridor. What shattered him further was the deluge of operational logs from the Fangzhou core. Warning. Detected ultra-high-energy annihilation energy streams injected into corridor space. Source, Units 07 to 15. Warning. Spatial structure is experiencing catastrophic impact. Coordinate stability of gravitational well anchor point 13 is plummeting. Warning. The energy response of divine punishment has breached the critical point. Impact countdown 0. No. The doctor let out a desperate roar. He lunged toward the control console, attempting to sever all connections, but it was too late. Buzz, a pure white light, ineffable in its vastness and majesty, seemed to have existed since the dawn of the universe, as if embodying the ultimate judgment of a civilization's will. Traversed the endless sea of stars, disregarding the barriers of time and space, and precisely descended upon the coordinates of the 13th gravitational well in the silent corridor of the 7th star domain. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic shockwave, only an expanse of purest white. Where that white spread, the disintegrating spatial structure of the corridor evaporated like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, vanishing silently. The emerald consciousness points surrounding the gravitational well, akin to dewdrops exposed to the scorching sun, evaporated in an instant. The pulsating Fangzhou core, a fusion of biological neurons and cold machinery, could only emit a reluctant, distorted emerald glow before being entirely consumed, purified, and returned to nothingness by that pure white judgment light. All screens in the base were instantly enveloped in blinding white light. The shrill alarm ceased abruptly. Sparks from overloaded equipment erupted everywhere. The entire base fell into a suffocating silence, a chaotic interplay of white radiance and dark obscurity. It was over, utterly over. The doctor collapsed at the console, gazing at the main screen swallowed by white light, the last vestige of color draining from his face, leaving only utter despair and confusion. His painstakingly cultivated Fangzhou core, regarded as a divine staircase, and the Nirvana body legion he meticulously crafted were reduced to ashes under the dual blows of the Alliance's divine punishment and Lin Feng's unfathomable Ingshur corridor. Meanwhile, at the Alliance Medical Center, at the precise moment that pure white judgment light descended upon the other shore, the 9 Ingshur corridors that had forcibly redirected the annihilation streams, yet were on the brink of collapse, seemed to have completed their final mission, disintegrating inch by inch before Lin Feng. Boom. An irresistible, terrifying pull surged from the ruptured corridor. It was not a physical tug, but a collapse of space. The temporary corridor, forcibly opened by the power of Ingshur and then instantaneously collapsing, formed a localized yet immensely violent spatial contraction at the moment of obliteration. PFF. Lin Feng could no longer hold on, spewing blood mixed with fragments of his innards. The light of the Yuanchu core was utterly extinguished. He was yanked backwards by the force of the spatial collapse, like a marionette with its strings cut. Lin Feng. Yi Xiu's heart shattered with grief as he recklessly lunged forward. Bang! Lin Feng's body crashed heavily against Yi Xiu, the two rolling like tumbling gourds, crashing brutally into the cold alloy wall of the medical pod. Yi Xiu let out a muffled groan, using his body to shield Lin Feng, the immense impact causing his vision to blacken as he lost consciousness completely. The 9 Nirvana bodies, severed from the Fangzhou core link and affected by the spatial contraction, halted abruptly in their charge, like puppets stripped of their souls. Their violent energy glow extinguished in an instant, and their dim emerald eyes became lifeless, standing frozen in place like 9 motionless metal sculptures. The entire medical center fell into profound silence. Only the sharp alarm of instruments and the distant, labored breaths of the survivors from the purifiers could be heard. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity or merely a moment. Within the medical pod, the air was thick with the stench of blood and charred energy. In the corner, Yi Xiu lay unconscious, his body torn in several places from the impact. Yet his hands remained in the position of shielding Lin Feng. Lin Feng lay in his embrace, his breath faint like gossamer threads. The cracked lines upon his skin oozed faint blue luminescence, and the virtual shadow of the hard-as keyhole on his chest had dimmed to the point of near invisibility. Yet it continued to rotate with tenacity, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. The energy reserves of the heart's barrier dwindled steadily. 11, 10, 9. The primordial core was in a state of dissipated dormancy. Fusion degree, 35, exceedingly unstable. Vital signs, critically endangered. The once searing private disk now lay cold against Lin Feng's bloodied chest, having utterly lost all its luster. The Shadow Commander, in mortal form, had pried open the fabric of space, redirecting destruction and illuminating the beacon for the Alliance's ultimate strike. Yet he had also exhausted his final flicker of light and warmth. Though the adversaries on the other side were heavily wounded, the Guardian had also succumbed to exhaustion. In the heart of the desolate battlefield, only the faint, nearly extinguished azure glow remained, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, illuminating two unconscious faces amidst a silent chaos. Chapter 46. The stagnant blood and shadow embers silence enveloped the air like thick ink, shrouding the smoke-filled medical center. The fragmented alloy walls dripped with viscous emerald energy liquid, mingling with the still liquid human blood, sketching eerie and cold patterns upon the ground. The air was permeated with the lingering scent of ozone and burnt flesh, alongside a faint metallic sweetness, unique to heated metal. Occasionally, severed cables emitted weak electrical sparks, crackling softly in the dimness, reminiscent of the feeble gasps of this wreckage on the brink of death. The footsteps of the purifiers were heavy and oppressive. As if they treaded upon the hearts of all, they silently examined every inch of the battlefield, confirming the presence of those metal sculptures frozen in place. The 9 Nirvana bodies, forcibly redirected by Lin Feng's shadowy power, now lay extinguished, their emerald eyes dimmed, and the violent energy fluctuations around them vanished without a trace. The metallic joints, in absolute stillness, conveyed a chilling, death-like coldness, with only the occasional drip of condensed energy liquid from the damaged armor seems bearing witness to their once destructive power. A few others, previously engaged in fierce battle with the purifiers and severely damaged, had collapsed into twisted heaps of metallic debris the instant the Alliance's strike descended and the arc core connection severed. The purifiers maintained unwavering vigilance, their weapons still raised, the muzzles glinting dangerously in the dim light, silently aimed at the Nirvana bodies resembling sentinels of a graveyard. They were merely powered down. No one dared to guarantee that once the connection was restored, these killing machines would not reactivate. The true eye of the storm lay in the corner of the medical chamber, marred by cracks and scorch marks. Zhang Xinjia stood upon a chaotic expanse of alloy flooring, his military boots squelching through the congealed blood, producing a slight sticky sound. His iron mask remained as cold as ever, concealing any emotions that may have escaped. Yet his sharp, hawk-like gaze fixated intently on the two figures at the center, where a storm seemed to brew within the depths of his pupils. Yixiu and Lin Feng. The urgently dispatched medical team operated with the precision of finely tuned clockwork, bringing forth compact yet advanced life support equipment. An energy isolation field temporarily separated that corner from the outside world, its hum akin to the pulse of a dying man. Yixiu was carefully laid upon the open high molecular medical platform, his combat suit sliced open, revealing a well-proportioned chest marred by fresh and old wounds. His breath was weak and erratic, the rise and fall of his chest labored, each inhalation accompanied by a palpable sense of obstruction. Several medical officers moved swiftly and steadily, inserting flexible alloy probes into multiple crucial spinal and nerve junctions on his chest and back, akin to hounds seeking life signals. The tips of the probes glowed faintly, casting bizarre geometric patterns upon Yixiu's skin. These probes were not for healing. They were stabilizing probes designed to anchor and temporarily sever severe Neuralink backlash. On the data screen, the waveform representing his neural state, once dangerously chaotic, was being forcibly suppressed, flattened to a baseline that, while not life-threatening, was far from optimistic. The readings of the energy detector were chillingly low. Residual energy in Guardian mode, 17, and it continued to decline at an excruciatingly slow pace. This faint glow represented Yixiu's final lifeline as the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, on another life support platform beside him, Lin Feng's condition was nothing short of catastrophic. The special life-sustaining liquid filled the transparent chamber of the platform, completely immersing him, leaving only his mouth and nose connected to slender oxygen and nutrient input tubes. The liquid emitted a soft, pale green fluorescence, seemingly infused with advanced nano-repair units and energy stabilizers. Yet these efforts were nearly overshadowed by the horrific radiance of Lin Feng's devastating injuries. He lay within, resembling a doll that had been violently shattered and then awkwardly reassembled. The cracked skin was no longer simple wounds, but rather a tapestry of intricate, spiderweb-like azure light fissures. These cracks pulsated as if alive beneath the skin, with each faint throb releasing tiny, blue granules of light that escaped into the life-sustaining liquid, merging with it. These azure points of light resembled temperature-less shards of stars, bearing the chilling silence of the remnants of the primordial core. Cardiac arrest, ventricular fibrillation, vital signs at critical collapse threshold. A piercing alarm echoed frantically within the energy isolation field. A group of neurosurgical authorities and life support specialists surrounded the life pod, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Their speech rapid as if delivering battlefield reports. Impossible. Conventional stimulants are completely ineffective. His life response is rejecting standard stimuli. The disruption caused by residual core energy is too thorough. Multi-organ failure is exacerbating. The repair speed of the nano-units is severely interfered with by the internal chaotic energy field. Efficiency is falling short by 30. A method to stabilize the residual energy of the primordial core must be found. Otherwise, all medical interventions will be futile. The concentration of energy stabilizers in the life-sustaining liquid has reached its limit. Any further increase will directly endanger his life. The curves representing Lin Feng's vital signs danced frantically on the screen, reminiscent of a dying serpent's writhing. Each brief ascent was accompanied by a more violent descent, the overall trend spiraling uncontrollably towards the abyss of despair, akin to a derailed elevator. The residual fusion level of the Yuanshu core stood at 21. A number not indicative of recovery, but rather of forced stasis on the brink of collapse, akin to an ember that could extinguish into cold ashes at any moment. Zhang Xinjia's gaze transcended the two individuals on the life support platform, fixating instead on the massive containment unit in the corner. This was an emergency retrieval. An iron coffin housing the remains of Sun Xiang. At this moment, the coffin was enveloped in a heavy energy confinement field, isolating it from all external signals. Technicians outside the field operated anxiously, attempting to extract the final data records from within the coffin through a remote interface. Data streams scrolled across the screen. Fragments of individual consciousness disintegrating and being analyzed. A source of ultra-strong, non-logical, contaminative psychic storm remnants was detected, pointing towards Sun Xiang's unit consciousness core. The encryption level for extracting the psychic storm infection mode data was classified as top secret, with the associated target being Lin Feng. The depth of infection correlation stood at 978. Commander Zhang, a technician clad in a research suit with fervor overshadowing his fear, spoke with a tremor in his voice. The consciousness of the Sun Xiang unit, or rather, the residual energy field of his psychic contamination, was the key to triggering the entire infection link. It resembled a specially crafted key, one that could unlock Pandora's box. It had established an exceedingly perilous and incomprehensible deep resonance with the fragments of the Yuanshu core and Lin Feng. This resonance was crucial for Lin Feng to forcibly transfer the ninefold impact, and was also one of the core reasons for his physical collapse. He pointed at the infection correlation depth value on the screen, nearly penetrating the virtual light screen. If we could replicate this psychic contamination correlation, even if it were merely to decipher 1/10,000th of the core data, his voice brimmed with the greed and reckless ambition of a researcher. This would be the key to unlocking a new generation of weaponry, and even the gateway to biotechnological advancements. Zhang Xinjia's cold gaze swept over the face filled with desire. His voice icy as a guillotine of frost. The data of Sun Xiang will be archived in the obliteration-level database. Any experimental proposal targeting this correlation pattern will be considered an act of treason and will be immediately erased. The iron will in his eyes instantly froze all dangerous blueprints in the mind of the technician. Yes, the technician jolted, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his research suit. Just then, a beep. On the life support platform, the main monitoring screen representing Lin Feng's neural activity signal, which had nearly flattened into a straight line, suddenly flickered with an extremely faint yet remarkably clear upward pulse. It was so faint that it merely surpassed the baseline indicating unconsciousness for a fleeting moment before sinking back down. This slight fluctuation did not stem from the remnants of Yi Xiu's protective power, nor did it resemble the fading light of the shattered Yuanshu core. It felt more akin to a dormant individual awakened by an extraordinarily distant, yet strikingly clear noise. Almost in that very instant, deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, a fragment of the frozen Yuanshu core flickered ever so slightly. There was no light, no heat, only a brief, undetectable pulse of pure information flow. This stream of information resembled a brushstroke on an ancient scroll submerged in the depths of the sea for millennia, carrying an ancient chill and the scent of dust, flashing into existence before vanishing instantaneously. It served as a precise coordinate anchor, pointing towards a concept, core database, final protocol. This pulse was fleeting, even shorter than the life of a mayfly. Within the life support chamber, Lin Feng exhibited no response, his life curve continuing to struggle in the depths of despair. The monitoring equipment faithfully recorded the still smooth and silent central signal line, as if the earlier flicker had never occurred. Only on the encrypted information board carried by another officer beside Zhang Xinjia did a nearly overlooked background record quietly update, triggered access behavior at the highest confidentiality level. Target, Level 7 Core Database Index Accessor Identification Code, invalid. Access attempt pointed towards Final Protocol Subdatabase. Permission authentication, failure. Access trace has been cleared. The officer glanced at it, finding no abnormal information, merely assuming it was a routine redundant log generated by the system's internal self-check process, and casually closed the prompt window. No one noticed the ripple of information beneath the depths of consciousness, nor did anyone know that at the same time a dramatic life and death rescue unfolded at the city medical center, far across the starry seas. In an office suffused with the scent of aged documents and top-tier air freshener, behind the star shield barrier system of the Alliance's Supreme Council headquarters, Feng Xianjun sat behind a broad alloy desk. Behind him was a projection of a colossal Alliance star map, with the location of the 7th star domain intentionally dimmed. Above the alloy surface of his desk hovered a miniature, dynamically rotating galaxy model. Below the model, encrypted information streams flowed at dazzling speeds, most of which pointed to the Yuanshu key, status, fragmented sleep, coordinates, City Medical Center Special Life Support Chamber 007. An electronic file labeled with zero-level permission and marked for destruction after reading silently unfolded above the model. The title was clear and cold: Angel of Redemption Project, Ultimate Form Assessment, and Subsequent Containment Recommendations. The core content of the report was highlighted. Assessment conclusion: the target, Angel of Redemption, status, fragmented, currently exhibits biological energy levels and psychic resonance potential exceeding the predicted limits of Su Mucho's peak period by 127 times. Stability: extremely dangerous, lethal. Subsequent containment recommendations, regardless of how the target's life state develops. The current form, including core fragmentation state, requires containment of the highest intensity, codename, eternal confinement in the cold abyss. Activation time window for the plan, 72 hours, counting from the confirmation of the report. Feng Xianjun's gaze calmly swept over the report, showing no signs of lingering. As if he were merely reviewing a routine budget application. He lifted the warm teacup beside him, savoring a sip of the blood-red brew, while his other hand gently tapped 3 times on the table. With each tap, a deeply encrypted directive, designated as the Sword of Judgment, quietly took shape, activated, and dispatched within the stream of encrypted information, the entire process occurring silently, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. Subsequently, the highly confidential evaluation report that could determine Lin Feng's ultimate fate, along with the vast supporting data stream, dissipated before him as if it had never existed, vanishing without leaving any electronic traces. Feng Xianjuan's gaze returned to the slowly rotating miniature star map, deep and serene, betraying not a hint of turbulence. In the corner of the medical center, ethereal blue lights floated silently in the cold, viscous life-sustaining fluid. On the life support platform, the last glimmer of 17 continued to flow downward, slowly yet resolutely. Time passed cruelly, equally amidst silence and busyness. Each second felt like a heavy weight suspended on a thread about to snap. Chapter 47. Eternally bound in the abyss, and the anchor of reversal silence enveloped the core area of the City Alliance Medical Center like a frozen lake. The low hum of the air purification system served as the sole background sound, merging with the methodical yet frigid ticking of the life support equipment, striking each nerve. The purifiers had completed the battlefield cleanup, covering the remains of the Nirvana bodies with heavy isolation cloth, resembling fresh graves on the battlefield. They retreated to the outer defense perimeter, their eyes vigilantly scanning the silent corridors, weapons tightly gripped, refusing to relax even slightly. Although the enemy appeared to be vanquished, the lingering aura of destruction and the 9 cold, motionless statues still exuded an invisible pressure. The true eye of the storm lay within the energy isolation field. On the life support platform, Yishio's condition resembled a waterfall forcibly frozen in time. The stability probe, like a cold gravestone, pierced deeply into his critical spine and nerve nodes, locking away the violent backlash, yet simultaneously sealing off the possibility of recovery. The curve representing his vital signs was suppressed to a trembling baseline, each slight fluctuation akin to dancing on a knife's edge. The residual energy digits of the Guardian mode flickered slowly, yet mercilessly. 16. That faint white light represented the last flicker of his life and will, gradually dimming in the cold readings of the instruments. Each percentage drop felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the nearby medical staff. The chief medical officer stared at the flattened lifeline on the screen, his voice hoarse. Nerve backlash temporarily locked, but the irreversible decay of Guardian energy, with no new energy source introduced, means Yishio's life can be sustained for at most 72 hours. Inside the life pod, Lin Feng's condition resembled a frozen hellscape. Within the pale green fluorescent liquid, he appeared as a fragile glass figurine, riddled with cracks. The spiderweb-like blue luminescent patterns on his skin continued to pulse slowly, each beat releasing more cold light points, akin to the ashes of stars, silently merging into the life-sustaining fluid. The nano-repair units, like diligent yet despairing worker ants, struggled to mend the tissues torn apart by the backlash of power amidst the chaotic energy field, their efficiency dishearteningly low. The interference from the residual field of the source core's collapse was too strong. Life support systems overloaded by 15. Multi-organ failure index surpassed safe thresholds. A method to stabilize the collapsing core must be found. Otherwise, the medical supervisor responsible for Lin Feng did not need to finish his sentence. His gaze conveyed everything. All conventional methods had been exhausted. On the screen, Lin Feng's life curve continued to struggle at the bottom of despair. The line representing central nervous activity, nearly a lifeless straight line. Zhang Xinjie stood at the edge of the force field, resembling a sculpture forged from steel. His cold gaze swept over Yishio and Lin Feng, ultimately resting on the iron coffin enveloped by multiple energy confinement fields in the corner. The technicians were drenched in cold sweat, their fingers flying across the control panel as the data stream refreshed like a cascading waterfall. Commander Zhang. The extraction completion of the Sun Xiang unit's consciousness residue is at 98, but the voice of the technical supervisor trembled slightly, filled with incomprehensible confusion. The core mental contamination-associated data was forcibly interfered with and erased by an unknown force during the final 0-2 extraction. The source cannot be traced. The core framework of the associated model is missing. Forceful erasure? For the first time, Zhang Xinjia's brow furrowed, his sharp gaze resembling a scalpel. Confirmed traces? Confirmed. It is not a device malfunction, nor a programming error. It is a form of logical deletion, an obliteration of information at the highest permission level. We only captured a momentary energy spike and a formatted stream of blank commands. The voice of the technical supervisor brimmed with frustration and disbelief. The associated model is left with only its skeleton. That key is missing. Zhang Xinjia fell silent for several seconds, his gaze shifting to the lifeless Lin Feng in the life pod, then glancing at the screen beside him displaying the classified data fragments regarding mental contamination, which were invisible within the technical supervisor's authority, with a depth of 978. A deep sense of doubt and icy resolution intertwined in his eyes. He raised his hand to the communicator, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, yet carrying an undeniable ironclad command. Sun Xiang unit data, archive to obliteration level storage. Associated model research plan, permanently freeze. Executor, Purifiers Group 7, to take immediate effect. Physically destroy all related data carriers. At the moment the command was issued, blinding red lights illuminated around the iron coffin. A more powerful energy flow was injected into the confinement field, thoroughly isolating all information exchanges from the inside out. Several Purifier team members, expressionless, stepped forward to commence the physical destruction procedure. Just as the energy cutter in their hands was about to touch the outer wall of the iron coffin, poised to obliterate all internal physical storage units, a faint yet exceedingly high-frequency electromagnetic pulse erupted from within the iron coffin without warning. The pulse was akin to a stone thrown into still water, instantly penetrating layers of energy confinement fields, stirring a barely perceptible ripple in the pale green fluorescent liquid within the life pod. Inside the life pod, Lin Feng's fingertips, submerged in the liquid, twitched ever so slightly, almost simultaneously. In the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness, within the desolate and frozen sea of primordial fragments, the remnants of a nearly forgotten, dimly glowing key of the primordial source suddenly erupted. This surge was a pulse storm, 100 times more intense than before, composed purely of streams of information. The heart of the pulse storm was no longer an abstract concept, but a cold, precise data stream of coordinates that transcended the current understanding of human technology. This data stream acted like an invisible chisel, disregarding Lin Feng's crumbling physical form. The energy barriers of the life support fluid, and even the disintegrating state of the primordial fragments themselves, instantly anchoring to a deeply hidden node within his sea of consciousness. Access to the core database was forcibly elevated. Target locked. Final protocol sublibrary. Logical key. Verification passed. Path. Sun Xiang's mental pollution associated node. Access successful. Target file. Other shore coordinates. 7-star domain. Silent corridor. Gravitational well number 13. Spatial disturbance model. Final state. Downloading. There was no light, no heat. Only a pure torrent of information, akin to a flood unleashed, surging into the fragmented key of the primordial source. The cracked surface of the fragment was momentarily filled by this torrent of pure data, emitting a barely perceptible, eerie blue glow. Yet, all of this transpired within the absolute silence of Lin Feng's consciousness, with no external manifestation. The monitoring instruments of the life support chamber continued to record a nearly hopeless steady line. Before the iron coffin, the cleanser's team member lowered the cutter steadily, and the high-energy beam instantaneously melted through the shell of the storage unit, turning the internal chip into smoke under the intense heat. That peculiar electromagnetic pulse also vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. The report stated that the physical storage medium of Sun Xiang had been completely destroyed. The cleanser's team member's voice was devoid of emotion. Zhang Xinjia nodded, casting one last glance at the unresponsive Lin Feng in the life support chamber before turning and striding towards the command center. He needed to confirm the final outcome of the heavenly punishment strike, manage the aftermath within the Alliance, and address the shadow known as eternal binding of the cold abyss, which emerged after the Star Shield of the Supreme Council. In the headquarters of the Alliance's Supreme Council, behind the Star Shield, in Feng Xinjuan's office, the document marked with 0-level authority, which was to be read and then incinerated, titled Redemption Angel Plan, Ultimate Form Assessment, and Subsequent Containment Recommendations, had long since vanished without a trace. Feng Xinjun sat behind his desk, listening to a holographic projection report from an officer adorned with 3 dark golden stars on his epaulette, his features obscured in shadow. The officer's voice was rigid and cold. Synthesized like a machine, heavenly punishment strike confirmed. Target area, gravitational well no. 13 in the silent corridor of the 7-star domain, and its surrounding area within a radius of 12 light seconds. Strike effect, Complete annihilation of spatial structure. No signals detected from any ARC core, prototype, or Nirvana remains. Determination. Target has been physically destroyed. The battlefield at the City Medical Center has been cleared. Cleansers report. 9 first-generation Nirvana entities lost power after the ARC core link was severed, with no restart signals detected. Target Lin Feng, carrier of the primordial key, and Yi Xiao, guardian, show critically endangered life signs, with the current life support system still operational. Containment plan for eternal binding of the Cold Abyss deployment order has been sent to the city's cleanser's highest command node. Remaining activation window, 67 hours and 32 minutes. Feng Xianju nodded slightly, his face revealing no emotion, as if he were listening to a routine report about mineral yields from a distant planet. He lifted his teacup, the rim glistening with a warm sheen under the light. What about Zhang Xinjia? He inquired, his tone flat. Commander Zhang Xinjia has initiated an in-depth cleansing procedure of all associated organizational leads within the Alliance, with efficiency exceeding expectations. He has just ordered the archival destruction of data related to the Sun Xiang unit and the permanent freezing of its mental association model research. The officer's projection flickered slightly, seemingly processing new information, and he had just submitted an independent report copy encrypted at the level of Judgment Blade, requesting joint review by the Supreme Council and the Strategic Intelligence Bureau. Oh, Feng Xianjun raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. What is the report's content? The core of the report questions the unknown logical deletion behavior encountered in the later extraction of Sun Xiang's mental pollution-related data. He posits a hypothesis that this behavior may stem from a certain ultimate protocol self-defense mechanism within Lin Feng, the primordial key carrier's consciousness. Commander Zhang Xinjia suggests that before activating the eternal binding of the Cold Abyss, every effort should be made to awaken Lin Feng to glean any potential secrets regarding the other shore or arc core that may reside within his consciousness. He believes this may be the key to completely eradicating the organizational threat. The office fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the subtle hum of the holographic projector. Feng Xianjun slowly set down his teacup, the bottom making a crisp sound as it met the table. Commander Zhang's vigilance and imagination are commendable, he stated, his voice remaining neutral, devoid of praise or criticism. But the priority of the eternal binding of the Cold Abyss remains unchanged. Unstable factors must be controlled. Archive his report and designate it as a secondary research project following the containment of the eternal binding of the Cold Abyss. Understood, the officer's projection inclined slightly. The eternal binding of the Cold Abyss directive has been locked, and the irreversible process has commenced. The holographic projection vanished. Feng Xianjuan's gaze returned to the slowly rotating miniature star map. His fingers unconsciously tapped gently on the alloy table, maintaining a steady rhythm. At the City Medical Center, within the energy isolation force field, in the life support chamber, the pale green luminescent fluid continued to envelop the near-death figure. The life curve on the instrument screen still struggled at the depths of despair. However, at the very bottom of Lin Feng's absolute silence in the depths of his consciousness, the fragment of the primordial key, which had just been forcibly filled for a moment with the massive data stream of the other shore coordinates final state disturbance model, began to emanate a faint, entirely new eerie blue glow from its cracked surface, slowly and tenaciously seeping out. This glow was no longer the remnants of disintegration nor a chaotic explosion. It was like a point of cold order quietly coalescing within the chaos of the storm's eye. It was so faint that it could almost be overlooked. However, its very existence is a miracle, a shadowy anchor that emerges from the depths of consciousness, defying the absolute will of death. Ying Gnun. Chapter 48. The Star Map Chains and the Echoes of Guardianship. The profound silence is no longer merely a flat veil, but resembles a tangible gel that fills every corner of the medical center's core area. Within the energy isolation field, time seems to have been drained of all moisture, leaving only the cold, precise ticking of life support equipment, reminiscent of a death knell's countdown. The low hum of the air purification system now sounds like a dying gasp, with each faint vibration tugging at taut nerves. On the life support platform, the digital representation of the residual energy in the Guardian mode finally dipped below the critical threshold of 1. Each minute fluctuation feels akin to the last few drops of water extracted from a parched riverbed. The white light of guardianship has dimmed to the point where it barely outlines his figure, resembling an ancient paper eroded by time. On the verge of dissipating into the air, the neural stabilizer remains coldly affixed, like a tombstone's base, locking away the eruptive volcano of backlash while utterly sealing off any chance of revival. His life curve is compressed to a nearly flat baseline, with the remaining vitality flickering like the last candle flame swaying in an endless cold night, its halo already blurred. Inside the life support chamber, the pale green fluorescent liquid surrounding L and F Ing has solidified into a frigid amber coffin. The web-like patterns of ethereal blue light beneath his skin continue to pulse slowly. Each pulse releases light points that no longer disperse, but sink silently like mercury, accumulating at the chamber's bottom, forming a thin layer of cold blue dust. The nano-repair units persist in their futile operation. Yet their repair speed pales in comparison to the relentless erosion of the foundational essence by the dissipating core remnants within L and Feng. On the screen, the red area representing multi-organ failure spreads like an ever-encroaching plague, devouring the once healthy green zones. The life curve still struggles at the abyss's bottom, the straight line of the neural center exuding a despairing silence. XNJI stands at the edge of the force field, akin to the most precise monitoring probe. His gaze sweeps across Feng's flickering light, glances at the ominous blue dust at the bottom of Feng's life support chamber, and finally rests upon the iron coffin, ensconced in layers of force field, executing the final destruction protocol. The energy beam of the cutter steadily melts the last core storage chip of Xiang's remains, emitting a faint hissing sound, like a final elegy. At that moment, XNJI's personal communicator vibrates ever so slightly. A stream of encrypted instructions from the Supreme Council, designated with the authority level of the Sword of Judgment, silently penetrates his personal terminal like an invisible serpent. The command is exceedingly concise. Condensed into 2 icy words: command confirmation, Yun, activation countdown, 66 hours 15 minutes. There are no explanations, no discussions. Only an unquestionable execution order. XNJI's gaze lingers on the command for less than half a second, his expression unchanged, akin to a cold alloy mask. He shuts off the communicator and redirects his attention to the life support chamber. His aide strides over, voice hushed and tinged with barely perceptible anxiety. Commander Xiang. The residual energy of Feng's Guardian mode has fallen below 0.8, expected to last a maximum of 48 hours. The dissipating core of Feng has reached peak interference, with the efficacy of the conventional life support system diminished to its lowest threshold. The containment field for Yun requires at least 12 hours of preparation. XNJI raises his hand, halting his aide's further words. He needs no reminders. Time is, in the most brutal manner, becoming their greatest adversary. Feng's life hourglass is about to run dry. Feng teeters on the brink of collapse. While the vast and frigid containment field system of Yun necessitates time for deployment and warming. The time window is ruthlessly overlapping, compressing. Awakening plan. XNJI's voice betrays no emotion, yet his gaze sharply scans the assembled medical and neuroscience authorities. Several experts display expressions of bitter gravity. The residual energy of Feng's Guardian mode is the key to anchoring his consciousness. Forcibly stimulating awakening poses the risk of utterly extinguishing his last hope. Moreover, his current state of consciousness is nearly equivalent to being deeply frozen. The medical officer responsible for Feng shakes his head. As for the chief neuroscientist, gazing at the lifeless figure within the life support chamber, his voice is dry. The dissipating core has formed an absolute mental barrier. Any external mental stimulus will be instantly distorted and annihilated. Conventional neural impulse induction and memory anchor stimulation are all ineffective. We cannot even pinpoint the coordinates of his consciousness. It is as if he is utterly lost in the depths of his own awareness, or has been completely locked away. An absolute deadlock. No key, no path. XNJI remains silent, his gaze probing like a tangible probe once more directed at the life support chamber. The layer of accumulated blue dust silently narrates the decay of the primordial power, deep within Feng's consciousness. This is no longer a tempestuous ocean nor a frozen, silent wasteland, but a twisted, chaotic, and shattered database ruin. The grasp of consciousness no longer encompasses familiar thought patterns, but instead reveals a torrent of fragmented information. They intertwine, collide, and annihilate like the chaotic strings at the birth of the universe. Fractured code snippets streak through the darkness like meteors. Incomplete logical chains resemble collapsed bridges, their broken sections flickering with unstable electric sparks. The violently compressed spatial oscillation model data manifests as a star map, crumpled and unfurled, with countless curves representing gravitational tides thrashing madly in the void, breaking apart and reassembling. This chaos is the remnant left behind after the data stream of the final state oscillation model of the coordinates beyond has forcibly filled the void. The immense information surpasses the carrying limit of the remnants of the primordial key, triggering a more comprehensive collapse after a brief stabilization. This collapse is not annihilation, but rather a complete explosion of the space that once belonged to Feng's consciousness, transforming it into a chaotic nebula composed entirely of pure data remnants. There is no direction, no boundary, no meaning, only the eternal noise of data. In the heart of this chaotic realm, the fragment of the source key, which bore the weight of all impact, had utterly lost its form. It disintegrated into countless minuscule data stream nodes, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, akin to the most fundamental particles of information, merging into the debris of this tumultuous nebula. It was omnipresent yet entirely elusive. It constituted the foundation of this ruin, while simultaneously relinquishing any semblance of active will. Lin Feng's faint primary consciousness, if it still existed. resembled a speck of dust caught within a supernova's debris cloud, completely lost and submerged in the ruins of this data storm. He could not perceive his body, the external world, or even his own existence. Only an infinite cacophony of data noise remained, reminiscent of myriad frenzied insects gnawing at the void. Yet, at the very center of this absolute chaos and disorientation, a singularly faint yet exceptionally concentrated glimmer of cold order flickered defiantly. This was neither a fragment of the source key nor a chaotic data stream. Rather, it appeared as an anchor point, a coordinate purely composed of will and the last vestiges of informational logic. It was the spiritual key left by Sumuchio, the final vestige of power solidifying the anchor point of the other shore. As the source fragment completely disintegrated and Lin Feng's primary consciousness sank, this last guiding force did not dissipate. It was like the final rivet secured in the cataclysmic deluge, firmly embedded at the core of this chaotic storm. This ethereal blue anchor glimmer, though faint, was remarkably resilient. It disregarded the frenzied currents of data swirling around it and the shattered gravitational lines of the spatial distortion model. It remained suspended in tranquility, akin to the eye of a storm, absolutely still. As the most violent and chaotic data fragments flowed past it, an invisible force momentarily straightened their course, revealing an exceedingly faint, logical trajectory, only to succumb once more to greater turmoil. This anchor point served as the solitary beacon of order amidst the data chaos, and it was the only potential coordinate where Lin Feng's submerged primary consciousness might be located. However, the light of this beacon was far too feeble. Lin Feng's fragmented consciousness, akin to a drowning soul swept to the ocean's depths by the storm, was entirely unaware of its existence. He, or rather the remnant of his self, merely floated in the endless data noise, dissolving. Beside the life support platform, Yishio's guardian mode emitted a white light, laboriously maintaining the reading of 07. Zhang Xinjia's gaze, cold as a searchlight, swept back and forth between Yishio and Lin Feng. Time slipped away like a frigid blade pressed against the neck. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the faint, almost ethereal image of the heart keyhole at Yishio's chest, which had nearly merged with the air. It continued to rotate at an agonizingly slow pace, sustaining the last intangible link with Lin Feng. A thought, bordering on madness, cleaved through Zhang Xinjia's methodical thought process like lightning. The voice linking Zhang Xinjia experienced a minuscule tremor for the first time, akin to rusted gears forcibly engaging. Yishio's guardian link was the sole bridge anchoring Lin Feng's life force. He abruptly turned to the chief of neuroscience. His words rapid fire. Can we convert the remaining energy of Yishio's guardian mode, not for sustenance, but into a directed mental pulse? The target, to impact Lin Feng's consciousness at its depths through the keyhole link? What? The chief exclaimed in shock, his face turning ashen. This was tantamount to directly stimulating the brain of a vegetative patient with high-voltage electricity. The last vestige of Yishio's guardian energy was crucial for sustaining his life. And once extracted and converted, his body would collapse instantly. As for Lin Feng, his consciousness resembled an immensely unstable explosive at that moment. Any directed shock carried a 999 probability of detonating the disintegration field, utterly obliterating his neural core. What of 01? Zhang Xinjia's voice was as cold as iron. The chief was momentarily stunned, staring into Zhang Xinjia's eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuation. A terrifying word surfaced in his mind. Sacrifice. To use the last remnants of Yishio's life and will as fuel, transforming it into a devastating mental lightning bolt to strike the chaotic ruins of Lin Feng's consciousness. The goal was merely to ignite a flicker of hope amidst the ashes of total destruction. The voice of the 01 chief was as dry as sandpaper, asserting that the theoretical existence required a miracle, or rather, the existence of an anchor point within Lin Feng's consciousness capable of receiving this destructive pulse. An anchor point? Zhang Xinjia's gaze shot towards the lifeless Lin Feng within the life support pod. A miracle? He did not believe in miracles. He only believed in logic and probability. Yet at this moment, the cold logic informed him that the conventional path had perished. The frenzied probability of 01 had become the sole, brutal path to survival. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the dimming glimmer of light on the life support platform. Prepare the energy conversion protocol. The target, to direct the residual energy of Yishio's guardian mode into the heart keyhole link channel. His voice was devoid of any ripple, yet it resonated like a final judgment, priority, highest, execution time, to be automatically triggered when the guardian energy falls below the critical point of 05. The command poured over every medical staff member like ice water, instilling a sense of dread. No one dared to question it. In the silence, imbued with a near-tragic resolve, the conversion protocol was silently entered into the core command stream of the life support system. The last faint light of Yishio's guardian was designated as the final fuse to ignite the ruins of Lin Feng's consciousness. Tick-tock, the time of 07. Amidst the cold commands and desperate waiting, slipped toward the destined point of collision. Yishio's remaining flicker of life was poised to transform into the last echo of protection piercing the abyss of Lin Feng's consciousness. Chapter 49. echoes in reverse, and the awakening of the star map. Silence was no longer a viscous air but had crystallized into ice, suspended in every inch of space within the core area of the medical center. Within the energy isolation field, the ticking of the life support equipment resembled the second hand of a guillotine, each cold strike precisely severing the scant moments of remaining time. The hum of the air purification system now sounded like the lament of a chilling wind deep within a tomb. On the life support platform, the numbers representing Yishio's status flickered under countless gazes, surpassing the suffocating critical point. The faint protective white light suddenly flickered violently, akin to a candle wick struggling with its last breath before extinguishing. The edges of the light momentarily distorted and thinned, as if it were on the verge of dissipating entirely into the frigid readings of the instruments. Simultaneously, the preset energy conversion protocol on the platform was activated in an instant, like a hunting dog sensing blood. A blinding beam of pure psychic energy erupted violently from the nearly transparent keyhole of Yishio's heart. This beam, condensed to its utmost limit, carried the last remnants of his life's warmth, fragments of his protective will, and the scant remnants of the 0-5 protective energy that had been forcibly stripped and transformed. Akin to the most violent rays at the dawn of the universe, ignoring the life support platform's force field, tearing through the air, and piercing Lin Feng's body in the nearby life pod at a speed beyond thought. The target was not Lin Feng's physical form, but rather, through the faint yet persistent protective link, it aimed directly at the chaotic data ruins deep within his consciousness. The echoes of protection reverberated, with life as the string and will as the arrow. No. The chief neuroscientist emitted a desperate scream, as if he had already envisioned Lin Feng's consciousness being instantaneously detonated by this destructive pulse, transforming into a scene of utter void. The beam struck true. Inside the life pod, the light green fluorescent liquid enveloping Lin Feng surged violently under the impact of this pure psychic energy. Akin to a lake disturbed by a massive stone, violently shaking. The liquid surged in tumult, countless bubbles erupting chaotically. Lin Feng's body, submerged within, was propelled upward by this invisible force, crashing heavily against the interior wall of the pod. The piercing alarm instantaneously surged to its peak. Detection of a high-intensity psychic energy intrusion. The source core's dissipation field reacted violently. Energy levels breached the safety threshold. Signals from the neural center vanished. Not extreme turbulence. Unable to interpret. On the instrument screen, all curves representing Lin Feng's vital signs instantly transformed into a blinding, chaotic array of garbled snowflakes. The once nearly silent neural center signal line twisted and convulsed like a live snake thrown into a high-voltage electric net, erupting with unprecedented sharp peaks and unfathomable troughs. The entire life pod flickered violently due to this terrifying internal energy shock. It's over. It has detonated. The hearts of everyone present sank into an icy abyss. However, in that fraction of a second before this catastrophic psychic pulse completely shattered the chaotic data ruins, deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, at the core of the tumultuous data storm, a faint yet remarkably resilient azure light, transformed from the anchor point of the other shore, seemed to sense this violent yet familiar energy emanating from the protective will, erupting into unprecedented brilliance. Like igniting a supernova in absolute darkness, the azure anchor light instantaneously expanded, not an explosion, but a harmonious resonance. The fragment of pure protective will contained within Yishio's echoing pulse resonated with the mental key left by Su Muchio deep within the anchor point, creating a transcendental resonance. This resonance acted like an invisible chisel, instantaneously carving the chaotic, violent pulse energy into a command. A cold, precise command directed straight to the core. Forced guidance protocol, initiate. Target, stabilizing the consciousness ruins core anchor point. Pathway, protective will resonance channel. The destructive torrent of the protective echoes, under the guidance of the anchor light, transformed like a tamed dragon, instantly redirecting its course, no longer chaotically assaulting the entire ruin, but instead morphing into a spear of light, precisely piercing into the center of that azure anchor point. Boom! An indescribable tremor swept through the entire consciousness ruin. The azure anchor point, at the moment it was accurately struck by the protective echo, was not destroyed, but rather erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, as if infused with boundless energy. The glow was no longer a singular azure, but intermingled with the pure white of protective will and the eternal golden light of the other shore coordinates. At the heart of this radiant explosion, the remnants of the source key, shattered into countless informational particles, were forcibly drawn together by this powerful force. Countless azure data particles surged towards the core of the light, like iron filings attracted to a magnet. Simultaneously, the vast, chaotic data stream of the final state of the other shore coordinates was forcibly sorted by this newly born, powerful anchor light. The fragmented gravitational lines were rewelded, and the distorted spatial structure was forcibly corrected. A shattered but increasingly defined star map began to coalesce, slowly and laboriously appearing within Lin Feng's consciousness ruin, centered around that brilliant anchor point. Upon this star map, the light point representing the other shore coordinates, 7-star domain, silent corridor, no. 13 gravitational well no longer flickered like an expiring candle, but instead emitted a stable and steadfast glow. Even more unexpectedly, at the very moment the star map began to form, a faint yet exceedingly clear feedback information stream surged upward through the protective Will resonance channel. This information stream was not a revival of consciousness, but rather cold, pure spatial coordinate data. It precisely anchored itself to the core of the star map that had just coalesced deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, outside the life pod. Just as everyone thought Lin Feng was about to completely collapse under the impact of the protective echoes, the energy monitoring device within Lin Feng's life pod, which had been wildly fluctuating, representing the intensity of the source core dissipation field, reached a heart-stopping peak before suddenly dropping to zero. Immediately following, the chaotic neural center signal, which had resembled a flurry of snowflakes, was forcefully smoothed out by an unseen hand, instantly transforming into an absolutely stable straight line. Yet this was not the line of death, because almost at the same moment the signal stabilized, another set of secondary monitoring instruments, representing spatial energy sensing, emitted an unprecedented, stable hum. On the screen, a clear and exquisitely precise spatial coordinate signal, pointing towards the interior of Lin Feng's life pod, was captured and displayed with unwavering stability. The coordinate data was extraordinarily complex, far exceeding the current precision of the Alliance's positioning systems. Its core direction astonishingly aligned with the area marked as an absolute forbidden zone within the Alliance's star map database, the 7-star domain's silent corridor. What is this? The technical supervisor exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Spatial coordinates? A stable spatial coordinate emanating directly from his mind? Zhang Xinjia's pupils abruptly contracted to pinpoints. He turned sharply to gaze at Yishio's life platform. On the platform, the digital display indicating the residual energy of the Guardian mode, which had just emitted a protective echo, returned to zero. The ethereal image of the heart keyhole on Yishio's chest dissipated like the last wisp of smoke from a candle flickering in the wind. His life curve, after experiencing an extremely faint tremor, was entirely flattened. The protective echo had exhausted its last light and heat. Yet, the cold stream of spatial coordinate information that returned was akin to Yishio's silent cry in his final moments. It pointed towards the newly ignited star map deep within Lin Feng's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, as Yishio's life curve reached complete flatness and the stable spatial coordinates were transmitted from the life pod, Zhang Xinjia's personal communicator emitted a shrill beep, signaling a directive of the utmost priority. An order from Feng Xianjuan's office, with a privilege level designated as final judgment, arrived instantly, carrying an indomitable will for destruction. Directive confirmed. Eternal binding of the cold abyss. Containment field preheating completed. Physical lock on the execution layer released. Final activation authorization. Feng Xianjun. Countdown initiated. Forced zeroing. Immediate activation. Below the directive, a line of cold red text noted. Warning. Detected unknown high-dimensional spatial coordinate leakage from target vessel. Threat level elevated to world-ending level. Containment procedure irreversible process forcibly accelerated. Report. Level 7 underground. Energy readings from the main control unit of the eternal binding of the cold abyss are skyrocketing. The force field constrictor is entering activation sequence. The AID's terrified voice crackled through the communication channel. They didn't even wait for us to complete our deployment. They forcibly released the physical lock. The eternal binding of the cold abyss has been activated. A thunderous rumble. The entire medical center's floor began to emit a dull and terrifying vibration, as if an ancient beast were awakening deep beneath the earth. Blinding crimson alarm lights instantly replaced all illumination, spinning wildly. A cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in every corner. Highest alert. Highest alert. The final phase of the eternal binding of the cold abyss containment protocol has been initiated. Unauthorized personnel, please evacuate the core area immediately. Repeat. Unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately. The energy isolation force field fluctuated violently under the interference of the immense external energy field, groaning under the unbearable strain. The lights in the life pod flickered chaotically. Zhang Xinjia stood at the center of the violent tremors, the crimson alarm lights casting shifting shadows across his cold visage. He glanced at Yishio, whose life had completely ceased on the life platform, then turned to the lifeless Lin Feng within the life pod, which was transmitting the stable coordinate signal. On one side was the newly ignited star map coordinate, and on the other loomed the impending eternal abyss. Time, under Feng Xianjuan's coercive directive, was entirely stripped away. Without hesitation or deliberation, Zhang Xinjia moved like the most precise war machine. In the instant the crimson alarm whirled, his finger had already traced a fleeting shadow across his personal terminal. A directive, also classified as final judgment, but marked with the path, Guardian Will resonance channel, residual, was swiftly inputted and dispatched at maximum speed. Directive target, within Lin Feng's life pod, the spatial coordinate signal recently captured from his consciousness's star map. Directive content, coordinate upload, Alliance star map database, top secret. Path marked, Source key, status, star map initiation. Associated protocol. Activate the Guardian Deep Space Detector Array. Objective. Lock onto and analyze all spatial and energy characteristics of that coordinate point. Priority. Surpassing all. The moment the directive was sent, Huang Shaotian abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the lifeless figure within the life pod. His voice pierced through the shrieking alarms, like a Cold War hammer striking every eardrum. Purifiers. Maximum defensive posture. Objective. Protect the life pod. Until the coordinate analysis is complete, or he paused for a moment, his voice resolute. Force field shattered. Command issued. The purifiers, like silent rocks, instantly formed a human barrier, encircling the life pod at its center. Weapons raised, energy shields fully activated. They aimed at the seemingly quivering remnants of the Nirvana bodies amidst the tremors, directing their sights towards the door, being consumed by crimson radiance. The tremors from below grew increasingly violent, as if the earth itself were roaring. The force field of the eternal abyss surged like a tangible tide of crimson, swiftly and silently spreading along the alloy walls, floors, and ceilings of the corridor. Where it passed, light distorted, and space itself appeared to solidify. Inside the life pod, Lin Feng remained submerged in the convulsing fluorescent liquid, utterly silent. Yet deep within his consciousness, the star map, ignited by the protective echo, coalesced from the shattered source key and the coordinates of the other side, felt the approaching destructive crimson force field, and suddenly contracted, condensing for a moment. On the star map, several previously indistinct secondary spatial nodes briefly illuminated during the contraction of the anchor point's radiance. Chapter 50. Crimson Tide, and the interstice of light. The silence was utterly crushed. Crimson. An overwhelming sea of crimson. The activation of the eternal abyss's force field was akin to opening a door to a blood-soaked hell. Viscous, cold, imbued with an endless will of annihilation. The crimson light surged like a living tide, rapidly spreading along the alloy corridors, ceilings, and floors of the medical center's core area. Light twisted, elongated, and fractured within this crimson hue, as if space itself were being assimilated and dissolved by this viscous color. The spinning red glow of the alarm lights was instantly devoured, leaving behind this pure, suffocating crimson that dominated all. A thunderous roar. From the depths of the earth, no longer came mere vibrations, but rather a deep, resonant roar akin to the heartbeat of a colossal beast. With every pulse, the speed at which the spreading scarlet tide advanced surged dramatically. The air thickened, each breath feeling as though one were inhaling cold, liquid lead, tinged with a metallic sweetness and the chilling essence of annihilation. The velocity of the force field's propulsion exceeded expectations by 30%. The estimated time for complete coverage of the core area was revised to 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The voice of the aide howled through the communication channel, laced with unmistakable terror. Hold the line. Huang Shaotian's voice pierced through the buzz of the force field and the roars from below, cold as iron. He stood at the forefront of the circular defense formed by the cleansers, his military boots pressing into the alloy floor, which had begun to soften under the corrosive glow of crimson light. His gaze was firmly locked onto the oncoming tide of scarlet, as well as the several Nephilim remnants standing like tombstones in the center of the corridor, illuminated by the scarlet glow. With a hum, the energy shield generators in the hands of the cleansers surged to full power. Layer upon layer of heavy, platinum-hued energy shields instantaneously overlapped, forming an indomitable barrier of light in front of the life support pod. The resonant hum of weapon charging crescendoed, the muzzles igniting with blinding brilliance, firmly locking onto the advancing scarlet tide and the metallic remnants ahead, whose outlines began to warp under the crimson light. The scarlet tide, akin to a slowly closing maw, devoured space inch by inch, drawing closer to the barrier of light. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. This was the final countdown. Either the scarlet would consume all, dragging the life support pod and its occupants into an eternal abyss of freezing darkness, or the spatial coordinates, captured deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, would allow a breach for the Alliance's counterattack before the abyss closed. Deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, the recently coalesced star map was now undergoing unprecedented turbulence. This upheaval did not arise from internal collapse, but from the external incursion of the scarlet will of annihilation, which seeped in as if it were a tangible substance. This will was cold and viscous, possessing an absolute quality of solidification and preservation, akin to billions of invisible tendrils frantically entwining and penetrating, attempting to corrupt every inch of the star map space. The outer edges of the star map, composed of secondary spatial nodes formed from the oscillation model data of the coordinates from the other shore, were rapidly darkening, rusting, and disintegrating under the erosion of the scarlet will, as if exposed to a potent acid. The curves representing gravitational tides were forcibly distorted and straightened, losing their dynamic equilibrium. The entire outer structure of the star map was visibly freezing under the scarlet influence. At the core of the star map, the brilliant light ignited by the resonance of the Guardian's remnants and the anchor point from the other shore now flickered violently like a candle in the wind. The scarlet will, akin to a maggot, frantically coiled around, attempting to invade the core of that light, to solidify and extinguish it. the external high-dimensional force of annihilation invaded, causing a drastic decline in the stability of the star map structure. The core anchor point faced pollution and erosion, and the reorganization process of the primordial particles was obstructed. A chilling alarm echoed silently within the depths of Lin Feng's subdued consciousness. The condensation process of the star map had, under the terrifying pressure of the eternal abyss, fallen into an unprecedented stagnation, even beginning to reverse. Yet, amidst this predicament, where the star map was on the brink of total freezing, a faint yet remarkably resilient resonance emanated from the depths of the core anchor's light. This resonance did not originate from the star map itself, but rather from the remnants of the Guardian's will. It was Yishio, that fragment of will, ignited at the cost of life to force open a passage, had not completely dissipated after issuing that command. Instead, it remained like the most resilient thread, still linking to the core anchor point of the star map. At this moment, under the extreme pressure of the eternal abyss, as the star map teetered on the edge of freezing, the resonance of this Guardian will's remnants sharpened and coalesced like a finely honed blade. It transformed into an invisible, yet extraordinarily resilient string. One end deeply embedded in the core anchor's light of the star map, the other flowing upstream, ignoring the barriers between consciousness and reality. Disregarding the isolation of the life support pod, it precisely connected to the platinum barrier erected by the cleansers, which stood against the scarlet tide. This was not a transmission of energy, but rather a resonance of will frequency, the will of the cleansers, that indomitable steel will, born from the desire to protect comrades and hope, erupted in the face of adversity, refusing to retreat. This will, under the terrifying pressure of the eternal abyss, was as pure and hard as a polished diamond. It resonated with the remnants of Yishio's guardian will, creating an extremely fleeting connection that transcended life and death. A hum resonated. This will frequency resonance was instantaneously transmitted to the core anchor's light of the star map through the invisible string. It was as if a blazing spark were thrown into the embers of a dying coal. Boom. The shimmering brilliance at the core of the star map erupted with unprecedented radiance in response to this pure guardian will resonance. The light was no longer a singular color. It intertwined with the pure white of guardianship, the platinum of cleansing will, and the eternal golden light of the other shore's coordinates. Under this explosive brilliance, the star map's outer structures, which had been eroded by the scarlet will and were on the verge of freezing and disintegration, melted and purified as if cast into a furnace. The scarlet tendrils were forcibly repelled, purified. The collapsing spatial nodes were forcefully fused by the radiance. Even more astonishing changes occurred within the star map. Countless primordial key information particles, attracted by the light and beginning to converge anew, surged toward the core at an accelerated rate under the stimulation of the guardian will's resonance. Countless azure particles rushed towards the core like they were drawn by a magnet, no longer merely aggregating but initiating a deeper level of fusion and reconstruction under the brilliant light. A brand new, more refined and stable azure crystal outline was laboriously and tenaciously coalescing within the brilliance of the star map's core. This crystal was no longer a remnant, but the nascent core. Yuan Chu He Xian, Chong Gotai Fusion Degree 010203. A chilling prompt flickered through the depths of consciousness, accompanied by a glimmer of nascent hope. Outside the life pod, a scarlet tide surged within 5 meters of the barrier of light. The viscous crimson radiance writhed as if alive, incessantly corroding the edges of the platinum shield and emitting an excruciating hissing sound. Under the oppressive weight of the crimson tide, the shield's light flickered violently, akin to a soap bubble under immense pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment. The purifiers gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads, squeezing every ounce of strength from within to inject into the shield generator. Their will, forged under the absolute pressure of death, became as unyielding as tempered alloy. At the moment the crimson tide was about to completely engulf the barrier of light, within the life pod, a figure submerged in a pale green fluorescent liquid, long dead to the world, underwent a remarkable transformation. The web-like, azure light patterns on Lin Feng's body suddenly ignited. No longer dim points of light dissipating into death. They flowed with a deep and stable azure glow, reminiscent of a circuit ignited. This light coursed throughout his body, converging at the heart within his chest. Then, a vortex, condensed to a near-corporeal form and composed purely of azure light, erupted from Lin Feng's chest without warning. This vortex was not an energy shock, but a distortion of space. It expanded instantaneously around Lin Feng's body as its core. The sturdy special glass dome of the life pod shattered silently under this distorted force field, disintegrating. The pale green life fluid was drawn into the vortex, vaporizing instantly. The azure vortex disregarded physical barriers, enveloping the entire life pod and perfectly overlapping with the platinum barrier erected by the purifiers. As if a searing iron had pierced solidified grease, the approaching crimson tide, imbued with an absolute will to annihilate, emitted a piercing shriek like millions of insects being scorched upon contact with the overlapping region of the azure vortex and the platinum barrier. The viscous crimson radiance was forcibly repelled. It was neither a retreat nor an annihilation, but rather a repulsion by a higher order of spatial rules. as if encountering an irreconcilable, absolute alien presence. The advancing momentum of the Crimson Tide was abruptly halted at the overlapping region, as if it had collided with an imperceptible yet utterly smooth wall, unable to advance any further. A semicircular safety zone, with a radius of less than 3 meters formed by the perfect overlap of the azure vortex and the platinum barrier, persisted defiantly amidst the surging Crimson Tide, creating a glimmer of condensed light. This was impossible. The deputy exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He observed the astonishing readings on the instruments. The erosion of the eternal imprisonment cold abyss force field was neutralized. Neutralization rate 987. Energy consumption 0. Is this spatial repulsion? What power is this? Huang Shaotian's pupils constricted suddenly. His gaze pierced through the layer of distorted azure vortex, locking onto the figure at its center, emanating a stable azure glow from its chest. Lin Feng remained with his eyes closed. Yet the azure light patterns flowing beneath his skin were stable and profound, the vortex at his chest pulsing like the heart of a living being. The blue dust accumulated at the bottom of the pod had vanished without a trace. Even more shocking to Huang Shaotian was that on his personal terminal, a feedback message from the Deep Space Probe Array, with the highest level of authority designated for the Guardian, was flashing wildly. The Guardian Deep Space Probe Array reported, target coordinates, 7-star domain, silent corridor, gravity well number 13, spatial feature analysis completion rate, 87. Detected abnormal stable spatial nodes, quantity, 3. The energy characteristics of the nodes highly correlate with Yuan, Chu Ji Yao, Chong Go Tai. Associated path model established. Path stability assessment, high. Path, pointing towards coordinates on the other side. The Crimson Tide of Annihilation roared silently outside the glimmering light gap, rolling yet unable to penetrate even a fraction. Within the life pod, the azure vortex slowly rotated, resembling a tranquil lighthouse amid the eye of a storm. Huang Shaotian gradually raised his head, and beneath the cold mask, his gaze penetrated the Crimson Tide of Death for the first time, catching sight of a glimmer of flowing light born from absolute stillness. Chapter 51. The Ring of Thorns and the Echo of Despair. Silence and crimson solidified into a canvas of despair. The material-like crimson radiance of the eternal imprisonment cold abyss force field rolled and roared madly outside the impenetrable glimmering light gap, akin to an enraged living entity. The annihilative will, forcibly repelled by the perfect overlap of the azure spatial vortex and the platinum will barrier, did not dissipate but instead accumulated and compressed along the edges of the glimmering light gap, resembling the most viscous venom. The crimson hue darkened and thickened, emanating a terrifying pressure that froze the very soul. The entire core area was completely filled with crimson, and the alloy walls groaned under the absolute pressure of annihilation, displaying fine cracks akin to porcelain. Within the glimmering light gap, the platinum shield maintained by the purifiers flickered violently under the extreme and sustained pressure, its light wavering like a candle flame buffeted by the wind, emitting a piercing sound of energy overload. Each purifier's body was taut as if drawn to the limit of a bowstring, with the energy shield generator expelling scorching white vapor, they were being crazily squeezed. The pressure continued to multiply. The shield's energy reserve stood at only 27. Projected maximum support time, 37 seconds. The deputy's voice had grown hoarse. Each passing second felt like walking on the edge of a knife. In the center of the life pod, now merely the deformed alloy base, Lin Feng was engulfed in the azure vortex emanating from his chest. The vortex rotated steadily and profoundly, forming the sole anchor point against the crimson annihilation. The azure light patterns flowing beneath his skin resembled an activated network, continuously supplying energy from the depths of consciousness, ensuring the stability of this spatial repulsion force field. Yet, this stability did not come without a cost. Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes reflected an unsettling, inhuman stillness. Deep within his consciousness, a nascent star map was enduring unimaginable pressure. At the core of this star map, a newly formed azure crystal, reconstructed from primordial fragmentary information particles, was becoming increasingly discernible, yet its condensation rate, under the extreme oppression of the eternal frozen abyss, had nearly come to a standstill. The primordial core, reconstructed state fusion, level 149. A chilling notification solidified at the base of his awareness. From an initial explosive growth, it had now reached an agonizing standstill. The scarlet will of obliteration, like countless invisible chains, relentlessly dragged every information particle attempting to merge with the crystal, rendering the reconstruction process as arduous as traversing through solidified molten steel. Simultaneously, the emerging structure of the star map faced colossal challenges. The three primary spatial pathways, stabilized by the oscillation model of the coordinates from the other shore, which once radiated a stable azure glow, now trembled and distorted under the external pressure of scarlet. The luminous paths pointing to the core nodes of the other shore coordinates, 7-star domain, silent corridor, gravity well number 13, flickered erratically, and fine cracks began to appear in their structures, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. This was not merely a struggle of Lin Feng's consciousness, but also the ultimate confrontation between the coordinates left by Su Muqiu and the destructive will represented by Feng Xianjun. Suddenly, a cataclysmic surge of subterranean pulsations erupted with tenfold ferocity compared to before. The entire underground structure emitted a terrifying roar reminiscent of a dying primordial beast. The Scarlet Annihilation force field abruptly thickened 100-fold, becoming 1,000 times heavier. A warning blared. The final physical confinement layer of the eternal frozen abyss had completed its solidification. The force field completion was at 983. The annihilation attribute had escalated exponentially. The monitor's voice trembled with despair, recalibrating the expected complete solidification time to 40 seconds. The scarlet tide outside the condensed light gap suddenly transformed into an endless, viscous wall as thick as liquid metal. The platinum barrier of light violently trembled, and the shield generator soared to its thermal limits, emitting a dreadful wail. Teetering on the brink of meltdown, at least 3 of the cleansers stifled cries, blood gushing from their mouths and noses as the shield's strength plummeted. The support time of 37 seconds was instantly reduced to a desperate single digit under the horrifying pressure of the eternal frozen abyss in its final form. The primordial core, reconstructed state fusion, level 149. The star map paths emitted a mournful cry amidst violent tremors, and the cracks widened. The crystal reconstruction remained ensnared in a mire of stagnation. Zhang Xinjie stood behind the crumbling barrier, the scarlet glow slicing his profile into fragments of ice and fire. He glanced at the lifeless curve of the life support platform, then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, ensconced in the azure vortex, yet still enveloped in silence. Yixiu ignited the coordinates with life, and the cleansers forged a wall with their will. Yet this wall was on the verge of being obliterated by the scarlet tide within 40 seconds. He needed a final fuel source. The last key. Before the star map was solidified and the paths were irrevocably sealed, he aimed to convert the remaining fusion level into a final resonant leap. Without uttering a word or a shout, Zhang Xinjie suddenly raised his hand, his fingers tracing the scarlet mark on the terminal. A command encoded with the ultimate chain of fate, labeled with the execution level, a mandatory directive of the collective will of the cleansers, was confirmed and dispatched at lightning speed. Command content: Thorned Ring Protocol. Activate. Target: all cleansers in the sequence. Reverse infusion of life energy. Mandatory link: Guardian will resonance channel. Command terminal: central coordinates of the life support chamber, Lin Feng. The Thorned Ring. Chains forged with life. Flames ignited with souls. In the moment the command was issued, the faces of all cleansers bore no fear, no hesitation, only a pure, cold resolve. A flash of scarlet light flickered in the depths of their pupils. Simultaneously, they removed their hands from the imminent melting shield generator, pressing firmly against their chests. With a whoosh, it was as if an invisible shackle had been forcibly shattered. Each cleanser's heart erupted with a peculiar flame, mingled with the essence of life, indomitable will, and the scarlet imprint of the command. This flame was not aggressive, but sacrificial. It broke free from the corporeal constraints, transforming into dozens of streams of blood-red light that pierced through space, disregarding the violent scarlet annihilation field, and accurately converged into the center of the swirling azure vortex in Lin Feng's chest. Sacrifice, igniting the final guidance with life. The hum. This time, it was no longer a resonance, but a forced infusion. The life energy and fragments of will sacrificed by the cleansers were consumed by the azure vortex with fervor, like molten iron searing with thorny flames. In the central life support chamber, the azure vortex enveloping Lin Feng erupted with blinding brilliance. This radiance, mixed with the blood red of sacrifice and the purity of guardianship, temporarily suppressed the glow of the vortex itself. The entire light gap was filled with dazzling brightness. Lin Feng's body arched violently, as if enduring unimaginable agony. Deep within his consciousness, the core of the star map, on the brink of freezing, was thrust into the most fervent furnace by this burning thorned ring. Boom! The azure crystal, dragged by the scarlet chains, surged in fusion level like a torrent breaching a dam, soaring uncontrollably. 150. The outline of the crystal became visibly solid and harmonious, tempered by the thorns and the flames of life. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the 3 trembling star map paths. The scarlet fragments of Thornwool did not contaminate the paths. Rather, they embedded themselves like the most resilient reinforcement bars, infused with the iron-like will of the sacrificers, deeply anchoring into those 3 faltering spatial pathways. The thorns entwined the azure light paths, forging a robust connection with the 3 luminous nodes pointing to the coordinates of the other shore, forcibly stabilizing and even briefly enhancing the path stability. The Thorned Ring. The final anchor chain forged through sacrifice. The primordial core, reconstructed state fusion, level 247. The 3-star map paths were fortified by the will of the thorns. Stability, critical. 30 seconds. Report. The energy chain of the Thorned Ring has completed transmission. All life signs of the cleansers have ceased. The voice of the adjutant was reduced to a numbed lament. The scarlet, solidified wall loomed ominously before them. compressing the range of the shimmering light gap to a mere 2 meters in diameter. The shield had vanished completely, leaving only the violently raging azure vortex to barely sustain itself. The vortex's brilliance, infused by the energy of the thorny will, reached its zenith, yet bore an overwhelming sense of imminent shattering. Lin Feng's body, coiled in tension, emanated a frenetic flicker of azure light patterns, as if it might disintegrate along with his very form at any moment. He remained in slumber. The newly birthed source core required a final detonation, necessitating the ultimate will to propel that last echoing leap. Yet, at this juncture, a faint yet undeniably palpable mental fluctuation swept through the confined space of the light gap like the most delicate ripple. This tremor did not originate from Lin Feng, but from the lifeless form beside him on the life support platform, Yishio. The phantom of the heart's keyhole, long extinguished on his chest, flickered weakly, as if resonating with the now frenzied vortex of space fueled by the thorny will. Was it the last echo of the Guardian's resolve, or a deeper bond forcibly resonating in the face of despair? Then came a roar, akin to the bellowing of a colossal beast from the abyss, as a violent and utterly uncontrollable scarlet shockwave erupted from the ground in all directions, poised to obliterate all in its path. The eternal frozen abyss had completed its final solidification, the scarlet no longer flowing, but instantly transformed into an immovable, colossal mountain of crimson crystal, weighing millions of tons. Crashing down towards the last remaining, maximally compressed azure light point. 15 seconds remained. The countdown to annihilation reached its terminus, in the heart of the life support chamber. In the fleeting milliseconds before being entirely engulfed by the scarlet crystal mountain, Lin Feng's eyes, long sealed in the azure glow, suddenly burst open. Within his pupils, there was no focus, no consciousness, only an explosion of azure light potent enough to rend the fabric of reality from illusion. At the core of that brilliance, 3 paths, reinforced by thorns, clearly illuminated the coordinates of the other shore on the star map. Surrounding him, the tumultuous vortex ignited by the thorny will, along with the newly formed azure core crystal, achieved an unprecedented fusion level of 251. Guided by the ultimate resonance of Yishio's guardian echo, it instantaneously reached the critical threshold. Lin Feng's right hand, driven by a mechanical instinct that transcended conscious thought, darted into the center of the swirling azure vortex in his chest. His fingertips accurately landed upon the core's fiery crystal. The command for the echoing leap, forced activation. The silent command detonated at the pinnacle of consciousness. A hum reverberated, an invisible yet absolute spatial light string, formed by the topological folds of space, surged forth from the azure crystal at its core, following the path traced by Lin Feng's fingertips along one of the azure light routes, forcibly reinforced by the thorny will and now illuminated by the core. Like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, it surged towards the distant coordinates of the other shore, instantaneously bridging the solidified reality and the fragmented star map. At the end of the thorn-reinforced path, the star representing the other shore ignited the moment Lin Feng's fingertip made contact with the crystal. The echo, at last, reached the other shore. Time froze. In the minuscule fraction of a second when billions of scarlet crystals crushed the core area, the diminutive azure light point within the life support chamber, along with its enveloping form and the surrounding fragments of alloy, silently collapsed and withdrew from the material plane, as if erased from existence. The scarlet crystal mountain thundered shut, burying the very spot where the life support chamber had once resided, plunging the solidified space into the frigid, eternal abyss of stasis. The immense scarlet crystal core, resembling the eye of an abyssal demon, solidified the final will of annihilation. The light gap extinguished. On the life support platform, the exceedingly faint mental ripples returned to silence. At the side of the life support chamber, only a massive, irregular mound of flesh and bone remained, remnants of the purgers, instantaneously frozen by the scarlet crystal after the thorny ring ignited itself and sacrificed everything. Deep within the 7th subterranean layer, the main confinement unit of the eternal frozen abyss emitted a chilling hum, signifying closure. Inside the core confinement chamber, a distorted silhouette, encased in solidified blood and bone, became an eternal tombstone in the absolute zero scarlet crystal. Silence, thick as viscous black oil, permeated this crimson forbidden zone for the first time. No alarms, no howls, only the subtle, slow cracking sounds of crystal growth. Suspended in the air, frozen by the scarlet force field, were minuscule blue particles, the last remnants of the source core, disbanded and dissipated during the final spatial leap due to insufficient fusion. In the deepest recesses of the underground base, the holographic screen before Feng Xianjun dimmed entirely, leaving behind the cold text prompts: core target coordinate signal, annihilation. Abnormal high-dimensional spatial interference signal, annihilation. Eternal frozen abyss containment process confirmation complete, 100 solidified and stabilized. He slowly leaned back against the cold chair, the heavy radiation-proof glass isolating him from all external sounds, as well as concealing the last trace of barely noticeable change in his expression. The room descended into profound darkness, illuminated only by the cold green indicator lights on the instruments, flickering like the ghostly phosphorescence of a graveyard. The imprint of the final command solidified into a chilling scar deep within his eyes. Everything had come to an end. The scarlet abyss silently closed, consuming the last glimmer of light and burying all echoes. The solidified core area resembled the cold epitaph of the cosmos, chronicling the conclusion of annihilation while silently declaring the irrevocable closure of a possibility. Chapter 52, The Scarlet Tombstone and Azure Dust. Silence is the conclusion of solidification and the echo of absolute vacuum. The scarlet crystal mountains of the eternal frozen abyss stood majestically, devouring all that once existed in the core area. The alloy structure of the medical center, the remnants of the life support platform, the flesh and will of the cleansers, and the compressed glimmer of the gap, all the tumult and struggle of reality, are entirely sealed and frozen by the cold, heavy, crimson giant crystal, which emanates an aura of absolute annihilation. The air ceases to flow, and light is imprisoned deep within the crystal, distorted into eerie dark red spots. The faint sounds of crystal growth have long vanished, leaving only an oppressive, suffocating silence. Time loses its meaning here, and space solidifies into an eternal tombstone. Deep within the core of the crimson crystal, a human silhouette formed from flesh, solidified energy remnants, and twisted, compressed fragments of the life support alloy serves as the sole epitaph on this tombstone, an inscription bearing the name Lin Feng. It silently narrates the victory of annihilation, proclaims the definitive end of the Redemption Angel program, and coldly preserves all secrets pointing to coordinates beyond the realm. On the 7th underground level, within the main containment unit of the Eternal Abyss, the immense array of force field generators resembles a slumbering steel beast, while within the core containment chamber, the crimson crystal emits a faint cold light, maintained at absolute zero. Here, silence reigns as well, with only the green indicator light on the instrument panel, representing a solidified stability of 100, flickering like an eternal flame before a grave, faintly glowing, attesting to the completion and permanence of annihilation. At the headquarters of the Supreme Council of the Alliance, behind the star shield barrier, the heavy radiation-proof alloy door of Huang Shaotian's office glides open silently. He sits in a spacious chair, facing away from the door, gazing at the vast, cold star map projection that occupies an entire wall. The position representing the city bears no markings, only a dim gray shadow symbolizing what has been disposed of. Below the star map, a massive encrypted data stream flows silently, reminiscent of a silent waterfall, with one core information chain slowly concluding. Source key vessel, status permanently annihilated, confirmed, associated threat assessment, nullified anomalous signal of beyond coordinates, no residuals. The lighting in the office is soft, yet it cannot dispel the chill emanating from the depths of the earth. The secretary stands silently at the door, holding a thin, physical document bag made of special radiation-resistant material, its opening emblazoned with a conspicuous black skull and chains emblem, the final seal of the Supreme Council's Arbitration Court. Chairman, the confirmation of annihilation from the Arbitration Court. The secretary's voice is steady and devoid of emotion, as if reading a routine agenda. Feng Xianjun does not turn around. He merely extends a hand. That hand is steady, dry, and devoid of tremors. The document bag is gently placed into his grasp, its touch cold and heavy. He casually sets it down on the polished alloy table, his fingers barely lingering on the seal embossed with the mark of death. He lifts the always warm teacup at the corner of the table, its rim brushing against his lips, producing a faint sound. The subsequent concluding work will be executed according to the silent protocol. Feng Xianjuan's voice is as calm as still water, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The cleansers of the city are posthumously awarded the Star Shield Guardian Medal, with pensions distributed according to wartime standards. Relevant files are archived in the eternal silence sequence. Any unauthorized inquiries will be treated as acts of treason. Yes, the secretary slightly bows, as if receiving the most ordinary of orders. He turns and silently exits the office, the heavy alloy door closing without a sound, completely isolating the interior from the outside. The office returns to absolute silence. Feng Xianjuan's gaze remains fixed on the gray area representing the city. He slowly sets down the teacup, the bottom making a crisp and solitary sound as it meets the table surface. His fingers unconsciously tap lightly on the cold, smooth alloy tabletop. The rhythm of the tapping is steady and regular, akin to a silent timer, or perhaps a mechanical replay of a rhythm long since past. The city, the periphery of the Alliance Medical Center ruins. The battlefield of Ur is now completely sealed by the highest level of energy barriers, with enormous warning signs emitting a chilling red light. Within, the crimson giant crystal looms like a malignant tumor burgeoning from the depths of the earth, silently declaring the area a forbidden zone. Outside the barrier, a makeshift command center is established. Zhang Xinjie stands before a massive tactical screen displaying real-time scans of the area covered by the crimson giant crystal. High-precision spatial detection beams sweep repeatedly, returning only a dead silence, represented by an energy map of absolute material solidification. The signal source representing Lin Feng's life signs has long been obliterated beneath the background noise of the detector. The deputy stands behind him, his face marked by dried tears and profound fatigue, his voice hoarse. Commander Zhang, the archival directive for the Eternal Silence sequence has been received. The compensation and posthumous award process for Team 7 of the Cleansers has been initiated. Their families, he pauses, his voice choked. We will ensure they are properly cared for. Zhang Xinjie remains unresponsive. His gaze pierces through the screen, as if penetrating the thick crimson crystal, fixating on the twisted, solidified silhouette at its core. The cold alloy mask conceals his expression, leaving only his hawk-like eyes, eerily calm, akin to the depth of the sea after a storm. On his personal terminal, a brief message from the highest authority, marked for destruction post-reading, lies quietly. Directive confirmation, erasure of the Thorn Ring protocol traces complete. Associated data streams reset to 0. He closes the message, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the edge of the terminal. On the screen, the scanning image of the crimson giant crystal reveals a fleeting, nearly imperceptible data point that momentarily triggers feedback from the detector. It is a subtle spatial curvature anomaly, like a speck of dust cast into still waters, instantly submerged by the overwhelming silence. The detection system automatically classifies it as residual noise from the solidification process of the permanent containment field. Zhang Xinjie's gaze lingers on that ephemeral noise point for a fraction of a second. He issues no commands. Instead, he slowly raises his hand and shuts down the entire tactical screen. Withdraw. His voice finally resonates, calm and unruffled, as if stating an established fact. Maintain the highest level of security. The atmosphere within the command center seems to ease slightly with the issuance of the command, as personnel begin to silently pack up equipment. Is it the relief of having survived? No, there exists only a profound silence and a reverent awe towards the crimson gravestone. The aide watched the solitary and upright figure of Zhang Xinjie as he turned to leave, his lips parting in unspoken words. He cast one last glance at the enormous energy barrier representing the core zone, as if he could still sense the seething life and the frigid will entombed beneath the solidified crimson. The eternal prison of the cold abyss. Deep within the crimson giant crystal, an absolute silence reigned supreme. The frozen flesh and the solidified alloys bore witness to the eternal preservation of the obliterated will. Yet, at the very heart of the giant crystal, near the distorted human silhouette's cardiac region, a minuscule fragment of crystal, smaller than dust and emanating an exceedingly faint azure glow, quietly floated between the congealed plasma and the shattered metallic debris of the life pod. It was so diminutive that its luminescence was nearly imperceptible under the crimson confinement. It was not a reconstruction of the primordial core, but rather akin to the last remnants of core particles that, due to insufficient integration during the moment of the resonance leap, had been forcefully torn apart and scattered. It bore no energy fluctuations, no consciousness to carry. It existed merely as a speck of dust in the realm of matter, carrying Lin Feng's final, primal azure mark from the moment of the primordial key's disintegration. Deep within the microscopic structure of this speck of dust, in a dimension that transcended current technological observational limits, a faintly discernible, incomplete star map path, composed of pure information, imprinted itself, dissipating with the weak flicker of the azure glow. At the terminus of the star map imprint, the radiant point of light representing the coordinates of the other shore flickered indistinctly in the final moment before its complete dissolution. Like the last embers of a candle flickering in the wind, it silently flickered within the eternal crimson tomb before succumbing entirely to solidification. Chapter 53, Crimson Rift and Stardust Echoes. The eternal confinement of the crimson giant crystal stood as a cold scar across the fabric of time and space. The Alliance's quarantine zone resembled a silent grave, with the beams of the surveillance drone spotlights coldly sweeping across the energy barrier, segmenting this realm of silence into a cage of light and shadow. The city slowly began to rebuild at the edge of the ruins. Yet the crimson depths beneath the medical center became a forbidden memory, untouched by time. At the 7th underground level, within the main confinement unit of the eternal prison of the cold abyss, a massive array of steel silently floated, supported by superconductive magnetic tracks. Inside the core confinement chamber, the crimson crystal pulsed with a dim, cold light, akin to the heart of a slumbering dragon, maintained at absolute 0. This was the altar of obliteration, the solidified epilogue. Only the unchanging green indicator light, signaling stable conditions at a constant 100, served as the eternal guardian of the tomb, attesting to the flawless execution of the plan. Within the depths of the Alliance Supreme Council headquarters, deep behind the star shield barrier, Feng Xianjun sat behind an expansive alloy desk, as a miniature star map projection slowly rotated before him. At the edge of the gray shadow area representing the city's quarantine zone, a new encrypted information chain marked with deep crimson embers quietly emerged. The ceremony for the Cleansers Group 7 has been completed. Compensation has been distributed. The Eternal Silence sequence files have been sealed. Access permissions locked. Chief of the Speaker's Arbitration Court. Social sentiment monitoring. No abnormal fluctuations detected. Memory erasure program, secondary, operating smoothly. He raised the warm teacup, his fingertips gliding gently over the smooth glazed surface, his gaze calmly scanning the gray shadow on the star map. as if merely reviewing an ordinary infrastructure report. The rim of the cup brushed against his lips, producing a faint sound. Speaker. A routine maintenance request from the Deep Crimson Embers project team. The secretary's voice emanated from the communicator, steady and unperturbed. Requesting access to the 7th underground level for the periodic resonance calibration of the force field generator. Huang Shaotian lightly tapped his fingers upon the alloy desk. Approved. Permission window. Standard maintenance procedure duration. Monitoring level. Highest. His voice remained even. The cleansing squad will accompany throughout. Any non-procedural actions will be immediately erased. Understood. The command was issued. Beneath the star map, data nodes representing the Deep Crimson Embers project illuminated, and a silent access corridor to the 7th underground level opened. Marked with precise timestamps and stringent constraints. In the city, at the 7th underground level, around the confinement unit of the eternal prison of the cold abyss. The heavy multi-alloy airtight gates slowly slid open with a low sound of released pressure. Clad in thick lead gray protective suits, their faces entirely concealed by breathing masks and goggles. The maintenance team of the Deep Crimson Embers, accompanied closely by 4 cleansers in matte black heavy combat armor, their visors flickering with cold red dots, stepped into this realm dominated by absolute silence. The air was permeated with an extreme chill and an ineffable sense of oppression, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. The deep, resonant hum emitted from the massive confinement unit array served as the only background sound, akin to the breathing of a slumbering beast. They moved as if traversing the belly of a prehistoric creature, their footsteps echoing hollowly against the cold alloy floor, swiftly consumed by the infinite silence. The lead technician, Permission, Gene 07, swiftly operated on his personal terminal, bringing up the real-time energy map of the core confinement chamber. On the screen, the energy map representing the solidified region of the Crimson Giant Crystal appeared smooth as a frozen lake, devoid of any ripples. Commence. Group. Calibrate the primary confinement force field generator's resonance frequency. Group. Check the ultra-low temperature maintenance system. Group. Scan the stability of the core crystal's physical structure. Gene 07's voice, transmitted through the mask's communicator, bore an intentional calmness as he issued the commands. The team members dispersed silently under the cold gaze of the cleansers. Commencing the prescribed maintenance procedures. The cleansing squad leader, codename Crow 1, stood like a black statue beside the main control console of the confinement unit. The 2 crimson lights on his visor locking onto every movement of the maintenance personnel. Any minor deviation could trigger a fatal response. Time passed slowly amidst the frigid operations and even colder surveillance. The maintenance team's actions were precise and efficient, akin to machines programmed for perfection. The energy map remained shrouded in silence. As the team completed the final adjustments to the frequency of the last main confinement field generator. Just as JN07 was about to announce the end of maintenance, a deep, resonant hum reverberated through the subterranean space, seemingly emerging from the depths of the soul. This was not a mere mechanical vibration. It resembled a mournful wail from some other dimension. The buzzing of the confinement unit array escalated and distorted instantaneously. Several critical monitoring screens on the main console, which had previously displayed smooth, stable curves, suddenly soared with sharp peaks. In the Crimson Crystal region, a minuscule yet unmistakably clear energy dip manifested on the energy spectrum, as if something within the core of the colossal crystal had fleetingly extracted a trace of annihilation power. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. The cold, synthetic voice of the main control system shattered the silence. What? JN07 gasped in shock, his face paling beneath the protective visor. He lunged toward the main console. Y1 reacted even faster, its black silhouette darting like a specter. Delivering a powerful metallic punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at JN07's neck. Simultaneously, a harsh voice from the helmet communicator bellowed, "Enemy attack. Highest threat. Cleanser. Control all." His words were abruptly cut off. Just as Y1's fist was about to connect with JN07's neck, a finely honed energy beam, radiating a ghostly blue light, shot forth with precision from an unexpected angle, colliding fiercely with Y1's metallic fist. The tremendous impact momentarily halted Y1's movement. Stunned, he turned to gaze at the source of the energy beam, which originated from an inconspicuous maintenance pipe beneath the confinement unit array. Almost simultaneously with the blue beam's impact, 3 identical beams burst forth, as if animated, from various pipe interfaces, ventilation grids, and even a fissure in an energy transmission node. Their target was the remaining 3 cleanser team members. These beams were not attacks, but rather binding energies. Upon contact with the cleanser team members, they transformed into a viscous, resilient net of ghostly blue energy, ensnaring them in Y1, rendering them immobile. The energy net emitted a formidable binding force, causing even their top-tier combat armor to emit agonized creaks under the strain. Energy weapons. Internally, JN07 was utterly horrified, his heart racing. He abruptly turned his gaze to the main console screen. The previously fleeting energy dip had vanished. and the energy spectrum of the crimson crystal region had reverted to its smooth, silent state. Yet the fluctuation from earlier was no mere illusion. What sent shivers down his spine was the fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye. He noticed a minuscule, almost imperceptible crack, resembling a hairline fracture, silently spreading across the once impeccably smooth inner surface of the crimson crystal wall at one corner of the core confinement chamber. At the end of the crack, a faint blue light flickered, akin to ice crystals seeping from congealed blood, then vanished. Internal fractures? JN-07's voice trembled uncontrollably. The eternal confinement abyss has developed a fissure. Report. External energy barrier detects high-energy spatial disturbances. Source unknown. Intensity exceeds threshold. A terrified voice from a maintenance team member crackled through the communication channel. JN-07 urgently turned his attention to the external monitoring screen of the confinement unit. He observed multiple energy readings on the thick energy barrier surrounding the lockdown area, surging uncontrollably. The barrier's surface rippled violently, as if something outside was forcefully shaking this solidified space in an extraordinarily violent manner. Impossible. The force field of the eternal confinement abyss left JN-07's thoughts in utter disarray. Alert. Anomalous mental link signal detected. Intensity index escalating exponentially. Source. Core confinement chamber interior. The main control system once again emitted a piercing alarm. This time, the signal source was distinctly marked on the screen. The waveform of that signal, JN-07's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The core frequency characteristics of that waveform strikingly matched those catalogued in the archives of the Supreme Council, belonging to the Redeemer Angel Lin Feng. Though exceedingly faint and heavily enshrouded by the Crimson Annihilation Field, distorted. That core frequency was one JN-07 had glimpsed in highly classified documents. He could not mistake it. Lin Feng. He still exists. JN-07 felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The ghostly blue energy net binding Y1 and the others pulsed, as if alive. Outside the confinement unit, the ripples in the energy barrier intensified. The silence was utterly shattered. Above the crimson eternal banishment, a ghostly blue fissure originating from the deepest annihilation core emerged, along with the unknown, violent spatial disturbances outside, like a dissonant chord that abruptly sounded in the symphony of fate, heralding that the final chapter of this frozen moment had indeed been turned. Within the core confinement chamber, deep inside the crimson crystal, at the terminus of that minuscule crack, the ghostly blue light flickered like awakening stardust, silently shimmering. Chapter 54. Echoes of Stardust and the Glimmer of the Fissure. The silence was utterly obliterated. The imperceptible crack deep within the crimson giant crystal, akin to the first stone tossed onto a frozen lake, unleashed ripples that swiftly morphed into a spatial tempest sweeping across the entire subterranean world. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, more terrifying than ever before. The alloy structure of the entire underground level 7 emitted a lament akin to that of an ancient beast on the brink of death. The colossal eternal confinement abyss confinement unit array swayed violently on its superconducting magnetic tracks, producing a piercing screech of metal grinding against metal. The blinding crimson alarm lights instantaneously replaced all illumination, whirling chaotically, fragmenting the space into apocalyptic shards of light and darkness. Warning. Internal spatial structure of the core confinement chamber is anomalous. Integrity of the annihilation field compromised. Warning. External high-dimensional spatial disturbance level has surpassed critical threshold. Energy barrier overloaded at 97. Warning. Anomalous mental link signal intensity continues to soar. Source characteristic match degree, 973. Target. Lin Feng, Redeemer Angel. The cold system alarms resounded like funeral bells, echoing madly within the control room. The piercing sound was nearly capable of shattering eardrums. Caged within the alloy walls by a sinister azure energy net, Yuan's pupils contracted to pinpricks beneath his mask in shock. He struggled frantically, yet the viscous, tenacious energy net coiled around him like a living creature, constricting his prideful strength and armor with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The communication channel was filled solely with his furious and futile roars. JN-07 stood frozen before the violently shaking control console, his face devoid of color beneath the protective visor. On the screen, the energy spectrum representing the internal state of the core confinement chamber was unfolding a horrifying disaster. A faint crack on the energy spectrum was magnified, resembling a gruesome wound. At the edges of the wound, a crimson annihilation field surged like boiling magma, desperately trying to fill and repair the fissure. At the heart of the crack, a weak yet blinding azure signal source flickered defiantly like a thorn embedded in the crimson wound. The signal's intensity was escalating at an alarming rate. Lin Feng. He not only persisted within the annihilation core, but his consciousness signal was reviving at a terrifying speed. How could this be possible? No, it was unfathomable. The voice of JN-07 trembled uncontrollably as he lunged towards the emergency communication panel, attempting to contact the star shield barrier directly. Just as his finger was about to touch the button, a concentrated azure beam, carrying high-frequency destructive shockwaves, shot out from an inconspicuous surveillance probe interface above the control console with the predatory precision of a serpent. The beam pierced through the core circuitry of the emergency communication panel with unerring accuracy. Blinding sparks erupted, accompanied by a noxious smell of burning, as the entire panel extinguished in an instant. The internal defense system had been compromised. An unconfined maintenance team member let out a terrified scream. Gene 07's heart plunged into despair. They were completely sealed within this crumbling hell. The outer energy barrier surrounding the confinement unit, under the violent onslaught of external spatial disturbances, finally emitted a grievous wail akin to shattering glass. The ripples on the barrier's surface transformed into a myriad of web-like cracks in an instant. Through the fissures, it became evident that the outside world was not the pitch-black rock, but a distorted, raging spatial storm radiating destructive waves. At the storm's core, immense, indescribable geometric shapes composed of pure azure light were slowly rotating, drawing closer. What could that be? Someone shrieked in disbelief. Spatial entities? How could they manifest directly within a planet? Gene 07's mind was in chaos. Such a level of spatial entity transition required unimaginable energy and pinpoint coordinates. Was the Alliance's Starshield barrier merely a decorative facade? At that moment, a surge of mental energy, far clearer and 100 times more potent than before, erupted from the direction of the core confinement chamber like an invisible tsunami. This time, everyone could hear it distinctly. It was not sound but a torrent of cold and chaotic fragments of thought, directly impacting the very essence of their souls. Several maintenance team members with weaker mental fortitude instantly clutched their heads, crying out in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, their minds shattered. Countless fragments of confusion, pain, anger, and obsession intertwined with cold data streams and spatial coordinate information, piercing through the consciousness of everyone present like steel needles. Gene 07's vision darkened, the searing pain nearly causing him to faint. He grasped the edge of the control console tightly, barely managing to steady himself. He gazed horrified at the screen. The Azure signal source at the crack was now shining as brightly as a supernova. Mental link signal intensity, 995. Source characteristic matching degree, 999. Target status, consciousness awakening, chaotic. Lin Feng. He had awakened. In the core annihilation field of the crimson giant crystal, under the absolute confinement of the eternal frozen abyss, he had forcibly torn open a fissure, his consciousness violently battering against this frozen tomb of death. Quickly, inject hyperfrequency suppression energy. Suppress him. Reinforce the annihilation field. Gene 07 roared with every ounce of strength, frantically manipulating the remnants of the control panel. He attempted to initiate the confinement unit's final emergency protocol to inject a super energy pulse capable of instantly obliterating the planet's core, erasing the awakening horror. However, his commands sank like stones into the ocean. The main control system showed no response to his authority commands. A blinding red warning flashed on the screen. Permission conflict. Higher priority command overriding. Source unknown. Core confinement force field generator overload. Forced shutdown in progress. What? Gene 07 was engulfed in despair. Higher priority. Unknown source. Had the authority system of this underground base been breached? Boom. The heavy alloy observation window of the core confinement chamber, theoretically capable of withstanding a planet-destroying cannon, bulged inward at the site of that minute crack, forming a massive, irregular bulge. The surface of the bulge was a chaotic blend of crimson crystal and distorted alloy, and the crack spread like a spider web. The azure light was emanating from deep within the fissure, growing brighter and closer, as if something was forcefully emerging from within. A cold, violent pressure, imbued with endless chaos and a sense of destruction, slammed into the depths of every soul present like a tangible hammer. Roar, a sound that was inhuman. A fusion of metallic distortion and spiritual howling erupted from deep within the bulging observation window, as if from the depths of hell itself. The sound pierced through the heavy alloy and crimson crystal, carrying the power to tear through space. Thud, thud. Several maintenance team members could not withstand the oppressive force. Their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and they fainted. Gene 07 felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by an icy hand, nearly ceasing to beat. In the depths of the ethereal blue energy web, Yuan ceased its futile struggles, its mask concealing two scarlet glimmers that fixated on the bulge with disbelief and horror. This was no longer the power of humanity. It was a monstrosity. A cacophony of cracking sounds filled the air as the surface of the observation window fractured instantaneously. A fragment of crimson crystal was violently expelled by an unfathomable force from within. A figure emerged, more akin to a distorted silhouette enveloped in ethereal blue light, accompanied by coagulated plasma and shattered alloy fragments, forcefully squeezing through the newly formed fissure. It hovered in the void of the core confinement chamber, its form largely shrouded in viscous, almost lifelike blue radiance, beneath which lay glimpses of charred, tattered skin and broken bones. At its chest, a heart pulsating with unstable blue luminescence, reminiscent of shattered crystal, throbbed violently. With each pulse, it radiated tumultuous spatial ripples and psychic shockwaves. The head tilted slightly, as the face, now merely an outline obscured by blue light, bore two beams of scarlet radiance, embodying endless chaos and destruction. Piercing through the azure halo and coldly surveying the control room, Lin Feng, or rather, a certain entity that had forcibly reconstituted in the annihilation of the Yuanchu core. Awakening in the midst of chaos, it lifted a hand, enveloped in blue light, with charred fingers faintly visible, aiming towards the control console. No words, no movements. Yet, Gene 07 distinctly sensed that a chilling intent to kill, potent enough to freeze the soul, had firmly locked onto him. In that apocalyptic moment, a pure, stable beam of ethereal blue light, radiating a sense of distant guidance, unexpectedly descended from above the confinement unit, through a breach recently torn by the external spatial storm. The beam accurately illuminated Lin Feng's, or rather, the blue silhouette's, pulsating crystalline heart. Within the beam, a fleeting shadow of a star ring model, composed of pure light points and exhibiting intricate complexity, appeared momentarily. The core node of the star ring resonated intensely with Lin Feng's crystalline heart. This pure beam of ethereal blue light, imbued with powerful stability and soothing energy, instantaneously suppressed the chaotic energy and mental fluctuations emanating from Lin Feng. He emitted a pained howl, his body flickering violently as the blue light fluctuated erratically, as if caught in a frenzied struggle between two forces. The source of the beam was undeniably one of the colossal geometric entities, composed solely of pure blue light, at the center of the raging spatial storm outside the barrier. At that moment, the surface of one such geometric entity was steadfastly projecting the beam. Stardust Echo, Gene 07 witnessed the pure beam penetrating the spatial storm. And the ephemeral star ring model within the beam, a term glimpsed only in the most confidential archives of the Supreme Council, surged with profound shock and fear within his crumbling consciousness. Stardust Echo. They were not here to destroy. They were here to guide. Outside the barrier, the spatial storm intensified. More colossal outlines of blue geometric forms emerged within the distorted space. The Alliance's blockade barrier, like a fragile eggshell, was being torn apart from both within and without. Inside the control room, the blue silhouette, illuminated by the pure beam yet still emanating an aura of destruction, abruptly raised its head. Its scarlet gaze, brimming with annihilation, penetrated the alloy walls of the control room and the layers of rock, seemingly directed towards a distant point above the ground. An even colder, more concentrated fragment of will, imbued with absolute intent, pierced Gene 07's consciousness like an invisible spear. Keyhole. Sumuchio where? An inquiry. A chilling, relentless question. What was it seeking? Chapter 55, Scarlet Collapse and Star Map positioning the shrill siren of the crimson alarm rent the air, akin to the final roar of a dying beast. The entire underground level 7, with its eternal confinement units, emitted an agonizing metallic distortion under the violent spatial tremors, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. The heavy alloy observation window of the core confinement chamber bulged, with cracks spreading like spider webs under the howls and struggles of Lin Feng, or the blue silhouette. Gene 07 felt the icy intent of murder locking onto him, as if his soul were frozen. He beheld the figure suspended within the chamber, illuminated by the pure blue beam, yet still exuding an aura of destruction. With each throb of its pulsating crystalline heart, the entire space trembled. Fragments of chaotic thought swirled like a tempest within his mind. Keyhole, Sumuchio, a chilling inquiry, penetrating the soul with unwavering obsession. Just as Gene 07 felt he was about to be crushed by this invisible pressure or torn apart by the impending eruption of the blue silhouette, the pure blue beam from the heart of the external spatial storm suddenly transformed. The core of the beam, the shadow of the intricately structured star ring, began to spin violently and expand. The structure of the star ring disassembled and reformed at high speed, morphing into countless tiny, coldly radiant blue runes. These streams of runes, disregarding spatial distances, surged into the core confinement chamber through the fissures in the observation window, swirling around the struggling Lin Feng. The analysis of the coercive command resonated with a cold, emotionless synthetic voice, as if directly emanating from the geometric entities in the external spatial storm or the very runes themselves. The streams of runes were not an attack. They, like the most precise probes, disregarded the chaotic energy and mental storm surrounding Lin Feng, piercing directly into his pulsating, cracked, blue crystalline heart. A sharp, piercing sound erupted, akin to an overloaded high-frequency electric current. Lin Feng emitted a more anguished wail, a harrowing blend of metallic distortion and soul-rending despair. The ethereal blue glow enveloping him flickered violently as he struggled madly to escape the encroaching runes. The soothing power of the pure light clashed fiercely within him against the overwhelming torrent of runes. Yet, amidst this tumultuous conflict, Gene 07 was horrified to observe a fleeting moment of stability in the waveform representing Lin Feng's mental link signal on the control panel screen, amidst the chaotic spikes. A distinct core frequency characteristic was forcibly stripped away, captured, and amplified. This was the core frequency of Su Muchio's mental key, the most intrinsic imprint anchored deep within Lin Feng's consciousness by the other shore's coordinates. The path to the target imprint was locked. The chilling synthetic sound of the core frequency of the mental key echoed once more. The torrent of runes instantaneously transformed. They no longer pierced the crystalline heart. Instead, like hunting dogs that had found their prey, they spun wildly around the stripped and amplified core frequency of the mental key, reconfiguring themselves. Chains of ethereal blue runes intertwined as if alive, extending and instantaneously outlining an extremely directive and formless path within Lin Feng's chaotic tempest of consciousness. The end of this path did not lead to a physical location but pointed toward a concept, a keyhole consciousness fragment file, protected by layers of encrypted information and physical barriers, residing within the core database of the Alliance. The coordinates of the core database of the Star Shield Barrier, Level 7, targeted file, Su Muchio, consciousness fragment, storage unit. The synthetic sound coldly announced the coordinates. Gene 07's heart nearly ceased to beat. These mysterious stardust echoes were not awakening or guiding Lin Feng. They were exploiting his mental imprint to forcibly pinpoint the exact location of Su Muchio's consciousness fragment. They intended to transform Lin Feng into a living spear pointing toward the keyhole coordinates. This thought struck through his chaotic mind like lightning. However, it was already too late. At the moment the rune chains completed their positioning, anchoring Lin Feng's spirit to that distant database coordinate, a roar erupted. Lin Feng abruptly ceased his struggles. The ethereal blue glow that enveloped him suddenly retracted. In his crimson eyes of destruction, chaos was replaced by a frigid, instinct-driven fixation. He no longer regarded the rune chains binding his chest or the suppression from the external pure light. His gaze pierced through the heavy alloy walls, through layers of rock, through the ruins of the city and the sky, fixating resolutely on the distant depths of the starry sea, behind the Star Shield Barrier, onto the locked coordinate point. Su Muchio. This time, it was not a chaotic inquiry of fragments but a cold, concentrated declaration imbued with an insatiable desire for annihilation. Boom. The core confinement chamber could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure from within and without. The massive bulge on the observation window exploded inward like a detonated bomb. Viscous, solidified crimson crystal shards, twisted alloy debris, and the energy flow mixed with ethereal blue light surged forth like a torrent of destruction, crashing into the control room. Get down. Gene 07 shrieked with his last ounce of strength, hurling himself to the side. Boom. The violent shockwave instantly engulfed the entire control room. The alloy walls were torn asunder. The control panel was flung away. Unrestrained maintenance crew members were tossed like kites with cut strings, crashing heavily against the walls, their fates unknown. Those, like Yuan, trapped by the ethereal blue energy net against the wall, were slammed brutally against the alloy wall by the shockwave, their hard armor groaning in deformation. The energy net flickered violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The crimson giant crystal began to collapse from within. Simultaneously, outside the barrier, the raging spatial storm suddenly calmed for an instant. It did not vanish. Rather, all the energy was highly concentrated. The surfaces of several massive ethereal blue geometric shapes illuminated with dazzling brilliance. They seemed to be accumulating their final power, waiting for the launch of the coordinate spear. The tremors on the 7th underground level reached an unprecedented peak. The entire confinement unit array emitted a desperate wail. The superconducting magnetic tracks twisted and broke under the horrific stress. Enormous steel components fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground. Report. The core structure of the eternal frozen abyss is collapsing at a rate exceeding 70. The spatial anchoring force field has failed. The energy concentration of the external spatial storm has surpassed historical peaks. The target points to the coordinates of the Star Shield Barrier. Amidst the chaos and deafening roar, Gene 07 struggled to rise. Through the shattered observation window's crack, he glimpsed Lin Feng's silhouette suspended within the storm of mingled crimson and ethereal blue light in the core confinement chamber. The glow of the rune chains binding him had dimmed, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. Only his cold, crimson eyes remained, like a lighthouse penetrating all obstructions, locking onto the distant other shore. No, I cannot allow this, Gene 07 murmured to himself. Despair flooding him as he beheld the impending convergence of the tempestuous spatial storm with the explosive power within the collapsing crimson giant crystal. Once Lin Feng was launched as a spear, Su Muchio's consciousness fragment, the Star Shield Barrier, and even the entire core of the Alliance would be at stake. Just then, buzz. A wave of spatial fluctuation, far clearer and more stable than before, resonating with a sense of completion, erupted suddenly from Lin Feng. This wave was not a chaotic energy impact, but a precise spatial signal, akin to coordinate confirmation. The core of the signal was the locked coordinate point deep within the core database of the Star Shield Barrier. The keyhole has been located. Lin Feng's voice emerged cold and devoid of emotion, echoing mechanically. The pure light beam of the stardust echoes rapidly contracted. The massive ethereal blue geometric shapes outside the spatial storm emitted a deep spatial hum simultaneously. The brilliance on their surfaces converged to a peak, like a taut bowstring. Lin Feng floated within the collapsing crimson core storm, his crimson eyes fixed on the void. He slowly raised his charred arm enveloped in ethereal blue light. As if grasping an intangible spear, a terrifying force that could tear apart space was coalescing, compressing upon him, on the verge of eruption. The disintegration of the scarlet giant crystal, the convergence of stardust echoes, and Lin Feng's fixation all point towards the ultimate, catastrophic projection. As Gene 07 gazed upon the impending explosion of destructive brilliance, his countenance turned ashen. Nothing could avert this calamity. Boom. The entire 7th level of the underground, with a sound capable of tearing through the fabric of space, was utterly consumed by the intertwining storm of scarlet and deep blue. Behind the star shield barrier, in Huang Shaotian's office, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. The secretary hurried in, a barely perceptible tremor on his face, yet his voice remained steady. Chairman, the last transmission data before the signal disruption from the city's deep underground monitoring station is as follows. Core content. Confirmation of the collapse of the Ying core confinement unit structure. A directional, ultra-high-intensity spatial energy explosion signal has been detected, originating from coordinates. Underground level 7. Target coordinates. The secretary's voice paused momentarily, his gaze fixed upon the slowly rotating miniature star map projection before Feng Xianjun. At the center of the star map, representing the core database of the star shield barrier, a blinding red dot flickered wildly. Target coordinates. Level 7 physical confinement unit of this database, SM Chi's consciousness fragments. Seated in his expansive chair, with his back to the door and facing the star map, Feng Xianjuan's fingers on the alloy table twitched slightly upon hearing that coordinate. The tea in his cup had long since grown cold. Chapter 56. The Form of Broken Chains and the Edict of Burning Stars. Destruction is not an unvoiced devouring. As the tremor potent enough to rip apart space erupted from the depths below, and the lament of the shattered scarlet giant was completely drowned out by the piercing wail of the deep blue storm, within the core area of the medical center's ruins. Only one sound remained, the terrifying frictional noise emitted when space was forcibly penetrated and structure violently disintegrated, instilling a soul-shaking dread. The core confinement chamber had entirely vanished. In its stead was a massive, swirling vortex. At the center of the vortex were viscous, solidified shards of scarlet crystal, akin to fragments of glass ground by an unseen force, being violently torn and reconfigured by the raging deep blue storm, outlining a horrifying stream of light. The outer edge of the vortex was filled with frantically rushing air, swirling alloy debris, and the glaringly distorted red alarm lights. The entire space was thoroughly thrown into chaos by this vortex, stripping away any sense of time and direction. In the eye of the storm hovered Lin Feng, or rather, it was his core form revealed after shedding the shell of humanity. The charred skin and some flesh covering him evaporated like gas during the high-energy moment of the spatial rupture, silently dissipating. Exposed to the dual onslaught of the scarlet storm and the deep blue turbulence was a skeletal outline composed of pure dark energy. Its contours indistinct yet imbued with a sense of terrifying power. But this skeleton was far from fragile. Every inch of its bones flowed with profound, condensed deep blue light, akin to the cold, solidified core of a star burning in a vacuum. Within the light, countless minuscule deep blue star particles swirled madly, reconstructing, each rotation sending ripples through the surrounding space. The deep blue crystal heart that had once been embedded in his chest had now completely merged into the center of the skeleton's chest cavity, transforming into an absolute dark core that pulsated, expanding and contracting like a miniature black hole, absorbing all light. Each pulse of the core triggered a synchronous surge of energy in the surroundings. Every expansion forcefully drew in the deep blue storm energy flooding into this shattered space. Every contraction compressed a stream of destruction-laden, pure dark flow into the skeleton's limbs and bones. He was no longer a victim torn apart by the storm. He had become the singular core of this devouring and destructive tempest. Those previously chaotic and violent scarlet eyes of destruction now held only the purest, absolute coldness. Touched by the reverse scale, deep within the pupils, what reflected was no longer the ruins or enemies before him, but rather, a clear and precise lock on the silver-gray container suspended at the center of the energy field, penetrating through the endless barriers of space. Chains. In the void, dozens of chains composed purely of energy, shimmering with platinum and cold blue patterns, appeared without warning. They did not pierce through from the realm of reality, but were a manifestation of the spatial rules driven by the superdimensional computational array, tearing through the barriers of space. Disregarding physical distance, and coiling around Lin Feng's energy skeleton's limbs, torso, even directly piercing towards the pulsating dark core at the center of his chest. Each chain radiated the runes of absolute order, imbued with the will to drag this uncontrollable coordinate back to the Ying. The spatial capture protocol was initiated. Target, high-dimensional energy aggregate. The icy synthetic voice echoed through the storm-tossed space. Lin Feng's skeletal form jolted violently the moment the platinum chains ensnared him. The pulsation of the dark core suddenly faltered. The expanding and contracting halo became chaotic and unstable under the suppression of those ordered runes. It was as if a ferocious beast, just freed from its prison, was to be shackled anew. At the Star Shield barrier, within the core database, Level 7 physical confinement unit, the icy silence was abruptly shattered. The silver-gray container sealing SMG's consciousness fragments, constructed from a flawless barrier of high-intensity energy fields and vacuum physical isolation, suddenly erupted with blinding, deep blue light. The radiance was no longer a mindless energy radiation from fragments, but precise, condensed. Like a cold, formless eye, it opened within the container. Boom. The indestructible, specially reinforced container's inner wall instantaneously erupted with countless spiderweb-like cracks. The high-concentration isolation life liquid boiled violently, as if detonated, vaporizing. The physical supports constraining the container groaned under the unbearable strain. The external indicator lights of the entire confinement unit flashed frantically, soaring from a safe blue to a blinding deep purple, denoting critical instability. Warning. The internal spiritual field energy level of the confinement container has exceeded the preset threshold of 500. The integrity of the physical structure is collapsing. Detection indicates that target consciousness fragments are resonating, experiencing a powerful linkage with an unknown external source. The alarm's shrill sound echoed hauntingly within the core control room of the barrier. All operators turned pale, their eyes fixed on the luminous dot on the screen, representing the fragmented consciousness of Su Muchio, as its value surged uncontrollably like a wild stallion. An exceptionally clear spatial coordinate signal, perfectly synchronized with the destructive fluctuations erupting in the distant city, radiated from within. That fragment of consciousness, meticulously safeguarded, not only failed to stabilize under the impact, but instead erupted with the ferocity of a magnet drawn by a fatal attraction, becoming the brightest beacon. Deep within the core of the city's underground storm, just as the platinum chains were on the verge of completing their final strangulation of the energy skeletal core, Lin Feng's skeletal head bowed slightly, seemingly subdued and yielding. Suddenly, within the skeletal chest cavity, the pulsating dark core collapsed inward to an extreme, akin to the singularity preceding the cosmic explosion. Then, with a resounding boom, the collapsed core erupted outward in a reverse expansion at an unimaginable speed. This explosion was not a chaotic release of energy. Within the expanding halo of the core, a visible, sharp thread, woven from pure spiritual will and suffused with a ghostly blue glow, traversed the eons like an arrow of longing, defying the restraints of the spatial capture protocol. The chaos of the storm, and the barriers of time and reality, precisely following the locked coordinate path upstream. In an instant, it penetrated deep into the core of the sealed container. The threads and seamlessly connected to the frantically erupting consciousness fragment of Su Muchio within the container. Two uncontrolled sources, one internal and one external, completed a transcendent link across the cosmic sea through this thread of will, ignoring rules, imbued with boundless resentment and sorrow. It was as if two hearts resonated in unison at that moment. With a roar, Lin Feng's skeletal form arched skyward, if this shattered space still bore the concept of a sky, emitting a silent yet space-shattering shriek. No longer a beast's roar. It transformed into a figure ignited, traversed, and driven by an endless yearning for justice. The piercing ghostly blue light ceased to be merely an energy release and became a cutting force. The platinum chains binding his energy skeletal form hissed and dissolved upon contact with this thread of linking will, like ice tossed into strong acid, producing a sound that made one wince. The runes representing absolute order and confinement were instantly obliterated, dimming. The very structure of the chains decayed and disintegrated at an astonishing pace. The dozens of chains driven by the celestial authority, embodying absolute rules, shattered inch by inch before the resonance of will transcending life and death. The storm's swirling velocity seemed to freeze for a moment in the presence of this shattered chain. The outline of the energy skeletal form appeared to deepen and solidify in the brilliant blue explosion. On the surface of the skeleton, the swirling stardust abruptly solidified, forming cold and sharp geometric energy patterns. The chains no longer served as bonds. They transformed into steps poised to be shattered. Within the Star Shield barrier, in Huang Shaotian's office, a glaring red light stained the entire space with an ominous hue. The sealed door had long been locked under the highest safety protocols. The entire core area of the barrier was enveloped in a suffocating silence. A massive star map projection hovered before Huang Shaotian. Above the projection, the chaotic spatial source point erupting in the city, representing Lin Feng, was connected by an exceptionally clear, increasingly thickening ghostly blue energy band to the flickering light point deep within the barrier, representing the fragment of Su Muchio's consciousness. This energy band was ravenously consuming the ghostly blue storm energy from the external Stardust Echo fleet, amplifying it geometrically. The voice of the secretary, now tinged with despair, emanated from the encrypted communicator. Chairman, the keyhole sealing structure has sustained 87 damage. The internal spiritual field strength exceeds all safety model limits, and is about to breach the barrier's internal shield threshold. The Celestial Authority's spatial capture protocol has been forcibly parsed and collapsed. The high-dimensional energy aggregation, target sphere, is stabilizing and locking onto this coordinate. The external Stardust Echo Fleet's energy response continues to rise, seemingly conducting precise guidance calibration. The stability of the path energy band is 998. Impact countdown, 1 minute 7 seconds. The Starshield barrier cannot intercept this level of super-distance collaborative strike. Within the office, the cold, constant temperature system seemed unable to dispel the bone-chilling coldness. Huang Shaotian slowly raised his hand, his previously curled finger now steady as a rock, hovering above a red button protected by high-strength transparent crystal. The interface of which was strikingly simple. Above the button, a single, cold and piercing word was inscribed in an ancient universal language, Finches. His gaze pierced through the heavy alloy walls and the raging storm of space, settling directly upon the existence enveloped by the dark skeletal form and boiling will at the eye of the storm. It seemed that my choice to preserve rather than completely annihilate was my gravest error. Huang Shaotian's voice resonated deeply, the first clear utterance within the office carrying a tone of almost cruel self-mockery. Su Muqiu, you and your anchor point have ultimately transformed into a weapon aimed at the heart of the Alliance. He did not turn back, and though his voice was low, each word bore the weight of final judgment, highest directive of the purging array, final decryption of the Finches protocol. Target locked, core coordinates of the path energy band, source point of the city's spatial storm. Authorization, Huang Shaotian. Immediate execution. In the instant his words fell, his poised finger decisively pressed the red button that emanated the aura of finality. A pulse of silent command. Yet one that caused all energy flows within the core of the star shield barrier to momentarily stagnate for a billionth of a second, erupted at a speed surpassing light. All light sources within the barrier surged in brightness simultaneously, then abruptly darkened to a deep crimson, signaling the activation of a world-ending weapon. The star shield barrier stirred to life. It was no longer a mere passive shield fortress. Hidden beneath its heavy armor and force field shield, the ultimate matrix. Capable of incinerating stars, awakened. The frigid array of light spears began to pivot and charge, as the colossal energy generators emitted a haunting low-frequency resonance. An invisible force field drew in the distant cosmic dust, aiming directly at the fragmented core of the spatial storm, which had become the most perilous coordinate in the universe. The order of star incineration had been issued. The ultimate light of obliteration commenced its gathering. Chapter 57, The Spear of Star Incineration and the Membrane of Time and Space. Silence transformed from mere vacuum into a solid frozen by absolute murderous intent. Deep within the core of the star shield barrier, a deep crimson alert light, signifying the final unlocking of the incinerator's accord, engulfed all of space. No longer a blinding alarm, it resembled coagulated blood, tinting the cold metallic corridors, the intricate control nexus, and even the very air with a hue of impending demise. The low-frequency energy resonance echoed like the breath of an ancient beast awakening, pressing heavily upon every inch of space and every soul. All non-essential systems within the barrier had been forcibly shut down, and energy surged like rivers returning to the sea, madly converging towards the monstrous array of the Spear of Star Incineration. The command of Huang Shaotian pressed a cosmic-level annihilation switch. The deep crimson button silently sank into the console, illuminated by a slowly rotating imprint of ancient destruction runes. The metallic walls of the office slid open soundlessly, revealing a profound passage beyond, at the end of which hovered the main control core of the incineration weapon array, a dark red crystal of pure energy, perpetually transforming in geometric form, suspended above a vast energy well. Outside the barrier, the once vast backdrop of the starry sea was now shrouded by the immense armored structure of the barrier as it turned and unfolded, casting shadows akin to the gaping maw of an abyss. The colossal artillery array, beyond imagination, began to rotate and calibrate. Each barrel's center blazed with an increasingly glaring deep red light, resembling the pupils of innumerable dying stars. Target coordinates, core of the fragmented spatial storm, Lin Feng. Path, the widening azure energy ribbon, which was frantically consuming the energy of the azure storm, connecting to the uncontrollable keyhole within the barrier. The cold countdown ticked away like the second hand of a death knell, reverberating in the hearts of all who possessed enough authority to sense it. Spear of Star Incineration charging, 987988989. Target coordinates locked, stable. Path energy ribbon intensity, critical peak. Launch countdown, 000047. The maw of destruction had already gaped open. Just a few more seconds were sufficient to evaporate the stellar core with the torrent of incineration. Traversing the shortcut violently torn open by the resonance of Lin Feng's will and fragments of Su Muqiu, instantaneously arriving to obliterate that threat and all existence surrounding it from the cosmic map. At the core of the fragmented spatial storm, Lin Feng's energy skeletal form was undergoing its final metamorphosis. The collapse of the platinum chains was akin to severing the last tether binding the ferocious beast. The pulsating dark core at the center of the skeletal chest, infused with the resonating will of Su Muchio's fragments across the starry sea, reached a terrifying peak in its pulsation frequency. Each pulse resembled a miniature collapse and explosion of space. The azure light flowing over the skeleton's surface solidified into deep, sharp geometric energy lines, reminiscent of starship armor. Between these lines, countless tiny runes emitting cold blue light flowed like living entities, embedding themselves within the skeletal structure. The scarlet eyes of destruction, locking onto the depths of the barrier, now clearly reflected the outline of a silver-gray container, flickering madly, on the verge of collapse. No longer a blurred coordinate, but a distinct target, forcefully pierced through the physical barriers. The fragments of Su Muchio's consciousness were almost within reach. The keyhole lay before him. A torrent of will, born from the depths of his soul, mingled with endless sorrow and a thirst for annihilation, surged into Lin Feng's core along the resonant thread of will. This will propelled him, driving his new form composed of pure energy and destruction rules, to slowly raise an arm within the spatial storm. The arm was no longer charred bone, but had fully transformed into an energy spear, coalescing into a continuously collapsing point of energy, interwoven with azure and scarlet light. At the tip of the spear, the power of the dark core was highly compressed, forming an absolute sharpness capable of piercing dimensions. Path energy ribbon intensity, critical peak, spatial leap preparation, forced activation. Lin Feng's skeletal form, or rather, this newly birthed energy body, emitted a silent roar, locking onto the core of the keyhole deep within the barrier. His body leaned slightly forward, poised like the most precise catapult, about to make the final, destructive leap along the energy channel ignited by both himself and Su Muchio. The torrent of annihilation from the Spear of Star Incineration was on the verge of arrival. Lin Feng's Spear of Destruction was about to be cast. Two paths of annihilation were about to converge in a cruel mutual destruction across the dimensions of time and space. In that decisive moment, as Lin Feng was about to initiate the spatial leap, and the countdown of Feng Xinjuan's Spear of Star Incineration approached zero, a brilliant light, starkly different from the deep red of the Spear of Star Incineration and the violent azure of Lin Feng's skeletal form, unexpectedly pierced through the raging storm of space around the city. This light was pure, devoid of any impurities, a starry white. It was not a beam, but a membrane. A membrane composed of pure energy, so thin it was nearly non-existent, yet resilient beyond the limits of physical laws. This membrane, as if imbued with life, instantaneously projected from the cores of several massive azure geometries, the Stardust Resonance Fleet, in the external storm. It did not directly block the path of the Spear of Star Incineration, nor did it intercept Lin Feng's leap channel. Instead, it covered the azure energy ribbon connecting the core of the city storm and the keyhole of the star shield barrier with an astonishing precision, as if insulating a superconducting line under excessive energy conduction from the rules of inner and outer time and space. In the moment of the membrane's covering, an extraordinary event transpired. The energy belt, once as luminous as a cosmic lighthouse, voraciously consuming the energy of the azure storm, suddenly retracted its brilliance. It did not vanish. Rather, it seemed to be forcibly solidified by this layer of space-time membrane, frozen within the fragment of time it enveloped. The torrent of destructive energy surging within the energy belt appeared to have been paused, trapped in absolute stillness. The state of the energy belt, space-time stagnation. The targeting signal of the burning star's spear, lost. Relocking in progress. The target's spatial leap path, obstructed. Space-time membrane interference. A chilling alarm erupted simultaneously within the core of the barrier and in Lin Feng's consciousness. What? Feng Xianjun abruptly rose from his seat, revealing for the first time a palpable emotional disturbance. The countdown of the burning star's spear abruptly halted at 991. The energy array emitted a reluctant roar. The deep crimson light in the center of the artillery array flickering violently due to the loss of the target. Lin Feng's imminent leap posture instantly froze. He could keenly perceive that the shortcut to the keyhole, torn open by the resonance of will, was abruptly severed by a layer of cold, utterly smooth space-time barrier. The power he had amassed crashed against this barrier as if it had collided with the edge of the universe. The target, once so near, suddenly became unattainable. This layer of membrane was not a defense, it was a higher-dimensional isolation, forcibly severing Lin Feng and the energy belt he was connected to from the current cosmic flow of time and spatial coordinates in a brief, yet complete disconnection. Stardust Resonance. They had finally made their move, not to attack, but to provide protective isolation, forcibly hitting the pause button on the impending collision of two destructive forces. Beneath the cover of the space-time membrane, the solidified azure energy belt appeared to have its time frozen. The violent energy flow maintained its surging posture yet remained utterly still. Lin Feng's consciousness, or rather, core will, was forcibly frozen within this severed fragment of space-time. Yet, within this absolute stagnation, Lin Feng's perception did not fade. On the contrary, under the peculiar isolating effect of the space-time membrane, his perception was infinitely magnified, distorted, breaking through the membrane's confines. He beheld not with his eyes, but directly touched the world beyond the membrane with his consciousness. He reached out to the depths of the star shield barrier, to the silver-gray container locked onto by the burning star's spear. At that moment, the fragments of Su Mucho's consciousness within the container, isolated by the space-time membrane, had their frenzied resonance signal forcibly severed. The light that had originally shone due to Lin Feng's will resonance dimmed instantly, like a candle snuffed out, plunging into a state of intense turmoil and painful struggle, disrupted from its connection. The keyhole cried out in lament. Meanwhile, the core of the barrier, after a brief turmoil, saw the deep crimson light of the burning star's spear array stabilize and coalesce once more. A new locking algorithm was being generated. With the target still fixed on the area enveloped by the space-time membrane, they intended to evaporate both the membrane and itself. Simultaneously, Lin Feng also touched the space-time membrane covering the energy belt. It was not a cold barrier, but a net woven from countless tiny, radiant symbols of pure starlight, structured in a manner incomprehensible to the mind. Each symbol seemed to breathe and whisper, embodying the utmost understanding and mastery of the laws of space-time. What shook Lin Feng to his core was that when his consciousness made contact with the core of this space-time membrane, a vast, cold information stream, imbued with an ancient and profound will, surged into his perception like an endless sea of stars. The core of this information stream was neither an attack nor a lesson, but a dynamic star map. The essence of the star map pointed directly to the solidified area covered by the space-time membrane. The veins of the star map clearly indicated a path leading beyond the membrane to the distant, colossal geometric structure protected by the Stardust Resonance Fleet. A massive star ring building composed entirely of pure starlight, slowly rotating. A clear path, constructed from the purest laws of space-time, was indelibly imprinted in Lin Feng's consciousness. The path's end pointed toward the heart of the star ring structure. This was not an escape route. It was a coordinate leading to the core of the Stardust Resonance Fleet. They had isolated the collision of destruction, not to protect Lin Feng or the Alliance. They had pressed the pause button to guide. They sought to redirect Lin Feng, this spear that had just broken free from its chains, ignited by all his tragic aspirations and destructive power, toward their very core. The remaining time in the stabilized state of the space-time membrane, 117 seconds. The countdown ticked coldly within the stagnant space-time. Chapter 58, Stagnation and the Whisper of the Other Shore. Absolute stagnation, akin to the abyss of the deep sea. Within the azure energy belt covered by the space-time membrane, time was stripped away, and space was severed. The violently surging energy flow was frozen in an eternal moment, maintaining its pose of tearing everything apart, yet trapped like an insect encased in amber. Lin Feng's core of consciousness was imprisoned within this severed fragment of space-time, his senses infinitely amplified and distorted by the membrane's isolating effect. He touched everything beyond the membrane, the depths of the star shield barrier, the deep red light of destruction from the burning star's spear array, which had stabilized and coalesced once more, like the eye of a cosmic beast slowly opening, coldly relocking onto the area covered by the membrane. The core of the barrier, the fragments of Su Mucho's consciousness, plunged into turmoil and painful struggle after the resonance link was forcibly severed, pierced through the space-time barrier like a silent whale, stabbing deep into Lin Feng's core will. The lament of the keyhole was the final spark igniting all his sorrow and desire for destruction. Yet, amidst this perception filled with despair and murderous intent, another vast and cold information stream, akin to the breath of the universe, imprinted clearly in his consciousness the star map pointing toward the distant core of the Stardust Resonance Fleet. The veins of the star map were distinct, the path cold and precise, culminating at the rotating star-white giant structure, emanating an ancient and profound will. The remaining time of the stable state of the space-time membrane, 91 seconds. The cold countdown silently pulsates within the stilled expanse. Two paths, like icy blades, intersect within Lin Feng's core of consciousness. One path, break through the membrane, disregarding the renewed threat of the burning star's spear, following the resonance of will that has yet to completely fracture, becoming the spear that shatters the final barrier of the star shield, plunging into the core database. To touch, or perhaps obliterate, the wailing keyhole. The cost, a high probability of being completely vaporized by the burning star's spear along the way, or perishing alongside the barrier. The success rate, minuscule. This is the path of vengeance, a requiem for the fire of obsession. The other path, abandon the keyhole, forsake the goal within reach. Following the cold star map provided by the echoes of stardust, casting oneself, this ignited spear, towards the unknown coordinates of the Stardust Fleet's core. The cost, utterly unknown. Will it become a pawn in their scheme? Will it step into a larger trap? Or will it touch upon some buried truth? This is the path of guidance. A humiliation of relinquishing vengeance, a plunge into the abyss of the unknown. The scales of choice wildly sway within the 91 seconds of frozen countdown. The wailing of the keyhole, like a blood-curdling cry, tears at the human part of Lin Feng's consciousness, a fixation on Su Mucho, the pain of Yishio's sacrifice, and the boundless fury of being manipulated and imprisoned. The path of the star map is cold yet alluring, like whispers from the cosmic abyss, emanating a lethal attraction to the primal core of instinct, transcending hatred in a quest for the ultimate truth on the other side. Su Mucho's fragmented consciousness. That cold call once more coalesces, filled with endless resentment and longing. Yigu, another name flashes by, resonating with the weight of sacrifice and the echoes of guardianship. Revenge? Or the other side? Just as this consciousness tears apart, the moment of decision approaches, a hum. A sudden, utterly unexpected anomaly, far beyond Lin Feng's perception, violently emanates from the core of the star shield barrier. Deep within the barrier, the point of light representing Su Mucho's fragmented consciousness, once again locked by the burning star's spear, experiences a chaotic turmoil of energy fluctuations that, without warning, abruptly calms. Like a raging ocean being smoothed by an invisible giant hand in an instant, the painful wail piercing through the space-time membrane comes to an abrupt halt. Following this, a distinctly different, cold, indifferent, and even slightly orderly mental fluctuation, exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear, replaces the previous chaos emanating from that core fragment. This fluctuation is no longer Su Mucho. It is no longer the key core familiar to Lin Feng, imbued with warm protective will. This is a brand new, cold consciousness characteristic, akin to a formatted data stream. It seems that the wailing keyhole, under the dual pressure of forcibly severed connections and the destructive will of the burning star spear, has its core imprint of Su Mucho forcibly overwritten by some deeper, preordained mechanism, reset. The target's consciousness fragment's mental field characteristics have changed. Core frequency has shifted. Analysis matching has failed. The alarm within the barrier seems to carry a hint of confusion. This sudden change, like a cold splash of ice water, violently douses the impending flames of vengeance within Lin Feng's core of consciousness. The keyhole remains. But is Su Mucho still inside? Is it still that existence he desperately sought to touch, even at the cost of Yishio's life? Has that wailing anchor point, calling to him and carrying all past ties, vanished? Replaced? A profound sense of absurdity and cold fury from the depths of consciousness seizes Lin Feng in an instant. Deceived. Toyed with. The target of revenge for which he burned everything is merely a pawn that can be casually reset. The star map path of the Stardust echoes. That cold guidance now becomes strikingly clear within his consciousness. The whispers from the other side seem to pierce through the space-time membrane, becoming more direct and irresistible. The remaining time of the stable state of the space-time membrane, 37 seconds. The countdown, like the beating of a death knell. Outside the membrane, the deep crimson light of destruction from the burning star has gathered to its zenith. The hum of the artillery array locking in like the sharpening of the scythe of death. Inside the membrane, that solidified azure energy stream begins to emit faint, crackling sounds, akin to glass on the verge of shattering. The stable state of the space-time membrane is about to be exhausted. There is no time left. Lin Feng's core form, composed of pure energy and rules of destruction, trembles slightly in the stilled space-time. The dark core at the center of his chest beats with sudden acceleration. In his dual scarlet eyes of destruction, the boiling flames of vengeance have not extinguished, but are now intertwined with a chilling resolve born from being toyed with by a higher will. The disappearance of the keyhole severs the last emotional bond. The coordinates of the other side become the sole choice. Rather than charging towards a reset, cold pawn, it is preferable to plunge into the unknown abyss, to confront that which guides him, which may also be the ultimate enemy, to the other side, to the source of the Stardust echoes, to seek clarity, to bring closure. In the final moment before the countdown reaches zero, Lin Feng's core of consciousness no longer hesitates, no longer struggles. He relinquishes his resistance to the guidance of the star map. He willingly embraces that cold path leading to the other side. A hum, the energy skeletal form, forcibly stilled by the space-time membrane, suddenly erupts with an unprecedented azure brilliance. This light is no longer a chaotic explosion, but is highly concentrated, precisely flowing into the pathways of the star map. The dark core of the skeletal chest chamber spins frantically, igniting like an engine. The energy lines covering his entire body and the swirling cold runes instantly illuminate with blinding radiance. He is no longer the fragmented piece swept up in the storm. He has become the actively calibrated arrow. Target, core of the Stardust Echo Fleet, coordinates of the other side. The moment the stable state of the space-time membrane is exhausted, it silently collapses, dissipating. Like a shattered mirror, the stasis is lifted. The torrents of time and space surge in an instant. Boom. The cataclysmic torrent of the spear of the burning star, infused with a deep crimson energy capable of evaporating celestial bodies, descended upon the very location where Lin Feng had just revealed his form, akin to the wrath of the cosmos itself. Yet, in the fleeting moment before this deep red deluge was to consume all, Lin Feng's energy framework left behind a spectral azure remnant, violently torn by the raging energy. His true self transformed into a stream of ethereal blue light, driven by the purest principles of spatial rules, instantaneously folding along a path distinctly marked by the star map, vanishing in an instant. This was not a mere linear dash, it was the highest echelon of spatial translocation. With the target aimed squarely at the opposite shore, the crimson tide of annihilation crashed violently against Lin Feng's phantom, erupting into a terrifying radiance that threatened to engulf all. The earth in the city's core disintegrated as if it were fragile paper, torn and vaporized in an instant. A vast, unfathomable pit, its edges flowing with molten lava, was born in a heartbeat. Yet, Lin Feng's true form was already absent. He had traversed the temporal fissure briefly separated by a membrane, completing the final calibration and translocation in the prelude to the spear of the burning star's catastrophic eruption. That azure light disregarded the crimson destruction, ignoring the barriers of reality, piercing through the cosmic veil like a needle, and vanished at the end of the star map's trajectory. In the core of the bastion, Huang Shaotian gazed at the screen displaying the signal point utterly engulfed by deep red, alongside the azure light representing Lin Feng's translocation trajectory, which had instantaneously disappeared into the depths of outer space. His expression froze in a chilling shock. At the pit's edge, lava flowed. At its bottom, a faint, nearly obliterated azure stardust, akin to a final sigh, slowly dispersed. Far away, at the heart of the star-white colossal structure, a cold receiving coordinate illuminated silently. The whispers from the other shore materialized into tangible coordinates. The spear of annihilation had been cast into the embrace of the abyss. Chapter 59. The pure white corridor and the reunion of Echo's absolute nothingness. There was no boundary between light and dark, no concept of up or down, no tangible reality of material existence, and even existence itself became blurred. This was Lin Feng's first perception upon the completion of his spatial translocation, consciousness restored. No longer was there a tempest of violent energy, nor the rending torrent of destruction, nor the cold, merciless barriers of starships. Only an infinite expanse of pure, hauntingly pristine white remained. This whiteness was not a color, but the fundamental hue of space, a conceptual existence that transcended visual perception, embodying pure void. His body, if it could still be called such, floated within this expanse of pure white void. The energy framework that had completed its translocation just before the eruption of the spear of the burning star had vanished. In its place was an extremely tenuous, almost transparent state of energy. At its core remained the pulsing dark nucleus located in his chest, yet its rhythm had slowed to an agonizing crawl, each expansion and contraction seemingly draining immense strength. The faint azure light, akin to stardust, flowed languidly around the nucleus, sketching a barely discernible human silhouette. Against the pure white backdrop, this outline resembled ink diffusing in water, slowly blending yet stubbornly maintaining its form. Silence reigned, void of sound and sensation. Time lost its measure here, and space lost its dimensions. Absolute stillness and emptiness, akin to the heaviest shackles, dulled the will more effectively than any physical prison. The cold murderous intent and resolve that Lin Feng had consolidated during the tumultuous translocation were swallowed entirely in this pure white void. Akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, generating not even a single ripple. He attempted to move. Under the influence of his will, the tenuous outline began to drift forward with excruciating slowness through the pure white. There was no wind resistance, no points of reference. He could not ascertain whether he was genuinely moving or if the pure white space itself was shifting with his thoughts. He endeavored to sense his power. His consciousness sank into the dark nucleus within his chest. All that responded was an almost exhausted cold emptiness. Within the core lay the remnant fragments of the original key of Genesis, struggling to reconstruct in the face of obliteration, consumed to the utmost limit during the translocation. Like a candle flickering in the wind, its light dim, nearly devoid of energy flow. The cold star map trajectory projected by the Stardust Echo fleet vanished like erased lines the moment the translocation was complete. Had he been abandoned? Or was this pure white space itself another form of prison? A deeper, more profound coldness, originating from existence itself, began to spread from the depths of his core. It was not anger, nor fear, but a profound sense of being lost. Absolute disorientation. At that moment, a faint yet extraordinarily clear vibration resonated without warning from the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness core. It was not a sound perceived through hearing. It resembled a frequency's resonance. This frequency was hauntingly familiar. It bore a warmth and protective will that transcended life and death. Yishio, Lin Feng's consciousness, nearly frozen, jolted with sudden awareness. He concentrated all his remaining perceptive power, tracing the source of that faint resonance. The source of the resonance did not emanate from the pure white void, but from within himself. More precisely, it arose from the deepest part of the pulsing dark nucleus in his chest. Beneath the dim glow of the fragment of the key of Genesis, an exceedingly weak, nearly forgotten energy imprint, radiating a warm white light, was gradually awakening. It was the final remnant of the keyhole of the heart. The imprint of the protective will that Yishio had left behind at the cost of his life, guarding until the last moment. After enduring the obliteration of the eternal frozen abyss, the cold guidance of Stardust Echo, the purifying ordeal of the spear of the burning star, and the consuming void of this pure white space, this trace of Yishio's final protective will, much like an ancient seed buried deep within the earth, tenaciously revived in the face of the core's impending depletion. The faint white light shimmered like fireflies against the cold backdrop of the dark nucleus, appearing small yet remarkably resilient. It did not attempt to dispel the frigid emptiness at its core. Rather, it flowed like the gentlest of streams, soothing the vast void born from disorientation deep within. There were no words, no images, only a pure and warm presence, a silent whisper assuring that one is not alone. Resonating clearly to the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness, Yiga still lingered. The faint, translucent outline of Lin Feng trembled ever so slightly within the pristine white. The overwhelming sense of being lost was momentarily alleviated by this flicker of starlight. Deep within the frigid core, the almost extinguished will began to pulse anew, as if infused with a gentle warmth. The echoes of protection completed their reunion with the lost core in this forsaken void. Lin Feng ceased his futile attempts to move. He concentrated all his remaining perception and will, no longer seeking outward in this pure white nothingness, but plunging inward. His consciousness sank like a droplet of water into the throbbing dark core of his chest, immersing itself in that faint yet warm protective white light. He needed strength, not the power of destruction, but the power to endure. In this unknown realm of exile, Yishio's final protective imprint became his sole anchor. Just as Lin Feng's consciousness delved into the core, striving to absorb that faint protective white light, a hum resonated. The pure white space stirred. No longer was it in absolute stillness. The boundless expanse of pure white began to flow ever so slowly, like a vast liquid curtain of light. There was no direction, no source. It seemed as though the very fabric of space was moving at an imperceptible pace. Simultaneously, Lin Feng sensed an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally clear change in the curvature of space, akin to ripples stirred by a stone thrown into a lake. Emanating from the depths of this pure white expanse and passing over his suspended position. This alteration was not directed at him. Rather, it resembled a rhythmic pulsation inherent to this colossal space. Detection of low-entropy space-time flow analysis match. Bind corridor, outer buffer zone. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice reverberated directly within Lin Feng's consciousness. The texture of this voice starkly contrasted with the cold guiding tones previously emitted by the Stardust Echo fleet, more ancient, more otherworldly. With the voice's prompt, the pure white space before Lin Feng's faint energy outline rippled silently, revealing a complex dynamic star map composed entirely of pure light points. The core structure of the star map was, in fact, the path leading to the Stardust Echo core previously imprinted in his consciousness. However, at this moment, the end of this path no longer pointed towards that star-white giant structure, but instead clearly indicated a brand new coordinate, navigation point, bind corridor, gravitational well number 13, stasis zone. Beside the coordinate, a tiny arrow formed from the Stardust Echo fleet's insignia pointed towards a complex node deep within the star map. Immediately, the cold prompt sounded once more. Detection of low-activity source initial carrier, status, nearing disintegration. Execute standard containment protocol, mandatory guidance to stasis zone. Energy traction initiated. Lin Feng had yet to respond. A hum reverberated. An irresistible, purely spatial force instantaneously acted upon his faint energy outline. This force was not brutal but possessed an absolute will of control, akin to an invisible giant hand that precisely grasped the core of his existence. His consciousness, along with that translucent energy outline, was forcibly pulled from its inward descent and propelled along the path marked on the star map into the depths of the pure white space at high speed. This time, it was no longer an active leap but a passive containment. The pure white background transformed into a blurred streak of light as it moved rapidly. The protective white light flickered violently within the dark core, seemingly resisting this sudden pull. Lin Feng attempted to gather strength, but the core was exhausted, and his will felt powerless against the absolute force of the rules. He felt as though he were particles of dust swept away by the very laws of the universe. Plummeting along the cold star map path toward the unknown stasis zone known as Bind Corridor, gravitational well number 13. As he traversed through the pure white space at high speed, changes began to manifest. The absolute sensation of emptiness gradually faded, replaced by a thick, sluggish resistance. As if passing through layers of invisible, solidified space-time gel, the light began to dim, and shades of dark red, reminiscent of congealed blood, seeped into the pure white. A cold, heavy silence, as if time itself were on the brink of freezing, increasingly permeated the atmosphere. The name gravitational well stasis zone itself carried ominous portent. Just as Lin Feng felt he was about to be entirely frozen within this increasingly viscous, frigid space-time, the high-speed movement abruptly halted. The intermingled pure white and dark red background vanished. He found himself suspended in a completely new space. No longer was it pure white, but rather a profound dark blue. The space was not vast. It resembled a cold spherical cell enclosed by massive geometric shapes. The walls were not solid but formed by a flowing, luminous energy membrane emanating a faint blue glow. Countless tiny, cold runes drifted like living entities across the membrane. At the core of the spherical cell floated a stasis pod resembling a coffin, composed of translucent crystal. It was filled with a viscous, faintly green bioluminescent liquid. Within the liquid lay a figure, one clad in tattered garments, barely recognizable as the battle uniform of the Glory Alliance. Silver hair floated gently in the liquid. The visage was pale, eyes tightly shut, chest rising and falling slightly. The body was connected to numerous slender, flickering tubes. That face struck Lin Feng's consciousness core like an invisible hammer. It was a face he had seen before in fragments of Yishio's memories, in the cold archival photographs of the Alliance, and in countless near-death hallucinations where he had felt the warmth of its protective will. Su, Mu, Qiu. Like a volcano that has lain dormant for millennia suddenly awakening, Lin Feng's energy profile, teetering on the brink of dissociation, trembled violently before the stasis chamber. The dark core, disregarding its frail exhaustion, throbbed with reckless fervor. That faint, protective white light erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. It was not a frigid pawn. It was not merely reset data. It was a living being, Su Muchio, imprisoned within. The cold synthetic voice, akin to the whisper of death, reverberated silently within the cell. Target, primordial key host, status, near dissociation. Containment complete. Associated target, Su Muchio, subject of consciousness fragments. Stasis status, stable. Execute final synchronization protocol. The frigid blue luminescence of the chamber suddenly flared to life, and the runes surged with unprecedented velocity. A terrifying energy began to coalesce, directed towards Lin Feng and the stasis chamber. Yet, Lin Feng could no longer perceive these phenomena. All his senses, his remaining will, and his burning core were fixated upon the face of the silver-haired youth within the stasis chamber. In that moment, all the disorientation, all the coldness, all the despair were ignited by the visage of the slumbering figure before him, transforming into a resolve that would incinerate all. The azure energy outline gradually solidified before the stasis chamber. A hand, composed entirely of pure energy, with fingertips entwined in unstable spatial fissures, slowly rose, reaching toward the icy crystalline wall of the chamber. This time, it was no longer a thrown spear, it was the claw that would shatter the cage.